ESPN studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
They threw it out of bounds.
Goodness.
Spurs will get the ball with 1.8. 1.8. Malachi. Going into Johnson. He scores on the slam dunk. Oh, mama. We go to overtime.
You want to use the word unbelievable, but it's not. Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Thursday edition. Live with Sean and RJ. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Absolutely loaded. I know a lot of people take off this time of year, but the sports calendar keeps going. Aaron Rodgers, John Morant with a sit-down interview. Kyrie Irving and Luka out again. Zeke Elliott no longer a Dallas Cowboy. We have a ton of topics to get to, and we start with the end of the Mavericks game. I thought San Antonio had control of this one, sitting there in the second half, and then at the end, Maxi Kleber heaves the ball out of bounds. He's on the defensive end for the alley-oop that sends the game into overtime, but the Dallas Mavericks survive, outscoring the Spurs 16-7 in OT. Huge win for the Mavs to get back to 500.
No one's dying.
No one's dying. They survive in the Alamo.
They do. And look at that. Look at Mr. Christian Wood. Oh, not quite at 30 minutes. Still, even in an overtime, you can't get him to 30. Can't get him to 30 in an overtime.
When you make a strong statement on air, you root for that to happen, right? Like, I'm rooting for Aaron Rodgers to have a good year with the Jets to win my Dak Prescott New York Jet offensive argument against Bobby. It was great for Bobby that Brock Purdy went on that amazing run. As he said, San Francisco would not fall off.
See, Bobby's just taking the sports gambling sort of philosophy here. Like, you don't place one bet. You've got to place like 40. Right? Because, you can win one or lose one, but if you place 40, your odds of coming out over 500, if you know what you're doing, are much, much better. So that's what he's doing here. He's just throwing things against the wall to place all kinds of bets with you.
I don't know how many misses he's had, which he's probably trying to calculate it while driving in right now. The point of the statement is you root for things to happen, for narratives. You root against things to happen so that you look right with the narratives. And Bassick just kept tweeting last night. I bet Jason Kidd is so ticked off that Christian Wood, he was forced to play Christian Wood, and he's probably ticked off that Christian Wood saved the Mavs offensively with 28 points in 28 minutes. And he's got this uneasy feeling walking into the press conference, facing the reporter saying, why not more? Why not more time for C. Wood? That's just a little half joke.
Man, Imagine if that was true, though, that a coach actually was like rooting against a player to perform, just so he didn't have to keep playing.
Mike would come in here and swear it's true. He's like, Christian Wood, they don't want him even active. Now, Mike is very extreme with things.
Oh, of course.
We're going to get into the Kyrie conspiracy. But, right, it's like if reporters keep asking you, where's this player? Why isn't this guy getting time? And then all of a sudden you have to play them and they ball out. I mean, it kind of makes you look a little bit foolish, as Jaden Hardy has done over the past week.
Yeah, now, I get it with Hardy. I mean, he's a project, right? So he had to earn his time on the floor, and that was going to come through the time of the year.
Yeah.
So that was going to take a little bit of time anyway. Christian Wood, I mean, they got him basically, I don't want to say to replace, Jalen Brunson. They got, but because
they gave away nothing.
Right, because it was different positions, but they got him to basically be their second best player to start the year.
Yes.
And I mean, from points per minute, he kind of has been for a large part of the season.
How about the end of this game though with the execution? You can't make up crazier scenarios.
They're awful at the end of games. They just are. They have been all year. And then you add the fact that Luka's not in there or Kyrie, it gets magnified. Like that pass out of bounds, like what was that? what was that? I mean, that thing almost hit the rim.
Then you give up. I know a lot of focus is going to be on Maxi's pass. Then you give up an alley-oop out of bounds dunk to tie.
That doesn't happen. That never happens. I mean, that's first of all.
Which one's worse? I mean, is the maxi pass definitely worse? Is that the clear winner? But to give up a wide open alley-oop dunk to tie.
The maxi one's worse because there was only 1.9 left. Literally throw it off somebody's foot. Take up like inbound the ball and just throw it in. Get it on, throw off somebody's back. Just get the clock moving. That's all you had to do. You didn't have to sit there and throw it towards the other basket.
Let's hear from Jason after the game on the turnover at the end of the fourth.
A lot of lessons learned. Wasn't pretty, but we got the W. We turned it over. Just got to get the ball in. And unfortunately, we turned it over. So all things that are fixable and correctable, but just mistakes, down the end to send the game into overtime.
Okay, so the Mavs survive. Again, they get back to 500. That is what is most important at this time of year, right? With barely any regular season games left. They also got some help because the Wolves and the Lakers lost. Minnesota loses to Boston, but I want to focus on the Lakers for a second. They sat Anthony Davis last night. He was a healthy scratch. Anthony Davis saying, I want to play. It's the team. The team said, we just made a decision. He's not playing back-to-back games, period. This decision is everything that is wrong with the NBA. And the Lakers did Anthony Davis no favors in making him look totally and completely soft. You are in survival mode. You're in survival mode. Anyone can drown at any second in the Western Conference with these standings. And I guess they thought, or it wouldn't have mattered, that they could go to Houston and get a win against the 16-win Rockets. And the Lakers lose. They lose to the armpit, 114 to 110, and they are the 10th seed in the Western Conference. Here's a team that had kind of gotten it rolling, D'Angelo Russell with the spark, and they sit Anthony Davis at this point in time in the year. Disgusting.
It's the NBA. I mean, they're not going to play him. They're going to value long-term health. That was long-term health meaning next year, because there's no more long-term health for this year. That's just the philosophy of the league. The philosophy of the league is that now. They're not going to play certain guys on back-to-backs. They just aren't.
They had to lock up this win. They had to. 70th game of the season. You got 12 left, and you have to lock in a win against the Rockets. I hope they missed the play-in by just one game.
It's disgustingly.
So they get some help from the front office and the coaching staff and Anthony Davis. Thank you for that. And Boston beats Minnesota. So where do we stand now in the Western Conference? Denver's the one. They've been plummeting as their head coach, Mike Malone. Is it Michael or Mike?
Michael
Malone called them soft. Sacramento's 4.5 out. Memphis is 4.5 out. The number 4 seed is the Phoenix Suns. The Clippers are the 5. Golden State is the 6. Minnesota is the 7. They're 500, and we're 500. They're the 7, though, and we are the 8. We're a half a game up on the Oklahoma City Thunder. The Lakers are the 10. Utah, 11. New Orleans, 12. So everyone is still jumbled up here. Jumbled up by 2.5 games of separation.
Yeah, and maybe the Lakers are viewing everyone's jumbled. Other teams are going to do the same thing and sit guys or lose a game here or there, and we'll be okay. It's a very odd way to take it. 70 games in, you got dozen games left. It's a very odd way to do it, but unless they just have it like, hey, one game is not going to matter. We've got to have him ready for the playoffs if we even get there. Maybe that's it. That makes sense.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. We have another Dave Matthews ticket giveaway today. Aaron Rodgers makes his decision. How are you going to remember Zeke Elliott as a Dallas Cowboy? We have John Morant explaining himself with a sit-down with Jalen Rose. We got a team plane getting struck by lightning and more NCAA action with the play-ins and the beginning of the madness today. Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan. waking up with us. This is the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. We're going to get to the Aaron Rodgers sit-down interview. Zeke Elliott no longer a Cowboy. Kyrie Irving misses another game, but more madness with the play-ins last night.
The smallest team in college basketball stands tall at the first four in Dayton. The Knights collect their second ever NCAA tournament win, 84-61 over Texas Southern.
Fairleigh Dickinson, they call it Fairleigh. I grew up right down the street from there. We always called it Farley. I don't know why everybody calls it Fair. It's spelled Fairleigh. I don't know why we pronounce it Farley, but I say Fairleigh Dickinson.
Maybe Chris Farley shout out.
Maybe. 84-61, the Harvard on the Hudson, the other way to call that place. They beat Texas Southern. And then another blowout in the evening game, Arizona State, 98-73 over Nevada. Another place I don't understand why they call it Nevada, but they pronounce it Nevada, even though it's a Spanish word, which would be Nevada. So I don't know why they call it like that, but whatever. I just do what they say. Nevada loses to Arizona State 98-73, but, that was just your app. And I'm not even an appetizer guy. I think appetizers are so overrated. Just give me the salad. That was my salad. That was my big Caesar salad before the dinner.
You don't like calamari?
I do like calamari.
You don't like spinach artichoke dip?
I prefer salsa or queso. I'm going to do a dip. Yeah, I'm going to do a dip. I think apps are just generally too filling. I think it ruins the main course because I like to finish the main course.
Well, you got to be either an app person or a dessert person. I don't ever order dessert. I'd rather the app. Mm-hmm. You want the savory, you want the sweet. You always want dessert.
Yeah, I don't really get as much dessert anymore as I've gotten older, but I do prefer dessert. My main thing is, if I'll fill up on apps, I won't finish my meal. And that's what I'm paying for, really. I really want, the meal's the best part. That's what I want. I want to finish the meal.
There's some menus where you look at the entrees and you're like,
Yeah, I agree.
And you're like, let's get 3 or 4 appetizers.
Yep, and then just skip the entrees. I can do that.
Or split an entree. There you go.
There you go. Either way.
All right, so today it's going to get started for real.
Yes.
Peyton's 10 brackets are going to be in play. I just love all the activity going on at once.
Oh, yeah.
I love it. I don't care that I don't know the players. I don't care that I don't know the teams. I don't care that I'm just trying to finish filling out my bracket right now. I just love all the activity and the scores on top and just jumping around to the games when their second half start.
And it starts at 11:15 this morning on the Big Boy channel on CBS, where Jim Nantz will say, "From the opening tip to the Final Four." He'll do some cheesy, corny line, but he will have the first game be West Virginia and Maryland. That'll be then.
I'm having a hard time with that one. I want to go with my hometown Terps. I hate West Virginia because of my sister-in-law. But then you have, well, I don't love my brother either, so he went to Maryland, and then I got Mike Florio, West Virginia.
Yeah.
8-9 matchup. I'm having a really hard time.
It's tough because West Virginia they probably didn't deserve to be in the tournament. They did not have, they were 19-14. They don't have, they don't have any, terrible losses, they didn't lose a game that said, oh man, maybe the Texas Tech game. That's about it.
They play in the Big 12 though.
What?
They play in the Big 12, so they get kind of the benefit of the doubt.
They do. They definitely got the benefit of the doubt being in the Big 12. Oklahoma loss. That's not a great loss by 1 point. But Maryland is nothing. No great team either. And then you got Furman, Virginia. There's a lot of people picking Furman. A lot of people are on the Furman bandwagon in this game against Virginia. And then, about an hour later, Utah State, Missouri, and then followed by Howard and Kansas. So there's not a dynamite game. I'd say the best game of that early slate would probably be the West Virginia, Maryland, but the most intriguing one is definitely the Furman, Virginia.
All right, 877-881-1053. We still need a show bet payoff for whoever finishes in last place amongst the four of us. So give us those suggestions on the truckwork.com text line. Jalen Rose got the sit-down interview with Ja Morant after it was announced that the league was suspending Ja for 8 games, and you did not seem too pleased or satisfied with that.
I was just a little surprised. I was a little bit surprised. We're sitting here. No sport, no league has been more open about anti-gun than the NBA. Steve Kerr, after the Uvalde massacre, was at the American Airlines Center, right? At the podium in tears. And Ja Morant has a gun in a strip club in a different city, which means he probably brought it on the airplane.
Well, that was a school shooting.
Steve
Kerr reacted
No, I
to,
understand
right?
that, but like he's still been open about gun violence, right? He's still been very open about being anti-gun, and now you're gonna have a player who brings a gun onto an airplane, a team plane, which is literally in the CBA, talks about a lengthy suspension. I thought 8 games was like, wait a second. The CBA calls for upwards of a half a season.
Here's what the league said, right? Based on their investigation, they did not conclude that the gun belonged to Morant, was brought by him into the nightclub, or was displayed by him beyond a brief period. The investigation also did not find that Morant possessed the gun while traveling with the team or in any NBA facility.
So they don't know.
Well,
they don't know.
They're saying we didn't find evidence. We can't convict him.
They can't.
They can't prove it.
And I get it. Like I understand that. If you can't convict the guy, then you can't suspend him that much.
And look, maybe this is, a convenient investigation. They want Ja Morant back for the postseason.
100%.
They want Ja Morant back for the playoffs.
I think if this was the opening weekend of the league, they would have suspended him.
Well, they did suspend him.
Well, no, I know, but for a lengthy time. But since they don't want him to miss the postseason, there was no way they were going to suspend him longer than that.
The suspension covers the 6 games he'll miss. He's eligible to come back on Monday against the Mavericks, even though Woj said because he's got to ramp up the basketball activity again, he probably won't play against the Mavs. This is Ja Morant with part of his sit-down with Jalen Rose.
You at the spot, Shotgun Willie's. I've been there. You are holding a gun. And we both know how dangerous that can be. Whose gun were you holding?
Well, the gun wasn't mine. It's not who I am. I don't condone any type of violence, but I take full responsibility for my actions. Made a bad mistake, and I can see the image that I painted over myself with my recent mistakes. But in the future, I'm gonna show everybody who Ja really is, what I'm about, and change this narrative.
All right.
It's
the thing that the internet was laughing at yesterday. They're like, "Oh, he left the counseling program after 36 hours.
36 hours. He's good.
He left after 3 days.
He's good to go now. He doesn't have to worry about that.
Rehabilitated.
Did he not? He said he's not that kind of guy. Did he not pull a gun on a 17-year-old like a month ago?
Yeah, I don't know, Peyton. I don't know how much you went through with the interview. Did Jalen ask him about the other incidents? Did he ask about the gun at his house? Did he ask about the laser pointer incident? I would have liked Jalen Rose to straight up ask, what do you say to the people who think that you're actually like a real life gangster?
Like Marvin Harrison of the NBA.
The Marvin Harrison of the NBA.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I know they talked, Jalen Rose talked about, him like being a role model and stuff. He takes pride in it. Didn't hear anything about, like the 17-year-old gun incident, but I mean, it's crazy how we already got a one-on-one interview though, like you guys were talking about the other week, Kyrie Irving. We still haven't seen that one-on-one interview yet with him talking about his other stuff, but we're already getting Ja Morant.
I don't think that's happening with Kyrie Irving, but great get for Jalen Rose with the sit down. Scary, frightening incident for the LA Clippers. Better talk about this while Bobby's not in here.
So the Clippers obviously charter planes to go to city to city. Most NBA teams do. Some have their own. The Mavericks have their own plane. I don't know if they lease it or they own it. But the Clippers plane. This was back on February the 25th, Sean. It was struck by lightning in midair. Now, this flight was from Sacramento to Denver. They had lost a game 176-175 to Sacramento.
Yeah.
They were flying to Denver. The plane dropped like a lot, like not quite that Lufthansa 4,000-foot drop, but it had a pretty precipitous drop in altitude because of turbulence Well, it also got struck by lightning. It dropped altitude several times. Shrieks can be heard. Staffers call one of the worst moments they've experienced on a flight. People thought some of the players thought they were gonna die. Then the flight gets struck by lightning, which is harrowing. What did the Clippers do? It messed with their minds so much they went on a 5-game losing streak. They lose to Denver, Minnesota, Golden State, Sacramento. Like that, it was just a crazy story. I'm sure flights have gotten struck by lightning before, but man, that's not good.
All right, we have NFL news exploding. Oh man, is that Edwin Diaz gone?
He got carted off the field last night. There was some great baseball last night. Team USA had their game and against Colombia, and then Puerto Rico played the Dominican Republic. That was a do or die. That was a win or go home game for both teams. Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, and Puerto Rico wins the game, but Edwin Diaz was carted off with a knee injury. They think they don't know what kind of knee injury. At least I haven't seen anything this morning. But that's definitely not good. Definitely not good.
Aaron Rodgers finally makes the announcement, and how are you going to remember Zeke Elliott as a cowboy? That's next with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com. in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Run Zeke. Up the middle, he's gone. Zeke's gone. Goodbye, Zeke. Touchdown. Short yardage, pinched in. The Dogs got out. The Cowboys are going to steal one in Pittsburgh.
Thank you, Bradley Sham, who joined us yesterday. Got the entire squad, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. As yesterday, it was made official. Clarence Hill broke the news, came right on the show in the final hour, and the Dallas Cowboys official Twitter account said, thank you, Zeke Elliott. They released Zeke, making him a free agent. He was set to count $16.7 million against the salary cap. He's going to be a post-June 1 cut. So they're going to save nearly $11 million against the 2023 cap. He'll count a little more than $6 million against the 2024 cap. They won't get that cap credit until June 1. So yesterday it finally ended for Zeke and the Cowboys.
Two things. One, in that clip, I don't know Brad Sham, when he made that call in 2016, that he knew that the phrase dogs out was going to take over America, meaning that your shoes were off and your toes were looking and popping at everybody in America.
Oh, I thought it was who let the dogs out.
Well, who let the dogs out one, but he said now the dogs are out. You know, when a kid says my dogs are out, that means they took their shoes off, and you can see your toes.
He's usually on the cutting edge of pop culture.
100% on the cutting edge.
We do not know, according to Todd Archer, maybe Bobby Belt has more. Not clear if the Cowboys made an offer to take a substantial pay cut. In two other high-profile releases in the past, they did not even make pay cut offers to DeMarcus Ware or Dez Bryant. Jerry Jones thought it was important enough to release a statement last night. Very special and indelible way. Zeke impacted this franchise. Consummate professional, leader, set a tone in the locker room. They also restructured Tank's contract. They also reworked Tyron's contract. And they've freed up about $45 million in cap room. I will say this before Bobby Belt takes all the heat today from the Tolos. Look, it needed to happen. We all know this. I was a little sad. I was sad yesterday taking in this story and reading all the comments and the reaction. I felt bad for Zeke. I'm a very sentimental person. I know it's shocking. You may not believe it. But I was feeling that. I was feeling those sentiments yesterday and thinking about Zeke Elliott's time as a Cowboy and how it is over.
When I was in the car with my oldest yesterday with Luca, and you know he had seen it because he had a hitting lesson yesterday, so he had seen it after, and he didn't see it until about noon that he had gotten let go. You would have thought his dog died.
Really?
Like the look on his face was like, what? Why? Why? Like he doesn't understand money. He doesn't understand cap stuff. None of that. And then so he has no frame of reference on any of that or why you can't make certain moves. But you would have thought his dog died.
Bobby?
All right, enough with all the sentimental BS. This was a bad football player for the last 3 years. It was an albatross of a contract. It's destroyed a lot of things that the Cowboys could have been able to do over the last 3 years. And I don't sit here and get reflective and sentimental and go, oh my gosh, thanks for all the good times. I go, why the hell did you give him this contract? Why the hell did you dig in on it for 3 years? I'm more bitter. I'm not like reflective on anything. I'm more just bitter that it took this long to correct what was an awful mistake from the day he signed it. He was a bad football player the last 3 years. 2019, he was not a bad football player, but he was not up to the level of the contract, which means every day he had this contract, the Cowboys were wasting money. Every day the Cowboys were holding on to a mistake, and it's 4 years too late. They should have never given in on his holdout.
Yeah.
He was a pain in the ass for this football team when he was good. Then when he finally pulled back and became a model citizen, he was a bad football player. And so to me, I don't look back on the Zeke era with a whole bunch of love. I look back on it as he cost them a lot.
I mean, look, I've never been a fan. I mean, the player was fine. Like Zeke as a running back, especially early on, was tremendous. I was never a fan of the pick. I thought it was terrible value at the 4 spot to take him. I get it. They took him because they thought they had Romo. that was the final piece, but they
never played a snap with Tony.
Never played a snap with Tony. They literally just found a running back the year before off the scrap heap, Darren McFadden, who rushed for 4.6 a carry. Okay, they didn't need to spend the 4th overall pick on a running back. As good as he may have been, they didn't need to. So I never was a fan of how they acquired him. But obviously, first, rookie year Zeke was on a different level than, and you saw it in the preseason game in Seattle.
Yep.
Just on like 2 carries, you saw how different he was, and he was. But they were always going to sign him to a second contract, and that was always going to be a mistake because running backs should not get second. Like the Lions just gave David Montgomery a 3-year deal. Like, guys, what are you doing? Just go find someone in the draft. You don't need to spend, 3-year deal on a running back.
Looking back on it, a do-over opportunity. Do you take him at 4 again? Was his Cowboys career worth the selection where it was? Did he have an amazing, great, good Cowboy career? How would you fill in the blank?
Okay, let me ask you this. Who is the best running back in the history of the NFL?
Barry Sanders.
Jim Brown or Barry Sanders?
I wouldn't take either one of them at 4. Okay.
I disagree with that.
I wouldn't take either one of them in the first round. I would take somebody in the 3rd. That'd be fine.
Okay. So
it was a mistake.
It was a mistake.
Yeah.
Bobby, fill in the blank. Well, fill in the blank, though. He had a what Cowboy career?
Oh, he had a great Cowboy career.
Okay.
I don't think there's any question. I mean, he was a tremendous football player. I mean, again, early on, Zeke was something special, dude.
Bobby, how would you fill it in?
He had a supernova Cowboy career. He was great for that long. And then he was league out. His rookie year, he was one of the best players in football.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Like, he was incredible. And then after that, the next 2 years, the very next year, 2017 even was not a great year for him.
Yeah.
In the middle of all the suspensions and everything else, where he was averaging like 4 yards a carry. 2018, he rebounded. He played well. But from that point on, I mean, there were more average to below average seasons from him during his career here than there were great seasons.
Yeah, if you could go back and do it again, I mean, you take Jalen Ramsey.
You take Ramsey and Henry is what you do.
Henry went in the 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Zeke with seasons of, I actually expected the numbers to be a little bit better. When he was great, like you said. 1631 rookie year. Then
He had 5.1 a carry that year too.
That was 5.1.
It's crazy.
Then 983, then 1434, then 1357, then 979, 1,000 basically on the dot, and then last year 876, 3.8 a carry. And look, yeah, Jalen Ramsey has already switched teams twice, but he's a better player right now today than Zeke Elliott. So if you could go back and do it again, you don't draft Zeke at 4. And he had a very good Cowboy career. I'm not going to say it matched the hype, as they thought that they were getting, the next Earl Campbell, basically.
It's the position though. That's what happens. I mean, you get X amount of carries in your body, and then you're done. And giving a running back a second contract is a dangerous thing to do. I mean, you can give him a small one, but you're better off just finding a guy on his rookie deal.
They had won their last 4 games, I think it was, without Ezekiel Elliott when they gave him the contract, when he had missed games, because you remember that was the whole straw that stirs the drink conversation. He knew he had to sign that deal before the season started. They were starting 3-0 without him. They were going to be 3-0 without him. Yeah. You would have won 7 games in a row without him in the lineup. It would have been painfully obvious. Tony Pollard was really good his rookie year. Didn't get the chance to show it, really. I mean, he had a couple games
fumbles,
where he did.
Right? He had some fumbles.
I don't know. I know for sure Zeke did pretty consistently.
The problem with the Cowboys front office, they
are scared.
They act way too often with the feeling of today and yesterday than they do the feeling that we all had basically trashing Zeke over the past 2 years. They operate in this time frame of the sentiment and he was a warrior and he was willing to sacrifice and all that stuff. That's why I think there's a time and place for it, right now, today, in my opinion. or yesterday on social media saying our thank yous and the fond memories. But you can't operate like that the majority of the time. And way too often they do with some of their guys. They're going to do it with Tyron Smith as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, they already have. Now, the Smith deal is going to be interesting to see more details on, just because I know the first report from Pelissero was a restructure. Then you see a different language from different people saying rework and various language. The description of if he hits certain incentives, he can earn back the money. That sounds more like a pay cut than it did a restructure. So I'll be interested to see the exact details of that. But over the last 3 seasons, minimum 100 carries. Where do you think Zeke ranks in yards per attempt?
Over the last 3 seasons, minimum
3 seasons combined.
16th.
He's 87th.
Well, are you counting quarterbacks though?
Everybody, 87th.
Okay, that makes sense.
Even if I take quarterbacks out of it, he's like 60.
Ugh.
Look, he had a great turnaround in his career in terms of the character stuff. From, pulling up shirts and accusations in Ohio and substances and all the stories that we all heard behind the scenes when he was great. And then when he started breaking down and becoming the great teamwork guy, those stories went away. So he was like the model citizen towards the end, and in the beginning, problem child. So props to him for that. The Tampa Bay Times reporting some initial interest that the Buccaneers could be poking around as they went and signed Baker Mayfield yesterday. So Baker Mayfield is Tom Brady's replacement for now, and the only team I've seen mentioned for Zeke is Tampa. Do you think he'll be a starting running back next year?
Somebody will be dumb enough to do it.
Someone will.
He's not even a rotational player to me anymore. And so, but somebody will give him a starting job based off of his name, based off of, wow, look at the tough. It's that old, old crusty football guy mentality of, oh, look at all that he does to punish and things like, it's like, guys, come on. No, this is clearly a guy on tape that's not a good football player anymore. And that's the thing. I understand if you guys have warm, gushy feelings towards him, and like I already see it on the Twitch and the YouTube and everywhere else, people getting upset about the take. But here's the thing. You can have your warm feelings, fine. But just in a straight, was this the right move to do it? Yes. Was it the right move in terms of the timing? No. Should have been done years ago. There is no reason that Zeke should have ever played a post-COVID snap for this football team. Because he wasn't good.
Yeah, like before yesterday, everyone on the fan text, we all would have had the same sentiment. It's ridiculous. Stop giving him carries. But this helps restore a little bit of my hope and humanity that people do have feelings in a heart. That yesterday and today,
but you don't want feelings in a heart when it comes to your sports team.
Bunch of snowflakes,
right? You want like
when they retire, yeah, but. Also keep the big picture in mind, everything that Bobby said, and keep in mind how everyone felt, how you felt 48 hours ago, knowing that Zeke was an albatross and needed to get off of this football team. Just remember
he was. I mean, look, his contract was too much. You're spending way too much on the running back position. It's a position that doesn't generate the same amount of wins that it did years ago when they weren't throwing the ball. It's decreased in importance, and players who are over the age of about 25, 26, fall off. If you're going to do Tony Pollard, it better be that 1-year deal. Like, give him the franchise, and that's it. Like, if they try to extend him from here and give him a 3-year deal, they're going to rue the day.
Aaron Rodgers finally makes the announcement. Are the Jets actually a Super Bowl contender? We'll play you all the drama from his big sit-down interview yesterday with Pat McAfee next.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse.
Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
What an absolutely perfect hour of Aaron Rodgers yesterday. Pat McAfee, I mean, they had like 500,000 people tune in to the YouTube show. I was right there. All of ESPN, of course, is monitoring like they do with Jerry Jones twice a week on this radio station. And Aaron Rodgers, the human contradicting himself at least 3 different times yesterday. He started off saying, this is not decision day. I just want to let everyone know that. I know there's a lot of attention here. There's a lot of eyes. This is not decision day. And then contradiction number 1 happened. Cup 14.
At this point, as I sit here, I think since Friday, I made it clear that my intention was to play, and my intention was to play for the New York Jets. And I haven't been holding anything up at this point. It's been compensation that the Packers are trying to get for me and kind of digging their heels in. This isn't a decision day. This isn't me deciding and announcing to the world that this is what's going on. In fact, that's already happened. We're actually days past this. This is kind of clearing things up, I think, for everybody interested.
Okay.
Well, la-di-da. He wants to play. Look at that.
No, he was 99 to
10, 95%.
90% retirement. He started this whole thing off like there's been a lot of developments. There's been a lot of changes. And he basically wanted to throw the Green Bay Packers organization under the bus because he said he was 90% retired before his darkness retreat.
I got to admit, I went in the darkness 90% retiring, 10% playing. That's where my mind was. My mind was, I'm tired of this. I hadn't got back into my workouts yet, and I thought that was what was best for me. So I went in the darkness to contemplate a lot of different things, but one day I spent entirely on the reality I was retired, and one day I spent entirely on the reality that I was coming back and playing. And just really sat with that for hours and hours, what that looked like, what the reality is, how that all felt. And when I came out, I was really interested in what the kind of landscape was, where Green Bay was at. And obviously, if I wanted to play, what were the options? So it was clear to me at that point that although the Packers were going to say the right thing publicly, that they were ready to move on. Again, there's no victims here. I'm not sitting here as a victim. I love Green Bay. I love the fan base. They're incredible. I lived for playing for them and for Lambeau.
Hell yeah.
A lot of love for the organization. I just think I wish that in the beginning of the offseason, that had been the conversation. Because I love direct communication. If they had just said, listen, we think it's time to move in a different direction. And we love you. And you're going to be a Packer Hall of Famer. You're going to go in the Hall as a Packer. We're going to retire your number, whatever it might be. But it's time to move on. I would have said, man, thank you so much just for telling me that. Like, I really, really appreciate that. That means the world to me that you would tell me that. Because I really believe that's a sentiment, and that's fine. It really is. It's totally fine. This is an incredible profession, but it's a tough business.
First of all, very presumptuous that he's going to the Hall of Fame. Look at that. Did he talk to Shireen? Was he on the phone with Shireen?
He's going to the Hall of Fame.
I love that these guys who are losing sleep the night before, right? If you're Emmitt Smith and you're terrified and you just don't know. You don't know. It's never done until it's done. I love that Rodgers actually came out. The thing that made McAfee go, whoa, you said that? He goes, I'm like arguably the greatest player in franchise history, which again is all true. It's just no one says it.
Yeah, nobody says that. But by the way, Aaron loves direct communication. He's the most passive-aggressive guy in the world. He doesn't love direct communication.
Man.
Wasn't that a story this year that Packers receivers don't get told at all whatever the game plan is, and Aaron just expects you to figure it out?
He doesn't tell him the audibles.
Yeah, he just like, well, you got to learn, got to figure it out. He's lying. There is zero chance he was 90-10 retirement.
I totally agree with you.
There is no way, and I don't know why. I don't know what the end game is or what the impetus is to lie about that, but
it's to make Green Bay look bad. I think Orlovsky actually had some pretty good reactions to this yesterday. Ooh. And Orlovsky made basically You want out of the relationship, but you want them to end it. That's what this was. Aaron Rodgers was not 90% retired. He wanted to leave Green Bay. He wanted them to end it. And that's why yesterday the biggest laughter for me, besides the Adam Schefter thing, was it doesn't bother me. I get it. Like, he said it had to have been 8 to 10 times. And then following it up with the contradiction, destroying Green Bay. This is no one left from the old regime. I believe in doing things the right way. They told me after the year. They told me when I left. He also said, I basically felt like it was my last game walking off the field. That's why I wanted Randall Cobb next to me. And that Green Bay said, we want you back. Take all the time you need. And then he went to the one cell phone bar on his phone after leaving the darkness, and everyone was lighting him up with messages. The Packers are trying to trade you. And that reset his mindset and got the chip on his shoulder to come back and prove them wrong again.
You know, but there's one thing he said that's so...
He's so bitter. He's so upset with them. And fine, you can be all those things. Just stop telling us you aren't. You're lying. This guy, I mean, I'm just trying to imagine what it's like to be in his inner circle day to day. People get on us for kissing, Jerry's ass, which to a point you have to if you want to get things out of the interview on a weekly basis. I mean, McAfee and those guys, they have to do the exact same thing with Rodgers. They have to do the exact same thing.
But like when he said he went into the darkness and one day he spent just, thinking and envisioning himself as a retired player. The next day he spent envisioning himself as playing again. Like that is such a thing that Rodgers would do. Like just mentally think about being this for one full day. He's so annoying.
It's interesting because his reputation as just being arrogant and, full of himself and everything else. I genuinely wonder, for all of his flippant, don't care, I'm the man, everything else, I genuinely wonder if he has the mindset for New York and what will come from that. Like, he's freaking out being in Green Bay that Schefter and people text him and want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Imagine New York.
Yeah.
Like, I saw one of the Jets reporters said something the other day or yesterday. I don't remember which quote it was from Rodgers, but Rodgers said something, and one of the Jets reporters, tweeted the quote and wrote LOL, wait till you get to New York.
Oh, it was when the Jet ownership showed up and they parked wrong in front of his house. And all the paparazzi showed up. Like, what do you think is going to happen in New York?
Yeah, it's going to be bad. And you know what my least favorite criticism was yesterday?
By the way, why did he bring that up? He goes, it's like he threw the Jets under the bus for parking in front of his house. How do reporters know those were New York Jet cars? Did they have the emblem on it? He goes, it became a big hoopla. He loves all the attention. He knows every single storyline. He knows every single reporter. But I'm like, why are you bringing up the Jets made a mistake parking in front of your house? And how do reporters know that it was actually their vehicles pulling up there in Malibu? Sorry, Bobby, go ahead.
No, what my least favorite takeaway was from this yesterday came from Pablo Torre, where he said, I love that Aaron Rodgers, the biggest critic of big pharma and professional sports, came out of the darkness and realized he wanted to work for billionaire heir to the Johnson & Johnson pharmaceutical fortune. Because, of course, we can't have it can't just be about football.
COVID MVPs. Who's the defensive player on that show, the linebacker?
AJ Hawk.
AJ asked him a great question. He goes, okay, so...
Did Pat shut up during the question? Because he didn't shut up during the answers.
He definitely doesn't shut up during the answers. And AJ asked him a phenomenal question, and Aaron, he had a good follow-up. But, again, Pat, he's got to... I'm not criticizing him. We all do it. He's a total suck-up to Aaron during these things. Otherwise, and that's what Aaron wants. That's why Aaron went on and gave them 500,000 YouTube viewers.
Yeah, he's got to be.
You got to be.
You got to be. You got to be. To get the interview, you got to treat guys differently. And he comes on with Pat every week because, Pat's not going to sit there and press him enough on things that's going to make him uncomfortable.
AJ asked him, so if you came out of the darkness and went to your cell phone and all the messages were from the Packers saying, we want you back, would you have gone back? And Aaron didn't say yes. He was like, oh, I just knew that wasn't going to happen. It was a great question. He had made up his mind. He wanted out of there. He just wanted the Packers to be the bad guys. He was pissed off that Mark Murphy talked at that basketball charity event. and said basically, we want him gone as well. He did say a few other teams were interested. Had a lot of love for Devontae Adams, love for Nathaniel Hackett. He was really offended and ticked over the suggestion that the Jets brought in Nathaniel Hackett to recruit Aaron Rodgers. So there we go. Not decision day. It was the announcement. He's a technicality guy.
Oh, big time.
He's such a technicality guy. And he also, Aaron Rodgers doesn't understand how it works with older players in the NFL. He's so furious with the Packers, Clay Matthews and AJ Hawk and Randall Cobb, the way that they all left the organization. Like, he doesn't get it. He doesn't understand. Like, now maybe they're different from everyone else. Most players find out through the news, right? Most players find out through the Adam Schefters, the Ian Rappaports of the world. And Aaron Rodgers just thinks it needs to be this big ceremony at the end announcing we're releasing you to free agency. He can't come to terms with it.
He has the biggest ego, I think, in professional sports. Right? Like he would have to be the most egomaniacal person actively. I'm sure through the history of sports I could find ones that are bigger, but he's got to be right at the top right now in current professional sports.
The other point Orlovsky brought up, and I'm going to rely on this if Bobby commits to the bet, is Aaron did seem ticked off and really, really motivated, right? He is so bitter and angry that they took Jordan Love. And that was basically the nail in the coffin, even though they're trying to be a smart team builder. So the Jets are getting that. Once they work out the compensation, by the way, do we owe Trey Wingo an apology? Aaron said this was done. It's been done since Friday. It's not done, but he told the Jets, I want to play in New York on Friday.
Well, I mean, like, I'm terrible at this because, when you make a report, you have to be right at the time. Like, what if you know what I mean? Like,
what did Wingo say again? We have to be technical now. He said it's done. It's a done deal.
Yeah.
It's not a done deal because we don't have the compensation. Now we have a standoff. I love going
source
off. No, not a source off. A standoff between the Jets and the Packers because both have leverage or both don't have leverage.
He said hearing Rodgers to the Jets is done. History about to repeat itself between New York and Green Bay. Time is indeed a flat circle. And he said that on Monday.
Okay. Well, he could have said, Aaron Rodgers has made it known he wants to play for the New York Jets. But now we got a standoff.
Yeah, and I don't know that either team has more leverage than the other one. Like the Jets don't necessarily have the leverage because they're basically going out and getting all of his players. They're going to be saddled with old guys they don't really want. They don't really want Randall Cobb. They don't really want Mercedes Lewis.
Right.
So they kind of have to make this move. And Green Bay his cap is what, $61 million or something like that. Like they've got to make this move too. Like I don't know. There's no bidding war,
right?
So Green Bay knows there's no bidding war from the Jets standpoint. Like they're not going to do another team. So they're going to want 2 1s. They ain't getting 2 1s for them. I wouldn't do that.
877-881-1053. Kyrie misses another game. I almost had 2 fights with Bassick yesterday off the air. Are you on my side or his side when it comes to the Kyrie conspiracy theory after the Mavs survived another Jason Kidd ending last night? Next on The Fan. But let me get you hooked up with Mark, Scott, and Gene. You have your own team at your...
Here's a step back three into the shot clock. Pure Jaden Hardy.
That was the call last night on Bally. I thought the Mavericks were definitely going to lose this game. I was like, all right, we can go ahead. Let's start to watch something else. And the father-in-law starts hitting me up. Mavs. The ending of this. I mean, patented Jason Kidd. Maxi really has to take the most blame. Maxi Kleber throws the ball out of bounds. Heaves the ball out of bounds. Then is on the receiving end of an alley-oop dunk. So embarrassing final seconds, literally final 2-second execution by the Dallas Mavericks. We go into overtime, but Jaden Hardy, Christian Wood help save the day. The Mavs beat the Spurs. They're the 8th seed in the West. They get some help. The Lakers lost sitting Anthony Davis against the armpit, and the Wolves lost to the Celtics. Jaden Hardy is a starter this season. 3 games, 24 points a game, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 38% from 3. The only Maverick ever to score 20 or more in each of his first 3 NBA starts. And you had a Mavs reporter asking Greg Popovich about Jaden Hardy after the game.
God, I love questions like that. Now, please don't accuse me of being glib or a wise ass.
Never.
But how much do you really think I watched that young man?
Probably not a lot, yeah.
Maybe like never.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not as big on him, but I got other things to worry about. That's not even on the radar.
What a glib smartass.
I love it.
I knew you'd love that answer. Why would I watch Jaden Hardy? Why would I know anything about him? That's Popovich.
Yeah.
Totally putting.
Yeah, it's tough to follow anybody else when you're 33 games under 500.
Well, like this is the old thing, and Bashik's talks about this. You've had countless people talk about this. You'll see this in college basketball too. Since they're not a playoff team and they haven't been all year, like there's very little day-to-day game planning that goes on in basketball. You don't game plan for game to game. You do a little bit of scouting reports, but and the same thing. The NCAA tournament's the first time all year any of these teams will game plan for a specific opponent.
According to who? Why do you say that?
Basic's talked about this with the guys that he knows that played in the NBA or played in college basketball. Day to day, there's very little actual game planning for a specific opponent.
Okay.
It's, hey, this is what they do well. This is what we do well. Let's try to do that a little bit, But it's not like a specific game plan for each opponent. You just follow scouting reports and stuff. So it doesn't surprise me that Pop hasn't watched a ton of Jaden Hardy.
Right.
Bill Belichick is sitting there breaking down the quarterback of the other team and his tendencies and his trends. He's breaking it down. In basketball, when you're got second night of a back-to-back, you're not doing that. And it's so I wonder how much of that, since he's not going to be in the playoffs, if he's done even less scouting day to day.
So why is Jaden Hardy playing? By the way, a lot of these Mavs in double figures last night. Christian Wood back, Luka and Kyrie out. Bullock had 20. Dwight Powell, 22 and 8, making Jason Kidd thrilled. Josh Green, 21 and 7 assists. Jaden with 22 and Christian Wood, 28 and 28 minutes. But why is Jaden Hardy playing? Because Kyrie Irving's out. And Mike Bassick believes, I think it's safe to bring this on the air, even though I have a policy. I don't like to sit there and say he's faking an injury. I just personally have that policy. Mike believes that Kyrie's not really hurt. And yesterday in the commercial before Crosstalk, he wanted to get a little heated about it. And he basically believes that Kyrie Irving doesn't want to screw up the perception that he can carry this team without Luka. See, Mike has taken a few tweets on social media from people who said, it's good that Luka's out. Let Kyrie carry the team. They'll play better without Luka. And Kyrie has used that to build his free agent status. Whereas I look at it, and if I was the Lakers or another team, and I thought that Kyrie Irving was sitting out these must-win, must-have, do-or-die games, I would want to stay away from him. So we have a difference of opinion. Mike thinks that Kyrie's not really hurt. He's intentionally sitting out so he's not exposed by himself out there without Luka. And I was like, Mike, Kyrie has more to lose by sitting out than he does to gain. And that's where we have the disagreement.
Shut up!
Exactly. What do y'all think of Mike's theory that Kyrie Irving is not really hurt? This is part of the package, and he's sitting out to keep his stock high, where I'm on the opposite end. If he was sitting out intentionally, that would lower his stock.
I don't know that he is doing it to keep his stock high.
And by the way, I'm assuming Kyrie Irving is hurt with a foot injury. That's my first and foremost opinion.
I think he's hurt. He was very specific yesterday, I think it was, with Tim McMahon telling him what it was that was hurting, saying it was his big toe especially is giving him issues right now.
Sergeant Hulka.
So I think he's hurt. Is he hurt to the point that he really couldn't play? Maybe not. And then that's all speculation. But in my head, that would be the only sort of way I'd meet Mike on it is it so bad that he couldn't play? Maybe not. Maybe he's just choosing to, I'm a little uncomfortable and I'm not going to go out there and play basketball unless I feel like I'm 100% completely. And so, yeah, I could go to that point. But just to say that he's preserving his stock by not playing, I don't think that's it. I think people want to see he's not doing Kyrie things right now, and that would be a Kyrie thing to just sit out.
I mean, I don't think his stock changes. He has no stock. It's the same. Like people know what he is. They know what life is going to be like when you sign him. They know that, and they're going to do it anyway. I don't think he's faking injuries. I don't think he's sitting out to help his stock. I don't think playing and showing people that he can lead a team helps his stock either. People already know he can play and lead a team. They just don't, they also know that he can do this and sit out when he wants to. If he doesn't feel mentally up that day, he's not going to play. You can't predict what Kyrie Irving's going to do. And, a lot of these GMs and myself, what do we love? We don't worry about things that we can't control. We can't predict, right? In sports, can't predict this, can't predict that. So worry about what you could quantify, which is Kyrie Irving's talent. So that's why they're going to sign him. I don't think this has anything to do with it. I don't think he's faking injuries. I don't think he's faking. I think he has a foot injury somewhere, but not one that he can't play through.
Yeah, I think that's it. And as somebody just on the truckrack.com fan text said, there's a difference between hurt and injured.
Yeah.
I think he's hurt.
James Conn said that once.
I think he's hurt. I don't know that he's injured.
John Smoltz is going to join us at 7:20 this morning. Peyton booking a whale right here on your home of the Rangers. We'll talk about the WBC with the games yesterday. What?
Now, you're anti-Maddox, right? That's who you're against. It's not Smoltz.
I'm not against Greg Maddux.
But you think he's fraudulent.
John Smoltz was without question the best pitcher on that team.
Okay. Are you gonna ask Smoltz about your thoughts? Like, hey, would you meet me on this? That Maddox was a fraud?
I'm gonna say I'll ask him. Did it bother you that you were so much better than Greg Maddux and he got all the Cy Youngs and all the love?
All right, you want the golf menu or the coach flight? The golf flight or the golf menu?
Oh, let's do.
You can do both, but just start with one.
All right, let's do the golf menu here. Okay, so Scotty Scheffler won the Masters last year. Okay,
this just in. Breaking
news, exclusive.
Presented by BetQL.
So he won the Masters last year, and as custom, every time somebody wins the Masters, they get to host the Masters dinner. It started in 1952. The only people at the dinner are former Masters champs and the club chairman. Okay, that's it. The only people at the dinner. It's the most exclusive dinner in sports. Well, the menu has been released on April 4th at the Masters at Augusta. Scotty Scheffler will serve cheeseburger sliders. It says serve Scotty style. I don't know what that means. Okay. firecracker shrimp, sweet Thai chili and sriracha mayo, tortilla soup, avocado, crispy blue tortilla strips, sour cream, cilantro, and lime.
Hey?
Out.
Tortilla soup with cheeseburger sliders and firecracker shrimp. Okay.
The main course, Texas ribeye or blackened redfish. I'm a big fan of redfish. Very thick.
Okay.
Good stuff. Family style mac and cheese, jalapeno creamed corn, fried Brussels sprouts and seasoned fries.
Okay.
And dessert, a warm chocolate chip skillet cookie, milk cookies ice cream. It says milk and cookies ice cream, whatever that means.
Sounds like a good menu.
It's a really good menu. People are joking, saying this is like it's like a fancy Applebee's dinner, which I get it. It's kind of funny, but it's a good dinner. Because in the past you've had Matsuyama had sushi. Adam Scott, who's from Australia, had Moreton Bay bugs.
Never heard of it.
It's like a lobstery kind of looking thing. Mike Weir had sockeye salmon tartare.
Okay.
So there's been some weird things that have been thrown around.
I'd eat 2 of those things that Scotty Scheffler has on his menu, I think.
Why don't you try to grow up a little bit?
You don't like steak? Fish?
No, I like the burgers fine, but then that's it. The Texas ribeye and the burger basically is all I think I'd eat from there.
He wouldn't eat the shrimp. He wouldn't eat the tortilla soup.
I would eat tortilla soup if not for the cilantro. The cilantro I'm out.
Some people either love or hate cilantro.
It's one of the worst things. That's why I won't ever go to Chipotle, because their rice has cilantro in it.
Does the brown rice have it? You can get the other rice?
I don't know. I always just was aware of there was cilantro in the rice, so I didn't even
brown rice.
bother.
Don't be like Peyton.
I like brown rice.
There's other rices.
Yeah,
I
there's
just
the
like the white
foreigners.
What'd you say?
I just like the white rice.
Yeah. There's different beans too, rice and beans. 877-881-1053 to hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line. We have John Smoltz and a Dave Matthews ticket giveaway. We have the official news on Zeke Elliott. Is this guy leaving the Eagles or not? I thought this was done, and then all of a sudden it got reversed. We have a new quarterback going to the Commanders. Baker Mayfield has a new team. And is anyone going to make some offers for Lamar Jackson? Yesterday, the green light was there and open. Plus, the Madness starts and the World Baseball Classic, all in headlines. Then a Dave Matthews ticket giveaway next. But let me get you set up with DFW Security. I'm monitoring my home right now in the living room because I feel sorry for my lovely wife because the 2-year-old...
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Thursday to you. Let's try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto Belt. John Smoltz is going to join us at 7:20 this morning on your home of the Rangers. Yesterday became official. The Dallas Cowboys are releasing Ezekiel Elliott. He will become a free agent at the age of 27. Jerry Jones releasing a very nice statement. Todd Archer said he played hard, he played hurt. The last 2 years, he dealt with a grade 2 tear of the PCL on his right knee and a hyperextended knee that required him to wear a brace. Jerry said from the combine, Zeke was more hurt than he let on in 2022. But we finally move on from Zeke.
Yeah, and it was about time. They're a better football team now than they were yesterday because they're going to have more financial flexibility and they're not going to feel the need to force carries to Ezekiel Elliott, which is something that they felt the need to do for the last 3 or 4 years and have wasted time that they could have been giving to Tony Pollard. And so it was time. He was a tremendous football player once upon a time. That time is just not now anymore, and so it's time to move on.
I mean, no issue. I mean, this was the right move. This was the move that was needed to be made a couple years ago. They compounded their mistake. Compounded, however you want to say it. By draft, with the draft by signing him to this mega extension. They just compounded it right there. It was a deal they never should have gave him, but they did. They felt trapped. They felt like they had this window. The Cowboys have had this never-ending window.
Yeah.
This is the longest window in sports history.
Maverick window.
Yeah. This is the longest window ever. This window is longer than the Brady window in New England. It's lasted longer. This window's been going on since like 2006. They refuse to say they're not in a championship window, and that's why they signed him. And it was a mistake, but I mean he was a great player early on.
They're in that post Dirk title window that the Mavericks thought they were in,
right,
where they just refused to reset. I wonder how different history is if Zeke does hold out and Pollard goes out there and plays really well the first 3 games of that 2019 season. Because I think they then say, all of our reservations are proving true here. We do not need him.
What's going on with Darius Slay?
So Darius Slay, this has been just a wild back and forth where the thought was he was for sure returning when the season ended. Then it went to he wanted an extension. Then it was he's received permission to seek a trade. To then yesterday, the Eagles saying we're releasing him and that we're not getting back anything for him. And then I woke up last night, got up to go to the bathroom, looked at my phone, sent y'all the text of Adam Schefter saying, in a turn of events, Darius Slay returning. Eagles are not going to release him. So it appears that Darius Slay is back in Philadelphia in just a weird about 1 week of events. And I mean, given how much it's changed, I guess there's still a chance something would completely flip.
But is he back on a new deal?
No, it doesn't sound like, I mean, at least not yet. It's something that would have to be reworked, but it sounds like, well, now he's in the plans, no release, no trade, no nothing.
That's weird because he's old. He's 32. He'll be 33 soon. It's
younger than our corner, same age as our new corner.
Yeah,
and
but
ours is better.
But are the Cowboys going to give him a new deal? I would think not.
I don't think so. Yeah,
Darius Slay had an awesome year.
He was good. Look, I think that there was a lot of overselling how well that secondary played, and I think you saw in the Super Bowl how oversold it was. But I mean, Slay is good. Slay is not a guy that I would consider to be necessarily in the top 10 corners.
Okay. 73.1 with the PFF grade. Yesterday, teams could start officially contacting Lamar Jackson. Baker Mayfield reached agreement on a 1-year deal with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Jacoby Brissett to the Commanders as they lost Taylor Heineke to the Falcons. Jordan Poyer, there had been some safety discussion, mainly because of his wife, coming to the Cowboys. He resigns with the Bills. The Browns released Jadeveon Clowney and Choppy's boy John Johnson. And we got some receiver rumors. First off, Juju went to the Patriots 3 for 33.
Juju on that beat.
Before that happened, there were rumors of the Patriots had called about DeAndre Hopkins. And the name that keeps trending is Jerry Jeudy. As The Athletic reports, the asking price for Jerry Jeudy is at least a first-round pick.
Yeah, now look, he had a really good final 6 games. He had like over 500 yards over the final 6 games, like 30, 37, 38 catches. That was a really good final 6 games. He's been unable to stay healthy, though. And he's been inconsistent in his, 3 years in Denver. He's a good player. There's a lot of upside there, and he's only 23. Like, what do you give up? That first a lot. I don't know if I'll give up one.
It's a lot to give up for potential. And like, I'd give up a higher pick in all likelihood for Cortland Sutton before I would Jerry Jeudy. Just because I've seen Sutton do it at this level. Jeudy, we're still waiting on. Jeudy struggled a lot with drops since he got here.
Would you rather give up a 2 for Jeudy or Hopkins?
Jeudy. I want the youth.
Hopkins is going to be a better football player, probably Hopkins, but I wouldn't want to give up a 2 for either.
Hopkins will be better this year. But the thing was, Judy's 23 years old.
I just don't know that Jeudy will ever be as good as Hopkins probably would be now. And I don't even think Hopkins is great.
Fair. It's all upside.
Yeah.
I do think, you mentioned Jordan Poyer going back there. This is one of the wild notes I found when I was looking up free agency stuff. The Bills have won 16 straight regular season games when he plays. Poyer.
Wow.
They lose when he's out, they lose.
He's like their Bob Sanders.
Yeah, or their Sean Lee. Whenever Sean Lee was out, they'd seem to lose games.
Aaron Rodgers told Pat McAfee yesterday his intention is to play for the New York Jets. The compensation is what is holding things up. I thought you had an interesting solution to this compensation dilemma.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I was trying to get creative.
Yeah.
Because I think you do have to, because the Packers want they want like
at least a first.
They want there's talk they want 2 ones.
Yeah, which will never happen.
Which will never happen. So get creative. You give him a 1, and then you say for every year he's on the roster, we'll give you a 3. So each year we'll just keep giving you a 3 or 4 or whatever it is. We'll just keep for every year he's on the roster. Because we're not going to give you 2 1s if he's only going to play a year or 2.
Right.
Yeah.
So here's a 1. And then every year he's on. So we'll give you a 1 and a 3 this year.
Yeah.
And then every year after this that he's on the roster, we'll give you an additional 3.
I love that.
Yeah, a 1 and a conditional 3.
Is that? Can you do that? Do you have to put it on paper how many you're going to give him?
Yeah. You can say it's conditional upon him being on the roster by a certain date.
I love that.
I mean, would you do that if you were the Jets? Like, I'm not giving up 2 1s.
I'm not giving up a 1 for Rodgers at this point in his career, but because I don't think he's what Aaron Rodgers once was.
Sure, but if you're the Jets and you think he is,
if I've evaluated that I think he's still got a chance to dig and be Aaron Rodgers, yes, I would give up a 1 and a 3.
And now the question is going to be, after Joe Willie gave him the permission, is he going to wear number 12? He's going to wear Joe Namath number 12. If you're Aaron Rodgers, would you do that or would you stay away from it? He's probably so arront and cocky he'll do it.
I was going to say, if I'm Aaron Rodgers, like with Aaron Rodgers' mindset, I'm better than him. I should have this number.
Right.
If I was Rodgers, I would do it. That's his number, right? That's just what he does. Like, he's going to want to wear that number forever. So if I was Rodgers, I'd probably do it. And I think Rodgers will do it because he's that egomaniacal. Plus, is outside of Terry Bradshaw, is there a more overrated all-time quarterback than Joe Namath?
Aaron could wear his Cal number. He wore 8 at Cal.
I like that.
Yeah.
I would stay away from it. 1 year, you're gonna wear number 12 for 1 year, maybe 2 years, but he'll wear it, no doubt. Dallas Mavericks, end of game execution. They were able to survive it, but still.
Oh, they threw it out of bounds.
Goodness.
Spurs will get the ball with 1.8. 1.8. Malachi going into Johnson. He scores on the slam dunk. Oh, mama. We go to overtime.
Insanity on Spurs TV. Fortunately, the Mavs went on a 13-0 run early in overtime. Thank you, Christian Wood. Mavs get this win, 137-128 in San Antonio. Bobby, what did you think at the end of this one? What were you thinking end of regulation?
I was thinking that this was par for the course in terms of you've got the Mavericks once again blowing late game situations. It's just typically we don't see the complete blow up on the defensive side of the ball. Usually it's just the offensive execution is poor. But this time they doubled up for us, showed that they do have an ability to completely pee the bed when it comes to end of game situations on both sides of the floor. But I honestly thought going into overtime, I was like, all right, this is a game they lose then. They're going to lose this one. And then Christian Wood steps up and miraculously, I'm stunned. He could make baskets. They didn't give up 100 points in 5 minutes like Jason Kidd seems to think. So it was pretty satisfying watching Jaden Hardy, Josh Green, and Christian Wood play at a high level and basically make Jason Kidd look ridiculous.
I just love Basic's Twitter. I don't think Avery Johnson ever had Eric Dampier throw in a side out of bounds to secure a win. Kidd had Maxey throwing the ball this time. Maxey hasn't made a pass in his life. He still hasn't made a pass in his life. Kidd is the dumbest coach in the NBA. That on Mike Basic's Twitter account. Crazy.
Dumbest? Dumbest.
Harsh.
But,
Harsh.
A little harsh on that one. That was one of the worst inbounds passes I've ever seen. It was terrible. Like, you had 1.9 left. Well, I don't know why they just didn't throw it. He just should have just thrown it off somebody's leg.
And we're all going to forget the defensive possession.
Yeah.
That allows them to tie it. That's going to get forgotten. That is a basketball crime. Allowing that to happen with the alley-oop. That's a basketball crime as well. 877, but they survive it. Thank goodness. 877-881-1053. What's up with the Stars?
Stars they were off yesterday. They are in Edmonton tonight, taking on the Oilers. Oilers are a good team, good home team. Edmonton's actually favored in this game. That is an 8 o'clock puck drop.
More play-in action yesterday on Westwood 1 as we're getting set for the official start of the madness.
The buzzer sounds. This was over really from the start. Arizona State moving on to the round of 64. From the first four here in Dayton, 98-73 the final.
That is Westwood 1 with the call. You got Arizona State 98-73 over Nevada. Texas Southern losing to Farley Dickinson 84-61. So we officially get going today, Sean. 11:15 on the Big Boys CBS. West Virginia and Maryland. That game's in Birmingham. That will be the opening tip of the NCAA tournament. Missouri plays Utah State today. It's a 7-10 matchup. Missouri's actually an underdog in that game. Auburn and Iowa later on. Oral Roberts Duke. Texas plays Colgate tonight. A&M takes on Penn State at 8:55 on TBS.
Headlines here to get you ready for your day at the water cooler or wherever you may be with Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt, the absolute baseball beast. John Smoltz joins us next to talk about the Rangers and the WBC Whale Alert with John Smoltz and a Dave Matthews ticket giveaway after this. But make sure you go ahead and bet on the game.
Fan, it is the Expressway on the Fan, and it's brought to you by Rockwall Ford.
He yanks a line drive to left, and he's come through again. Smith in to score. Betts given the wave. Throws cut off. Trout delivers. USA leads.
That's the call last night on Fox. You know how you're going to have a great, sometimes you're nervous for radio interviews. You know how you're going to have a great one when the big time guest calls in like 5 minutes early, just waiting. He's raring to go. That's what I'm assuming from the Hall of Famer, John Smoltz, on the home of the Rangers and the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean and RJ. You're not in Phoenix, are you, John?
I am. Getting ready to fly to Miami and finish up the WBC. So a little bit early here in Phoenix, but got a flight early anyway, so it works out great.
What time do you normally wake up?
Well, if it's for golf, I could wake up at 2 a.m. If it's for everything else, you know, but golf gets me up out of bed about as quick as anything.
Do you love golf more or the same or less than baseball?
Oh, well, right now I love it way more than baseball because that's about the only thing I can do is play golf. But when I was playing, it went hand in hand because it really did help me navigate the long year and pitching once every 5 days, obviously. So it's we talk about it all the time, Glavin, Maddox, and myself, on how much it extended our career. To play 22 years is pretty special, but to have that common bond of playing golf in between starts, it was what did it.
Were you not able to play as much when you became a closer?
No, actually, I got to play more. It was a little bit of a sticky issue with my general manager in the beginning because he didn't really understand, that concept. But after the first year getting 55 saves, it no longer became an issue. But it was basically like this. The conversation went like this. If I can't play golf in the morning and get 3 outs at 11 o'clock at night, then something's wrong, because I'm not walking the golf course and I'm not exerting myself, and I have the time, ability to take a nap afterwards. So it worked out great, but it was a little touch and go early on. My manager knew that I would be fine, because you never know when you're going to pitch when you're closing, but you also know if you pitched, hadn't pitched in 4 or 5 days, that your chances go up. So I always was smart about it.
And John Smoltz is going to be here. I mean, this is a loaded
It's a great field.
tournament. The Invited Celebrity Classic, presented by Choctaw Casinos and Resorts. It's at the Las Colinas Country Club.
Yeah, careful on 10. That water creeps up on you on the right side.
Ernie Els, Romo, Sorenstam, Pujols, Emmett, Urlacher, our boy Adam Thielen from the Super Bowl, Pudge, who loves playing, Patrick Peterson, and Greg Maddox. And the tickets are free to this as well. Are you just now so comfortable and familiar with playing with all these former athletes who are in a lot of these tournaments, John? Do you have your preferences to play with, and what's Romo's game like?
Well, first of all, it's a blast. Second of all, I'm coming off of a brand new hip, so I'm excited to play golf again because it's been a struggle the last 2 years. And thirdly, I mean, Romo's the class of the celebrity golfers. I mean, he's young and obviously a great golfer, so he's kind of the mark, along with Marty Fish and Mark Mulder. So I'm really excited about – I wasn't so sure if I was going to be able to play when I had this surgery 5 weeks ago, but I'm already playing golf. Don't tell my doctor. I'm already playing golf, and I think I'm going to be competitive, and that's all I could ask for, because I knew I needed a hip replacement for about 4 years, put it off as long as I could. Now I got to get the right one done, and then I'm good to go. But the ability to play golf with no pain right now is, gosh, it feels good. So, yeah, I don't know if I can necessarily win that tournament for the celebrity side, but it isn't going to be because of a lack of effort. And that golf course obviously demands got to find the fairways out there.
Mm-hmm.
They've got some. They got some bounces that you got to get, you got to get a little fortunate. But anytime you get to play with the guys that, luckily, I've been able to play with in real events at the Champions Tour level, they're an absolute blast, and they're the best of the world. And if you get a chance to come out and watch them play up close, you'll be amazed that even at over 50, they can navigate the golf ball and get it done.
Have you been watching, what's the Brooks Koepka thing that broke your heart?
Oh, Full Swing?
Have you been watching Full Swing at all?
I haven't had time yet. I guess from what I understand, it's pretty good, and I'm looking forward to catching up on it when I'm done here at WBC, but I have not.
All right, before we get to baseball, one quick thing. I'm still trying to fill out my bracket. How far do you have your Spartans going this year?
I don't miss a game, and fair or not, it's going to sound like a cheesy answer, but I think if they win the first game, they can beat Marquette and go to the Sweet 16. They're a team that can be a little frustrating to watch, at times because offensively they can be challenged, but it's not because of a lack of preparation, and defensively they're going to get after it. This is the definition of Michigan State. If they're not going up against an absolute stud center, they've got a chance to win because that's their one weak area. They just don't defend the post very well. They're going to throw two or three guys at them, but I always think Tom Izzo and his preparation and that team started playing a lot better. They had a hiccup against Ohio State, but it's going to be nip and tuck in every game they play this year because that's just kind of the style of basketball and the kind of team they have.
The great John Smoltz joined us here, 105.3 The Fan. All right, WBC. I've my son, he's 13, he's a baseball player. He is like, I've got to watch all these games. He got me into this a lot. Just the interest that he had. How have you found that the atmosphere is? Like, compare this, and Pete Alonso said it's just like playoff baseball. Do you agree? Is this kind of like the playoffs?
Well, there's no doubt for this time of the year, the Mexico-USA game was the loudest game of any game, and that might be including the World Series. That atmosphere sold out, and, of course, rivalry game. There's no doubt in Miami it'll be as loud as it's ever been, probably ever in that stadium. So the other countries that are fighting for this kind of dominance at this time of the year, their players have been playing a lot. I mean, they've just been playing more. They're playing winter ball. This is a tournament that you've got to have some kind of fortunate timing. Hitters aren't typically ready right now, and so you're looking for a little bit of lightning in the bottle from some of these guys. But it is something special when you think about it. Really is, baseball players are creatures of habit. And when you get to spring training, your creatures of habit tell you got to get ready for your season. And now all of a sudden you're ready now, and you're putting on a USA uniform. So there's no doubt the intensity gets wrapped up, and you've got to have a mindset that says, I'm not going to go back and forth to say, what's the difference? You've got to be in a playoff mindset when you put on that uniform, and you've got to be all in. You can't be half-stepping it. And that's the difference between some of the countries who advance and, get a chance. Now USA's got a chance to defend getting in Miami, but they're going to have a lot of work to do. I can tell you that. It's a loaded final 8 or so teams.
Who do you think the best team is?
Well, the best team on paper just got beat, the Dominican Republic. So when I look at the field now, and Venezuela ran through the toughest pool. Now, the difference is they didn't lose, but now if they lose, they're out. So, Mexico is an under-the-radar, really, really good team. Japan, of course, is going to, if they win against Italy, and I don't know about the timing, that may have already been done, but it's going to be about who can pitch the best. And that's going to be an uphill battle right now for Team USA. But I promise you this, Mark DeRosa will have his team ready to rock and roll when they get to Miami.
I want to ask you about Mitch Bratt, who is a Rangers farmhand who pitched for Team Canada the other night, gave up 4 runs in the first. You could see him visibly upset, like in tears, coming off the mound. How does that affect the pitcher at 19? Like, mentally, is that something that could just wreck him, or is that something that he overcomes easy?
I hope not. I mean, I wanted to get out of the booth and go give him a hug, literally. I was explaining in the game how difficult this task was going to be, and you just only hope that it went better. And you could see the pain on his face, and just that, I'm sure his family was there. I always believe, and in my career, this is what I would tell any teammate, it was what I'd tell any athlete, let that be an absolute motivating factor. Learn from it. The next time, there won't be another situation that he will feel more uncomfortable than that. And you learn how to breathe through it. You learn how to navigate through it. But let's be clear about one thing. It'd be like me trying to make the cut at Augusta. There's no chance that the likelihood of that happening is so he was so out of his element that you hope that he could gain some awareness of, I'm an A-ball, this is a process, and that's the greatest lineup he'll ever face, right? So now you just try to get to the point of getting a little bit better and progressing and making adjustments. The big leagues look, this is the one thing people don't understand. It's easier to make the big leagues. It's harder to stay. And so you have to constantly make adjustments. And I felt for that young man. And Ernie Witt and Team Canada, they thought and hoped he would be ready. And I think he was when he stepped on the mound. But then the environment and the moment and his mechanics all were probably going faster than his heartbeat and mind would allow it. And it's just natural. So I think he's going to be fine, especially if he utilizes that experience in an absolute way of like, man, that was an opportunity of a lifetime. Now let's go on my journey to get to the big leagues and however long that takes.
Major League Baseball is obviously going through a lot of different rule changes this year. The pitch clock has been a major focus of that. But just in general, what are your thoughts on the changes that the league is making, and specifically for you as somebody who's a pitcher, how would you have approached these pitch clock changes?
Well, we pitched in a generation where that was probably taught to be faster and to get the ball and go, so that wouldn't affect me at all. I love every bit of these changes, and I think everyone's going to understand the unintended consequences that come from this are going to be great. You always worry about unintended consequences, but in this case, it's going to be great. The game is going to move more. There's going to be more action. There's going to be some quirky taking advantage of this and that, and it'll iron itself out. But I promise you this, 3% of the players it might affect in a negative way, and they're just going to have to deal with it. And everyone else will learn how to adjust. It's not like they're giving you a new baseball and a new bat and you're having to learn how to navigate the equipment differently. This is just about playing the game in a quicker fashion. And once they learn how to process that, the time of game is going to be crisper and the action is going to be better. And I'm telling you, I've been waiting a long time for this. I know people get a little upset when baseball makes changes. It's been the kind of the last sport to make changes, but it was due because of the philosophy that had been adopted through analytics. It had taken the action away from the game and it had added time to the game. So now the philosophy has to change. And I'm sure clubs that you watch, if clubs don't change and still play the same way, they're going to get lapped. So it's forced clubs to maybe even think differently about the type of player they've got on their roster and the type of game they're going to play. And I just, as an announcer, a former player who's been away from the game 12 years, this is data-driven. This is not, hey, you don't like the game or you played 20 years ago. This is about time of game and action not being relevant to the way fans watch the game and are actually either watching the game or not watching the game on TV. So this is going to be great.
If you went on Twitter the other day, you were trending as a hater of analytics and the New York Yankees. Which one do you actually hate more?
Yeah, Twitter's what a great facility to
a great facility
and just utilize your non-informed opinions about anything in life. So it doesn't bother me whatsoever, and neither are in a bucket that is accurate. So I don't have any social media, and I laugh at it that people get all bothered by it because it doesn't bother me whatsoever. If it did, I would have social media, and I would be picking my battles and probably not have a job anymore. So I've said this, and I'm consistent about it. Everyone thinks as an announcer you're a fan of somebody. You're not a fan of anybody. You're a fan of everybody. And you basically, if people really thought that my words speak into existence, anything that could happen on the field, then they need to spend more time on Twitter and just kind of try to figure out life's problems. But it's been a great pleasure to call the World Series and be on Fox and do national games. But there is no upside for a national broadcaster when you're used to your local TV announcers who, rightfully so, are rooting every single second for their team. National announcers don't do that. Imagine now Joe Davis gets to call a home run the same way for both sides, and the opposite side doesn't like that. So I get a kick out of every time somebody thinks that.
Talking with Baseball Hall of Famer John Smoltz. John, when you look at the Rangers specifically here, there's a lot of excitement around here with the Jacob deGrom signing. There's also some hesitancy and some questions about, well, how healthy can he stay? And if he does stay healthy, how competitive can the Rangers be? What did you think about the Rangers deal for deGrom, specifically the length that they signed him for, and how competitive can they be if he stays healthy?
Well, between him and Eovaldi and the pitching staff that they've established, that's going to be it. If they stay healthy, they're going to be competitive and have a chance in a really, really good division, by the way, to fight for a playoff spot and fight for a division title. Because you're talking about the best pitcher that we've seen in a long time when healthy. And that is a huge, huge statement because he's got to be healthy. And that contract that he signed and the opportunity that the Rangers now have in that unbelievable ballpark, by the way, is going to be followed by his health. Because I don't care where Jacob deGrom pitches, it is not a fun at bat, and it is not even remotely close to a fair at bat when he's on. And he has a unique ability, late life, great arm side fastball, and we all know what he's capable of doing. So the Rangers, Bruce Bochy, and their fans, they're going to be, the first time there's a little nick or a missed start, there's going to be some trepidation and some like, oh no. But if he makes 30 to 32 starts, of course the Rangers are going to be in the mix, and they're going to be very difficult if they get into the postseason with the pitching staff capability that they have.
There's a lot of young talent in the state, at the lower levels, high school and such. What's one piece of advice you would give a young pitcher?
Or three.
Or three. I'm basically looking for a free lesson here. So,
this is where the rubber meets the road a little bit. When to your earlier statement, you might think that I'm not into analytics. I'm just not into all analytics all the time, all the bucket. If you're a young pitcher, you've got to learn how to become your own pitching coach. You got to learn how to adjust. You're the one throwing the baseball. You're the one that has the ability to kind of define your career. If you're not careful and you listen too much to kind of the information of what you should be doing, you'll be confused. We all got the same information 15, 20 years ago. It's just way, way better now, but it's the same information. We didn't have the technology that exists today. You can improve your mechanics and your ability through technology and analytics like never before. The goal is to not be hypnotized by it. And, guys are stronger, guys are faster, they throw harder than ever before. But the reality is, are they healthier? And what I would tell a young pitcher is, if you can find a way to navigate and stay healthy and do the things that prolong your career, man, that's the goal. To play as long as you possibly can is the dream. And I'm just telling you, I wish this for every pitcher, that they could play as long as possible, because this is an incredible game. But it can be taken really quickly from you on the health standpoint. So that's my advice: is find a way to stay as healthy as possible, and find a way to make the necessary adjustments so you can play as long as possible.
Last thing, John, is there one other big change? You said you were for all the changes like we are that baseball is currently trying to implement. Is there one more glaring one that you think they should add eventually?
I honestly think that they have nailed it with these rule changes. Selfishly, I would like to see baseball realigned and now we're finally playing everybody. I mean, this imbalanced schedule made no sense to me for a long time. Play 162 games, but you could have teams in your own division that don't play the same teams. That never made sense. Now that's gone. Now you're going to play everybody, and everybody will see Mike Trout every other year, which is great. But I'd love to see them kind of realign and readjust the demographics that don't make sense, right? The polar opposites, Miami and Seattle, having tougher schedules based on XYZ in their division. So if they're on the path, I think, to making baseball exciting and relevant, of action again. So that's just the only thing I would say is left to do is to kind of realign and create some natural. You still can create those natural rivalries, but make it easier for everybody to navigate a long year and a ton of travel, and give some teams a better balance to have that chance.
The Invited Celebrity Classic. This can be nationally televised. 78 PGA Tour champs, April 21st through the 23rd, right here, Las Colinas Country Club in Irving. John Smoltz, Ernie Els, Tony Romo, Pujols, Emmett Smith, Urlacher, Adam Thielen. Tickets are free. InvitedCelebrityClassic.com and live on the Golf Channel all 3 days of competition. You were just as good as we knew you'd be, man. Huge fans for the longest time. Thank you so much, John. Keep having great calls, and stay off of Twitter.
Yeah, if you tweet me at whatever my fake Twitter account is, no, it's not me, it's somebody else.
Hey, man, thank you so much, John. We appreciate the time. Thank you.
All right, my pleasure, guys.
The great John Smoltz on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Good job, Pepe.
Very good.
And let's give a shout out to Jonathan. Jonathan hooked us up over there for the tournament.
The Tony Fay PR people. That was awesome. That was a good get. I was kind of nerding out there a little bit.
He probably would have stayed for the whole hour.
He was really good.
He
he was conversational. I'm just disappointed, or not disappointed. I'm excited to know that, I already, the level of golf that I play, the fact that now I know that he's got a hip thing that he's recovering from, I think I would beat him right now.
Stop it.
Probably.
I think that's likely. Look, just because you're a good pitcher doesn't mean you're a good golfer.
All right, Chop. Take us to the bank and the dentist. What's going on?
Okay. Well, first, which one do you want first, bank or dentist?
You pick, man.
All right. Let me tell you what a racket both these places are. So I made the mistake this week of walking into a bank on Monday, as I might also say. Do you know what happened on that day, Sean? That was the day of the bank collapse. So I was already in a big mistake anyway.
Oh.
Okay.
Were people in line just trying to get their money out?
There was a line out the door of people trying to get their money out. I had to go cash some savings bonds for my youngest kid. For my oldest. He's got this trip he's going on through school, and it's a ton of money. So we're making him pay for like half of it. So over the years, my grandmother passed away, gave a ton of savings bonds to him. So I had to go get them and then cash them. You would think that a father of a 13-year-old can walk into a bank and cash something that has their son's name on it. Because, I don't know, I'm his guardian and he's 13. No. They make you open up a checking account. A checking account for a 13-year-old in order to cash these things. It is an absolute nightmare. An absolute nightmare and it's a possible task. Either that or you put him on your...
Are you hearing that?
Did you say nightmare?
Yeah, are you hearing that too?
Yeah.
Nightmare.
It's a nightmare.
Okay, you said it right there.
Yeah, you said it right there, but you said nightmare twice.
I didn't know if you were changing it up.
Well, that's what I said. I don't know. I have no idea. I speak. I spoke.
Sean and Sean.
Shut up.
So I have to either open up I had to open an account in his name. Why can't I just take the money out?
Independent.
He's 13. He doesn't have independence.
It's a man in Jewish culture. 13, baby.
Wow. Oh, okay.
I mean, it is.
Sandler's still waiting.
So I don't know. I just thought that was really, really annoying that I'm sitting here in line for 45 minutes trying to cash these few savings bonds of his.
Did you go and recheck your bank situation after what I warned you about earlier in the week?
I didn't have $250,000 in my account, Sean. So
yeah,
no,
when
I didn't.
When I went home, my wife got on me about that. She's like, "You sound really, pretentious talking about." I was like, "I don't have $250,000 in either. I'm just saying that is the stand. If you're worried about losing all your money and getting wiped out, that's the number to understand. Like, to my understanding, $250K. If you have over that, you could be in danger. If you have under that, you're good. You're
Peyton, would you say that's right? $250K is when to start worrying?
Yeah, I mean, usually I'm a 200,000 kind of guy. So 200, I get a little worried.
A man of the people.
So anyway, I had to open up this account. I was able to get him out. I never thought there'd come a day where you had to open up a checking account for a 13-year-old.
Does he have like a debit card now and stuff?
It's a kid's like debit card thing. Yeah,
but he gets to you gave it to him. He holds on to it.
No, his mother has it. Like, there's nothing on it. Like, we put that money into the account, and then we're just taking it out. Transferring it. Now it's all under our account, or I guess under her. It's under my account, and I just transfer the money over. So I'll just transfer money over to me. Dentist. So their old dentist stopped taking our insurance, so had to find a new one. Well, wouldn't you know, the first time, these kids have never had a cavity. The first time we go to this dentist, one has 6 and the other one has 4.
Dang.
You should be ashamed of yourselves, you dentists out there.
Oh, I thought you meant
bilking.
the kids for not brushing their teeth.
They're fine. They don't have 10 cavities. We go 13 years without a single cavity, and we go to this one new dentist one time, and all of a sudden there's 10 cavities that pop up.
Whoa!
Isn't he just the modern parent? Like he's gonna blame the teacher for the
teacher.
bad grades.
No. All I know is
Johnny's perfect.
if the kid has been going to school and he gets straight A's, all of a sudden he comes to this one teacher and he fails, something's up.
Do your kids eat a ton of sweets? And because I thought
they eat quite a bit of ice cream.
I thought they like only drink water, no juice, no sodas.
They don't drink juice. They just drink water.
Candy?
Nah, the younger one will have fruit snacks and stuff every now and then, like Sour Patch Kids.
We know that one's is spending a lot of time in the bathroom.
Yeah, he has.
Is he
showers a lot.
Toothbrusher?
He'll brush.
They're good. They're very good about it.
I mean, the younger one isn't very good about it, but like they never had a cavity. They had ever. And then all of a sudden, this new dentist, they got 10 cavities between the two of them. You're just trying to bilk. This is insurance fraud. That's all this is. This is insurance fraud. You're just trying to bilk people out of money.
Dental insurance is feels like such a racket. Like it doesn't cover it. You're paying for it all year. It covers up to like $500 if you need one cavity fix. It's like, there's your whole your whole nest egg for the year for dental issues. I right now know I have a massive cavity. Like to the point that I think like I'm missing a piece of my tooth in the back, and I just haven't done anything about it.
Man, if you with our previous boss, he just waited so long for dental work, and he had a can of freaking Starburst and Skittles and all the junk, and he had to get like so many $1,000s worth of. My dad always says, "Don't wait, you're gonna get screwed. You wait. If you mess with a nerve in your mouth, that could be the worst thing to ever deal with."
Sure. People on the Trucker.com text line, new dentist did me the same way. Never had a cavity before or since. You got to vet the dentist. This is common practice with big dental clinics. Doctors are a scam, going for a headache. Next thing you know, you got.
I had the worst dental experience I ever had. I had the wisdom teeth, and they were impacted, which means they're basically grown in sideways. And the wisdom tooth came in with a cavity and was hitting the back of my permanent tooth and rubbed off and gave it a cavity. And so the way that we had to fill that one was they had to, because it was growing underneath, they had to literally go in, cut out a chunk of my gum so they could reach it in the back and fill it.
Oh my gosh, no.
It hurt.
Stop. 877-881-1053. Truckwork.com text line to hit us up here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Oh, the other thing, Naked Locker. That's what I wrote down.
Oh, okay. Here we go. I've been looking forward to talk to this one. So, a couple of days ago, I walk into the locker room at the gym, and I noticed again that old men are just so comfortable being completely naked. And I don't understand why or what age this starts at. So yesterday I went to a different gym. It's like a 24-hour fitness. So you belong to one, you belong to all. And I walk into the locker room. As soon as I get there, I had to, do my business in there. I go in, and of course, there's a guy at the sink area shaving, completely naked. Which never fails. Every time there's a naked guy in there that's over the age of 60, it happens. So I knew this was my chance because I was at a different gym of my own to get to the bottom of this phenomenon because I didn't want to make it uncomfortable at my regular gym where I would see these people. So I get done in the stall, and the guy's still at the sink. I wash my hands. Like, his wiener's like 4 feet. Okay, it's right there. And I've noticed this at golf courses before. Like the richer golf course that you play, there's like a fancy course in town, like a famous one. And there's a buffet in the men's locker room. And a majority, and I mean a majority.
A buffet in the men's locker room?
Buffet in the men's locker, and I mean a majority of the people at this buffet are stark naked. It is a wild
Shut
scene.
up.
It is a wild scene. You've got, like, olives, cucumbers, everything sitting right there at the salad bar.
Olives
Nuts.
and cucumbers.
And you got nuts, and everything is just hanging out right there.
So you basically went up to the sink, turned over, and brought us, put some damn clothes on.
Speaking of which, hold that up. What the hell is that thing? Hold that up for the fan cam.
Oh, I needed some.
Hold that up.
It's beef jerky.
It's a nice meat stick
It's
you got
beef
there.
jerky. I needed something to eat. That's why it's beef jerky.
Okay.
So I thought this was like a rich man's polo club thing, but apparently it's not, just an old man thing. So the guy's towel is on the vanity. It's on the vanity thing. And I literally look over, I said, towel works better on your body. And
Socialist accent.
And he says, son, only an amateur dries off with a towel.
Oh.
And proceeds to tell me the cold setting on the blow dryer is the way to clean and dry your body off.
Cold.
The cold setting.
I guess the hot one would burn a little.
Did it look like he had been using the cold setting?
It did. It was kind of cold in there, too. I was stunned. By the way, I was stunned. So I went back to Sarah's. I showered at Sarah's, and I busted out her hair dryer.
Oh.
Cold setting. Game changer. I may never use a towel again.
What?
The wisdom
cold
of the
setting
aged.
Underneath, on the undercarriage, cold setting to the blow dryer, about 1.5 to 2 feet away from your body, is absolutely the way to dry yourself off.
Wow. Who knew? There you go. Life hack from RJ Choppy. I think we should say goodbye to Zeke with some calls. Your top 3 Zeke moments, and let's see if anyone has something to say to Bobby Bell with the way he's been treating the legendary, amazing, unforgettable career of number 21, no longer a Dallas Cowboy. Zeke calls. Top 3 memories. How are you going to remember him? 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Next.
But let's get you over to Platinum.
Studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Run Zeke. Up the middle. He's gone. Zeke's gone. Goodbye, Zeke. Touchdown. Short yardage. Pinched in. The Dogs got out. The Cowboys are going to steal one in Pittsburgh.
That was the game winner in the game in which probably has my number one Zeke Elliott memory. Yesterday, they release Zeke finally, 27-year-old, is now going to hit free agency. The only team that I've seen reported to have some interest right now is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I want your goodbye to Zeke. Bobby's already grinning on a fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. You have ticked off some of the Cowboy Tolos with your insensitivity, and you all can give us your memories. How are you going to remember him? Top 3, top 1, 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line.
Yeah, what is your favorite 2-yard loss? What is your favorite 1.3 yard per carry performance over the last 3 years? We had to go back and play a clip from 2016 because that was the last time he was good.
I honestly have had a hard time coming up with my top 3 Zeke memories. A very difficult time. One of them, in no particular order, Salvation Army bucket.
Mm-hmm.
And then the only other play that really jumps out is the 83-yard catch in that Steeler game when he took it down the sideline. That's
2018, him making the over-the-shoulder game-clinching catch against the Lions to me, where he had caught that pass downfield.
I don't even remember it.
Yeah,
I don't remember that. The hurdles, you could say a hurdle here and there, of course, feed me. But I'm trying to think of like his top 3 most electric plays.
It was all his rookie year. The Bengals touchdown run, the touchdown run against
the game winner right there against Pittsburgh.
He had the hurdle against the Ravens, I believe, too.
Yeah,
the big hurdle against, it was 2018 against the Eagles on primetime football. He had that one where he completely jumped over him and then kind of stumbled. And
All right, let's show a little respect then. Michael in Arlington. How are you going to remember Zeke Elliott as a Cowboy? Mike, you're live on the Fan.
I think that one Pittsburgh play, that's the one that stands out. I always turn off the volume on the TV and listen to Brad Sham and watch. A couple of times that year he said that. It's like, there goes Zeke. Bye, Zeke. I thought that was just the funniest line. But watching how he could take somebody in front of him and plow him over and then still, back in the day, I've never seen anybody as fast as he used to be able to also punish people when they got in front of him. So that was kind of special, I feel.
Thank you for the call, Mike. Jake, yeah.
I just remembered one that we can go to recently. 2021, the 3rd and 14 or whatever it was against Minnesota, where he catches it and then lowered his head and bowled forward for the extra 6 yards, and that set up the Amari Cooper touchdown against the Vikings without Dak.
Jacob in Dallas. Jacob, you're live on the home of the Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Go ahead.
My most memory of Zeke is whenever I was at that Bengals game with his rookie year, and he went for that long touchdown run. It was the best moment. And then I remember that year they were just already saying, "Is he better than Emmitt Smith?" It's too bad we couldn't get a championship with him with Zeke, but hopefully he stays involved like Des Bryant is apparently.
Great call, Jake. Now, a lot of people yesterday were talking about, and Jerry Jones released this statement, his locker room value, how important he was in there, showing the selflessness, allowing Tony Pollard to go ahead and get touches. This probably is not in the spirit of this segment, but I'll answer it anyway because Atolo hit me up and asked, Zeke, Ring of Honor? No.
Oh, I think they'll put him in.
No.
I do.
Really?
I think they will. I don't know that I would, but I think they do.
Ooh.
Man, I'll tell you, in order to get in the Ring of Honor without a championship, you have to be, I think, a no doubt Hall of Famer.
His 15 longest touchdowns came on his rookie contract.
Really?
Makes sense, right?
Not 15.
Maybe not 15, but, you know.
Yeah, I think you're wrong, Bobby. I don't think that's going to happen.
Oh, okay. We're going to put that poll out. I think Jerry puts him in 100%.
I don't think Dak is going to be in the Ring of Honor either. If Dak isn't in, do you think Dak's going to be in? Because if Dak's not in, Zeke can't be in.
Dak is not in at the moment. But, I mean, there's a different standard for a quarterback versus a running back who Jerry was clearly in love with, had a historical start. The first 3 years of his career were historical in terms of what he was doing. They freaking love him.
He was in love at the end. You talking about Zeke?
Yeah, I think Jerry's been in love with Zeke the entire time.
During the negotiation, bad blood.
I still think so.
Okay. I'm
going to put this out as a poll question.
I think you're definitely going to be wrong. Will he or should he? Answer both of those.
Will he?
Should he?
No, he shouldn't, but he will.
But he will?
Mm-hmm.
I'll say no to
I'm going to say no. I mean, who still has to go in?
Witten, Romo, Ware.
So they're not in yet, right?
No.
I don't believe they're in yet.
No.
Is Ware not in yet?
I don't think so.
I don't think you. If Romo's not in.
I lose track. It's become so
Romo's
watered
going
down.
If Romo's not in, then Zeke.
Romo will be in. I bet you he puts Romo in.
Yeah. I mean, for God's sake, Jimmy's still not in.
Yeah, I know, right? The threshold's very odd for that.
Ware, Romo, Witten will go in.
They should go in together.
I'd really be surprised if Zeke got in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 years. 7 years here.
Yeah, I mean, and then again, does the Ring of Honor, do you have to?
There is no have to, should, regulate. It's all Jerry. It's all about Jerry's ego. It's all about who Jerry loves and doesn't love.
It almost seems like you put it in you put in the best players of the era. That's what it's going to come to. Whether and the threshold's different for everybody.
Scott in Dallas. Scott, your Zeke memories live on the Fan.
What's going on, guys? I mean, first off, I do think Jerry's going to put him in the Hall of Fame.
There we go,
just 'cause
Scott.
he's Jerry, and I don't know that he should, but he will. And I'm kind of on the Bobby train of it's really hard to come up with anything. I guess the main thing I can think of is Salvation Army jumping in there.
Yeah,
fantastic. But yeah, a lot of 1.8 yards per carry. Kind of hard to come up with stuff.
Great call, Scott. This is the best call we've ever gotten.
Bobby, did you this kind of sounds like
pre-screening.
It sounds like your delivery.
Scott, your Venmo has been sent.
Did you pre-record this? Is this you actually? Scotty, thanks for listening and thanks for the call. Patty in Carrollton. Maybe Patty won't be so disrespectful towards Zeke Elliott. Patty, you're live on the Fan.
Oh, I'm going to be so much more disrespectful.
Oh!
Got to be crusty. Shout out to Broadus.
Yes!
I am going to say a big fat sayonara, adios, au revoir to that nose ring. I am so excited to not look at that damn disgusting nose ring anymore. It made my day to hear he was leaving.
All right.
That's amazing.
Nominator right there for G-Bag of the Day. Patty in Carrollton lighting it up on the Diamond Factory hotline. John and McKinney. John, what are you going to bring to the table after that?
Hey, good morning, fellas. This one I'm going to bring to the table. You know what I'm saying? To everyone out there that want to disrespect 21 and got so much hateful things to say about number 21, y'all just remember this. Just remember this. We have a fourth round draft pick, heel twister, that pretty much wasted his prime. They pretty much wasted Zeke's prime. You know what I'm saying? So think about that. Think about how trash this dude looked whenever Zeke was gone, whenever Zeke was suspended. Think about that. And think about how trash he looked whenever Tony Pollard went down. Think about how trash he's going to look next year with no running game whatsoever. Now, look at that.
How about that, Roberto?
He'll have a running game next year.
Now when
you won't have Zeke.
When you say wasted his prime, what years are you saying are his prime?
What years I'm saying his prime? The year that he was suspended. The year that he was suspended, Dak looked absolutely awful.
Zeke was averaging 4 yards flat a carry that year.
Every year, Bobby, listen, you could be a Dak homer all day long, bro.
We're not talking about Dak. We're talking about Zeke.
Quarterback at best. Dak is an average quarterback at best. Zeke carried that dude. You know what I'm saying? And we wasted a tractor trailer, man. We literally wasted a tractor trailer. Period.
Ooh. Get Cincinnati back in the day, too, for the
A tractor trailer moves faster than Zeke.
We are using the present to crap on Zeke's past. There's no doubt about that. We do that with every player in the history of sports. Every player's end gets kind of morphed into his prime. There is no doubt that Zeke's surge outpaced Dak's. No doubt. That's going to happen. Running backs play well quickly, and quarterbacks do not. We knew that. Dak was not good there was a 2-year stretch for the start of 2017 until Amari Cooper, where Dak was
Zeke
16 to 20 in the league.
He also came in as a
ranking.
rock star. Ohio State profile, the crop top, all the stuff that comes along with that. But man, these calls have been incredible. David and Scurry. David, you're live on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How's everybody doing?
Doing well.
I just wanted to say, in honor of St. Patty's Day, it's nice to watch him walk away on the memory of 2 days after his 6-year anniversary of his inaugural St. Patty's Day parade festivities.
Good memory, David. Good memory. Look, that was part of my compliment to Zeke at 6 o'clock this morning. A turnaround in terms of the narrative. Problem child, partier. Everyone has totally forgotten the police accusations, right? He got a 6-game suspension. Many people think that he was screwed. Many Cowboy fans think that he was screwed. And a lot of NFL fans kind of cite that as unfair and inconsistent with the way the NFL regulates. But he went from that guy to selfless, tough team leader. So it was a hell of a transformation in terms of the image, I think, for Zeke. So props to him for that. Is this Spain? Did you write this down correctly?
Yes, I'm
Cedric.
Yes, I'm calling. Yes, I'm Frederick from Madrid, Spain. I'm from Dallas, Texas, but I live here in Madrid, Spain.
And you're listening on the Odyssey app in Spain.
Yes, sir.
Tolo.
And I'm friends with Michael Irvin and Jesse. Holly. Anyway,
all right. Okay.
Yeah. Zeke is very popular here in Spain because of Amber Garcia. And my memories for Zeke is when he played in a game, that question game with Dak, with Amber. It was so funny. It was great. And also another one is I love their friendship together when they first came in, him and Dak. And they both complement each other. And that's why they were so good. Okay. Mm-hmm. And also the last one, of course, the classic, the red kettle, when Zeke jumped in, that was amazing. And so, yes, every player going to have their ups and downs off the field and on the field. But you know what? He's a good dude. He made mistakes, but I love the dude. I love both of them. And I hope the Cowboys win a Super Bowl this year.
Great call, Cedric. Thank you for listening, man. That is dedication. You're appreciated. Aaron, appreciate it. Oh, no one assisted me on that at all. Ooh, left out in the cold.
I was reading the thing. I'm assisting you with the shirt. We're matching today. We haven't even mentioned that we're matching, Sean.
There's a reason I don't want to highlight that.
Sean and I planned this, you guys.
Sean,
He's gonna lie and say.
Why is it different colors?
I like my color more.
Great question. Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station. All right, John Morant does a sit-down interview, and Aaron Rodgers destroys Adam Schefter, putting the text messages on blast. We'll get to it next.
But let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Let's get you.
There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Mavs trying to go forward for those overtime games. Here's a step back three into the shot clock. Pure Jaden Hardy.
Jaden Hardy and the Dallas Mavericks survive an unreal. I want to say unbelievable. It's not unbelievable anymore with the way that they finish games. Maxi Kleba throwing the inbounds pass out of bounds with seconds left. They give up a game-tying alley-oop dunk, but they still beat the San Antonio Spurs without Luka and without Kyrie.
No one's dying.
How much did it grind Jason Kidd's gears that Christian Wood scored 28 points in 28 minutes? 28 and 13, and he still only got 28 minutes.
It's good stuff, man.
Yeah, this would probably
works. They do it.
This would probably be the equivalent of if during the year I saw Cooper Rush throw for 400 yards and Zeke ran for like 150 in the same game and Kelvin Joseph had 3 interceptions. Like, that's probably what it felt like to Jason Kidd to see Josh Green, Jaden Hardy, and Christian Wood play well and contribute to a victory. That's tough for him.
4 of the 5 starters scored 20 points. Maxey was the only one that only scored 3. And then you had Christian Wood, 8 of 17 and balling in overtime. So
we got good Wood for sure there.
Very important win. You got help with Minnesota losing. And one of the all-time embarrassing things that the LA Lakers did with Anthony Davis, this really helped out the Mavs too. Second night, back-to-back, they sat a healthy Anthony Davis. And they lost to the Rockets in Houston. A disastrous outcome. You talk about the absolute definition of today's soft NBA. They also did Anthony Davis no favors. Like, he should have just absolutely demanded, like the Cowboys do on the sidelines. I'm not coming out of this game. I'm not taking this rep off. I'm playing. And Anthony Davis gets sat out with barely games to go as the Lakers are fighting to survive for the play-in, and it backfires and they lose to the Rockets. What an embarrassment.
I mean, is that an indictment on the Lakers, or is it an indictment on the thought process with this league right now and how important they think load management is? I think it's embarrassing, but it's also embarrassing, I think, just for the way the league has gotten. I don't think the Lakers are doing anything more outside the norm than what others are doing. But I will say,
I'll be curious to see in the final 10-game stretch if teams change their back-to-back policy. I'll have to go, first of all, how many back-to-backs do they have? But I'll be interested to see if Kawhi plays a back-to-back. But look, the Clippers are in a better situation than the Lakers are. The Lakers, this is going to be a humongous disaster if they miss the playoffs and miss the play-in and don't even give LeBron a chance to compete and be a dangerous threat as a bottom seed. And Anthony Davis, you don't have him play the second straight game against the Rockets? What are you doing? That's unacceptable to me in any situation.
You know what's interesting, too, is on the Hoops Hype podcast, the Athletics' Javon Buha was on there, and he says the Lakers' plan as of right now is to run it back. That they have no intention of trading Anthony Davis. They have no intention of going after Kyrie Irving this offseason.
So
who said that?
Javon Buha from The Athletic.
So I think what the league is telling, at least what some of these teams are telling us, is that, and maybe we've known this for years, that seeding doesn't matter. Maybe that's what they're telling us.
But you have to get seeded.
Well, yes.
They're in a position, they're teetering on not even being in the play-in.
Yes, no, you're right. They are.
You're in the 3, 4, 5 spot. Okay, fine. This is totally different. They're in a much more dangerous predicament.
They are. They are in a much more dangerous predicament. And they've what? They're like 1, 2, 4, 5. They're 8-4 in their last 12 games.
Yeah,
better than Dallas.
That's not bad. And from their standpoint, they're saying if we go 8-4 down, they've got 10 games left or 12. You said.
34 and 36. So they played 12. 70 games. Yeah, 12.
So if they go 8-4 down the stretch, basically repeat what they just had, then they're going to be in. Utah's not going 9-3 behind them.
Yeah.
So like from their standpoint, they're like, all right, maybe they looked at their future schedule and said we're gonna win enough the games to get in. And we don't once we're there, we don't care. We have enough faith in ourselves that we can win a 1-game play-in against New Orleans, Oklahoma City. It's risky. There's no doubt. It's risky. But maybe that's their philosophy.
To me, it's unfathomable. It makes Anthony Davis look bad, makes the Lakers look bad, makes the NBA look bad. Ja Morant has looked bad, suspended for 8 games. RJ not satisfied with that length that the league came out with yesterday.
I just think that, now granted, they probably didn't want to find out if that was his gun or not. I just think this league is very hypocritical on some of their stances. They've been the league that has spoken out against gun violence more than anyone that I could think of. And then there's a guy, one of your star players, one of the faces of your league, is flashing a gun in a strip club.
Where is Ja?
I just think that's a little bit, hypocritical to only give 8 games. I thought this is favoritism. If this was the beginning of the year, they probably give them 30 to 40 or whatever the CBA calls. That's the CBA. They would have really
CBA
looked for it.
What?
Well, the CBA is like a 50-game suspension if you have
I think it's
a gun on the plane.
Something like that. If you bring a gun on team property, which the plane is an extension of that or something.
And their investigation, they said found he
They couldn't tell. They didn't know, right?
They can't prove he had it on the plane.
Right, which may be a very convenient, we don't really want to know. Because they don't, let's be fair, the NBA is a business. They don't want Ja Morant to miss the playoffs.
Of course.
So I thought that's exactly what this is.
I'm happy they gave any punishment, though. I thought he'd get away with nothing. And so I'm happy he got something, because there needed to be a tangible punishment for you did something wrong officially on the books. This is your punishment, rather than what the Grizzlies have done, which that entire organization is trying to soft play it as he's a victim here and he needs our help and our support right now. And he just needs to grow up.
Ja asked what he has learned during this timeout with Jalen Rose.
What has the last 10 or 11 days been like for you, and how are you doing?
Me personally, I feel mentally good that I haven't, been in, many years. I'm in a space where I'm, very comfortable. I was constantly, talking to therapists. I've been doing, Reiki treatment. I've been doing anxiety breathing, different stuff to, help me manage that and, release, all that stuff from my body.
When did you say, I'm gonna do this and it's necessary?
After I made a terrible mistake, being inside a club and, went live, I put myself in, a bad position. And also it's, my daughter. There's times where she even tell me if she's, had a bad day. And I felt like, if she can tell me that, then, I can be able to go and talk to somebody as well.
So, huge get for Jalen Rose, sitting there with Ja Morant, eligible to return against the Dallas Mavericks on a Monday. Aaron Rodgers finally announced he intends to play for the New York Jets. He made up his mind on Friday. They're just trying to work out the compensation. And during this sit-down with Pat McAfee, he decided to absolutely destroy Adam Schefter.
Just ask Schefter what I text him when he somehow got my number and texted me. I didn't respond to Diana Rossini, I think her name is.
Yes, Diana.
You got my
Great
number
work.
as well. But I would say the same thing that I told Schefter. Lose my number. Nice try. I'll speak for myself. I'm sure there'll be people that have their sources. But from what I've seen, it's like I had a sheet of paper when I met with the Jets, and I said, sign these people.
He's so literal.
So
God, I hate this guy.
He's such a liar, too. Diana Rossini, I think her name is.
Boy, poor Diana. Russo the other day on First Take said Ruccini. Like, she's on your show.
There's no C's in the name.
She's on your show. She's on your network.
Rodgers is so...
I think her name is Roccini.
Is it Roccini? What's her name?
I never took it as a demand list. It was like, I like these guys. I like these players. And he's so technical.
It's a demand.
He's so literal. Adam Schefter. He was burnt up over this in the beginning. Like, I watched all this live, and he's sitting there on Sports Center with their coverage, and you could tell he's like grinding his teeth, and he discussed what Rodgers was talking about with the text.
And what happened was the day and the timing of my text to him, which Diana actually encouraged me to do.
We sat right here. I said, why don't we bring Aaron in on the conversation? Why are we talking about someone who may want a voice in
Well, what happened was Trey Wingo said done deal. Everybody wants to know, is it a done deal? So we called Packers, Jets, Aaron Rodgers. Everybody says, oh, you have to ask somebody else. You have somebody else. You have somebody else. And that's what I texted him. Hey, everybody says to ask somebody else. So I'm asking you, have you told the Jets that you're planning to play for them? That was my text to him. And then when he didn't respond, we were sitting in this very spot on Monday. I said, okay, I'm going to call him. So I called him. He sent it right to voicemail. That's when I got the text back.
Look, it's all semantics.
That's my interpretation.
It is smart business by Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets to be on the same page with what they want. Why wouldn't the Jets ask Aaron Rodgers which players he likes? They were recruiting him. This is a guy who is contemplating retirement. This is New York trying to sell themselves, and smart by New York. We saw Tom Brady share with the Tampa Bay Bucks some of the players he would like to play with as well.
So the exact text was, lose my number, good try, though. That's what Rodgers put Schefter on blast for.
Oh, man. And Schefter, why is Aaron not capitalized in your phone? I got a major problem with this. You're a reporter. You're a reporter. We need to know why wasn't it capitalized? I don't care for that. It's very disrespectful. I would have said the same thing if I was Aaron, and I had found out that you didn't have my name, my first letter of my name capitalized. I also want to know I want to see what he said in the text. I need to see the text to Aaron from Schefter. I'm just nosy. I want to see how a reporter would ask that.
He said he asked, hey, Trey Wingo's reporting this. Can you confirm you want to play for the Jets?
I need to see that in print. I need to see exactly how. Does he use periods at the end of sentences or just let it go? I think periods can be very disrespectful at the end of sentences as well. And then 2 words, Shefty, dark mode. I'm on a crusade. I'm on a crusade to get everybody on dark mode on their phone. None of this light mode stuff.
Are you also one of these guys who you put the eye comfort shield on? Like, let's cut the blue light off and everything like that?
I have blue light filter on, yeah, absolutely.
That's how I wake myself up in the morning now. Whenever I need to wake up, I turn the phone on max brightness and I turn on the blue light and stimulate my eyesight there.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. So look, we have paid our respects. Some of us have paid our respects to Zeke, but how are they going to replace him? Bijan Robinson was trending yesterday. Is Tony Pollard going to be healthy? What are the Cowboys going to do to try and replace Zeke, who was released yesterday? Excuse me. Maybe I can replace my English vocabulary. We'll do it. And below the belt after this.
Well, let's get you over to the all-new
Now that the Cowboys have decided to stop feeding Zeke, who gets the leftovers? You like that Nick Eatman headline right there? I love you, Nick. Before we get into the running back position and what's going on there, as I just spit all over my screen, we have Todd Archer with the Tyron Smith contract breakdown. So Tyron Smith is going to play for 1 year, $6 million. So this is a reworked contract. This is not a restructured. This is they've basically signed a new deal. He can make up to $17 million. So he gets a $3 million base. And his playtime, he gets $1 million for each increment of snap percentage that he plays. So if he plays 50% of the snaps this year, he gets $1 million. If he plays 55, another $1 million, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90. And then he's got incentives like, $500,000 for one playoff win, 2 playoff wins. He gets another $500,000, so on and so forth. So he's got a chance to earn some incentives, earn some of this money back, but they've basically reduced his contract number, his cap hit this year by $9 million.
So what does this tell us in terms of starting, if anything?
I think it means he's starting at left tackle and that they're protecting themselves if he gets hurt. And that, look, we'll pay you if you play enough, if you're healthy enough, we'll make sure that you're paid. Because, I mean, gosh, $1 million for 5% increments of playing time is a lot. That's a protection against him getting hurt. I don't think that's a protection against somebody else getting hurt and him having to step in and play.
Oh, gosh.
You're ready to be done?
Ridiculous.
There are voidable years here in 2024 and 2025. So voidable years are basically just salary cap tools that let you shift money to years where he's not actually under contract, which means this is it. This is his last contract year. He's not here past this year.
I'm not trying to put Tyron out to pasture. I just don't want Tyler Smith not to be the left tackle. Tyler Smith needs to be the left tackle if you think he's the future left tackle of this football team. Which I guess some people who used to coach around here did not believe. But I'm assuming that they do think that that is the way to go. More than held his own last year. This would be ridiculous. You're just asking to reshuffle things when Tyron gets hurt if he starts at left tackle.
Yeah, let's be honest. You just kind of referenced it there. Joe Philbin didn't like Tyler Smith. And as much as the discussion was after the draft, like, hey, no, but he came around. And I think you talk to people over there, they'll tell you, Joe Philbin never totally came around on Tyler Smith. And so I think
how can that be throughout the year, the way the kid played?
He never came around on Connor McGovern either, really. And I mean, that's...
see you, Joe.
That also makes a lot of sense why he was having such a time naming a left guard before Tyron got hurt in training camp, is because he didn't like either one of them very much. He didn't think either one of them were very good. The Cowboys have freed up $10.8 million once they get to June with the post-June 1 designation for Ezekiel Elliott. Gets them an extra $6 million or so than they would have had if they just ripped off the Band-Aid and did it all now. But how do they divvy up these carries? So this is going to be Tony Pollard's the bell cow. I think they'll get somebody in here.
So health-wise, we're not worried.
I think he'll be ready. I mean, long-term health, who knows?
By camp.
Yeah, I think he'll be ready for camp.
It's just a bone, right? There's no
Yeah, his actual surgery, I guess, was for the sprained ankle though. It wasn't even for the break.
Right.
That one was just something that they're going to heal. The surgery was for the sprain he suffered on that same play.
Yeah.
And so he should be good to go. But this is also, I mean, gosh, how many years in a row now are we looking at heading into the season with the starting running back coming off an injury to their knee or lower?
Is this the same doctor though that performed the surgery that ruined Dez's career? Is it the same guy?
I don't know. That's not nice, Choppy. Tony Pollard is going to be the primary guy. I think you're going to look at, they will bring somebody in here to supplement. I don't think it's anybody that's going to get the same workload unless they get a Bijan Robinson in the first round. I don't think this is going to be anybody that's necessarily going to get the same amount of work that Ezekiel Elliott did in that split. This will definitely, I think, lean more towards Pollard is the guy, and they've got some people behind him. Now, they've got Malik Davis here in the building, the rookie runner from Florida, who they like a lot.
They didn't like him enough to, I don't remember him getting any time against San Francisco once Pollard got hurt.
It's kind of funny. Almost like there was something else going on there. that after he got hurt, isn't it?
What are you alluding to?
I think they just feel like Malik Davis needs to grow up a little. He needs to mature a little. They think he can be a good player. I don't think it's, and when I say that, don't misunderstand me if you're listening out there, that I'm saying he's like on a Kelvin Joseph level of needing to grow up or anything else like that. It's more needs to learn how to become a pro, needs to learn how to handle himself like a professional rather than
like Christian Wood.
Sort of, yeah, honestly. And so Malik Davis is somebody they like, though. He's not incredible at any one thing. But the thing about Malik Davis is there's not really a hole in his game. He's somebody who's pretty solid across the board. He can pass protect pretty well. He's a good receiver out of the backfield. He has good contact balance. He has good vision. Contact balance, the idea there basically is doesn't get knocked off his platform very easy. If somebody, he kind of pinballs around, bounces off of guys. They liked Rico Dowdle for a number of years here. I think Rico Dowdle's a better player than Malik Davis. He's just always been hurt. Every year that he's been here since 2020, he's gotten hurt, has not been able to stay healthy. Malik Davis was able to remain healthy, remain available. I think that's giving him an edge right there, even though I think they think Dowdle may be a better raw football player.
Let me ask you this. Fantex brought this up. You can have Zeke for $6 million.
No.
Or Tyron Smith starting at left tackle.
Tyron at left tackle 10 times out of 10.
Yeah. Because eventually Tyler will play left tackle once Tyron gets banged up.
You're pausing, though. Why is that, Chop?
Because, I mean, I don't want, like, either way you have it, if you have a better offensive line, Zeke's going to be better either way, regardless. I just don't want I just don't want to see Tyron out there stopping progress. But yeah, I agree with you. I would much rather, at the end of the day, I would choose that one.
Now, there's a couple different ways that this will not be it. It will not just be the Malik Davis, Tony Pollard show. They're going to have to supplement in other areas. So that will likely mean the draft. That will likely mean free agency. Both of them, I would guess. I don't think it's something where they either just sign a free agent that takes running back off the board for them, or if they draft a running back, that means that they're not going to go out there and try and sign some sort of a veteran. They're going to add both, I would guess. So when we look at the free agent landscape, there's two names that I think are interesting to consider. I want to bounce them off you guys. First one, Ronald Jones. Played with Kansas City last year.
The old Buccaneers guy?
USC running back, was the 38th overall pick by Tampa Bay. Struggled to get on the field for a few years, but was productive. Averages about 4.5 yards a carry. Is somebody who's shown he can catch the ball out of the backfield. Going to be 26 next year. Don't think he'd break the bank for you. He's from McKinney North, so he's from this area.
I don't care where he's
Ronald
from.
Jones.
No,
but I'm saying,
Cleveland.
I'm saying we're talking about why would there be interest on his part? He is a free agent. Why would there be interest on his part? Why would there be interest on the Cowboys' part? How do we marry the two together?
I'll say no. I'm out on any running back who's not on their rookie deal.
So you're out on adding any running back via free agency to any amount of money?
Yes. Like I would just draft somebody in like the 5th round.
All right, okay. So I guess we'll cut Chop out for the rest of the free agency discussion. Yeah. Sean,
Look, I don't know anything about Ronald Jones' game.
Then let me throw you somebody else.
Yeah.
Kareem Hunt. Kareem Hunt will be 28 next year. Has clearly had a nosedive ever since his rookie breakout campaign against or with Kansas City in 2017. Has not been the same player since. Has obviously gotten into trouble off the field.
And Nick Chubb.
He is a guy.
Nick Chubb, right?
He averaged just 3.8 yards per carry last year. Not great, but he's still a guy who can catch out of the backfield pretty well. Jeff Blasco, who's now the running backs coach here, was in Cleveland with him in 2019. Would be able to, I think, give you a yay or nay, thumbs up, thumbs down. And I think from talking to some folks, I don't think he'd necessarily be opposed to Kareem Hunt.
Carries last 4 years in Cleveland, 43, 198, 78, 123.
So we're talking about somebody to work behind Pollard.
Yeah, I'm just looking at like wear and tear.
Yeah.
So fine. If they all want to take minimum, I'm fine with drafting someone. And if someone wants to take a minimal deal, go ahead and bring in a vet insurance.
What would he get?
Let's say I think the figure to throw out there for him right now, let's say it costs you $3 million. 1 year, $3 million.
So now you're at 14 million on your running back room. when you add in Malik Davis and his 900,000.
Yeah, whatever it is.
That's a lot on that running back room, man. I don't know.
I
like Kareem Hunt, though.
Below the belt here on 105.3 The Fan, I want to get to Jalen Carter.
So Jalen Carter is
plummeting,
spiraling right now. Something is clearly going on there, other than just what happened off the field in January with the car accident. So he went to the combine. Obviously, had the situation arise with the investigation into the death of the Georgia football player, and when he showed up, didn't do any of the drills, said he'd be doing them at Pro Day. Obviously, teams were more interested in the interview process and things like that. But he did weigh in at Combine. And we're talking about, 2 weeks now removed from the Combine? In 2 weeks, he gets back to Pro Day. He's gained 9 pounds.
Wow.
He's up to 323 now and was so out of shape, he couldn't finish his position drills and chose not to run the 40, do the cone drills, or any other physical tests. So he just did the drills, and even those he couldn't finish.
Oh, my.
And now you got to start asking the question, does he start sliding for that?
Yeah.
Because the question about him is, when you talk to people around the league, is the raw ability is as good as it gets with Jalen Carter. I had somebody tell me recently, one of the best defensive linemen they've ever scouted.
Wow.
That's how good his ability is. The question becomes, how invested is he? How able is he to reach that potential? It's the David Irving question. And if those questions are starting to mount up and stack up, if he gets driven down the board, and you're talking about the early teens, pick 12, pick 13, he's still sitting there, do the Cowboys say, let's gamble? Because this is talent-wise a top 3 player in the draft.
And someone is trying to not do Jalen Carter any favors with this police video that emerged last week. This came out last week. This is from September. So someone went and dug up a police interaction when Jalen Carter got pulled over going 89 and a 45, and the officer's like, nah, man, I'm not trying to get on the news.
You're at 5, my man. So what, limo 10, I guess? Is that what you got? All right, man, just hang tight. Your break is you're not going to jail. That's your break. Because it makes all kinds of news, right? All right, just hang tight. This one is the speed for 89 and a 45. The second one, it's an equipment violation, okay? So it's for the window tint. The third one is an equipment violation. It's the windshield.
So that got released for some reason last week from September. Another issue for Jalen Carter. 89-45.
Yep. Now, Peyton, what was your speed again in a 40 when you got pulled over that one time?
I was going slow. It was 85 and a 40.
85 and a 40. So basically, Peyton is Jalen Carter. Is what we're hearing here. I won the
race, though, by the way. So.
You won the race. Okay, that's good. But Jalen Carter, somebody who is, if he pushed down to a certain area, I think the Cowboys would start thinking about going up for him. I think they think he's incredibly talented. They know there's a question there, but this is the organization that is the champion of, I can fix him. I know he's a bad boy, but I can fix him. I can marry. We can get married. He'll settle down. I can make him right.
We're going to give you one last chance to fix your bracket. RJ with the final NCAA cheat sheet with the madness starting officially in just a few hours. Final hour, Thursday edition with some final NCAA cheat sheet help next.
The latest. secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The smallest team in college basketball stands tall at the First Four in Dayton. The Knights collect their second ever NCAA tournament win, 84-61 over Texas Southern.
Final hour, fist pump time on this rainy Thursday morning, at least to start off. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with the play-in action last night on Westwood 1. And in just a few hours, the madness is going to officially start. And RJ, while you were hurting yourself in the bathroom.
Man, it's been a rough day. I was in the bathroom a lot yesterday. I had a little diarrhea yesterday.
Me too.
Yeah, did you?
All day yesterday.
Haven't been able to trust one in about 24 hours. So I went in there.
What did you eat? What did you consume? What caused this?
Man, it had to have been some pasta from the night before. My stomach was hurting going to bed the night before, and I was like, I'm just going to sleep it off maybe. And it felt better in the morning, but then as soon as I got home from this show yesterday, 45-minute long toilet session.
Alfredo sauce? Was it a cheese?
No, it was like a tomato cheese sauce. So I throw like a tomato sauce with cream cheese in it, little sausage.
It wasn't cream cheese.
Yeah. You throw cream cheese like what you put on bagels and stuff. Cream cheese, tomato sauce, mix it up so it's like a cheesy tomato sauce.
Yay.
Throw some sweet Italian sausage in there, zucchini, half wheels.
Supposed to use mozzarella probably for that.
I gotta see. Yes, you guys are teaching me a lot of things. Yesterday was
they're teaching you that if you eat it, you'll be in the bathroom all day.
Yesterday was eating the bone of the chicken wing, and now I got cream cheese.
The cartilage of the chicken wing.
The cartilage, bone, not meat. The white circle at the end.
Yeah, that comes off.
Yeah. And now I have never heard of putting cream cheese.
I mean,
in
you're not
your
putting like half
bolognese.
the block or anything in it, but you're just putting a little bit to get a little creamy in there.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I promise it's good.
I've heard of cream, so maybe cream cheese would actually work as well. I'll be interested. Truckwreck.com text line. And you? What punish you?
I don't know. I didn't have anything that was out of that was kind of out of the norm.
Well, did you eat that Slim Jim here?
It wasn't
earlier?
a Slim Jim. It was some beef jerky.
With your
I did.
gas did you get those eggs from the gas station too? You had a gas station breakfast this morning.
Well, I had to get gas on the way in, and I was like, all right, I didn't have any hard-boiled eggs ready to go this morning. So I went. I got a couple of eggs there, and then I got the beef jerky.
Maybe that's the culprit.
Yeah, but this was probably running from yesterday, but maybe it was this morning. Who knows?
Eggs from the gas station.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound good out loud. 877-881-1053. So while you were in the restroom, we decided the morning show bet payoff. And
yeah, Choppy gets to hear about it for the first time right now with you guys.
I think by doing it on the air, it'll force RJ to agree, especially if one of these two people are in the building. Go ahead, Bobby. Hit him with it.
So, Chop, our plan, the loser, one day
Whoever
after
finishes dead last amongst the four of us.
one day after one of the shows, you, instead of going home, you go straight into Gavin's office and serve as his and Tim's assistant for the entire day.
His assistant.
Yeah, so whatever he needs you to do, go run and grab papers, but you just sit there in his office until he has things that he needs you to do, and then you go do them.
Errands for both of them for the day, whether it's going to get their lunch, get copies, sit in on the other show meetings. Maybe he's got to meet with sales. You're going around for the rest of the day, so the hours are going to suck.
Yeah, you're going to stay here until 6, probably.
Oh,
Be on Spits and Suds?
Oh, yeah, you get to make a Spits and Suds appearance.
Very nice.
So basically,
or you just produce it for him. You don't get to talk. You just have to sit there and run it for him.
So basically, you got to be an intern for both the bosses for an entire day if you come in dead last in the morning show bet payoff.
The good news is that you get a break until about 11 when they show up.
Yeah. So let's marinate on that. I think that sounds like a good one.
That's not bad.
And then he'll make you pop in on all the shows.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to make an appearance, do a hit probably on each one of the shows.
Yeah. So think about that. all
Now,
right?
so are we just gonna get like in the ESPN app, the bracket, so you get points based off how many games you get right? Is that how we're gonna determine it?
Yeah. So 1 point for this, today's round, 2 points for Saturday and Sunday.
However you want to decide it.
Yeah, that's just that's standard.
Whoever sets this up and runs that, I don't complain. Only unless Wolchuk is involved in a fantasy league, does someone be a total pain in the ass that I complain about. But
Or Carter Goodell.
I will.
Carter Goodell.
I'll put it together.
Okay.
I'll put it together.
All right. So before we make the official final picks, give us the final cheat sheet.
All right.
I need a little bit of help. John Smoltz, he influenced me 2 hours ago, man. I'm trying to get Michigan State to about the Final Four. I'm trying. Look,
All right.
you gotta have.
I know. That's because that would really screw me because I have them out in the first round.
Okay, well, a number 7, as RJ told us yesterday, if you listen to part 1 of the cheat sheet, number 7 or lower seed makes the Final Four. So you need to get a 7 in there.
Yeah.
7 or lower.
7 or lower.
That's what's been happening.
So we can do this. We can do in terms of the brackets, we can either do it online or paper, whatever you want to do.
Whatever.
All right, so
We'll decide
here's your
that.
cheat sheet. Number 1, go to kenpalm.com. That is the website.
Okay.
Basically,
That's Nay's brother.
Shut
Yes.
up, Bobby.
basically, this guy he nails everything. So he basically ranks the teams 1 through 363 or whatever it is, in offense and defense and all these analytics and stuff and numbers. And the way it's worked since 2002,
All right.
every single year except one, 2014 when Shabazz Napier went nuts, every single champion has one thing in common. Their offense and defensive ranking when you add the two together, so if you're ranked number 5 in one and 5 in the other, you add it up to 10. Their offense defensive ranking never adds up to more than 50.
Okay. Now I'm going to rely on you to give us those teams.
I'll give you the teams.
Yes. To win it all.
Win it all.
This is the champion.
This is the champion.
All right.
Every single year but one. So this year, you have 8 teams that qualify and meet that criteria.
Let's see what I got here.
Number 1, they add up to Houston.
Ooh.
Okay.
Number 2, UConn.
Yes. Got him in the Final Four.
Number 3, Alabama. Number 4, UCLA. Number 5, Kansas.
Dang it. I had Kansas and UConn.
Did I say Purdue?
No.
Purdue is on there as well. They are tied with Kansas.
Bobby, don't you have Purdue
I
going
have
away?
Purdue in the national title.
Woo!
Terrible pick.
How many more do we have after that? How many
2.
have you given? Okay. Please get my
I don't know why I made that sound there once.
One of them has no chance. Next one is Texas.
Yes! My champion.
Of course.
And number 8.
God, I hope. God, as much I hate after those loser Longhorn bloggers and now the show bet with Bobby picking them to win it all. Please get taken out early.
Yeah, please. Stay that. And then number 8, which has
no offense, Clarence Hill.
And number 8 has no chance because they lost their best player, is Tennessee.
They lost their best player.
Their best player got hurt with 2 games left. Tore his ACL.
So 3 of my Final Four teams fit this criteria.
Ooh.
Yes.
Houston, UConn, Bama, UCLA, Kansas, Purdue, and Texas.
Yeah, 3 of my Final Four do as well. I have Marquette as my other one.
I have Arizona as the other team in the Final Four. I got them beating Alabama in the Elite 8.
All right, so that's the final cheat sheet.
Yes.
That's it.
Uh-huh.
All right, now, why are you catching some heat from the experts out there?
Man, people are coming at me on my I posted my bracket.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not sure if this is the bracket I'm going to turn in for the show bet. I haven't decided yet. But I posted my bracket online. And it was met with great prejudice already. Great prejudice. And the reason, how could you have A&M there? Oh, how could you have Drake? Oh, how could you have Duke losing to Oral Roberts? Oral Roberts? Oral Roberts in the Elite 8? How could you have that? It's like, listen, Jay Billis. There's no such, you can't criticize someone's bracket.
No.
There's no such thing as a good bracket.
No.
Everyone's bracket sucks.
Right.
What is the most common phrase that is uttered this time of year? Well, my bracket's blown up.
Blown up.
Everybody's bracket is blown up.
Yep.
Like the person who wins the whole thing at ESPN, the tournament challenge, maybe their bracket isn't blown up. You can't criticize somebody's bracket.
Yep.
Pipe down.
Totally agree. Totally agree.
That needs to be a drop. Chop. Pipe down.
Yes. All right, so we'll go ahead and get that straight for the morning show. We got some college hoops fallout. RJ, you have wanted to talk about Chris Beard. We got Chris Beard fallout and Will Wade. Let's actually set up Chris Beard. Did you send this with your boy at Texas? No, I don't think you did.
So. No,
I did.
Okay, set it up.
Yeah, so this was Chris Beard had his introduction press conference with Ole Miss the other day, and the reporters, of course, had to ask him about the abusive reports that got him fired from Texas. And here's him for about 35 seconds just denying the report.
Very respectively, Randy and I, have agreed not to talk about the details of not only that night, but kind of the nights that we went through the process. But what I can tell you is much of what was reported was not accurate, and that's been proven with the case not only being dismissed, charges dropped, but also Randy's statement on December 23rd. I think that statement spoke for itself. It's factual, but I respect the question, and I understand the question.
Nobody died.
Yeah. So there's talk that SEC coaches and ADs are unhappy with his hiring.
It's beneath them from a moral standpoint?
And the message that it sends. And I'm like, are y'all aware what conference you're in? I'm an SEC guy. Bobby's about to be one. Y'all realize that we coined the phrase, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Yeah. I think that was Dizzy Dean, actually.
Well, maybe, whatever.
It just means more.
It just means more, okay? Brandon Miller's still playing. He brought a gun to a murder. Nate Oates is still coaching. Yeah. All right, Nate Oates could be the most tone-deaf individual in American history. You had a guy coach LSU whose nickname was literally the Cheatin' Cajun. You don't care.
Yeah.
You don't. This conference. Yeah. This is where you draw the line.
You had Will Wade.
You had Will Wade, who is now the coach of McNeese State. McNeese State, Sean. They hired him. He had his press conference. Immediately after the press conference, they suspended him for 5 games. Immediately after. Preemptively striking against the NCAA, saying, "Hey, we're taking this seriously. We're taking all these allegations seriously." This, I have never seen anything like this before. He hasn't been pinned with anything by the NCAA. He's under investigation. It's a very odd move to suspend him for 5 games. That doesn't matter. They've already put recruiting restrictions on him, which I also find to be a little bit odd. But why'd you hire him? If you're going to suspend him for 5 games, what are you hiring him for?
Chiafalo was having a meltdown about this yesterday on G-Bag. Was losing his mind that this is something that occurred and just thought it was the most ridiculous thing of all time.
So nuts.
Which it's a little odd that you would go ahead and hire him only to suspend him. But again, maybe they had some sort of discussions with the NCAA and maybe they had an understanding of if you handle it yourself, we won't have to.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe they did. But it's the guy was almost untouchable. He was fired right before the NCAA tournament. He was by LSU 2 years ago. But it's just a wild story that this happened.
How about the Syracuse story? Jim Boeheim, everybody in bed with each other. Syracuse radio host fired for being too critical about the Orange.
His name is Brent Axe, and he got it. He got it.
See what you did there.
You see what I did there? He was told that his On the Block with Brent Axe was taken off the air, and he was no longer employed. The president and CEO of Galaxy Media says he believes the content of the show had become too negative towards Syracuse sports. I'm going to read you this quote. "I had a problem with the content of the show. I'm an SU fan. I'm sorry, but I bleed orange. I'm not going to apologize for that. And I think a fair reading of the Orange is appropriate. I understand a business relationship that they have with Syracuse, that Coach Jim Boeheim and I are personal friends, and he's an investor in my company."
What?
Yes.
Conflict of interest.
"I understand and acknowledge all that. We've called it pretty fair. I would argue been tough on SU when on the field or off it, and it warrants it. I just think over the past 6 months, we took a different tone and became overly dark and negative." And he said, he's still an employee of Syracuse.com. "I believe they have an agenda in regards to Syracuse University. I don't know what that agenda is, but we have no agenda. We're in business with Syracuse, but we call it straight down the line." This guy's admitting a conflict of interest.
So summarize the relationships.
The relationship. So the CEO of the company is a friend of Jim Boeheim and a business partner with him.
Yes.
Boeheim invested in his company. Oh, by the way, Jim Boeheim also is about to do a podcast on this radio station
that the host was critical on.
That the host was critical on.
And now he's gone.
and he is getting backed by everybody in the media.
Small town, man.
Yep.
Got to be careful in a small town. God, Jim Boeheim has turned so hateable. Bobby's overrated coach.
Not a top 10 coach.
877-881-1053. Speaking of numbers, I want you all to try to rank the quarterbacks in the AFC now after the Aaron Rodgers news. This little pop quiz. And I just want to put the top AFC quarterbacks and line them up against the top NFC quarterbacks to show how the Cowboys have no excuse to finally get this done after this. But you got no excuse not to hit.
So companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Yesterday, the contrarian known as Aaron Rodgers just continued to lie and contradict himself, speak out of both sides of his mouth as he sat down for an hour with Pat McAfee. He started off by saying, just to let you all know, this is not decision day. And then he goes ahead and announces the decision to want to play for the New York Jets. Then he came out and said, I thought I was going back to Green Bay, if anything. Then he also said, I knew walking off the field with Randall Cobb, that was my last time playing for the Packers. I'm not angry. It's a business. I understand. I'm not angry playing whatsoever for another team. I'm not angry at Green Bay. I'm not frustrated at their front office. Meanwhile, you could feel the vengeance and the bitterness coming out of his mouth, talking about the old regime versus the new regime, how cold-blooded they are with players when they end up letting them go, how the Jordan Love thing, he could never get over it. So speaking out of both sides of his mouth, but this was basically the official announcement from Rodgers with McAfee.
At this point, as I sit here, I think since Friday, I made it clear that my intention was to play, and my intention was to play for the New York Jets. And I haven't been holding anything up at this point. It's been compensation that the Packers are trying to get for me and kind of digging their heels in. This isn't a decision day. This isn't me deciding and announcing to the world that this is what's going on. In fact, that's already happened. We're actually days past this. This is kind of clearing things up, I think, for everybody interested.
Okay, so there it is. The only thing that's holding things up is the compensation and how that's going to get worked out. And this is his mission to throw the Green Bay Packers under the bus. This is what he thought heading in to the darkness.
I got to admit, I went in the darkness 90% retiring, 10% playing. That's where my mind was. My mind was, I'm tired of this. I hadn't got back into my workouts yet, and I thought that was what was best for me. So I went in the darkness to contemplate a lot of different things, but one day I spent entirely on the reality I was retired, and one day I spent entirely on the reality that I was coming back and playing, and just really sat with that for hours and hours, what that looked like, what the reality is, how that all felt. And when I came out, I was really interested in what the kind of landscape was, where Green Bay was at, and obviously if I wanted to play, what were the options? So it was clear to me at that point that although the Packers were going to say the right thing publicly, that they were ready to move on. Again, there's no victims here. I'm not sitting here as a victim. I love Green Bay. I love the fan base. They're incredible. I lived for playing for them and for Lambeau. Oh, yeah. A lot of love for the organization. I just think I wish that in the beginning of the offseason, that had been the conversation. Because I love direct communication. If they had just said, listen, we think it's time to move in a different direction, and we love you, and you're going to be a Packer Hall of Famer, you're going to go in the Hall as a Packer, we're going to retire your number, whatever it might be, but it's time to move on. I would have said, man, thank you so much just for telling me that. Like, I really, really appreciate that. That means the world to me that you would tell me that. Because I really believe that's a sentiment, and that's fine. It really is. It's totally fine. This is an incredible profession, but it's a tough business.
It's fine. Everything's fine. It's fine.
What was that? I love Green Bay. Hell yeah. What was that McAfee like?
McAfee.
Getting so. Oh hell yeah, Green Bay baby.
Hell yeah. His tank.
That's weird.
Tank top, man.
All right, so this is happening to New York, and I just wanted to pop a little quiz on you guys to stack up the quarterbacks in the AFC now. Who has their list?
I just threw it together. I got a rudimentary list here.
Okay.
Mahomes.
Yep.
Burrow.
Okay. Don't be dumb.
Assuming that he is not done, Rodgers.
Oh wow!
Assuming he's not, Bobby. I'm assuming that last year
over Allen.
Hang on. I'm assuming that last year he was checked out. Okay. He was the MVP in the league. Was it 3 years in a row?
2 years in a row.
Okay. 2 years in a row. He's the MVP.
Unjustly.
It was not unjust. It was absolutely warranted. He was the MVP in the league 2 years in a row. He is closer to being the MVP
Then he is being done.
No. He's less years removed from being the MVP than his tenure of reign of being the MVP. Okay, so I'm going to assume that last year was a one-off. If it wasn't, then he's not on the list.
Okay.
I'm assuming he was checked out.
All right, so A-Rod over Allen.
Well, yes. I mean, because 2 years ago, it was clearly A-Rod over Allen.
It's your list.
It was the MVP.
Okay.
He was the MVP.
2020, it should have been Allen as the MVP.
2020.
All right, let's go.
Then Allen.
Yep.
I'm hesitant to put Lamar on here, so I will go Herbert.
Okay.
And then Trevor Lawrence.
Over Tua?
No, not Tua. Not Tua on the list.
Why? I thought you loved Tua.
I do, but he's not in the top 7 of the conference. That conference is loaded with quarterbacks.
Okay.
So, here's my issue with Herbert. I am loath, like guys that didn't. I'm loath to the only guy who didn't win in college and was successful and was great in the NFL was Josh Allen. And the reason for that, he's playing with Cowboys. He's literally playing with ranchers. Justin Herbert, through his 4 years at Oregon, had arguably the best talent in the conference and barely ever won. He had a really good final year. He was 12-2. Other than that, he was 4-8, 7-6. Like, sooner or later, great quarterbacks win at the college level. Trevor Lawrence always had elite talent. He always won 14 games. Tua always had elite talent. He always won 14 games. Deshaun always had elite talent. He always won 14 games. Oh, crap. Forgot Deshaun. Damn it. All right.
I mean, Deshaun was really bad last year.
He was. Again, I'm assuming that he's back to his normal self.
And you know what? Just for the heck of it, let's include Lamar, too, on the Ravens.
Okay.
Let's make it real
This is
fun.
a quarterback list.
Mahomes, Burrow, Rodgers, Allen, then Lamar.
Ooh, okay.
Then Herbert, then Deshaun, then Lawrence.
Okay. Man, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, that is a just stacked
top 8.
Top 8. Roberto.
First, I want to point out that I believe Justin Herbert's final 3 years at Oregon, he went 27-8. So I don't know what you were counting there on Herbert.
He was 7-6.
They were 7-6. He was not. He was 6-2.
Now, yeah, he was the. Wait, how do you figure that one? Because I went and looked at
because
the
he
numbers.
only played 8 games that year.
I went and looked at the numbers. He had nobody else on that team had more than 100 pass attempts.
Probably because when he was out, they ran the ball.
So in the other 6 games they played, nobody had 100 pass attempts.
I don't know. He missed all of October that year.
All right, give me your list.
So my list is
AFC quarterbacks after Aaron Rodgers said he wants to play for the Jets.
Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence. That's easy top 5 for me.
Okay.
And then behind that, some collection of...
Not some, put them in order. That's the challenge of the drill.
Then probably Tua.
Ooh, over Watson.
Because Watson was awful.
Stop saying
he was
that.
terrible. He was awful.
Okay, so what's more important, the first 95% of his whole career or the games after he didn't play for 2 years?
He was a good quarterback before that. He was never at the top.
He's been better than Dak since the day he got in the league.
God almighty, that's like you.
I stopped.
but just stop holding 5 games.
It's not
his
just
whole
5.
Career.
Okay, there's been 1 year where he was excellent. That was it. 1 year of his career where he's been excellent.
Okay, so
and he was good the rest of it and awful last year.
Okay, so Tua, then what?
Tua, Watson, and then probably then Rodgers.
And Lamar after that.
Yeah, I mean, this is a quarterback's list, but yeah.
So Rodgers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th. 8th in the AFC.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's line these up against the NFC. Was it Good Morning Football put out their top 5?
Yeah, this is...
Do you have your NFC? If you don't have the NFC off the top of your head?
I have their list. Each one of their lists, and this is pretty interesting. We'll go in a very particular order here. Jason McCourty's list, the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFC. 1, Jalen Hurts. 2, Jared Goff. 3, Matthew Stafford. 4, Dak Prescott. 5, Justin Fields. Kyle Brandt's list.
Look, just for a second.
Look at this.
Absorb that comparison.
Even if you don't like the order that they're in, just look at that.
The fact that Goff, Fields, Stafford, Dak, Hurts are in a top 5. They're a top 5.
Here's Kyle Brandt's top 5. 1, Hurts. 2, Kirk Cousins. 3, Geno Smith. 4, Matthew Stafford. 5, Dak Prescott. And then we have the lists of James Palmer. 1, Jalen Hurts. 2, Justin Fields. 3,
Justin Fields too?
3, Geno Smith. 4, Matthew Stafford. 5, Derek Carr.
Oh my gosh.
And then we have Sarah Walsh. 1, Jalen Hurts. 2, Kirk Cousins. 3, Matthew Stafford. 4, Jared Goff. 5, Geno Smith.
Yeah, I don't know how you can't have Dak in your top 5.
You can't have Dak outside your top 2.
I don't know. Well, no, yeah, I don't know how you keep him out of the top 3. You can make a case if you want. You can make cases for guys, but he has to be either. To me, he has to be either 2 or 3.
But
1,
just
2, or 3.
Look at the conferences lined up.
You can't.
You
can't line them up.
Insane.
Well, you know why? One conference is drafting. Doing it the way where you draft guys, and the other conference is trying to get Derek Carr to revive his career. That's what the other conference is doing. The other conference is trying to get veteran quarterbacks in there.
All right. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. Now that Aaron Rodgers wants to head on over to the New York Jets, and now we got a standoff in terms of the compensation. Truckwreck.com text line. Anyone going nuts? I bet it's exploding.
Yeah, it's everybody just saying I'm critical of everyone else but Dak.
So the hottest takes on here is Bobby putting Rodgers at
8.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Rodgers 8th, Lamar 9th, and then I'm trying to look for a hot take on Choppies. Nothing really that's a hot take.
Rodgers 3 would be a hot take, I think. I don't think anybody thinks Josh Allen's worse than Rodgers right now.
But again, you're going off of the 1 year.
No, his QB, he was a better player in 2020 and 21 than Aaron Rodgers. Just because he won the MVP doesn't mean he was actually better.
I do think it's a little warm take to have Rodgers better than Allen, but
You want a hot Josh Allen take? The Bills' window's closed. That's the hot Josh Allen take.
There you go.
That is a hot one.
That's not even a hot take. Okay, that's just factual. Their window is done.
All right, let's crosstalk with the.
It is Joe Burrow's world, and Patty Mahomes's.
All right, let's see what the Tolos are voting when it comes to Zeke getting put in the Cowboys Ring of Honor, and what is Bassett going to say about Jason Kidd after the end of that game in San Antonio. Crosstalk is next.
But let's get you over to Boomer Jack.
threw it out of bounds. Spurs will get the ball with 1.8. 1.8. Malachi going into Josh. He scores on the slam dunk. Oh, mama! We go to overtime.
That was the call last night. Spurs TV. Unbelievable? No, it's actually believable these days, but the Mavs do get the win with no Kyrie and no Luka. Crosstalk with KMC. Corey Majors, good morning. What's coming up?
Guys, we got My Buddy's an Idiot at 11 o'clock. Are the Jets idiots? And also this college basketball team for their failures. We'll get into that at 11 o'clock and so much more.
Were you actually, you had to be even a little bit surprised that Maxey passed that ball and they gave up the alley.
I couldn't believe before he inbounds the ball, I'm like, wait a second. We're using Maxi Kleba, the guy who's never made a pass in his life. Like, we've never gone like, man, that Maxi's a good passer at the top of the key. No, like he just kind of hands the ball off or he gives it back to Luka at half court so we can reset a pick and roll. He can't pass. Now, I get Luka's your best passer. Kyrie's your second best passer. I would say probably Josh Green's your third best passer. Wright/Hardy are your fourth and fifth best passers, but I get why you don't want a 6-footer or a 6'3" guy passing the ball in there. They might be able to block his view quite a bit with a taller, longer guy. So I understand eliminating my two smallest guys, Hardy and Wright, from throwing the ball in. But you know what? Theo Penson is a decent passer. Like in that situation, we put in a dude like it'd be like Avery Johnson going, hey, I know that right now, whoever, Devin Harris and Josh Howard are hurt. Eric Dampier throwing the ball with 2 seconds to go and close this sucker out. Like, what are we doing? Like, that's your fault as a coach. I was taught as a basketball player, whose fault is it when you pass it to somebody who can't catch the ball? It's your fault. It's not the person who can't catch the ball's fault. Now, you can criticize the coach for putting a person in that can't catch the ball, but why would you ever throw an alley-oop to somebody who can't catch an alley-oop? That's your fault for throwing that pass. It's a dumb decision. And so putting Maxi Kleba in that situation, he's going to fail almost every time. That was as dumb as you get as a basketball coach. Then to do it as dumb or dumber, this has happened already to the Mavericks before this year where they don't know if they're switching or not in the last second of a side out of bounds. So there's a timeout. Pop takes 5 minor league basketball players who have probably played 30 seconds on the court together this year because he has guys that are out. And he says, all right.
Starting fives last night when that game began, it was impossible.
So who's not?
Yeah. And so in 1 minute timeout, he draws up a play. Have the Mavericks ever drawn up a play this year? If you've been a hardcore Mavericks fan and you've watched the 12 to 15 out of bounds play, side out of bounds for the Mavs, and latest one being Maxi Kleba throwing it into the second row. Have you ever seen them have a play where they get that open to have a wide open three or a wide open alley-oop or a wide open shot? 0 times. Greg Popovich in 1 minute took 5 minor leaguers and said, here's the play. We're going to make it look like, obviously you're trying to get something deceivable, that we're going to pass the ball up top. And when we do this, we are going to set a back pick, and we are going to hope that they don't switch, or if they do switch, that they get confused. And I don't even know what the Mavs were doing. Had their 2 thumbs right up their rear end and watched an alley-oop happen for overtime, which has happened before to the Mavs this year. So Jason Kidd is literally telling us the truth. He does just watch the basketball games. We thought that was sarcasm. It's not sarcasm. Yeah. He literally is just watching the game.
Just like you.
Yeah, just like me. When you go and you watch the last play, and you know how people will diagram stuff on Instagram and show like, hey, here's the play and here's the 5 guys moving. And here's how at times how complicated or complex a play can be in basketball. When you watch that play, that would be the same play that I would go, look, I get your 5th, 6th graders. This is the play we're going to run. This is about, Reggie, you run to the back corner as fast as you can. Christian Wood, you kind of post up around the top of the key and we'll maybe lob it to you. Josh Green, you just go sprint to about where, the sideline is in half court and maybe you'll be open. And Jaden Hardy, you kind of fight for the ball going towards the passer and let's see what happens. That was his play. That was an NBA coach, a Hall of Fame coach. Hall of Fame point guard That was the best he could come up with because his ass doesn't practice this at all. No matter how many times they fail at getting the ball in bounds late in the game to secure a win or to try to get a winning shot, he hasn't practiced it yet this year.
No one died, though.
And no one died. Just like that was my thing that I'll talk about today is Puerto Rico won and no one died.
Somebody did get carted off the field, though.
Yes.
Seth Greenberg at 4 p.m. today on the G-Bag Nation. As the madness is beginning. Hit what?
The whale.
Oh.
Oh,
we don't
whale
wail.
for other
We
shows?
don't wail for other shows.
Oh.
We're the show of whales.
Yeah,
we don't wail for
We're the
others.
station of whales.
No,
Let's just be the station of
that's
whales.
Show of whales.
That's our trademark.
Disgustingly.
Disgustingly. All right, Corey.
Disgustingly.
I can't wait this year for the Cowboys to have 3rd and 3 to secure a win. They need a first down, and they do a reverse, and they have CD Lamb throw the ball. And when he doesn't hit the open guy, we go, what the hell are we doing? Why aren't we having the quarterback throw the ball on 3rd and 3?
Well, under this team, never mind.
Where's this coming from?
On 3rd and 3,
Why'd you bring that up?
they don't know what to do now without Zeke.
We literally had a wide receiver play quarterback to win the game in basketball.
Oh.
We put in.
I thought you saw my run sheet. I was segueing to the Cowboys. I was like, how did you know that?
Cowboys are doing great, by the way.
Should and will Zeke Elliott be put into the Ring of Honor?
Oh,
Corey
my
Majors.
God.
Corey
Are you
Majors.
kidding me?
Hang on.
Not should, will.
Should and will.
We all know he shouldn't.
No. No, I don't think he should.
I think Brad Sham would say that he should be.
Why?
I think he said
Brad
that
doesn't use the word should.
For why?
He
Should
would not
mean
use the word
shame.
should.
For who? For what?
Okay, wait.
I
Just
don't
shut up and let
understand.
Corey answer.
I don't understand why Brad would say that.
What he brings,
What did he-
warrior, toughness. It's not just about stats and numbers, mentality, what he meant.
Yes, he was
Hall
great.
of Fame start to his career.
He was great to work with for the Cowboys organization. The media was, they had some fun with him too.
Okay.
He played very hard. He worked his cojones off for that team. That is true, but they won a playoff game, right? Like that's it.
So you're saying no and no. He won't and he should
and
not.
for me, when I look up the Ring of Honor, I feel like I'm looking up at Super Bowl champions that led this team to elite greatness.
Do you think Romo's going to get in?
And they were good. They were good.
Do you think Romo's going to get
I
in?
don't think he should.
Will he?
I don't think he will, no.
Oh, I almost guarantee Romo will be in.
Well, and
Ring of Honor, not Hall of Fame.
No, I know.
One of
I
the
think
things
I think it would be a joke, and Jerry knows it.
Yeah.
Because
He knows that Jimmy's being out as a joke.
Danny White's not in, and Danny White, honestly, if you kind of look at team success, I know that that's sometimes, but Danny White isn't considered, and I think that you could look at their careers and go very different but very similar. I understand Jerry will never put in Jimmy, and he'll tell his kids, when I die, the one thing I want you to do is to never put that man in the Ring of Honor. Maybe when Jimmy dies, you kids can do it, so he would never know.
Posthumously.
Right. But I think that will be in his will, that you do not put Jimmy Johnson in the Ring of Honor.
Bobby, your take, and what are the Tolos saying? We put this out as a poll
But
question.
isn't the Ring of Honor kind of isn't it like a publicity stunt anyway? Hey, we're putting this guy in tonight. Y'all show up to the stadium. The stadium's going to be full anyway.
Partially, but it is also, I think, a way for Jerry to honor guys he considers his guys. That's why I think, more than anything else, why a Romo would get in over a Danny White is because Romo is Jerry's guy.
Yeah.
But on Zeke,
honestly, he might not know who Danny White is.
Zeke,
That's stupid too, and
Zeke,
I hate that crap. This is the Cowboys guys, not Jerry's guys. I'm sorry, that's stupid.
Zeke should not get in, but I think he will. I think that Jerry would look at it and go, third leading rusher in franchise history, third most touchdowns in franchise history. Yep, those other two guys are in there. In fact, the running back that is fourth behind him is already in the Ring of Honor in Don Perkins. And so, yep, Zeke should go up there, and I think he'll put him in.
Don Perkins is in?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
Is there anybody?
Now, Jerry didn't put him in.
Is there anybody that Jerry has put in that hasn't won a Super Bowl?
Yeah. Wait, no.
Well,
that's
Wynn's going in.
Yeah,
Where's going to go in?
That's just because we haven't hit the era yet where we got past his Super Bowl wins.
I don't think he's going to.
I don't know. We're a generation and a half past his last one.
I don't think he's going to put Zeke in. I don't. I think Romo's a guarantee. He goes in with Witten and Ware, but I don't think Zeke goes in. What are the Tolos? Did you get the vote?
Yeah, so we have 1,400 votes on Twitter right now. It's 53.8% says yes, Jerry will put him in. 46.2% say no.
By the way, looking at Don Perkins, since none of us saw him play, he was the Rookie of the Year in 1961. He was a 3-time All-Pro and a 6-time Pro Bowler.
And he, at the time of retirement, I believe he was 5th all-time in rushing yards.
So, I mean,
but it's
there's respect on
yards.
him. Like,
yeah, 5th all-time.
Yeah, Zeke's run for more yards, though, scored more touchdowns.
Yeah.
And Jerry loves him.
Was it a 16-game season then?
No, it didn't become 16 until 78.
Mike, I want you to, Mike and Corey, did you guys hear us list the quarterbacks in order
I
the
did
two
not.
conferences?
What time did you do that at?
9:30. So
I presume that you would probably bring this up later, so I stopped listening for a moment.
Yeah.
Cool,
but I left the radio on.
By the way, I think I only have one NFC quarterback in the top 10 in the NFL
all
right now.
give it.
Well, I think it's Jalen Hurts is the only person in the top 10 that's in the NFC. I think the other 9 are all in the other conference.
So I'm just gonna go down top 8 AFC basically. Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Rodgers, Herbert, Lamar.
Oh my God.
Watson, Trevor.
He hates Trevor Lawrence.
Listen,
Who? That guy.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I wasn't giving them in order.
not in order. Okay.
No, I wasn't giving them in order. But I wouldn't have. Can you give me your AFC in order?
In order, easy for Mahomes and Burrow. They're the top 2. They're now. I know that Mahomes is even on another tier because of what he's done, but Burrow, I think, put himself away from all the other quarterbacks.
I
right?
would still argue Allen over Burrow, but I know that that's becoming a minority opinion. All right, so Allen 3.
I think so. Allen 3.
I know Herbert versus T-Law for you probably.
I will say this, and I don't think this, but this is where it gets a little bit jumbled up for me because I do start thinking about Jalen Hurts here, but I do know that they've done a great
Yeah, but
job.
just keep it AFC.
AFC?
Yeah.
All right.
Allen.
Right now, I'll go Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson. No, shoot, I forgot Aaron Rodgers is over there.
Yeah, that's what the point of the exercise.
Not yet. He stinks.
I'll go Aaron Rodgers next. He's got to show me more
After Lamar?
I will right now, but he probably has a better situation than Lamar does because I think he's going back to Baltimore.
Okay.
I guess Deshaun Watson.
Okay.
Honestly,
Tua.
He's going to play 10 games.
Okay. So look at that 8 in the AFC.
Right.
And then in the NFC, in no particular order, the
Daniel
names
Jones.
thrown out.
Stop it.
Hurts,
Yeah.
Dak,
Yeah.
Goff, Stafford, Cousins, Geno.
Oh my God.
Fields?
Look at the
Fields. Yeah.
someone on NFL
Fields
Network
did
put-
have a horrible year.
Yeah, someone put him 2 on their list this morning on NFL
Yeah,
Network.
James Palmer had him as the second best quarterback in the
He's gonna
NFC.
be. I don't think he's second best in the NFC.
I do think
The
he'll
NFC
have.
sucks,
I think he'll
though.
have a jump up. I think
So the
Fields
point,
will jump up.
the point of the whole thing for me is, man, if you're Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones looking at that, and that's not screaming yes,
all in,
push the chips,
all in.
In the history of football, has it ever been this bad? I get
I
when
mean, the NFC was like this in the 80s, right? In the early 90s.
The teams were dominant, but you did have Elway, Marino. You had quarterbacks over there that were good. It was the team situation where the teams were dominant in the NFC. Yeah, but like now, like literally, and I know there's a lot more to go for Jalen Hurts. There isn't a person that's going to make the Hall of Fame that's a quarterback in the NFC. Not even considered.
Some people tried to argue that Stafford got in because of that. I think that's ridiculous. But I think Stafford would probably be the closest one.
He would be, only because his career is the most complete.
Yeah.
And he's got a title. He's got the most complete resume to date, but I wouldn't put him in.
I don't think anybody can. I understand people go Pro Bowls or popularity contests. I don't think you can put in a one-time Pro Bowl quarterback in the Hall of Fame.
Stafford made 1 Pro Bowl?
He's made 1 Pro Bowl his entire career, and it was 8 years ago.
Wow. All right, we are back tomorrow morning. It is the KMC Masterpiece next on this radio station. You know what it is.
Keep the volume turned up all day. masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, we're going to be out at RJ Duke Sports Cards tomorrow, so get ready for that. I think G-Bag is out at the Eagles Nest today.
Okay.
So out of studio is what we're looking for, baby. It's going to be a lot of fun this week.
And that's in McKinney, off the tollway. RJ Dukes.
I don't think that's off the tollway.
Oh, is it not off the
Somebody
tollway?
said the other day, they were like, Central Expressway is not near the tollway.
Okay, sorry. It's RJ Dukes near McDonald's.
400 North Central Expressway.
Okay, it's off 75.
Yeah, so it'll be off 75, which is great for me. It's right next to my house. This is going to be awesome. I can't wait. Looking forward to being out there tomorrow. Now, here on the KNC Masterpiece, Zeke is officially released, Mike. We discussed this for a little bit yesterday, but now it is official. Do you think people will remember the good or the bad of Zeke more? Because, Mike, for the last 3 years that you and I have been working together, you've had one focus on Zeke, and that was, well, I guess you changed for a little bit because you said he did it. He came back in shape.
Right.
Was it last year or this year? He's done what we
Last 2
asked him
years.
to do. Yeah.
It's really because he got hurt quite a bit in 2021. It's like, dude, he did everything to be ready for a season, and still his body just didn't hold up for him. And he did a good job of being in shape this year. It's just, he's done. You know, there's just not much left there. He's a backup running back. But the question was, what will we remember him as? Right now, it's all the good stuff, right? Right now. I think people are, whoever it is on Twitter, it's like, here's the highlights of Zeke. Great. Thank you so much, Zeke, this and that. But his career won't be remembered. And I'm being honest here. We just don't remember good. We don't. My favorite basketball player of all time, well, I won't say of all time because it's Dirk, but as a kid, Rolando Blackman. He made 4 All-Star teams. He helped the Mavericks go to the Western Conference Finals in 1988. When we brought up Rolando Blackman and had him on the show, the majority of people who were 30 years old or younger had no clue who we were talking to or talking about. They're like, who in the world is Rolando Blackman? He didn't win any championships, right? He wasn't like, and it's like, that's who, in a weird way, Ezekiel Elliott will become over time. He's not Tony Dorsett. He's not Emmitt Smith. He doesn't hold records. He doesn't have championships. He never played in an NFC championship game or Super Bowl. There's no super special highlight in a super special game. Yes, there's highlights and there's winning runs. It's amazing when I watched those last night when people were posting them, how fast he used to be at 21 years old.
And he could knock you down. You know, he had both of those things.
But people are remembering him well today, are happy that he was a Cowboy, are forgetting about the disappointment of 17, his next year, where part of it was his fault. He did do something at Ohio State which caused that issue. The NFL obviously might have extended their leash on how they can discipline somebody when they weren't even in the NFL at the time. But they were tired of Zeke's partying ways, and they wanted to punish him. And from that point on, it was a little bit downhill. He never regained the rookie status that he had. But right now, it's all, hey, Zeke, you were the best. You were the greatest. Without you, well, yeah, hey, and without you, there is no 13-3. In fact, it might have been 6-10 or worse in 2016, his rookie year. But after that, he never got back to that player.
Yeah, and the last couple of years, I mean, he got 1,000 yards 2 years ago. He's only 27, Mike. He's only 27.
Right, but that's a short position as career-wise. And then when you party the way that he partied, let's be honest, I use him as an example to kids. And I say, look, I know it's a different sport, but it's really tough to party as hard as certain people party, like Ezekiel Elliott, and have a long career. You use Emmitt Smith as a great example. Emmitt hung around Michael Irvin. I know he's in the news right now, but Michael Irvin was a partier. And he hung around the partier, but yet it didn't ever seem like he partied nearly as hard as Michael Irvin did. Not even close, probably. And Emmitt ended up lasting a very long time. It's up to you as a person when you have that talent. I love the other day, Calipari for Kentucky. He gave all his kids a lottery ticket. And he said, made them put $2 in a shoebox. And he said, here's the deal about that lottery ticket. He gave them the odds. It's pretty much impossible to win the lottery. He said, but you guys have a lottery ticket that's a winner. It's you. You are the lottery ticket. Now, in a way, Zeke cashed in his lottery ticket. He got all the money you could ever get from that position playing for the Dallas Cowboys. He did that. But did he get the most out of his career? Did he sacrifice everything that you have to sacrifice to get the most out of his God-given ability? No, he didn't. He would have had a better career if he would have said, you know what? I'm not going to go out that late. I'm not going to drink that much. I'm not going to do these things. So I know we're supposed to be celebrating Zeke, and probably people are really upset with me right now. He had a very good career, made a lot of money. Congratulations. But he did not get the most out of his career because of off-the-field stuff.
From the 817, you guys may not respect Zeke, but every defense that ever faced him sure did. I haven't even said I don't respect Zeke at all. As a matter of fact, I have a ton of respect for the work that he did put in. And there was a 4-year period, Mike 17, you take that out, but that 4-year period, including that, he was one of the most dominant running backs the NFL had seen.
Right.
And that's why he cashed in. He was like, this is what I can do. You want to use me like this? You got to pay me like this. And then, things kind of started. He slowed down a little bit. He couldn't do some of the things that he could whenever he was younger and earlier in his career. And that's where the criticism starts to go. Now, I know Broadus will say immediately, hey, if you're looking at a guy's contract, then you're looking in the wrong place. What's the production? And the production was 876 yards while splitting time with Tony Pollard. The decision for the Cowboys was pretty easy. We made a bad decision by signing him to a long-term deal. We have to pay the price for it. We have to move on. Otherwise, he could take the Jamal Williams deal and be a guy that just, runs into the end zone, gets his for about $4 million for a 2-year contract. But that's not what they wanted to agree on. Zeke's going to go get his opportunity somewhere else. I think that for a 4-year window, if the Cowboys had been better at other things, that this team could have been exceptional with Zeke as the running back. They missed on a couple of other things, and it was too late in Zeke's career for him to be part of what they're going to do now. Yeah. Because now they're saying, Mike, they've done everything you could possibly ask out of the Cowboys organization to ensure that next year they're pretty loaded up. They still have a couple things missing, and we'll get to that at noon. But they've said we have to restructure Zach Martin's contract, Tyron Smith's contract, Dak's contract. We got to restructure. They went and restructured Michael Gallup, which I don't think they needed to do. But they said, we're going to do all of these things, and we have to cut Zeke so that we can save enough money to go make a big splash, because the NFC is as open as it's ever been, and we're the next best team to go take that one over. So that's the only reason. This isn't a time, I don't think, to just sit here and be like, Zeke's trash. Zeke's garbage. He's useless. He's not useless. Right. Somebody's going to find a use for him.
For sure.
And I think for that time period that they had him, for a 4-year window, it was awesome to watch. It was a blast. He was entertaining as hell. People texting in right now. The kettlebell, when he jumped into that, that's one of the most memorable Thanksgiving things we'll ever see. Leon Lett, that. Those are the two things I think that stand out. He's the reason for that. He took a fine for it multiple times, and he was cool with it because he brought eyeballs. And Jerry was like, "Thanks for bringing eyeballs to the Salvation Army and what we're doing here." I think that he was a blast. But if you're acting like the last 2 years he was still the guy he was the first 3 years of his career, that's where I'm like, okay, what are you really watching compared to what we're watching here? It's not the same,
right? And you can just now watch the highlights because you forget, right? I forget how fast
the highlights.
I forget how fast Dirk Nowitzki was his first 8-9 years in the NBA, flying up and down the basketball court with, Steve Nash. And you forget until they show Zeke going up the middle against Pittsburgh or running against San Francisco in a blowout. I just, thinking about the highlights I saw last night, go, wow, he used to be able to, even though he wasn't a speed demon, he used to be able to outrun people. And when he hit a hole and got through it, it seemed like Derrick Henry. Now, Derrick Henry, I know, is losing it too at this point. He's not as good as he was, but it's just, hey, there's a reason he slowed down. And yes, there's wear and tear. I'm looking at his stats now. There's 1,880 carries on his body, right?
God.
So there's quite a bit there on him. So I get that he wasn't going to be the same in 2022 as he was in 2016. But I also know that there's a reason that he slowed down a little bit faster than what we thought he would when he was 23 and 24 years old. Like, why? Well, I mean, he would show up fat and out of shape. I was there in Oxnard. I mean, he was fat and out of shape for multiple training camps. That's why I was very impressed with him in 2021 and 22. He wasn't fat and out of shape when he showed up to Oxnard. He was ready to play football. And it is what it is. He had a great career. He made tons of money. He did a lot of good things for the Dallas Cowboys. But I just look at it and go, to me, I think he shortchanged himself. I think if you really get the honest look in the mirror, very good career. Did you get the most out of your career? Did you do everything possible to get the most out of your ability? And the answer to me, for him, he has to look himself in the mirror. It doesn't matter what I say. And he could be very happy. Like, I don't care. I loved partying. I loved doing what I did. And I still was good at football. And that's his life.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he can look himself in the mirror the way that the greatest of all time can look himself in the mirror. Like Emmett, for example, can look at himself in the mirror. He can't say he did everything Emmett did to be the best he could be for a long period of time. He just didn't want to do that. He wanted to have fun while playing football.
Yeah. And hey, man, live that life. Enjoy it. It's yours. You only have your own. You're the one that has your own life.
Yeah, he couldn't have got paid any more money. I guess he could still be on the Cowboys and stuff like that. But I mean,
2 years. If they would have tagged him for 2 years, they would have spent $24 million on him.
Yeah. They
ended up signing the contract, and for that 2 year span, he ends up making 18.7, 18.9 per year. So. Yes, no, that was probably the most that he could have gotten from anybody. And now the league, Mike, is look at all the running back contracts. Even Tony Pollard's going to be overpaid this year. You know, that's happening this year is that Tony Pollard's on the franchise tag for $10 million. And you got running backs out there making maybe maybe $6 million, and that's it. And the Cowboys are like, we're stuck in this situation right now because of things that we have to do. And that dude's not even healthy yet. You still have to wait for him to be healthy, and maybe he comes back being that guy.
So as we're talking about this, I don't know if you want to do this right now, but do you think that Zeke draws a lot of interest today? He's now free. I mean, he became free yesterday afternoon. After our show, he officially became free. Do you think that teams are lining up and almost having a bidding war? I know it won't get to like $10 million. I know it will be probably around, I'm going to guess 5 is my guess. It might be less than that, but I'm going to guess 5. Do you think his agent has gotten calls from 10 teams going, dude, we want you. We need you here. Here's 3 years and $15 million with $8 million guaranteed. I don't know what his market is.
I don't think it's an enormous contract. I think he's in the $4 to $6 million range, maybe less. But I think there are teams that could definitely use him, and we'll go, man, this is the missing piece for us. The Bills. Bills have 0 running game. Like they stink, and that's one team that I think definitely would be like, man, we could add that guy to this, and now Josh Allen doesn't have to run around all the time. We could give him the ball a little bit more, and they think that he can do some things. I think how interested do you think, now that Austin Eckler's asked for a trade, that Kellen Moore would be in saying, hey, I know this guy. I can bring him in, and he can be in my offense.
I think Kellen Moore was the one who drafted Tony Pollard. I remember being in the car listening here to 105.3 The Fan, and that was the guy he had pegged. And so Zeke is not that guy at all. Zeke fights the ball when he tries to catch it, and he kind of like hugs it in at times to catch it, but he doesn't have hands. He doesn't have the ability to make people miss in space. He's more of a grinder. And so I don't think Kellen Moore wants that at all. I think he'd be a horrible fit, honestly, in Buffalo. Their grind runner is their quarterback. I think they need somebody who shows an option to kind of make bigger plays out of the backfield. I don't think that Buffalo needs a 3-yard running back. And what I mean by that is, like, I'm going to fight for those 3. I think that he needs to be, if there's a smaller running back, I'm sorry, I'm drawing blanks right now, but if there's a smaller running back in the NFL that needs help with short yardage situations, that needs help with rest, you need
I think
it would
make sense for him to go to Cleveland. Like
a blocking running back at times to make sure a guy picks up a blitz nicely. Like Zeke's great at that.
Yeah.
So
I think he could go be Nick Chubb part 2 because I don't think that they're bringing back Kareem Hunt. I think there are some other options there. But they could say, hey, we still love our running game this way. Let's keep adding to it. You're the same kind of guy, but we can block it for you. And as long as it's blocked for him, that dude can go make some things happen.
Yeah.
He can get to 6 yards. He can get you 8 yards.
And
he's not going to get you 26.
It'll be interesting how quick he signs and how much he signs for.
Yeah,
because it'll give you a good read. Usually how quick somebody signs, and then obviously for how much money. It gives us a good idea on how much the league still thinks about him.
Coming up next, the Mavericks win in the most Mavs way possible. And Mike breaks it down for you next on The Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss and Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation, it is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I'll be very honest, Mike. I was very consumed last night with the World Baseball Classic. You told me yesterday, you were like, hey, watch this. Don't watch the Mavericks. And our friend Walt was tweeting me throughout the night because I was tweeting about the World Baseball Classic. And he was like, Corey, you don't want to know what's going on over here right now. Everything's bad. It's all going wrong. And so right now, there's 2 minutes left on the replay behind you. I am watching the replay to see this inbounds pass that you were discussing, so that I can be as disgusted as you were and are with the way that Jason Kidd approaches the final minutes of the game. So I'm going to keep an eye on it, Mike, because there's about a minute and a half left here.
Well, first of all, I do want to give credit to all the players who played last night. Now, I get you're playing one of the worst teams in the NBA. San Antonio's on a back-to-back. They're sitting out a few guys. They don't even have their best player. They're trying to lose. They're trying to hit their next Tim Duncan, their next David Robinson. They're trying to get Wembanyama. But yet the guys that are out there playing are trying their best. And Popovich isn't going to intentionally coach them to a loss. He's just going to put out developmental players for the most part with some other veteran guys like Graham and the white kid we had for a second from Creighton who can shoot the ball.
McBuckets?
Yeah. But you watched last night and you're like, all right, can't believe they're going to come back and win this game. And I didn't watch the first half. I was just following it and saw the box score. And I was like, yeah, he hates Christian Wood because he has like 12 points and 8 rebounds at half in 10 minutes. And he's like, it still doesn't matter. I'm playing Maxey and Dwight Powell. But then I'm flipping back and forth between World Baseball Classic, and we'll get to that in the next segment, and the Mavericks. And as the Mavs are coming down the stretch with 3 minutes to go, I watched the final 3 minutes without flipping the channel off. So I'm watching, and the Mavs do a great job of overcoming a deficit and winning the game, as you're watching right behind my shoulder here. And then in the end, Maxi Kleber goes up and he contests a layup. The Mavs did play bad defense again overall on an out-of-bounds play. So on an out-of-bounds play, once again, the Spurs get a very, very good look with 1.8 seconds to go. There's a little bit more time on that, but when he got fouled. Maxi Kleber goes up, tries to block the shot. Jason Kidd contests it, as in we have a timeout left, so we haven't used our challenge. Let's challenge it. The ref said, no, we're still going to call that a foul. It was borderline, but they called it a foul. A foul's a foul. So I'm not faulting Maxi Kleber at all there. He challenged a guy that was going to have an uncontested layup if he didn't to tie the game. Well, in that situation, luckily, the Spurs guy barely hit the front iron on the first one. Then on the second one, he has to intentionally miss. But I guess he didn't know the rule because he immediately crossed the free throw line when he threw the ball off the rim, and you have to stay behind the line until the ball hits the rim. So, all right, side out of bounds Mavs. And we've seen this. And as it's going side out of bounds and the Mavs are putting Maxi Kleber on the ball, I'm like, you're setting us up to fail. What are we doing? Like, there's 8 guys that are better passers on this team. The guys I would rather not throw in the ball over Maxi Kleber. I do not want Dwight Powell throwing in the basketball over Maxi Kleber. So I will choose Maxi over Dwight Powell. I'm assuming JaVale McGee would be a really bad person to have inbounds the ball in that situation. Maybe
He's tall.
He is tall, and I understand why did they go away from Wright or Hardy possibly inbounding that ball, because they're really short, and if you put like a 6'8" lengthy guy on him, they're going to have trouble seeing the court. But Maxi, you're setting him up to fail. That would be like, hey, Mike, you're going to go in the 9th inning, and you're going to face Mike Trout, Aaron Judge. Like, what are we doing here? Like, I'm a left-handed pitcher. I'm not a closer. This is not setting me up for success. You are setting us up to possibly have a major mistake here. And Jason Kidd puts in a guy that I don't fault Maxi Kleber for the bad pass. Yes, it was a bad pass. It was a horrible pass to try to hit Christian Wood. There was no air underneath the ball. But he's probably never done that in his life. And I'm assuming they don't practice it. And when you watch the inbounds play, there's no creativity to the play at all. Jaden's just trying to fight for the ball. Hardy towards getting double teamed towards the ball. Josh Green goes into the kind of corner where half court is in the sideline, kind of open, but Maxi can't make that pass. He's not qualified enough to make that pass. He's the guy you probably wanted to get the ball to there. Reggie Bullock runs to the opposite corner down the court where you can't throw that pass. And then Christian Wood is posting up at the top of the key to try to kind of get a lob. By the way, Spurs had a timeout. If the Spurs intercept the pass, because some people are like, just throw it to a Spur, that would be better. Well, it would take half a second off the clock because they catch the ball and immediately call timeout and get the ball where they got it. But I'm like, dude, we have not drawn out an out-of-bounds play all year. We can't even, 50% of the time, we don't even get the ball in bounds.
Yeah.
And the other 50%, when you get the ball in bounds, it's still a horrible situation.
Yeah, it's looked tough.
And
It's
so
looked
you're
really
just like,
tough.
Jason, I understand to Jason Kidd, there's freedom in basketball, and that's why we love basketball. There's so much creativity and freedom throughout the game, and as a NBA basketball coach, you let these professionals create their freedom and create the great things that we see. But when it comes down to the last minute, you got to help these guys with an out-of-bounds play. You got to help these guys with out-of-bounds defense, because then Greg Popovich takes 5 dudes that we barely know, who probably barely played basketball together, and in 1 minute draws up a play for an alley-oop dunk, which thanks, to Mr. Chris Arnold, who remembers. I was like, I know this has happened before to the Mavs, and it was against the Milwaukee Bucks. They let Brook Lopez have a wide open layup to win the game at the AAC. And you're just like, dude, we don't even know if we're switching or not switching. I thought we took out Christian Wood. You can't blame Christian Wood. I know he's not a smart basketball player. I know that he does things that draw attention from the players and the coaches that drive them insane. But then they get the ball. Popovich takes somewhat 5 minor league basketball players and says, here's our play, and they get a dunk. Now, luckily, Mavs played great in overtime. They win the game. Great job, Christian Wood, in overtime. Great job, Dwight Powell, for the whole game. Great job by Hardy and Green. Great job. Reggie Bullock stepped up and had a great game. I want to give credit to these guys because you are playing very shorthanded. But at the same time, at the end of the game, I feel like at this point we can now say Jason Kidd is just watching the game like we are.
Well, and you had, five players score plus 20. I mean, that's really good. And you had to go into overtime. Like, I understand most of that comes from overtime too.
Right.
You had to go into overtime to win a game because you can't play defense well enough anywhere. And the 2 guys that are sitting out right now, good defenders, but not a great defensive team at all. And so the Mavs are like, this is where they're stuck the most. Is they have their best player on last night's team is their 6th man and does not want to play defense. That's a problem for this team. Is somebody's got to be willing to say we can make stops, and then when it comes to that maybe you're not even dealing with inbound passes because you don't have to worry about it because you're up by 10 and you don't have to do that at the end of a game. And that's frustrating.
And I get that it's very tough with Luka and Kyrie out to even beat the Spurs by a lot of points. Last night the Lakers lost to the Houston Rockets. Yes. But going back to Christian Wood, because people are like, well, that shows that Christian Wood should play or is going to play. Just play your best 5. Here's how Jason Kidd sees it, in my opinion. I don't know Jason Kidd, but this is how he sees it. He knows that Dwight Powell and Maxi Kleber can't even sniff Christian Wood's jock when it comes to talent on an NBA basketball court.
Then start him.
It's not even close. And I understand that's what all the fans are saying. Here's how Jason Kidd sees it. Christian Wood, you F us over so many times by not being in the right position. Basic situations, whether it's basic pick and roll defense, whether it's basic offense, he will screw up about 10 times a game, which drives Jason Kidd and his coaching staff insane. And it drives some of the players insane, okay? Now, here's the deal. He likes Dwight Powell and he likes Maxi Kleber because they're going to be in the right spot. Here's the problem. They can't get the rebound. They can't stop the guy from scoring. They can't shoot the basketball. They can't score the basketball a lot of times. I know that Dwight Powell had a great game last night, but so here's Jason Kidd has told us this. I would rather play a non-talented player than a talented player who screws up mentally that we don't see or understand as a basketball fan. So that's why, if you're wondering why Christian Wood's going to play 10 to 15 minutes the next game and not 30 minutes, it's because he's going to screw, when he comes into the game off the bench, within the first 2 to 3 minutes of that time he plays, he's going to screw up at least one time that to the casual fan, we're not going to notice. And it drives Jason Kidd insane. He's like, I will put back in Dwight Powell and have him give up 7 offensive rebounds right now. I don't care, because at least he's going to be in position to get the rebound. He's not going to get it. At least he's going to be in position to not get it. But that's the way that Jason Kidd sees Christian Wood. Is it fair? That's up to us to decide. But Jason Kidd decided it's fair. That's why he would play Frank Ntilikina over Jaden Hardy at times and over Josh Green at times. Frank Ntilikina is not going to make a mistake on the basketball court. He just won't. But he's not going to do anything to help you win, like zero. He's going to run up and down the court. He's going to kind of be in position. He's never going to make a shot. He can't make layups. He can't do anything on the basketball court positively, but he's not going to screw up defensively. He can't stop you, but he's not going to screw up. He can't make a basket for anybody else. He can't create for anybody else, but he's not going to screw up. He's just going to pass the ball to Luka and go stand in the corner and miss his 3-point shot if they pass it to him. But that's not screwing up. That's just physically not being capable of making open 3-point shots, and that's who Jason Kidd is.
I wonder if Jason Kidd is you remember when Ron Washington had been to 2 World Series?
Okay.
And then the Josh Hamilton thing happened, and that was bad. But then, like, as he was going along there, it felt like he was saying, hey, I'm trying to put a Major League Baseball roster out there, and I don't have Major League Baseball players filling up this roster. I need some better players. And in most respects, he's like, I started from nothing, grew us to a World Series team, and now you're trying to tell me to go back to nothing and start all over again. No, bring me World Series players. And JD was like, just trust my farm system thing. It's going to work out. And I always felt like Ron Washington, I even felt at one point he said, I can't remember if he said it or not, but it felt like he was saying something along those lines. I wonder if Jason Kidd is intentionally saying, these guys aren't NBA players. I have 2. I have 2 NBA players, and that's it. I'm not coaching the rest of these guys for the rest of the season. We're just gonna blow it all up and go do something different.
I hear you.
It would be
but then you have to get rid of him. The other thing too is, and people have brought this up on Twitter, and I just don't know. I think it's Igor Elshansky, who was a coach on the Mavs last year, who's not here anymore, has said ever since he's left, we've seen a drop back. And I know that Sean Sweeney is the defensive coordinator, and we have the worst defense in the NBA. I'm not blaming him. I know that there's not a lot to work with there. But I'm just wondering if Jason Kidd, Ron Washington relied a lot on Jackie Moore and relied a lot on Mike Maddox.
Mm-hmm.
And Ron Washington was the motivator, and he was the guy that had you ready and up to play and made sure that you were good to go. And he was going to bring energy, enthusiasm. He was going to hold you accountable for your actions. But was he going to say, yeah, this is a good time to hit and run, or this is a good time to pick off, or this is a good time to pitch out? That was Jackie Moore. That was Mike Maddox controlling the pitching staff. That wasn't Ron Washington. And if Jason Kidd is that person, if Jason Kidd is because he's
not Pop.
Yeah, right.
He's definitely not Pop.
Pop took 5 minor leaguers last night and said, here's our play to send it to overtime, and immediately sent it to overtime. Hey, here's how we're going to defend the side out of bounds. Immediately got a positive situation to get the ball back. Before that, when he got the foul, I think it was Johnson who went to the line for them. He immediately drew up a nice play where they got the ball, beat us baseline. Maxi Kleber had to contest and fouled. Jason Kidd, if that's who Jason Kidd is, if he's Ron Washington of coaching, which means he really has no idea on how offense works. He has no idea on how defense works. He is just there to motivate, get the guys ready, and hold guys accountable.
He's supposed to be the opposite of Rick Carlisle.
Then we need to get better offensive coordinator, and we need to get a better defensive coordinator. Then, honestly, you need to fire all the assistant coaches, because Jason Kidd, if he can't do it, if he can't draw up out-of-bounds plays, and he can't communicate to his team, are we switching on picks or not at the end of the game on an out-of-bounds place? If he isn't good enough to do that, then you need to get other coaches around him who are. Now, that being said, I get it. The talent stinks. Mark Cuban, Luka and Jalen Brunson, unbelievable draft picks. From that point on, I've agreed with some of the decisions he's made. I've disagreed with some of the decisions he's made. For the most part, almost every decision he's made has somewhat backfired.
Yeah.
I thought Porzingis was a good trade. It wasn't. I thought that certain things were bad situations. It ended up being bad situations. I thought certain things were good situations. It ended up being bad situations. It's just, it is what it is. They are who they are. Maybe Friday we get to see Luka and Kyrie play against the LA Lakers.
That's all I'm kind of hoping for at this point, Mike, is just let me watch those two play together for a while I can. And if they have they're going to be in the play-in. At this point, they're going to be in the play-in, like going, I don't know, and then it's all on the line for one game. Now, do I trust Luka in one game to win it? Yeah, I do.
Unless there's 5 seconds inside out of bounds. I mean, literally, the worst thing that can happen to the Mavs is side out of bounds with the game on the line. You should. I would tell Jason Kidd this. If you don't have an out-of-bounds play, which he does not, he has not figured out an out-of-bounds play to get a good look. Here's the basis. I know I'm running into baseball nuggets, but listen to me. For just a second, your goal is to get somebody going towards the basket with seconds to go, for the most part. With there's 15 seconds, you just want to kind of get it in and let your guy do a one-on-one situation. That's what Pop did, his 2 out-of-bounds plays. He got a guy going towards the basket aggressively, one being an alley-oop, another baseline drive. The Mavericks never have a play, literally in their 20 out-of-bounds plays this year, to try to finish off a game. They don't have a play that even looks like they're trying to go towards the basket.
They're saving it all up for the playoffs, Mike.
I guess so.
That's the only thing I could hope right now.
I will tell you this. I'm going to be honest, because like Knights Pride 21 is saying, come on, Mike. I'm done with Jason Kidd. I don't think he's the guy to lead this team. This is not a championship team. It's not even close to a championship team. And he's going to be the coach next year, and I'm going to root for the Mavericks.
We need him to win one playoff series last year. They won 2.
Yeah.
And now you're done.
I'm done with Jason Kidd to me, in my mind, and I can say I'm wrong. Hopefully next year they're in the conference finals again, and I'll say I was wrong. But I now, in my heart of hearts, as a basketball fan, know that Jason Kidd is the wrong guy to lead the Dallas Mavericks to possibly getting to an NBA championship.
All right, coming up next, we'll ask if Bruce Bochy is the right guy to lead the Rangers to a World Series with Jared Sandler next on The Fan.
Hello, DFW. This is Chip with
ANC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Joey in studio today. Tomorrow we're at RJ Duke's Sports Cards in McKinney, 400 North Central Expressway. Come join us, and we'll be out there. And then the G-Bag
It's near
Nation.
McDonald's.
There's a McDonald's. You said Burger King earlier.
No, I said McDonald's. 'Cause
Okay.
I remember getting a McDonald's right before I went in last time. It is going to be a blast. You are going to get to open up stuff. You
Oh
weren't
my
there because it's
gosh.
right around Christmas time or Black Friday. It might have been
Yeah.
Black Friday.
Yes.
And we opened up a lot of stuff. We got like a 101 Ralph Macchio Karate Kid
What?
autograph card that we gave away.
It's awesome.
So, I mean, I know it doesn't have to be just sports, but there are plenty of sports stuff we gave away and some popular pop culture cards too.
Well, let's do that tomorrow. Come see us. Come hang out with us. We can't wait to see you there. And now it's time to talk with our good friend Jared Sandler from Surprise, Arizona, brought to you by Sonic. Mike? So good.
Not as good as Edwin Diaz's knee.
Okay, we'll talk about Diaz. Are we going to talk about Diaz now, or are we going to?
I called up Sandler. Sandler, I called you up and your phone was off when that moment happened. Were you watching Puerto Rico on your Fox Sports 1 app live when that happened?
I didn't get a call. I would have loved to talk to you about that. No, so I was watching the game and then it switched over to the U.S. So I didn't see it, and then I just saw on Twitter everyone reacting about Edwin Diaz, and I'm not I think I've said I'm not like the world's biggest WBC fan, just from the standpoint of like I'm not changing my entire schedule to watch all the games. I would like to watch the U.S. Venezuela, obviously. But I do think it's good for the sport. I wish that the U.S. didn't have Brady Singer pitching for them. I wish they had their best pitchers. I think that's like a part of. It's like it does mean a ton to a lot of players. I'd say I don't want to say it doesn't mean a ton to American players, because clearly there are some players, American players, who for whom it does mean a ton. But I think it does, on the whole, mean more to the Latin American players and the fans of and maybe the natives of those countries. But I hate that the Edwin Diaz fluke injury is now like negative press for the WBC, because that, I'd be one thing if he tore his UCL and needs Tommy John, but that seems to be more flukish and not necessarily tied to the WBC.
So yesterday, Corey brought up the topic of how much pressure is on each MLB team to win this year. Was it win at all?
Win the whole thing, yeah.
And yeah, the Rangers were ranked 14th on the list?
They were on 14th from CBSSports.com.
So, Jared, how much pressure do you think will be on this Rangers organization to win this year?
I think to win the whole thing, very little, unless, of course, they get to the playoffs. Like in 2015, going into that season, there was not pressure to win the whole thing. And then they, going into the playoffs, they were playing so well, and you looked at the American League and thought, hey, they got a really good chance. But as we talk right now, not a lot. I'd say that there's absolutely pressure for this team to compete heavily for a playoff spot. And what I mean by that is we're sitting here September 15th, and we're pumped and scoreboard watching because the Rangers are trying to hold on to a playoff spot, or they're trying to, overtake someone. But like when I say that, I mean like it's realistic. They're not 5 teams out of the playoffs, and it's going to take like a miracle for them to get in. I'm talking about like they're neck and neck with, whether it's the Angels or the Blue Jays or a team fighting for a wild card spot. I don't think that this year is the type of year where if they don't make the playoffs, it's the biggest failure. I don't think that's the case this year. I think they're a year away from, if they don't make the playoffs by next year, I think it'll be really, really disappointing. But if they're not competing for a playoff spot in September, I think that would be incredibly disappointing. I think that you talk to this front office and their expectation is to make the playoffs. But if they're sitting there, and this is an 82-win team and they're not really in a playoff race, I think that would disappoint a lot of people.
I think that's where I am as a fan. I know I have this job where I have to talk about the team and everything, but as a fan, I'm just hoping that they're competitive at a point where they're trying to get into the playoffs and be part of that conversation, and then can be consistently, because I think they're still a piece away, maybe 2 pieces away, a couple of things away from really being that team that is in the conversation of legitimately being a contender. But I like all the things that they've done so far, because what they've done, Mike and Jared, is, in my mind, they've pushed a lot of the guys that you're like, we have to play these guys because we have no other option, down to we get to let these guys develop some more, like the Lighters and the Rockers and some of these other guys, because we have talent on the Major League Ball Club, and that's something. So I'm in that vein of they do need to be competing this year. I'm curious on the front of like Dane Dunning, what his spot is with this club right now.
Yeah, I mean, he looked good again yesterday, and I'll be honest, coming into camp, he was not someone I really expected to be a part of the big league conversation, just because, in theory, you've got your 5 starters. Dane coming off hip surgery, a few months ago, there was, a big question whether or not he'd be ready to pitch at this time, or would he kind of like right now, mid-March, just sort of be getting back on the mound, but he, is ahead of schedule, and that's a credit to him. He's looked great, and I think it's kind of like what we talked about yesterday, where while Dane is not overtaking any of the 5 projected starters, if some of those starters are going to be on a shorter leash first, second time through, does it make sense to have a guy like Dane Dunning piggyback and be on the Major League roster for that purpose, or whether it's a piggyback or not, does he fit the bill of just your, long reliever who you're happy to keep around? He'll eat innings for you, and you don't feel the necessity to get him to AAA and have him start. So, I think those are some of the questions. But, like I said, I didn't even really think Dane Dunning was going to be in the conversation. And he has absolutely put himself right smack dab in the middle of the conversation, because he has looked so good both in Cactus League games and even throwing some live BPs, whatever you're able to take away from that. Again, I always go back to, I don't know how to interpret the success of someone in spring training, because there's just no consistent way to look at it. But you'd rather them have success than not, right?
Yeah.
So, and he's had success.
All right, so my question is based on what you're seeing in spring training. After you just answered that, this is maybe a tough question. When it comes to kind of 4 pitchers that I know that some have a chance to impact the team this year and some are developing in the minor leagues, when it comes to Cole Winn, Owen White, Jack Leiter, and Kumar Rocker, I know that's a lot of different people there. What have you seen from maybe a few of them that you like and a few that you're concerned about?
Well, with Owen White, he was dealing with a little bit of a neck thing. So we saw him throw once. He was then going to make a start, had to be scratched. And it's a neck thing that, kind of came down to the arm. And it's something he dealt with last year. I think he's throwing off the mound again, and I think he's ready to go for minor league games that start or have started already. But we didn't really get to see a whole lot. And, I think a lot of people might tell you that Owen White's got the highest upside, or maybe he's the pitching prospect that, some folks are most excited about. But he's got to get this, nerve neck thing under control, because it's not just an isolated neck thing. With Jack Leiter, apparently I didn't get to see him. Apparently he threw 2 days ago and looked really, really good, which was great to see. Jim Callis was actually in camp yesterday, who, covers prospects in the draft for MLB Pipeline and MLB.com. And he said that, he came into this season a little unsure about Jack Leiter, but from everything he's heard and then what he got to see the other day, it's really encouraging. He looks like the guy who was a top pick in the draft. Kumar Rocker, we only got to see once in a game, and it was okay. I think there's still concerns about the shoulder from industry folks, and I think that's fair. I think this is going to be a big year for Kumar. He's the guy I feel least comfortable answering about, just because it's been such a limited sample for him from what we've been able to see. And I like what we saw from Cole Winn. The velocity was back. The fastball command appeared to be a lot better, which was a big issue for him last year. He's not someone who's going to just wow you and jump off the page with, a 99 mile an hour fastball or anything. But, people like to throw around the term pitchability, and he's got that, between the ears. He's a pretty sharp guy in terms of understanding how to pitch. And so hopefully he can get that fastball command back. And if so, I think you have a good shot of seeing him at the big league level. Of those 4, Mike, he's the guy who I think gets to the big leagues first at some point in 2023.
Man, great stuff, Jared. Always love talking to you. We'll get back with you tomorrow, good sir.
Hey, thanks, guys. See you later.
Bye, Jared. Love that guy, man. Always enjoy hearing him on the call, and he's doing a bang-up job at it. Coming up next, my buddy's an idiot. Are the Yankees players idiots? Go ahead and say it. It's all right. Fine. Bye.
Hey, thanks to Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. If your friend has a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, you can text it in right now, 877-881-1053. And we'll read it on air for you if that's what you want us to do. Now, I guess we got to start with a couple things. Am I an idiot? I didn't think pickles were crunchy, and so I bring some pickles in today instead of spinach because Mike's tired of me just shoveling spinach into my mouth.
I just can't believe you can eat it raw.
Actually, so I went like a week without eating it that way.
You can eat it. I eat it with like dressing on it, like a spinach salad, but you're just shoveling in the spinach leaves.
I brought it in earlier in the week and did that, and I guess taking a week off of doing that while I was out last week, something happened. Every time I try that now, Mike, I want to vomit. I'm like, oh, I can't do this, and so I have to spit the spinach out in the trash can because I can't finish it. So that's why I changed over to pickles. And now here I am eating pickles. And I guess here's the sound of me eating a pickle. Is that crunchy? 877-881-1053.
It's great ASMR right there.
Is that crunchy?
I would consider that crunchy.
I want to kill myself when I hear somebody eating crunchy things. In
Mike doesn't like crunchy sounds.
I can't stand it.
No one's dying, Mike.
And I guess I know
that's what, yeah. Do you think that's what they told Edwin Diaz as he's getting carted off? Like if Jason Kidd would have been Puerto Rican and he would have been the manager or head coach of the team, he would have just been like, "You're all right, Edwin. No one's dying."
Also, the other thing is that I noticed as I was hungry this morning, so I was like, I need something to eat. I made a sandwich, and usually I'll cut my sandwich diagonally, the appropriate way. If you're gonna cut a sandwich, you cut it diagonally. If you're gonna cut a burger, cut it diagonally. That's just the way you do it. Here is my sandwich. Does anybody else eat their sandwiches this way? Mike, do you know what I've done on this sandwich, and I'm not completely done doing what I'm doing to it?
You're gonna leave the middle for last?
I eat the crust as an adult still off the sandwich first, and then I finish the middle of the sandwich. 877-881-1053. Am I a child for eating it that way, or does everybody else eat it that way too? I would like to know. From the 817, am I an idiot because I want to trade our first round pick for Stephon Diggs? I don't want to.
Yes, you are. That's for a guy at that age. I'm not for that. I'm not for not getting Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
But I just don't think you trade a pick that the Cowboys, think of this, Cowboy fans. Name besides Taco Charlton in the last decade a bad first round pick.
I don't think you can.
Like they hit, like Byron Jones might be second, and that was still a solid pick. So you just look at it, wherever they pick in the first round, it's a good pick. So I feel confident with the Cowboys with the 26th overall pick are going to take a good player.
Yeah, I do.
And so you're going to have control over him for 5 years, unless after 3 he sits out like Zeke Elliott. Then you just give him everything he wants, and it screws you over for a while. But I just look at it and go, I'm not trading that first round pick for a guy who might only have 3 or 4 years left in the NFL when the Cowboys have just been spectacular in the first round at taking a guy that has a pretty quick impact on the team, usually becomes a Pro Bowler in their second or third year, and you're looking at giving him an S-load of money when it's time to give him an S-load of money. But when you look at Micah Parsons, when you look at CeeDee Lamb, you just start looking, even Smith. I know Smith, by all accounts, was he great? Maybe people will say, no, he wasn't great. He made mistakes. But, dude, he was one of, the 7th or 8th linemen taken in the first round and immediately had to play a position he didn't practice and was solid.
Yeah.
And he also has position flexibility. That's a great pick.
Yeah, I think that the Cowboys giving away a first-round pick isn't in their best interest because they are good at that. And that's one of those moments where, hey, I wouldn't do it. The second-round pick for Hopkins, which I'm told is not going to happen, that's 2 different stories there, but that's what I'm told, is I would do that. I would give away a second-round pick for that guy. Because I think he could be a difference maker. Now, do I know completely because the guy's missed some time the last 2 years? I don't know completely. Stephon Diggs is a great receiver. He is a top 3, top 5 receiver. You can argue top 3 if you want. And he can be utilized in so many different ways. I just don't think the Cowboys need to be in the business of trading their first-round pick for that when they can use that to advance themselves in other ways and still also add another wide receiver to this team without having to give up the first for it.
That's why the Gilmore trade was so unbelievable. The guy, what if you take John Ridgeway again? You had to release him because you have so many picks. The Cowboys don't usually use free agent money at all, so they get 3 comp picks a year, so you pretty much have 10 picks a year. 10 guys can't make your team, and last year proven that you actually took a good player. John Ridgeway's probably going to have like a 6 to 10 year career in the NFL as a defensive tackle and a run-stopping type of a guy, and you had to release him 3-4 weeks into the season because of Dak Prescott, I believe, was the reason you had to release him, his injury, and he looks like he's going to be a starter for Washington years 2 through however many he can play in the NFL. So you take a 5th-round pick that might have a chance of getting cut off of your team for a borderline Pro Bowl or Pro Bowl cornerback. Great job. You're trading your 1st-round pick for a guy who has maybe 2 more great years left, maybe 4. I don't know. But it's coming to that position with Diggs that you're just not sure when the drop-off's going to be. But it happens to everybody.
And for everybody on, Mike, I see it on the Twitch, and I currently see it on the fan text. The truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. People are saying bad names. You don't need to call me a moron. You don't need to call me an idiot.
I like doing that.
Even though my buddy's an idiot is kind of in the vernacular of this segment. Follow me on Twitter, in the majors. Follow me on Instagram, whatever my Instagram is. I really don't know what it is. I think it's CJ Majors. And I will put up a video tonight of how to cut a burger diagonally. And if you don't believe me, I will show you in a video tonight, or I can just take a picture and show you the perfect diagonal cut on a burger.
It's very simple. Not diagonal, not diagonal, diagonal.
Yeah, it's super, like everybody's like, how do you cut a round burger diagonally? I'll show you.
It's much easier to do that than do that stupid thing Kevin thinks he can do, and that is what? He can do 2 things at one time? Yeah, right. That's been proven by science.
Can you pat your head and rub your belly at the same time?
That's kind of doing the same thing, though. But can you, watch television and write a paper at the same time? No. You're going to keep switching your concentration from one to the other. You can't do both. Even though he thinks he can. He's so proud of himself that he thinks he can do those things, but he can't. But in his brain, he thinks he can.
I want to see him try to write a paper one night while you talk to him and see if he writes the whole paper and hears everything you say in the same thing. That's what I want to watch one night.
Yeah.
So go ahead and hit me up on Twitter @InTheMajors, MAGEORS, or @CJ Majors on Instagram, and I will do a video tonight for you to make sure that y'all understand the appropriate way to cut a hamburger, and that is diagonally. It's the only way. Now, Mike, this is my buddy's an idiot. Josh McDaniels, I think is an idiot. I definitely have for quite some time. He moves on from Darren Waller 10 days after the dude got married. And Kelsey Plum, who Darren Waller is married to. Do you know who Kelsey Plum is? She's a WNBA player.
Okay.
She tweeted out after, I think it was RG3, said, "Hey, man, I can't believe this is the wedding gift that Josh McDaniels gives to Darren Waller." She says, probably because he didn't get invited. It was around that time around the combine, he leaked that Darren Waller was getting married when it was supposed to be a private thing. And there's the head coach out there talking about this player going to getting married and everything. And sometimes I just think that's an idiot move. This is another idiot move. Jalen Carter. Have you seen his pro day?
I saw where he was out of shape, supposedly, and couldn't finish drills. I actually heard that from Bobby Belt this morning.
His lawyer has put out a statement that said once all the facts are revealed, you will see that that the media and the internet was completely wrong about his role in what happened a couple weeks ago. But yesterday, Mike, he shows up to his pro day, and he can't finish drills, and he's out there. He already has this bad tick on him, and now he's having a difficult time getting through the drills showing on his own pro day. And I don't know how, like, that's not good. You have to show up and be elite. If you're already expected to go in the top of the draft. Then you have this on your record, and now you're going to show up to a bad pro day. You're dropping, dude. You are tanking this thing right now. Unless you're trying to land at the Cowboys, which I'm perfectly all right with.
There's no way he would want to do that. Like, not play for the Cowboys,
you want
but
to get as much money as you can.
Right, there's a huge difference between being, let's say, the 5th pick, which I would say this. I will be shocked if he goes in the top 5 right now.
Yeah.
With what he's done off the field and now what you're seeing in pro day, I think that he drops out of the top 5, but I still think his talent will keep him in the top 15. There's almost nothing he can do. I say almost. Obviously, there's a lot more things that he can. He can keep, getting out of shape. He can possibly have another off the field situation pop up in his life. So there's other things he can do, but right now I expect him to go more like 6 through 12 in the draft. And what would stink is if he actually gets his S together after the draft and Philadelphia takes him at number 10. Can you imagine like a dude who you thought after the NCAA season was over?
Yeah.
You thought, is he going to go number 1 overall? Well, probably not. People will trade up for quarterbacks, but he'll probably be the number 1 non-quarterback pick. Him and Will Anderson are fighting for that.
For sure.
Can you imagine if he falls to 10, Philadelphia takes him, and then he gets his stuff together?
And then he's right there next to Fletcher Cox doing their thing.
Well, and who was the fat dude they took last year from Georgia who pushes everybody around?
Jordan Davis.
Yeah.
I love.
Could you imagine Jordan Davis and those two guys together?
Not
if they're
really.
both focused and everything, you're in big trouble.
Yeah. I can't understand, Mike, the part of all the stress that's coming along with the street racing accusation and everything that happened when that person was killed. I think that there is some stress in trying to go through all that process, so I can understand that. But man, his real focus is on this scouting, this pro day and everything. That's all he needs to do. Are Yankees players who pay for Wi-Fi idiots? Have you heard this story?
I have not.
And I love journalism. All right. I love journalism. I have a degree in broadcast journalism from UNT. Thank you, the University of North Texas. Go Mean Green, where I was best broadcast student, by the way. Yankees are worth an estimated $6 billion and have a $267.79 million payroll.
Okay.
They do not pay for Wi-Fi on planes when the players travel. They say, and here's the quote, Mike, from Brian Cashman, I think most of our players can afford it. So if you want the luxury of being on an airplane and having Wi-Fi, if you're a Yankees player, you have to pay for it yourself. Now, Aaron Judge says, I've got T-Mobile, so I don't worry about it very much. Aaron Judge is also a spokesperson for T-Mobile. And then I think it was Jameson Tyon.
Yeah.
He says, I didn't pay for it on principle. I'll also say this. The Yankees fly on a pretty cool custom plane with poker tables and stuff. So I'll take that over Wi-Fi anytime if I'm being honest.
Okay.
You ever pay for Wi-Fi like when we travel?
I don't think I ever have. I might have once or twice. I was frustrated with Southwest Airlines. They didn't have their basic Wi-Fi working.
On the way out there, yeah.
And coming back.
Oh, no, I got it on the way back.
But you couldn't do certain things.
I was watching movies and stuff.
Yeah, you could do that, but you couldn't, because I wanted to follow a Maverick game for some stupid reason.
Okay.
Probably they lost that night, too. But I just remember going.
It was the Mavericks game on the way there.
Yeah, I remember that. That's a Laker game that can't believe it, but the last 2 minutes they didn't win.
How? That makes so sense.
But I'm like, come on, Southwest. Like, you supposedly have all this Wi-Fi stuff here. Now, it wasn't completely working on the way home either, but they had certain parts of the Wi-Fi working, which I have no clue how that works. I feel like the pilot is really D'ing us over on that. Like, turn it all on. Don't turn half of it on. I need the other half.
All the internet here, not just a little bit of it. Yeah, I've paid for the internet one time while I was flying with Lucy to Cleveland, but because we're on a program, they ended up expensing it for us. So that was something that I was like, oh, okay, that works out for me. But I never pay for it. I'm on a plane for what, 2 hours? What's going to happen that I have to have information on in that 2 hour span that I can't get the information on when I get off the plane? Yeah. Watching something live if I want to, yes, I totally get that. And I guess as players, those guys are like, they're in that bag, or they're just like, look, I want access to everything all the time, and I get it all the time because I make all this money. But the Yankees are like, we're not paying for it. I wonder how many other teams do pay for it for their players.
I feel like if this is a story that you should ask other teams, I'm going to say the Mets would be an easy team to ask since they're in the same vicinity.
Yeah.
But it sounds like it would be a story because other teams do pay for it.
Marlins star Jazz Chisholm laughed out loud while Phillies outfielder Brandon Marsh noted to SI, Sports Illustrated, that guys on the Yankees not only have to pay for Wi-Fi on the plane, but also have to be clean shaven. So I guess Jazz Chisholm's like, hey, we don't have to pay for it. So I'm interested to know more about that in the future. Maybe I need to go find the rest of this story on Sports Illustrated. Yeah. And I got one more. I'm concerned about the Jets, Mike. I think that they might be idiots. They're selling their soul here for Aaron Rodgers. They look foolish right now. Like, they're just like, oh my gosh, we need you. I got more on this, so I'll talk about this a little bit later. But coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike
World Baseball Classic and how the Edwin Diaz injury could really affect the Rangers this season. Next.
at rockwellford.com.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Does the rainy weather have you down? It's going to be fine. It's going to get next week really nice. This weekend, Mike's going to struggle down in College Station.
Going to be kind of cold tomorrow watching LSU take on A&M. I will say this, the NCAA basketball tournament has just started as West Virginia is crushing Maryland 11-4, 5 minutes into the game. Is tomorrow at RJ Duke's. If you've never been there, great card shop, and they have 2 televisions there, big screen televisions. So they're going to have on the NCAA tournament. So if you're like, oh man, I was taking off tomorrow, I wish I could go, but I watched the NCAA tournament. They're going to have on multiple TVs with multiple games on. So if you're like, man, I can get out there, but I got to get home by 11:30 or something like that, hey, they're going to have the games on. You can hang out, you can open up cards, and you can watch the basketball.
You know that's why Kevin takes off this time of every year, right? It's not spring break. Brandon's doing something. Yeah. Kevin's off today so that he can watch the tournament. He's going to sit at the house.
And told our bosses, I demand Bassick doesn't have
He was
off.
like, there's no way I'm coming back to work for Bassick. That's what he said. I remember that. So
I know.
Because he used to leave me high and dry at the newspaper all the time. I'd be sitting there working my butt off that day. And Kevin, what's he doing? Chilling. So, yeah, I just want to let everybody know
got me. He beat me to the punch on the vacation. Don't worry, Kevin. I'll be off during Christmas break, like it or not.
But it is time now for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Okay, so last night, man, what a horrible ending to a great game. Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico are playing in Miami. Place is going crazy. Corey, I'm really happy that you turned it on. I get that some people don't care too much about the World Baseball Classic. Totally get it. But man, that atmosphere was World Series like. When they started the game, I'll tell you what, it was Super Bowl. I won't even say Super Bowl. It was NFC or AFC championship game kickoff like, because there weren't corporate people in the stands, like just sitting down, sipping on a beer. It was Puerto Ricans and Dominicans, and I'm going to assume some Americans, just like
and
my son
Miamians.
wanted to go. Well, this is going to be interesting because I'm going to get there in a second. Like, it was the kickoff to San Francisco versus Dallas for the NFC Championship game.
That's what
it
felt
was crazy to start the game. And as the game progressed, in an upset, Puerto Rico beats Dominican Republic. So Dominican Republic with their all-star lineup, somewhat Hall of Fame lineup, they're out. They don't even make it into the quarterfinals. Puerto Rico ends up playing Mexico on Friday night. So that'll be Puerto Rico's next game. My son was very happy. He's a huge Francisco Lindor fan, and so am I. But
Lindor had a great moment last night.
Yeah, he had a line drive to center field. I talked about this the other day. I'm like, have you ever given up a inside the park home run? I remember giving one up. When you hit a line drive to the center fielder and they misplay it and it gets to the center field wall, you're in big trouble how far the left and right fielders have to run back to go get that ball.
And it was Julio Rodriguez, Mike. That's wild.
Yeah. And so the main story of this game, though, is Edwin Diaz comes in. You know that song, right? Comes in, and he ends up getting the 3 strikeouts. So he ends up 1, 2, 3, strike 1, strike 2, strike 3, strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. Does it again. He ends the game. His last 2 strikeouts, I believe, were Juan Soto and Julio Rodriguez. I think those were his last 2 strikeouts. So he is pumped up, and he's not doing anything silly, but his team comes out of the dugout super excited, and they're kind of hopping up and down. They're not tackling each other.
They just won the biggest game. Like,
So-
that's a big game.
About 8 guys are around Edwin Diaz, and they're hopping up and down. And then the next thing you know, the Puerto Rican team is yelling at their dugout as their coaching staff is celebrating winning and getting to the next round. It was a do-or-die game for both teams. And they're like, come on out here. And you start seeing the faces of Francisco Lindor. I didn't even know Edwin Diaz is, to be honest, I didn't know he had a brother on the team, but his brother's on the team.
I didn't know that either.
And he's wailing, bawling like his brother did die. And So I said, Jake, to my son, I was like, this is serious. We were on our phone, by the way, real quick. This kind of stunk, didn't it? You get to the 8th, 9th inning, and they took it off of television to get to the start of the United States-Colombia game.
Yeah, I was like in the middle of, I was kind of doing a couple different things, working and watching the game at the same time. But obviously, because I can't do that, I was paying attention to the work at the time.
There's one thing you can do at one time, and then you can kind of transfer your thoughts and energy to the next thing you want to do. And you can go back and forth, but you can't do them at the same time.
But it was a commercial, and then the next thing I know, I look up and they're showing the stands for the America game. And I was like, oh, they're just kind of giving me a preview of what's about to happen. I went back into work, and then I look up, and the game's on. I went, what happened to the other one? And I asked Adrian, I was like, did they just switch us? And I went to look, and then you called me. And that right as you called me, I was like, oh, man, I'm missing everything here. So, yeah, it was.
Because I just said, are you watching the finish of this game? Because I had to. And look, I get why they do it, but it's really stupid.
That was a better game.
I had to download the Fox Sports app to watch the rest of that game because they're like, hey, you can go to Fox Sports 2 or you can go to our app to finish watching this game because we're going to go to the start of the United States game. It's like, guys, dude, this is Puerto Rico. This is Dominican Republic. This is major leaguers versus major leaguers. This is all-stars versus all-stars. You don't go away from this game just to show the first inning of the United States versus Colombia.
Right.
And I get it. We're in the United States, and that was their decision. Fox Sports was like, the Americans are going to want to watch the Americans and not want to watch the Dominicans and the Puerto Ricans. Wrong. This is a do-or-die game. There's one inning left. They literally left it in the 9th inning. Let us watch the 9th inning, please. In fact, why can't you do picture-in-picture? Why can't you, in a small box, bigger than I know when you used to just have the USA game in a smaller box.
Yeah.
And just be like, here's a little bit of this. Most people are watching on, let's say, a 40-inch screen or bigger. Most people, because Fox Sports 1 is not a common channel.
Right.
You have to be paying quite a bit of money to get Fox Sports 1. You're usually paying probably $80 to $200 a month for your bill, whatever it is, or bill.
I like Beal. Beal's fine, yeah.
To get that channel. I don't get Fox Sports 2. I don't pay $1 million a month so I can get Fox Sports 2. I could care two craps about Fox Sports 2. So when they're like, hey, we threw it on Fox Sports 2. No, nobody has that channel. 5% of the population has Fox Sports 2. So anyways, I'm watching and I see the celebration and I call you up, Corey, because I'm like, you won't believe this. Because I'm sure most people stopped watching because it's not on television anymore.
It's difficult to find.
And I'm like, Edwin Diaz just hurt his leg really bad. I said it's either a broken ankle because his leg looked dead.
Best closer in the game right now?
Yes. And his leg looked dead. And I was like, oh no, it's bad. And the way the players are reacting, it's not a minor, oh, he rolled his ankle. This is bad. And so we're probably going to get reports here. They said it is his knee. I didn't know if his ankle, knee, whatever it was when I called you, but the reports are it is his knee. Most likely, we haven't got the official report yet because he's getting MRIs today, is that it will be a torn knee and he will be out for the year. That's probably what is going to happen with Edwin Diaz and the New York Mets. So they're going to have to start this year without a closer. Now, I want to take this to the Texas Rangers because some people are like, I still don't care what you're talking about, Mike. I'm about ready to turn off the station.
That's fine. It was a blast to watch. It was my favorite baseball game I've seen. That I've watched this year.
Can you imagine being there? Because I told Jake, I said, I wish we were there, Jake, but it just costs so much money.
It might be my favorite baseball game I'll watch all year. And I know the Rangers haven't gotten started yet, but this one was that much fun because these players were living in the moment of baseball.
Okay, so next thing. The Mets are now going to have to possibly shop for a closer if they are in contention. And look, Steve Cohen, their owner, has spent all the money. I know that the Rangers got Jacob deGrom from the Mets, but he immediately goes and gets Justin Verlander. I mean, he is spending so much money on that team to try to win it all. And Edwin Diaz was a major part of that. The 9th inning, Ranger fans, you will come to find, is going to be much more important when you're competing for a playoff spot than the last 5 or 6 years. We're like, I don't care. In fact, Jared Sandler, I couldn't believe this, but he is right. He's been covering the team since 2015, and it's not because of injury. Every year, the Rangers have had a closer since 2015, since he's been covering the team. Whoever is the closer to start spring training, and they're like, this is our closer in 2000 whatever, hasn't been able to accomplish the goal of staying the closer because of failure on the field. Sometimes it ends up being injury later on in the year, but whether it's Sam Dyson, whether it's Matt Bush, whether it is Jose Leclerc, whether it's Joe Barlow, whether you go, like, it has been Every year, the Rangers have struggled with this, and if the Rangers are going to win 90 games, they have to have a legitimate closer. It's really tough to win 90 games if you don't have a ninth-inning guy you rely on, and when they blow a game, you're like, that's all right. Tomorrow night, if we're winning, you get the ball. So, how does it affect the Rangers? Because I do think the Rangers will be in the market for a closer in July. I think the Rangers are going to have a good enough record, and they are going to have a bullpen situation that they're not super happy with, and they're going to go, what if we can bounce Leclerc and Barlow, let's say. I don't know where Barlow's going to fit in, but Leclerc and Rodriguez and Burke, and what if we can bounce them back an inning and get a legitimate closer that's on a team that's not winning? And I think the Rangers are going to want that, and the Rangers have the assets to do it.
But they're going to have to outbid.
But now the Mets are going to be in that bidding too. So that's the one thing, if you look at it and go, how does it affect the Rangers at all? I do think the Rangers are going to be in the market for a closer in July. But now I think that the Mets will be too. Usually teams, think about the Rangers runs most of the time. They're looking for setup guys. Most teams in a playoff race have a closer. They just need better guys in the 6th, 7th, 8th inning. They're like, man, if we can add a piece or two in the 6th, 7th, 8th, this is going to really help. So now the Rangers, I already know, have competition. If the Rangers are good this year and the Mets are good, there's going to be definite competition for that closer on the market, which means you might have to give a little bit higher of a prospect. You might have to add in another piece to get it. But it really stunk last night after a great moment that Edwin Diaz hurts his knee. MRI results will happen today. Most likely it's going to be a season-ending injury, and it can affect the Rangers in the trade market.
From the 214, no faith in Will Smith. I think there's time to find this out. I will say this, Mike. Last night, one of the guys I saw, I want this pitcher now. Right. And I know Jonathan Hernandez has some heat. But Camilo Doval, he was pitching for the Dominican Republic, and I think he was like a 6th, 7th inning guy because they were like, we need to calm this moment down. And he comes in, he's 25 years old. He has 2 seasons under his belt, standard pitching-wise, according for the Giants. They were like, he can throw 100, but he's kind of erratic. You just never know where it goes. And I guess lately he's kind of found that area. And last night, Mike, he was pumping in 100 miles an hour, and then he'd move it up to 102. He's been clocked at 104.5.
Yeah.
He is one of those, and he didn't even look like he was trying to throw that hard. And, Mike, he had movement that tailed on his fastball, and then he had a slider that broke in on left-handers that they were just like, how am I supposed to hit this? He was that's a trade. You know, I'm sure they already have grand plans in San Francisco for him, but I would love to see that dude, 6'2", 188 pounds, just fired it in.
So root against the Giants this year, right? Because you need the Giants to be under 500. You need the Dodgers and Padres to have a heck of a year, and then you can look at it and go, hey, they're probably in the market to pick up some of our prospects.
Yes.
And that's what you have to hope for. You have to hope for that there's good closers on bad teams, because there's no reason when you have a good closer and you're in a rebuilding situation or a bad team, there's not much use for closers in that situation.
Yeah, and that's the kind of the anatomy of trades in Major League Baseball is go find the bad team, raid them, and maybe you can get a closer in that.
And I'm done, except for the United States beat Colombia, and I had to stay up and watch almost all of that game because that was a very nerve-wracking game. The USA did not take care of business. By the way, maybe I'll talk about Mike Trout, and Mike likes it. That dude's legs, oh my God. I think they've gotten bigger. I just need to know if his legs have gotten bigger.
Man, the combination of him and Mookie Betts, that's all you need. Let's score 2 runs every time,
they hit into a
guys.
zillion double plays. I mean, they had a lot of opportunities. They just kept hitting into double plays.
All right, coming up next, it's time to go around the entire NFL, dip into a little bit of gridiron gravy, and the Eagles kept Slay? All right, next on The Fan.
Coming out tonight on the Get Right, Revenge of KG on 105 through The Fan. Quick shows.
Piece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts, more than just Silverados, Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Mike, we have 3 TVs in this place.
Okay.
I think there are 3 games on right now. Yet
this
we have
game's
2
already over.
TVs on 1 game right now. So we got to figure out how to get more games on more
I don't know
TVs.
I don't know dish numbers.
Don't worry about that. We'll figure that one out in the next break. The one above you, though, is the one. I need you focused on the West Virginia-Maryland game. I'll focus on whatever the other game is in front of me, and then you focus on TV number 3 on figuring out how to get that done.
Charmed is on TNT right now.
Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking. TBS, go roll over to TBS so we can get that one done. All right, so and I do have some things to announce, by the way. Today at 4 p.m., Seth Greenberg set to join the G-Bag Nation, and tonight with the Get Right. This is an awesome get. I love this. Cody Walker, the brother of the late Paul Walker, the actor, and Tyrese will be on the Get Right tonight at 7:20. Tyrese at 7:20. So I think Choppy's going to be listening to that one because that is all.
I think you might be able to get Choppy up here for this.
Probably so. That's all the Fast and Furious content you'll ever need in your life. So make sure you're listening to the Get Right, baby.
Virginia's are doing great right now. It's 10-3 Virginia over Ferments, and it's 19-11 West Virginia over Maryland.
The great state of Virginia getting things done, and the great state of West Virginia as well. All right, it's time for some gridiron gravy. Fermented dip.
Yeah.
What's the best fermented dip there is out there? Because isn't like kimchi is fermented, but that's not a dip, it's a side, right?
I would agree with that. I don't know. I just know that mayo is a great base for different things. I think mayo by itself is just okay.
It's fine.
I'm fine with it,
Yeah.
but I think when people start adding things to mayo and make it like a ramelan sauce, or make it like some sort of aioli.
Yeah, I got a French
You
fried
turn
dip.
the word mayo or mayonnaise into aioli,
Yeah.
we have something going now.
I follow this dude on TikTok, and he has a series of 50 sauces that he makes, and most of them start with mayo.
Yeah.
So, and I'm like,
He
all right.
aioli's it, right?
And then for Lucy, I'll just cook French fries and say, all right, do you like this sauce? And she just dips them, and she's like, love it. And aioli is one of the ones she loves the most. Stephon Gilmore had a conference call this morning with the DFW area sports writers, and he said it's going to be fun. They have to throw it somewhere. One of us is going to get tested. Just got to be able to make the plays when they come my way. One of us is going to be making the play. And that's kind of how I feel about this thing. Now, in the middle of a game, a guy's probably going to go, I'm having the hardest time trying to get my number 2 receiver open against Stephon Gilmore, or matching up somebody and getting a matchup that I want. And Diggs on the other side, now are you going to look at it and say, well, they got to go after Diggs more because he's the guy that they think all right, let's try this side a little bit. And then you got Bland up against their third guy. So this is, they see it. I think the cornerbacks already understand how much this is going to help them, and maybe we can see Diggs' numbers go back up a little bit because he can work on that just a little bit more. So I'm excited about that. Stephon Gilmore's excited about it, and I'm betting we don't hear much more out of him this conference call until training camp, Mike. I think that's when we'll hear the next things out of him.
I do think that this has to be the most excited Cowboy fans have been in the month of March in a long time.
Yes, usually we're getting excited about who the draft pick will be. And that is
really mad. This week is a really mad week.
Yes.
Because all of these players are going different places. They're going to your competition. And this
You're probably
time,
losing some of your better players too.
You got a Pro Bowl cornerback, arguably.
Uh-huh.
And then you re-signed Donovan Wilson and Leighton Vander Esch. People that last week, most people were reporting that the Cowboys are probably not going to be able to bring back. And you brought back both of them, and you bring Gilmore into the defense. I think you have something special here. I know sometimes I'd be sarcastic with the Super Bowl situation, but the Cowboys look like they're putting themselves in a situation to compete to go to the Super Bowl in the NFC. If they're in the AFC, it'd be a different story.
Yeah, that's a completely different world. Getting to the Super Bowl, this is the thing. Now it stinks. They're going to get to the Super Bowl. but can they win it against an AFC team? We'll find out. Darius Slay and the Eagles yesterday. Everybody was like, "Hey,
he gone.
We're gonna get Darius Slay." Today, you found out they didn't let him go. Now they reworked the deal. They're trying to bring him back. So Darius Slay gonna stick around and be an Eagle, it appears. And last night he tweeted out, "Hey, let's run it back. Let's do this thing." So that's a fascinating turn of events, and that's just what happens in this negotiation period. Jameis Winston said this, Mike, and I want to laugh because I don't agree with him. He agreed to stay with the New Orleans Saints, even though Derek Carr's there. And his quote was, "First, I love this city."
He's going to learn from Derek Carr.
No, he said, "In all my professional career, I've never felt so culturally in tune with a fan base." And I get that, man. I love New Orleans. The Saints fans that I've met have been incredible.
Like flavor.
I like flavor.
Kevin hates New Orleans.
I like the stuff that's going on in New Orleans. I dig a lot of that. Now, I can totally see living there being a different lifestyle.
Right.
You know, being a rich person in New Orleans is probably a lot better. But he said, "I know great things are ahead for this team." And then he added this: "I'm a championship starting quarterback, but I stayed because I love New Orleans." He's not a championship starter.
No, I will say this. I was wrong about him. I thought I think it was his freshman year at Florida State.
Okay.
Did they win it his freshman year?
I'll have to go back.
It wasn't his freshman year, sophomore year. I know he didn't win it his last year at Florida State because he had, I think, the fumble against Oregon and stuff like that.
And then he couldn't keep his head straight, and Jimbo Fisher was having to get him reel him back in.
Standing up on lunchroom tables and doing all his different things. But I did think he was going to be great. I thought I saw a leader and greatness at Florida State.
I saw those things too. He gets people to pay attention.
And it just never translated at the NFL level. But I do think he's a very good backup. I think if you have to play 4 or 5 games with Jameis Winston as your quarterback to keep you alive in a season, if you were to have an injury to your quarterback in the playoffs in the second quarter and you got to figure out a way how to hold on or win a game, I think he gives you a chance to do that. So I think he's one of the best backup quarterbacks in the NFL, somewhere between the 30th and 40th best quarterback in the NFL.
He was a red shirt behind EJ Manuel in 12.
Okay.
And then in 13, BCS national champion.
All right.
And then in 14 had that moment where it just I was like, what is happening right now? But I just don't think in the NFL it ever converted. Reggie always compares him to Ryan Fitzpatrick. He's like, what's the difference? Both of them can throw 30 touchdowns and 30 interceptions in a season. I'm like, dang, Reggie, that's why you're right. Reggie might be the quarterback guru around here. Nobody knew that Geno Smith was going to have a Geno Smith year. Then Geno Smith went out and had himself a contract season.
And now Reggie and Kevin Gray are going to be on the Fast and the Furious 46.
Yeah, with Tyrese tonight. I'm excited about this for them, man. 720 on the Get Right.
Do you think if I asked Reggie, would he rather interview Tyrese or Tyrese Halliburton? Which one would he say? Or Tyrese Maxey?
Probably. I'm thinking Halliburton. I think so, but I don't know, man. Reggie does have a love for pizzazz, and Tyrese Gibson absolutely has pizzazz when it comes to that.
You think they'll put normal women in this next Fast and the Furious, or just like 22-year-old models in thongs and bikinis?
What are you doing if you're going to make a movie? Are you going to put mom pants women in movies, Mike?
That's what they wear now. That's what it should be in this one.
Just all mom pants?
Just to ruin the movie and go, you know what? Those are bad jeans.
Are there people out there that were like, I love mom pants? I do want to hear that.
Moms.
The young girls do too. They're like, hey, these are comfortable. I see it all the time.
I know they were comfortable in the 80s. And then they're
comfortable still.
And they made better jeans.
They do have better yoga pants are the best. The Jets do want Aaron Rodgers, Mike. And my personal opinion on this is they are saying to themselves, hey, let's go out here and add all these older players while we've been drafting a very good young squad. Let's go ahead and say, you know what? Screw it. Let's add ourselves Lazard. Let's do all these other things. Just because Aaron Rodgers has the list that he handed them. Hey, I would like these things if you can. That being said, multiple sources say the Packers want a first-round pick and more for Aaron Rodgers. That makes sense to me. A first-round pick makes sense. But aren't the Packers in the bad position on this
horrible
one?
Position. They're in a little bit of the Amari Cooper situation. Hey, we ain't coming back here.
Yeah.
So you already know he's not going back. You now know in a worse way, he's already said, this is the team I'm going to. I'm not even going to go to another team. If you trade me to another team, I'll just retire. And then the trade's off.
Yeah.
And you get nothing. So yes, the Jets do have to give something, but not a lot. And I would be surprised even if they have to give up their first round pick in this situation.
Yeah.
Because the Green Bay wants him gone. He wants to go to New York. You gotta have to just say, hey, what are you going to give us? I could see it maybe being a second round pick, almost to just be nice.
Yeah, I
and
see.
then probably a future, 4th through 6th round pick or something like that. In other news, by the way, Maryland has stormed back, and West Virginia has blown a huge lead, and they're losing 22-21.
This is insane.
There's only 25 minutes and 42 seconds left in that.
Miles Jack is no longer with the Pittsburgh Steelers, Mike. This is a guy that I thought had a really good, interesting career in front of him.
Luckily, we drafted Jalen Smith right ahead of him.
Neither one of them quite turned out to be what I expected them to be.
Well, they both came into the draft with major injuries. Concerns.
Well,
right?
it was one can't play now. The other can play now, but it's probably not going to be great in the future. And they said, we'll go with the one that can't play now. And I thought that Miles Jack was really good for a period of time, and then it has quickly fallen off for him. And then this is a good note for the Joe Burrow fans out there. Orlando Brown will play left tackle for the Cincinnati Bengals, Mike. And that means Jonah Williams, their first-round pick from 2019, who started 16 games at left tackle, is now expected to move to right tackle to replace Lyle Collins over there.
And I believe he's going to be a free agent, right? Lyle Collins?
Yeah, I believe so. So now it looks like they're trying to solidify that offensive line even more for Joe Burrow to be protected, not get sacked 8,000 times this year. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, what is the Cowboys' next big move? Or are they done? Next on The Fan.
The more
Listens live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Are you distracted right now by the NCAA tournament? I saw Ross Tucker this morning tweeted out, thanks to this woman, it was his mom, a picture of him and his mom, for letting me stay home every single year to watch the first round of the NCAA tournament as long as I made straight A's. And I was like, man, that is a really good motivation for that. Like, if you want to do this, I'll let you stay home from school. All you got to do is make straight A's. And that kid's going to work all year. Nowadays, I wonder if that's the motivation kids would have. They love the tournament that much. Are you having a difficult time paying attention to work because you're keeping an eye on what's going on in these tournaments in your bracket right now?
I'll always remember, not the tournament. I always loved the tournament as a kid when you looked at the draft, the top 10 players in the draft, all 10 of them were in the basketball tournament.
Yeah.
Now you have Wembanyama, number one, not in the tournament. Scoot Henderson, not in the tournament. I believe it's Thompson, if I have their last name right, they're twin brothers, not in the tournament. So 3 of the 4 top 5 picks are not in the tournament, and 3 of them are teenage Americans. So you only have the kid Miller in Alabama, who is going to be a top 5 pick most likely. I know he has the off-the-court issues now. And did you hear that they have to bring extra security for Alabama because of all the death threats?
They have another player involved there.
So it just used to be, hey, you want to watch all the players that are about to get drafted and go to the NBA? That doesn't happen anymore. You're just watching now late lottery picks who aren't developed at all. Nothing against like Cason Wallace. I've been following him at Kentucky. He's from Richardson High School. Anthony Black is at Arkansas. He's from Duncanville High School. I've watched a few of their games this year. I'd say I've probably watched about 5-6 games of Arkansas and Kentucky. And they don't look very good to me. I'm going to be honest. I don't know the kid Anthony Black. I don't know the kid Cason Wallace. I watched them play in high school. They looked great. I've watched them play in college. They don't look that good. And they're both going to be in the lottery. Most likely they're both going to be lottery picks. And they're not that good college basketball players. They're honestly average at best college basketball players who can develop into very good NBA basketball players. But you're watching guys that aren't even developed to play at a high level in college, and those are the best kids you're going to watch. So that makes this tournament really tough. I used to, Corey, in 9th grade, I had a dentist appointment the morning of opening day when the Rangers went to Baltimore to play the Orioles. And I can remember my mom didn't make me go to school that day. I asked if I could stay home and watch the Rangers, and that was a thing that I'll always remember, getting to watch Rangers opening day. I believe that was 1993, if I have my years right.
Nice. And that was your first
at Camden Yards.
And,
so awesome.
And mom was cool with it, like, because you had the dentist appointment.
She got mad at me at one point because I believe it was like Rafael Palmeiro, who had like a double in the left center gap, and I started screaming and yelling that, we just hit a double in the gap, and it was the school calling to see why I wasn't at school as I was screaming and yelling in the back, like, go Rangers.
And she's like, well, I mean, he's not ready to come back right now. That's hilarious. 877-881-1053. What's the Cowboys' next big move? Or are they done? And I got this text, and this drives me nuts. With this was in response to the tease, Mike. Quit being fans and wanting the Cowboys to be good so bad that you're willing to take anything and run with it. Hold the Cowboys accountable. Your story should be that the Cowboys are very close to being a contender. At this point, if they don't go all in and make the 1 or 2 additional big acquisitions, we should crucify them. I don't agree with that, but I do want them to make the 2 moves that they need to make in order to put this team over the top. The Eagles went all in, and I think whenever the questions started coming, hey, man, the Eagles made significant moves, not just before the season, but well up to the start of the season, and then all the way through the season, they made big moves in order to put themselves in position to be in the Super Bowl. Now, did they have an extremely easy schedule on the way to the Super Bowl? Yeah, that worked out in favor for them as they were the number 1 seed with a bye week and then got to deal with a beat-up Brock Purdy and the Giants on their road to that. That was an easy road through the playoffs to get there. But they also made those moves. Now, the Cowboys might for years have been, and this is always, I think, of Bill Parcells-ism, and that's where I think kind of Steven's team building comes from. But the Cowboys were in the mindset of, we're going to see what our division opponents do, and we're going to try to make sure we can compete or beat them. If we're good enough to compete or beat them, that gives us a spot in the tournament. If we can get into the tournament, we have a shot of making it. All you're asking for is the opportunity to be in the tournament. Well, now the Cowboys are like, we've been in the tournament. We've been there twice in a row now. We have the coach that gets us there every year. We don't have to worry about that part of it. Now we need to make sure that we go beyond that. We need to level up. And I think that's where Steven, and I don't know who else is in that room having this conversation, but their mindset is beyond that. Their mindset is for better this year. Adding Gilmore was a very nice thing. Retaining Leighton Vander Esch was a very nice thing. You said Donovan Wilson. That's nice too.
Yeah.
Moving on from Zeke, you're losing a really good leader in that locker room. And anybody can say what they want and hate on Zeke. The Cowboys in that locker room love that man. And that's a very tough pill for them to swallow. The entire organization is sad about losing Zeke because they love him. Lots of reporters enjoy that. But now you say, okay, what can we do with that money? How can we add to this? And I just saw this from Pro Football Focus. Potential starting offense. Dak Prescott, Tony Pollard, Bijan Robinson, DeAndre Hopkins, CeeDee Lamb. And that's where I'm looking at going, add a receiver. Let's go, not just some James Washington guy. Let's go make a big move. If it is Beckham, Mike, I don't know if he's the savior for the team, but I also want a team that's so good that I don't need one guy to be the savior for my team. I want a team that's stacked. And maybe Bijan Robinson, because the NFL is getting pretty smart and saying we don't have to draft running backs in the top 10. Maybe he lands in your lap and you can make a move there. But man, you have to go get something else to add to your offense right now to give your quarterback the weapons to beat, because you got the defense in place to go do the work right now. You just need one piece on defense, in my opinion.
And that is the position. What
Defensive
position?
tackle.
Defensive
I think you're miserable at that spot.
Okay.
I love Quentin Bohanna and I love Oso Odigizua, but Oso Odigizua for me, he's applying pressure. We need a bigger body next to him. Now I do know that Dan Quinn says, look, our base is really a 3-4, even though it's a 4-3, but we play 3-4 and 4-3. He's trying to say, look, we're a very flexible defense. But when it comes to we got to make a stop, I need a body in the middle that not only can say, you have to double team me, and now you're screwing the rest of things up because now Mike is singled. Now DeMarcus Lawrence is singled. Now Osa is singled. I need a guy in the middle that can square away everything, make the pile stop the run, and also help the rest of the defense out. Other than that, I'm feeling really good about the defense right now. The offense is something that in the draft and whatever moves you make from here, that's where I need to be focused on.
I hear you. I'll say it again. I think at 26, they take an offensive player, whether it's a tight end, wide receiver, offensive lineman. I think those are the three that they'll concentrate on. I don't know if they're going to take a running back there. I do think they'll take a running back in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round that they're going to like. I hear you, and I'd love for them to get DeAndre Hopkins. Now, I know that's going to cost you a 2nd-round pick. I hear the love for Odell Beckham Jr. I am worried about how many major injuries he's had to his lower half.
I agree.
I felt like that. Nothing against Des Bryant. That's why I thought Des Bryant was done when the Cowboys let him go, is I just thought, look, part of it's not really his fault. He's had so many lower body injuries. He just can't move and do the things he used to do. And I worry about Odell Beckham being able to do that too. But if they go out and they get Odell Beckham Jr., I'm not going to hate on it. I'll be worried about relying on that body to do it. But I hear you. I think the Cowboys have enough now after the draft is over. They're going to add those little pieces. This is what the Cowboys always do, which we don't like, okay, but they do help. They add $2 to $3 million free agents that, look, if we draft somebody and they're better than them, we can release them. We didn't only give them $2 or $3 million bucks.
Yep.
But if we don't draft a player in that position, we feel like that guy can plug the hole okay because of that. And right now, the whole plugging needs to be, and like it or not, I know they gave Michael Gallup number 2 wide receiver money.
They did.
So as much as we can talk about a number 2 wide receiver, at this time last year, they believe they had a good number 2 wide receiver, and they paid him like a number 2 wide receiver. So I don't know how quick they're going to want to give up on that. It's kind of like, I'll give you an example. Collecting Trevor Lawrence. Do you know how stupid I kind of felt collecting Trevor Lawrence after his rookie year was over? Sean Sharif is crapping on me. I was like, man, I'm glad I gave you that advice to sell that Trevor Lawrence autograph card when you did.
Yeah.
Because it looks like he might have been drafted by such a horrible team. He's going to have a horrible career. And people would tell me, like Sean Sharif, no, he's just a horrible quarterback. You're stupid for believing in Trevor Lawrence. And I'm like, all right, but I went in and bought a couple other $thousands worth of cards. And I said that really weird with a whole bunch of S's.
Yeah, it's fine. I heard it.
I bought $2,000 of Trevor Lawrence cards in 2 cards because they were down a lot after his rookie year. And I said, you know what? Screw it. I'm not quitting on him just because of Urban Meyer and a horrible team. I'll give it another year. And I think that's probably how the Cowboys feel about Michael Gallup. They gave the dude a long-term $13 million a year contract. They're not going to quit on him. So as much as people want Odell Beckham Jr. or they want DeAndre Hopkins or they want whoever it is to be the number 2 receiver, they invested their money into their number 2 receiver. And usually when you do that, if you have any money in your life and you're listening and you invest in something that strongly, you're usually not going to quit on it 9 or 10 months later.
From the 940, the Cowboys' next big move is probably dropping an anchor somewhere where it's sunny and 75 degrees. Hold on. We can't give them a little bit of credit for the work that they've done already and then say, okay, y'all can take a little bit of a break.
I feel like they haven't gone on spring break. It's been great.
That's what I've been wondering.
This is the first time I feel like they haven't gone on spring break during the signing period.
I've been kind of in this mindset, Mike, of like, is Steven at the Star making all this happen? How is this all or maybe because we have cell phones nowadays, they can actually get stuff done. Or maybe Will McClay's doing that job. Maybe Will McClay's like, look, hey, y'all go have fun. I'll take care of this while you guys are gone. Don't worry about it. When you get back, y'all are gonna be pretty happy. Maybe that's what they are. From the 469, trade Prescott to Houston and then get CJ Stroud. I don't think that's happening. I like this. I like this idea. I like CJ Stroud. He was fun to watch, man. Yeah. But I don't think that one's gonna happen. From the 254, I haven't heard much on Cowboys making moves to shore up the terrible run defense. In order to be a serious competitor, they need to address that and the interior O-line. Yes. I don't know about addressing the O-line in free agency right
Help me out. Who is the guy that we got that helped out, got hurt, and then came back in the playoffs and helped out? The big guy.
Ron Leary?
No, defensive tackle.
Hankins, Jonathan Hankins.
Jonathan Hankins. I'm wondering this. Did that change their belief in that position? Now, he still was cheap. It wasn't like they gave Hankins $10 million last year. But there's been a belief for over a decade with the Dallas Cowboys. We have to cut up this salary cap pie certain ways. And we think defensive tackle run blockers are the stupidest thing to spend money on an NFL team. And then you saw Hankins really help the defense out. And they helped out their star players be better players. I'm wondering, not that they're going to spend a lot of money on that position, but I'm wondering in the second, third round, are they going to feel stronger about taking a 325-pound defensive tackle who isn't going to get sacks, probably like 2 sacks a year? He's not going to get tons of tackles because what he's trying to do is eat up the center and guard. And they just feel like that is a league minimum job.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if Hankins changed their mind on we have to do better than just, hey, who cares if we have that guy? Because he seemed to really help the other guys on defense.
And I wonder if bringing him back's an option. He's 30 years old. I don't think he's going to be too expensive. So maybe that does fit that. Or are you thinking maybe it's going to be better? See, that's the thing, because Bohannon's a big body like that, but he just wasn't holding up. Neville Gallimore talked the big game, Mike, to us going into training camp, but he was one of the things that you're like, why? You're there, dude. This is your chance to make it. And they was like, but it wasn't going to do it. All he was doing was covering George Kittle downfield in a game where he should have been covering him. So I think there are some other things the Cowboys are looking into. From what I'm seeing, though, there isn't another Stephon Gilmore move on the rise right now. But that means the phones are still being picked up and still being utilized to try to make that next move happen. Maybe they are ready to just wait it out for the draft. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it is 35 uninterrupted minutes of sports content in your ears. Today, National Spray Tan Day. Tell us your sports opinion and something you regret. Next on The Fan.
Are you you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until 1, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Owner-operators, listen up. Are you grossing $14,000 a week? At Sisu Energy, our owner-operators gross on average $14,000 a week.
The Expressway on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Rockwall Ford.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it is time for the Expressway. 35 uninterrupted minutes of sports content. Thank you very much. Yesterday, Derek gave us a honk. I was like, okay. At first, I thought the car farted or something. I didn't know exactly what was happening, but I'm glad that he explained what we were doing there. And if you're watching the Twitch stream in breaks now, Mike, I don't know if you know this or not, I have created the putter cam. We have a putter cam up thanks to Carter during breaks. So while we're putting, people can judge our putting. And you can kind of keep up with what's going on there. Otherwise, you're just sitting there looking at us sit there and talk to each other. And that's not really fun. You want to see what we're doing? Let's do some other stuff during these breaks. All right, it is a National Spray Tan Day. So give us your opinion. Give us your sports opinion and something you regret. 877-881-1053 from the 254. I don't even want to read this. I really don't want to read it because I don't want to have audio of me saying this. From the 254, Cowboys will never make a Super Bowl appearance as long as Jerry is in control. That is my regret. They won 3 Super Bowls with Jerry in control. He owned the team. Sure, he had a friend along the way to help him. Right now, the guy in control is Will McClay. He's the one, like, he's not getting the credit or recognition, but he's the one pulling the trigger. He's the one teeing up all the shots. Like, that's the guy that's really in control right now.
Yeah, I think him and Steven. Like, if you had to break down the percentage of who's in control, how would you break down the 100% pie?
Well, all right, hold on. When you say control, the guy that signs off on everybody's checks,
right?
I guess he gets the credit.
I know
for
it's
being
Jerry,
controlled.
but I mean, I'm just wondering, like, because we all have a different opinion. I'm not saying you're going to be right or you're going to be wrong here. When you say Will McClay, how much like power control percentage does he have? Because I'll just throw this out.
I don't think Will McClay
Jerry Jones only has like 20% of the pie now.
Okay.
And so that leaves 80% of the pie to Will McClay and Steven Jones.
All right, and that means I think that they would split it 40-40 there in that instance.
What is your percentage on Jerry? What would you say his percentage is?
Actually, I'm sorry, Mike. I disagree with myself there.
Okay.
Because I think that Mike McCarthy has about 10%. And I think some of it it has to do with roster, but I don't think Will McClay, I think Steven helped Mike McCarthy interview prospective coaches. Maybe Will McClay was in the room for that, but I think Will McClay on that front has other things to do and accomplish. Does that make sense? Like he's like, I don't have time to interview this coach. I have to get this. Now, does he talk to that coach, that brand new offensive coordinator about what kind of receiver do you want? What kind of running back do you want? When you have an offensive line, what do you want it to look like? I think the vision of what the team is what Will McClay focuses his attention on. I think getting the answers to those questions, a lot of it is Steven trying to say, but I think if Mike McCarthy says, do you want this or this, Steven? I think Steven goes, all right, I've talked to Will about all this stuff. I think we want this. So I think there's a lot of we involved when it comes to those two making decisions. But ultimately, Mike, I think you're right in that Will always concede to, hey, Steven, it's your show, baby. So, I think that is like, I know I'm here, but I'm here trying to make sure I get all the right information to you. Was it Henry Ford that said that back in the day? I don't have all the answers, but I have 7 phones.
Like Harrison.
Harrison Ford, yeah. He was like, I don't have all the answers. Don't give me the odds. No, he said, Henry Ford was like, I don't have all the answers, but I have 7 phones here. I'll pick up one of these phones and get one of the people that has the answer for me, and then I'll make sure I take that information as I do. 877-881-1053. It is National Spray. Have you ever had a spray tan, Mike?
I have.
You have?
Yeah, as a joke in Oklahoma City. When I was
AAA
for the Rangers.
Okay.
Yeah, I went and got a spray tan.
And where was it? Were you orangey?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you like it? Did you feel comfortable in it?
It was weird.
I've never done the spray tan before.
Yeah. I mean, they can make it. I'm sure. Look, this was 2004 in Oklahoma City. I'm sure that spray tans have come a little bit of ways. Maybe they haven't. Maybe it's exactly the same. I don't know. Spray tanners can let us know. I've been spray tanning for 20 years. In 2004 and 2023, there's no difference. But I put on a white shirt a little bit afterwards, and then it kind of is orangey on the inside because it's paint pretty much or whatever it is, and it kind of comes off of you a little bit. But they tell you, I can't remember all the rules. I remember you can't like shower anything for at least an hour, if not longer, because they need that kind of paint to soak in.
Cure.
Yeah. Kind of like when you're painting wood, when you're staining wood. I shouldn't say painting. When you're staining wood, because they're staining your skin for a short amount of time, is you got to kind of, let that stain set into your pores or whatever. But it is funny.
Dude, I kind of want to do that as a show bet payoff. Like, I think we should add that into the mix of bet payoffs of you got to do a
It definitely has to be a summertime thing, though, because if you do it during football season, people would rarely see your spray tan. They'd see your face, obviously tanner, but you're not going to get, like, it needs to be, if you're going to have a bet payoff, that needs to be between May and September.
And the 469, Mike, you do it butt naked now. That's the way that they say
you don't have to, I don't think.
Have you ever done the tanning bed? Have you ever done that before?
I've done the tanning bed before.
We had one at the gym. I used to work out at a gym because I was right in the neighborhood, Mockingbird and Abrams, and it was right above IHOP. And they had a tanning bed in the gym. And I was like, this is wild to me. But since they had it, I was like, I'm going to take advantage of it.
When I did it, I remember it being, we lived in Fort Worth in early 2000s, and we were going on a trip, like a winter trip to Mexico.
Okay.
And I burn easily. And it hurts when for a few days, it hurts.
Yes.
And so I was like, what if I sign up for like a month of not spray tan, but the tanning bed. And that way, when I go to Mexico, I'll already have a decent base and I can't remember if it worked or not.
And ripped looking abs, because tan makes you look like you have abs.
But I just remember that was the reason I decided to sign up for 1 month in Fort Worth of the tanning salon bed thing, to try to not get burnt so bad going to Mexico.
Yeah, man. The burns can be awful. They can be awful sometimes. Man, there are lots of texts coming in from the 682. The Mavs are going to win the NBA championship this year. I regret not taking care of my teeth. # meth sucks. Oh, and you did meth? And that's what happened to your teeth?
Yeah, it ruins your teeth.
But how do you know?
You can go look. If you look up, like, what are bad effects of meth, obviously
it's always teeth.
Brain is number one.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of number two will be, if you look at people's teeth or eyes, I believe both of those will tell you a lot about if they are or aren't on meth.
It is the combo platter, National Spray Tan Day. Tell us your sports opinion and something you regret. From the 903, Joey's going to love this. Stars getting hot as the playoffs loom. And I regret asking my ex-wife for a second date and all thereafter. The second date. Oh, some things must have gone bad in this. He's ex-wife. That makes sense now. I didn't even think about that in the first place. I don't know what I would do if Adrian was like bad. If she was a bad wife and bad mom, I don't know if I could like roll with that. Did I tell you the book that I got her? I got her a book for Mother's Day.
How to be bad?
No.
In bed?
No. How to be... When you say that, when you say bad in bed, are you saying like naughty, or are you saying just like dead fish kind of
I don't know.
thing?
What do you think?
I don't know. Because I think Mike has it set up. He can go either way with this. That's how a lot of Mike's jokes. Yeah, nobody's dying, I guess, hopefully. From the 817, Dallas Stars don't get enough love. Regret not accepting Marvel stock as a gift 20 years ago at 16. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine having some Marvel stock? What is Marvel stock up to?
I don't know.
Right
Isn't it Disney stock? I don't know I've never heard of Marvel stock.
Well, it sounds like somebody was offering them Marvel stock. And I wonder, Mike, if because
there can't be such a thing as that, is there?
Marvel Disney Corp. That's different. Marvel Technology is at $40. Marvel Disney is at like 75 cents. I don't know. I'll have to.
You can buy that then.
Yeah,
you shouldn't regret it too much, unless it was at 1 penny.
I'll have to find out what that's up to.
Because I'm like, I know all the Marvel stuff is on Disney, so I'm like, I don't know how they'd have their own product.
From the 817, I regret leaving all the females I had in my life after the big moment. It was all about the chase. I don't know what their sports opinion was. I thought they had a sports opinion there. That's my fault, man. I apologize for that one. from the 214, Dak Prescott is a damn good quarterback. Not Mahomes, but easily top 10 and close to top 5. He's better than y'all give him credit for. I regret going bald during the pandemic. Listen, bald's beautiful. It's okay.
There's nothing you can't regret. I don't know what you regret about that. That's just your body changing. I regret becoming bald. Like you had something to do with it. Like you squeezed your face tight enough that your hair stopped growing or fell out.
Maybe they did shave their head and they didn't realize that the follicles were going to be affected or something.
And they're saying Dak's a top 5 quarterback.
And they're saying we don't publicly give him credit for being a 5 to 10 guy. I think we put him in the range of, and they said close to 5. We put him in the range of like 7 to 11. He's in that range of being that kind of quarterback.
And I'm usually harsher on him. I'm like, man, if you get him past 8, I think you're probably working too hard there to be a homer. But if you get him past 14, if you're like, oh, he's the 16th best quarterback, I think at that point you're just a hater. But that's my opinion. You can say he's the best quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah.
Fine with me. I mean, that's your opinion. But Patrick Mahomes does have quite a great resume over about the same amount of time as Dak Prescott. But it's one of those things. Look, Dak is going to be a volatile player. I know they'll say every Cowboys quarterback is. Well, we don't know. Ever since the internet, the Cowboys haven't won anything since we had internet in our homes. I didn't have internet in my home in 1995.
I didn't either.
There's no internet in home. It was
I had a computer, but not
yes,
internet.
It was
yet.
very.
Me either.
It was very, very,
live
very
in 95,
low.
Joey?
No,
I was not.
Okay.
See,
So you probably didn't have internet.
Internet,
You didn't know.
eBay, Google, all these things were barely being thought of in homes. Like it was like one day it'll be in home.
Marvel was a comic book.
We have no clue how we will treat like a Super Bowl winning great quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys
The big king.
in the world of internet.
Yeah.
We've never even had internet during Troy Aikman, during Roger Staubach. So we don't know how. I think that he will be lauded. I think that it'll be like, dude, he is on the best franchise, leading a team that nobody thought could win under the Jones family. And I just think they'll get a lot more credit, whether they deserve it or not. Just like maybe Dak gets a little bit more hate than he deserves because he is on the most popular team by far, and the Cowboys don't go very far in the playoffs. Same thing with Tony Romo.
Yeah. This is, and you win, everybody has to shut up. I mean, obviously, the Matt Stafford.
Everybody shut up about Dirk.
The Matt Stafford detractors. Sean said it this morning. I think it's ridiculous that people are putting him in the Hall of Fame. But now he has the Super Bowl to go along with.
Yeah.
There is a debate and a discussion for Matt Stafford at this point. And ultimately, he can always sit back and say, I won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like that, he can always hang his hat on that. If you don't win, you're still arguing. You're fighting an uphill battle.
It's really I remember I almost got a job over here at the Fan back in 2009. If I have my years right, maybe 2010, but 2009 I think it was. Spittle was here for a little bit before he moved to Houston.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And so I was thinking about coming over here, and there was a dude. Hill was his last name, an A&M running back.
Yeah, my friend Marcus that I always talk about that played at Purdue. It's his cousin.
Okay, because I know his name's not Marcus Hill that went to Texas A&M, running back, like second round pick. He used to work here at the Fan.
I think he's in Philadelphia.
And it was like 2009 or 2010. It might have been 2010. And he's
Greg
on
Hill.
Greg Hill, thank you. Greg Hill's on here, and he's like, I had to turn off the radio because I'm such a Dirk fan. But he's like, look, it's not even a conversation. Amari Stoudemire is way better than Dirk Nowitzki. Like, no conversation. Shouldn't even have it. Dirk isn't even a top 10 player in this league. Probably not. Like Greg Hill's going off on Dirk Nowitzki is kind of only celebrated because he's here on your team type of deal. He doesn't even come close to Amari Stoudemire. And I'm thinking, dude, like, you got to watch more basketball. But because Dirk had won nothing, because Dirk had been
right.
He had lost the championship in 06, even though David Stern intentionally did that. In 07, he was on a team that went 67-11 after the first 4 games of going 0-4, won the MVP and lost in the first round to Golden State. You could take every shot you wanted against Dirk Nowitzki, and Greg Hill did.
Yeah, and you're right.
And it didn't matter that Greg Hill could say anybody in the NBA was better than Dirk Nowitzki at the time. You struggled because he wasn't winning in the playoffs. He lost in the NBA Finals. His MVP was kind of an embarrassing moment of winning the MVP and then losing the 1-8 matchup. And so people that didn't like Dirk could take shots left and right. And that was like, I think for people that love Dak, that think Dak's a top 5 quarterback, if not the best quarterback in the NFL, is it hurts them to hear us say stuff like, hey, I think I might rather have Lamar Jackson. I think in a one-year situation, maybe I'd rather have Aaron Rodgers. And I get, like, I might sound really stupid to you right now. And that's how I felt about Dirk. But if Dak has a Dirk year, if Dak leads a team in the playoffs, the Cowboys are down in the divisional round 21-3 at halftime. And the Cowboys win 31-28 because he just goes off and makes this unbelievable comeback, kind of like Oklahoma City.
Yep.
And then you have to play, I know it'd be different because when the Mavericks played the Lakers, it was in the second round. But you're playing the back-to-back defending champs. And you go out there, and this year you play the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl, and Dak wins the game 48-0. Now, a lot of people had to contribute to 48-0, but Dak's the MVP. It was 48-0. It wasn't even close, and the Kansas City Chiefs were favored by 10 points going into the Super Bowl. That's what Dirk did in 2011 to then change where I can't say this about Dirk, and that's why Dirk on most lists are top 20 players in the history of the NBA. So Dak can change the narrative, but he has to have a 2011 Dirk Nowitzki season and playoff run.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, and I think you're right about that too. By the way, Greg Hill is with Odyssey.
Oh, yeah?
He is in Boston with WEEI, and he hosts the morning show with Andrew Wiggins. So that's what he's up to now.
Oh, so he got hurt. Andrew Wiggins, and he's not. That's why Golden State's struggling so much.
I don't. That's a yes. That being said, his cousin is a very, very good friend of mine, and Tolo's the show. He loves it.
Tell him he was wrong about Dirk Nowitzki being way worse than Amari Stoudemire.
940 says 0% chance Cowboys get Bijan, and I regret spending $3,000 on Zach Wilson cards before a play snap.
Yeah.
Before he played a snap, man, those
I have some.
Those are tough.
That's the fun part about being a card collector is you'll know your mistakes because you'll have to have those cards forever in your collection. I have nothing against. I got a Jake Plummer autograph. I still have probably 40 Jake Plummer rookie cards.
You can still collect for collecting. Like, look at those cards as I'm collecting for the collection's sake.
Yeah, but really you're collecting because you believe in that player.
Yes.
And that's always fun to go, I believe in this player. So you can put your money where your mouth is. If you decide to believe in a player like Brock Purdy, for instance, before he played for the 49ers, which would be very rare to invest in a 7th round pick. But if you did that, you've hit the lotto. You've now made 100 times your money if you're buying cards for $1 and then selling them for $50 a card.
From the 817, the Rangers will be super competitive starting halfway through the season and will make the playoffs. Their regret, waxing their butt. It hurts so much that I hit the person doing it and didn't even realize that I hit them. That's a tough one right there for sure. Are you ready for Mike Likes It, or I could read some more?
Read one more. My son's calling me up, but I can't really take the call right now.
Because we're on radio. Does he not know what you do for a job?
What's the phone number to call in? He can call in and tell me on the air.
877-881-1053. He can call in right now. By the way, different Greg Hill is what I'm being told. So
I'm pretty sure he lives here. I was like, I don't think he has any connection with. I was like shocked. I was like, I don't think Greg Hill has any connection with like the New England Patriots or anything because he is an A&M guy. I believe he played for the Chiefs in the NFL.
That is definitely a different Greg Hill. Thanks to our boss man, Gavin Spittle, for confirming that for me. From the 214, Mavs will waste Luka next year. Biggest regret as a kid selling Barry Sanders and Deion Sanders rookie cards for Tecmo Bowl and Super Mario 2 for Nintendo. So they sold those. What are Barry Sanders and Deion Sanders cards looking like right now?
Not much. They made $1 million. Honestly, I'm shortchanging. They probably made 3 million Pro Set rookie cards of each player. So that's why I have quite a few UCLA Pro Set Troy Aikman rookie cards. They're worth about $2 to $4 a piece.
Okay.
Probably Deion's worth $1 a piece, and Barry Sanders is worth like $6, $7 a piece on those.
Yeah.
Scores are the ones that are going to be worth the most from 1989, but still, you're looking at $5 for a Deion Sanders and probably, I'm going to guess, $30 to $40 for a Barry Sanders, and that's his best rookie card.
What's always amazing to me is with Kevin and Mike, like they kind of understand where the market is on a lot of different players. I've learned a lot from both of them just because I have access to both of them, but you guys all the time. I can text you and be like, hey, what do you think about this? More likely you're going to be like, not worth it. I also have a really good friend that's very into cards too. He was spending a lot of money at a high level time for cracking open some sets that were having one-of-ones and stuff like that too. So I have some people that I can talk to. Yeah. But what's always amazing to me is how many people out there just, they don't know, but they want to know. And you guys have to break their souls a lot of times in those conversations.
It is like getting, if you really want to know cards, it is like getting a college education.
Yeah, it's like if you want to know finance.
It takes 4 years, and you're still not going to know it all. There's still going to be experiences where you're like, this doesn't make any sense to me. And most of the people say, it doesn't make any sense to me either, but our culture, the card culture, believes in this card or doesn't believe in that card.
From Jeff Passan. New York Mets closer Edwin Diaz tore the patellar tendon in his right knee during the celebration yesterday. He is going to need knee surgery and is expected to miss the entire season. So, Mike, to your point earlier about the potential of Edwin Diaz not being able to be around and the Mets saying we got to find a closer, there it is right there. He's likely to miss the entire season. And the Mets are going to say, we got to get a closer. And if you're the Rangers and you're trying to get a closer late in the year, you're going to have to be competing with a team that's willing to spend a lot right now.
Man, and here's the deal. It wasn't off of playing baseball. It really had very little to do with the World Baseball Classic. Just like, I don't know if people remember this. Do you remember Mariano Rivera having to miss a season because he was shagging balls in the outfield?
I do.
He was on the warning track and like trying to catch a fly ball that was going to be a home run. We do it all the time. And he came down bad on his leg and blew out his knee. And that was his season done.
Did he ever
came back and was fine. But I'm sure they probably said, please don't jump up and try to rob home runs anymore. And probably told the team, can we please not try to do things that you guys aren't really being trained to do? But I mean, all he was doing was hopping up and down. It was almost like jumping rope. Now there were people around him. We can't tell, right? Corey, you asked me and I'm like, I can't tell. There's literally about 10 people jumping up and down. You can't see his legs because he's in the middle of it. But yeah, unfortunately, it's just horrible because Puerto Rico, what a great moment to beat the Dominican Republic, to be an underdog in that game, to win it, to knock them out, to go to the next round. Friday night, they play Mexico in Miami, and now the whole World Baseball Classic story starts transitioning towards Edwin Diaz's injury.
I will say that they did, Mike, last night, there were some guys pitching really well, and they're like Maldonado, the catcher, was setting the pitch. Like, he called a great game last night. They showed at one point, Mike, he had like 11, 15 different pages of notes for the game that he was just going through constantly in the dugout. And that's what you're supposed to do as a catcher. You're supposed to be prepared. You're supposed to have your pitcher ready. But he called a hell of a game last night, and I think they're going to be okay. But I agree with you. This is a bigger story now. Now, does this draw interest to what's really happening in the World Baseball Classic? Not really. It brings in the old people that are like, oh, this is the worst. You're going to ruin regular season baseball because of this. This is fun. Every 6 years you get to do this. It's fun, man, to see the cultures and how they're enjoying the game.
And he didn't get hurt playing. Yeah. He got hurt celebrating.
Yeah, he could have been celebrating a birthday party and that could have happened. Yeah. The tendon, that's interesting to me because he didn't do anything, in my opinion, that looked like somebody walked up with a pipe and hit him in the knee and it tore his tendon. Like, that's
the only thing is
weird.
You just wonder, did somebody accidentally kick him?
Or did he land on somebody's foot?
Did he land on somebody's foot? Did a knee hit his knee?
Yeah.
I don't know. And there's really not video to really show when it collapsed. You just know that he goes down. So, yeah, that stinks, and he's so fun, too. Obviously, he has the song. I mean, he became a very popular figure in the culture of baseball. And I want to ask you this question off of, as Mike likes it right here, I want to ask you this question. Did you watch some of the United States game?
I did. I watched probably the first 3 innings of it.
So did you see Mike Trout's triple?
Yes.
how big are his legs? Does he look bigger this year, and not in a bad way? It looks
He just
like
looks stout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even my son was like, God, I can't believe a guy that big runs that fast.
Yeah, and yes, that's as fast as he is. When he was wheeling around second, I was like, dude, this could be a home run.
And then I thought, is he going to get hurt? That's what I thought. Like, oh God, every time he runs fast, like a hammy happens.
Yeah, but that's just Mike Trout is a machine. He is. Whenever I'm watching this right now, I'm like, that's Captain America. That's what Captain America is Mike Trout playing baseball. That's what, if we had Marvel stock, Mike.
I wonder what Micah Parsons would look like next to him in a baseball uniform.
That's
and
interesting.
I wonder what Mike
Probably
Trout,
the same.
I wonder what Mike Trout would look like if we put pads on him. Not saying play football, but when he would walk out to a football field, would you be like, that dude's a beast? Or would he look normal? Would he just look average? Like, I think he looks, I wonder how above average he would look to a football player if they both wore the same jersey, whether it's wearing baseball pants and baseball jersey or going out and wearing football pads and everything.
Micah is, and we've seen Micah up close.
Yeah.
He is an inch taller and 10 pounds heavier.
Okay.
And 10 pounds heavier on muscle that's a different world for people. But I kind of feel like they would kind of almost look the same. Mike Trout kind of is built like a football player. He just plays baseball on an exceptionally high level.
Okay.
God, he's fast.
All right, so here's my next question. And tomorrow, just a reminder, KNC Masterpiece, we're going to be out at RJ Duke's. This is in McKinney, off of 75.
Yep.
You have the exact address?
400 North Central Expressway.
Yeah, it's a great card shop. And obviously, I look at cards a lot. That's somewhat a little bit of my, it's a lot of my hobby, a little bit of my addiction, and I have to watch how much I spend. Sometimes I do spend a little bit too much. And need to sell. People ask me, are you getting out of the card game? Because I've posted stuff on Twitter. I'm like, no, I'm not getting out of the card game. But sometimes I do have to sell some of my stuff if I want to buy other stuff. Or sometimes I'm like, hey, let me make some money here off of this. And maybe later in the year, I'll spend that money. Maybe I'll buy a couch or something for the family with the money that I get, stuff like that. But I was wondering this, Corey, and this just goes to, yes, it goes to card collecting, but it also goes to our culture. Will players in any sport ever be as popular as Willie Mays, Mickey Mantle, Babe Ruth, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird? Maybe they are more popular. I'm kind of asking. I do think in football, players are more popular than Roger Staubach, Troy Aikman, Joe Montana. I do think that football players today are more popular than football players when I grew up. But I'm wondering in the other sports, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you'd say, no. Joe Montana is more popular. Jerry Rice is more popular. But I'm wondering from your opinion, do you think basketball players will ever be as popular as they were in the 80s and 90s when basketball exploded? And could baseball players, Mike Trout being an example, could he ever be as popular as Mickey Mantle?
That's interesting because Mike Trout's with a team that's not as popular as the Yankees.
Right, and not in the World Series all the time.
Yeah,
right?
And his legend will live on forever because of the Yankees specifically. I'm trying to think, like Dr. J is one of my favorite players ever, but you didn't have access to Dr. J if you lived in Texas in that time. He
played in the ABA for a little bit, so he wasn't coming in playing the Mavericks.
But I should be one of the more popular characters from that era. I think that has a lot to do with it too, Mike, is the guys that got to watch guys play in those time periods get to tell the stories about them. You get to tell stories about Magic and Larry Bird because you watched them play. I don't quite remember that era. I remember the end of it. I got involved in the end of it. But as we die, those stories are like just basically what Roger Staubach is to me now. Just stories that my dad told me. And so my kids will go, yeah, my dad told me about Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. But I don't think they're going to be as popular when we're dead as they are like in the future. Now, maybe the cards are still popular for them.
But like, what about
real popularity? Look at this.
Muhammad Ali. Like, he's way more popular today than any other boxer. Right?
I don't know. Because Muhammad Ali doesn't have a Twitter now.
Well, he's dead.
Well, I bet Floyd Mayweather's Twitter's in the multi-millions. And now they have access to every athlete. And that's the other thing too, Mike. Each city gets their one guy at least. Some cities have two. But like the Mavericks have Kyrie and Luka. They're two very popular players across the world.
Is seeing people more making them less popular?
Maybe it is, but
because there's only one game on a week. Like when my dad grew up, he'd tell me like, yeah, the game of the week always was the Yankees. He felt like always against the Tigers. He felt like growing up, it was always Yankees versus Tigers as the game of the week that he could watch on television. But now you get every Ranger game. If you buy the MLB package, you get every game. NBA. I just feel like the Greek Freak is doing something really special in his career.
And not getting
and it
not
just doesn't,
popular enough.
It doesn't feel like he even is talked about in the category of Magic, Michael, Larry Bird, even if you go a little bit further into Kobe. And I guess LeBron James. Obviously, LeBron James, super duper popular. So I can't say nobody is. But I don't know. It's this weird feeling that they're talking about the MVP this morning, and I'm like, man, Jokic, Embiid, and Giannis, those are the three they're picking from right now. And I'm like, it doesn't even feel like these are very popular players.
The Floyd Mayweather has 7.7 million followers. I don't know how. I think Ali would probably have 1 billion. It's and the greatest definitely do. Luka has 1.8 million followers. And maybe Instagram's a bigger deal for him.
Yeah.
Kyrie has 4.8. LeBron has 52 million. And so like there is a discrepancy between the elites and the guys who are really good and almost there. But LeBron's put himself in so many different places. I mean, think about this, Mike. We talk about Chris Arnold came in and talked to you about that earlier. You don't just talk this, you talk all these other things from different angles. And that gives people different perspectives on things. We don't just talk baseball and golf on this station. We talk about a lot of different things, and it gives us more pools to pull from for people to be like, oh, I like that show. When we talk about goofy stuff, people are like, I like that show because I agree with some of that. Or when we talk about sports, I don't think that I'm ever going to get somebody to be like, you know what? When he said that thing about Ezekiel Elliott, that made me agree with him forever. I'll obviously say something that they're going to be like, I don't think he can actually cut a burger diagonally. And so I think that is where like there's just different pools to pull from. And LeBron James has made his it's an ocean for him. Like he can go anywhere. Luka still has some things that he can grow on. So their brands are still, I think brands are stronger than they ever were before though. Does that kind of help answer that question or have that conversation?
No, I don't think there's any answer to it. I just think it's an opinion that I'd love to kind of, will we ever feel the same way about these players or this generation as we did about others? And maybe it's all age, right? Maybe it all has to do with age, but I feel like Babe Ruth and Mickey Mantle and Willie Mays, the history of baseball, like those guys have been passed down through generation and generation. I just feel like basketball, if we go back, it's like JJ Redick, Bob Cousy, couldn't play in the YMCA. I don't know. It feels like
firemen and plumbers.
It feels like we really crap on, a certain moment, and we definitely crap on, I think, history in the NFL. In a weird way, the NFL, the most popular sport, we really could care less about, let's just say, I don't know, 1984 through 1950 or whatever. It's almost like it didn't exist, it feels like.
And the Cowboys have agreed to terms with C.J. Goodwin. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece.
Not Chris Godwin.
It is time for the C Block. Is Pop a jerk for this? Next on The Fan.
The Fan is proud to support the 2023 Tex Gala presented by Choctaw Casino.
fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. And last night, the Mavericks get their win. They needed that win. They deserved that win, Mike, didn't they?
I don't know if they deserved it, because at one point they deserved to lose.
Yeah.
But I guess they also did enough to win. They did enough. They did good things to win at times late in the game, but they did enough for like, hey, if you lose this game, you deserve to lose.
That is weird. If you win the game, do you really deserve to lose? Because you did enough to win the game. So like, shouldn't you get that? They got the win last night, but I think the most interesting part of it, and Mike, you can say maybe that the Maxi Kleba inbounding was more interesting than this, but the Grant Afseth, who is he works for DallasBasketball.com. He's there. He's going to be at the Lakers game as well, covering for DallasBasketball.com. And man, that's an awesome bit. Being able to go cover a team in any sport that you're interested in covering is an absolute blast for any like future aspiring journalists out there. The business is tough. I will tell you that. It is tough to crack into. And it's tough to be able to ride it out and be able to get your shot. But if you want to do it, it's an absolute blast to be around that and be involved in it. And he is covering the Mavericks. He asked Greg Popovich this question and got this answer.
Jaden Hardy's gotten more opportunity with the Mavs due to injuries lately. What have you kind of seen from him through his rookie season?
God, I love questions like that. Please don't accuse me of being glib or a wise ass.
Never.
But how much do you really think I watched that young man?
Probably not a lot, yeah.
Maybe like never.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not as big on him, but I got other things to worry about. That's not even on the radar.
I love that.
Okay, and listen, I love it too, but at the same time, and Joey, I don't know, were we able to find my audio?
We were not.
Okay, I have a moment like this, Mike, and I wish I could find this audio, and it's got to be somewhere. I think we had a purge a while back, and we lost this cut. I was covering the Mavericks for the Fan, and Rick Carlisle was saying something along the lines of, look, I have to do this and this. And I was like, well, is there time to do this or that, whatever it was. And he looked back at the very back of the room and he was like, I don't know who the F this kid is. Like, you could see it in his eyes, but I'm going to make him an example to every other media member that you don't just walk in here and start asking questions. And the first thing he says to me is what? And so I have to repeat my question now. Right? That's the worst. That's the worst thing. Having to repeat your question means that now you have to rethink, did I not say it right? Why are they? And so I was kind of like, And then I remember specifically, he just kind of stands there and he takes a deep breath and he goes, look, I don't have a time to teach a class right now. And I was like, I asked a very simple question. You could have said yes or no, and it would have helped me understand what you're thinking a little more. And he's just like, so like, you can just, I don't know. And then he went on to answer the question, Mike. And I was like, you just answered it. Why'd you have to make me feel like I was 2 feet small whenever you answered the question anyway? And then when we're walking out, Mike, we're walking out and I'm walking next to him and he looks at me and he goes, hey, I'm sorry for really like running through you right on that one right there. And I was like, what? You're not going to apologize in front of everybody. So whenever this happened to Grant, I felt really bad for him. But I guess that's just the way Pop is, and you kind of have to know that going into it.
Yeah, and he did ask a question that there's no way. Like if he asked Jason Kidd a question about a Spurs player who's played in 14 games this year, like probably Jason Kidd after a loss is probably going to go, hey, no one's dying. Yeah, no one's dying. That's thank you. You know what? That would be his answer. But like it was kind of, a question is a question.
Yeah.
But that was a little bit silly to ask Pop a question about Jaden Hardy's season so far. If you had asked him about the game, if you would have said, hey, how much did Jaden Hardy impact this game, or did you have trouble slowing down Jaden Hardy in the second half because he didn't have a good first half? I believe he was 1 of 7 from the field early on. There had to be a specific question about that game. He asked about his whole season and career.
Yeah.
And that's where Pop was like, dude, you can't ask a season question or a career question on a kid who gets DMP'd and played in the G League for a third of the year.
I think that there is kind of this category of Pop too, where he's like, I watch my players. I don't care about other players out there. Now that's a lie, because he can't go into
he has to scout a team.
He can't go into a playoff series or at a game and just go, I have no clue who these guys are. Which one do we cover? What number? Hey, guys, who's their leading scorer? Should we double team him tonight? There's no way he's doing that. He's got to be thinking about that. But you're right. This is a guy who came out of the G League in the draft, a guy who has not played very many minutes at all. I don't have a clue as to what his career's been like so far this year. That being said, I wonder if he had a different thought on him last night after the game. If he was like, man, good kid. Yeah, he's going to be a good scorer in the NBA. I'm very curious about that part of it.
He just didn't ask Grant. And I follow Grant on Twitter.
Yeah,
he's a
I do
great
too.
follow. He loves the Dallas Mavs. But that was a question where if you look back, and I'm not the best at asking questions, believe me, there's a lot of people way better at asking questions in interviews than I am, and I know that. But I would just say, ask a specific question about Jaden Hardy in this game. His driving to the basket, his ability to hit clutch 3-pointers late in the game. But when you start asking about his whole season and possibly his career and where he was drafted and how much he's possibly had to overcome, and do you think he's going to keep playing when Luka and Kyrie maybe come back from injury this year? Like those type of questions, Pop is going to immediately go, what the hell, dude? I'm not coaching the Dallas Mavericks. You're asking a Dallas Maverick coaching question, not a San Antonio Spurs coaching question.
And that's where with Rick, I asked him that Mavericks question. They didn't perform well that night. That was the OJ Mayo team too. So maybe he was just so flustered with the whole thing.
And that's probably, you know what? Pop is probably tired of losing.
Yeah.
But he's probably also, I wonder this, when you're tanking, and he know that team, look, it's worked for him twice. They got David Robinson and Tim Duncan, and it led to 5 NBA championships. They know tanking. The San Antonio Spurs have 5 championships. Why? Because they lost. And the only reason they have it is because they lost. And the lottery ball hit the right draft, right situation for them to get Tim Duncan, I believe, one of the 10 greatest basketball players of all time. David Robinson, one of the 50 greatest basketball players of all time. I don't know where I'm going to put them, but they're in that category. And it led to 5 championships. They know in San Antonio, if we hit on Wembanyama and he's as good as said and advertised
as Tim Duncan.
Yeah, and he's as good as Tim Duncan. They now put themselves into a multiple championship window for another 10 to 20 years.
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering if Pop is like, I'm not going to really scout the other team, especially their role players, because my job is to just develop the players that we have. I'm going to play rotations that are probably going to lose the game, intentionally lose the game. I'm not going to coach to lose the game, but I'm going to play a dude, and if he makes 5 mistakes in 5 minutes, you know what I'm going to tell him? Hey, come here. Watch your pass right there. Right now, you're not passing off at 2 feet. You're getting off the ground. Like, he's going to try to coach him there. He's not going to take him out of the game.
Yeah.
Where if you're coaching to make the playoffs, if you're coaching to win a championship, Pop isn't going to stand for that. He ripped Tony Parker out of games when Tony Parker was better than Avery Johnson. But he's like, I'm not going to rip him out right now because I got to try to develop him. Come playoff time or bigger moments, I would rather play the veteran who's not going to have a horrible turnover that could turn the momentum of this game.
What do you if you're Jaden Hardy?
Yeah.
And you hear that from Greg Popovich, what should your mindset be? Because he said, how about never?
Yeah. I think guys can use that as motivation for sure. And he tried to say afterwards, he's like, no offense to Jaden Hardy, right? 'Cause he's like, I could see where a player could be like, oh, you don't follow me at all, even though I was a starting guard against you tonight. But I have Jaden Hardy's development has probably been, I don't know if it's number 1, maybe number 2 to Josh Green, but they're right there. 1A, 1B. Those have been the 2 best developments of the Dallas Mavericks season. I don't even know if they're going to be Mavericks next year. They're under contract. They could be traded. But Jaden Hardy's improvement to think about, if you do lose Kyrie Irving, which I think is still 50-50, that might be your starting guard next to Luka next year.
Yeah.
Possibly. And maybe for the next 3 to 5 years. That's a good development that you drafted a second-round dude who looks like he can jump into your lineup next year and get you about 15 to 20 points a night and hopefully keep getting better at basketball.
In a variety of ways. You know, like I see he has some work on his passing, but he's good. But man, if he wants to score, he could score. Yes. And that's something fun.
He's a scoring guard. He's not a point guard. He's not a shooting guard, and he can shoot, but he's a scoring guard.
Yeah, he can do, and that's like, he's one of those guys that Mike, he gets it in the corner, he can do something with it.
Yeah.
And you wanted to add more of those players, you did there.
They're not perfect combos, but he's a Jordan Poole. He's a CJ McCollum. He's and I'm drawing a blank on the kid right now who's doing the same thing in Portland after they got rid of CJ McCollum, but he's a young kid doing the same thing there, getting about 18 to 20 points. And like, there's guys that you just know. Jason Terry is another guy, very different game, but a guy that you're like, no, like, there's going to be flaws in his game, but he can get me 18 to 20 points.
By the way, Maryland and West Virginia knotted up at 56. I think this is why, Mike. This is why, because on the other side, you got Furman losing to Virginia 50 to 38. But right now, you got West Virginia and Maryland knotted at 56 and missing threes. But this is why people get so invested.
You have like Maxi Kleba shooting a 3-pointer.
You have a bunch of games going on in one day, and you can have a game that's on the line that it looks like Joey is completely invested in this one because maybe he's picked one of these teams to go further in the round. Everybody's brackets, to go further. Everybody's brackets rely on these games, and it's so intense. And I love the people that are like, my bracket's busted after like a team they picked to go to the next round and then not win beyond that. My bracket's busted. No, it's not. You're going to be fine. Unless you pick the team that lost to go to the entire way, then you're screwed. Mike, what about this report real quick? Just wanted to get your thoughts.
Yeah, you do it real quick.
That this is from The Athletic, that the Lakers are not expected to pursue Kyrie. They're expected to run it back in the offseason. This is from The Athletic that came out this morning.
That's interesting.
It is.
They've played pretty darn good. Obviously, they lost last night. Anthony Davis sat out. But when you look at what Vanderbilt and D'Angelo Russell and a few other guys, sorry, I'm drawing a blank on a few other guys that they picked up, but especially those two guys, Rui Hachimura, is that it looks like they have some really nice role players that could fit that. And do they want to get rid of all of their role players, which they pretty much would, and some of them would probably come to the Dallas Mavericks, do they want to kind of get rid of those guys to just add another star? And let's be honest here. I mean, Kyrie is proving again why this was a very risky trade.
Yes.
Hey, it could be attitude. It's not attitude. He has a great attitude with the Mavericks. He can't play basketball. His body will only allow him to play about 40 games a year. And so this is what you have to live with a Kyrie too. And I'm wondering if the Lakers are like, look, we might have found the role players that we need, and we don't need another star. We need our stars to stay healthy, and now we don't want to get rid of all these role players because they're really tough to get at times too.
Great stuff, man. All right, coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, if your airplane was struck by lightning, what would you do next on The Fan?
All day, every day.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We'll be at RJ Duke Sports Cards tomorrow from 10 to 2, cracking some packs. Today,
Ripping.
What's that?
Ripping.
Ripping? We're not ripping? We're not cracking? We're ripping?
You're ripping.
Ripping and tearing. Ripping and tearing some packs, baby.
Don't tear.
Okay, just don't tear the pack. You just rip. I can tear the rest of
It's
it,
like
right?
I found out the other day, capping means you're lying.
Uh-huh.
I didn't know that. But also when you got to say it like the kids say it, you're ripping.
Okay,
packs.
I'm ripping the packs, not cracking the packs. That's sorry, Joey. It's in the T's already.
Yeah.
So I can't change it, Mike. So it
says cracking.
I said tomorrow we're at RJ Duke's cracking some packs, and we'll have Cole Reagan's joining us. So I've already said it.
And they're going to be there all day, so you better be ready, Mike.
I don't know that I said that. I think we took that part out. I think we took that part 10 to 2. We'll be there from 10 to 2. So
I'll be driving to College Station.
Enjoying the weather. Also today,
with a 96% chance of rain, like at 6 o'clock. I just looked at the map here in Dallas, Fort Worth. So
you like rain?
I do like rain. Sometimes it's inconvenient. Sometimes it's convenient.
Yeah.
It's not that convenient today.
How many days do you walk out and look at your grass and go, man, we need this rain?
Quite a bit in July, August, and September.
Joey's shaking his head. He's like, are you the same way or is Dad?
Dad,
okay,
yeah. Dad mode.
Hands on hips, just going, God, we really need this rain right now. No, for sure. That's definitely awesome. G-Bag Nation at the Eagles Nest today. Go check them out. Have a drink with them. I'm sure that Chiafalo and Wolchuk are and Broadus even.
Right down the road in Fort Worth,
right? Right down the road. Just right up the road. I think it's Boat Club Drive.
Hop, skip, and a jump.
Boat Club Road. So go enjoy hanging out with them at the Eagles Nest. Look,
It's a really cool place to watch college basketball.
They have
great
so
food.
many TVs, and their food is awesome, dude. I love their food. So, yeah, check out the G-Bag Nation today. Now, the Clippers playing. Have you heard this story, Mike?
The Clippers playing? Yeah, they don't get Wi-Fi. They make
that's the Yankees.
pay for it.
That's the Yankees. They don't get Wi-Fi.
By the way, I did hear it is expensive for Wi-Fi on a plane.
It's like $17.
No. For like...
Oh, for those guys?
Yeah, for like... No. For like a plane. Like it's maybe like $12,000.
Oh, to install it on an airplane?
Let me get the text from my buddy. I won't say his name or anything. He told me to not say certain things about it, but... let's see. Chad Allen. Where are you, my man? Here we go.
I thought you said you weren't going to say his name.
That's not him. That's former Texas Ranger who's texting me.
Thank you.
Some satellite-based systems can cost like 12 something. I'm not sure if that's a million.
$12 million for Wi-Fi?
He said there's a guy who he was with who racked up $8K Wi-Fi bill with him one time.
Wow, that's a lot.
Planes.
I don't need Wi-Fi that much, man. I'll just wait till I land. And you know what?
Ground-based or satellite-based, it can be extremely expensive. So stuff like that.
I think I found out it's just below 2,000 feet is when you can turn your 5G back on and start to get a little bit of something. Like I've done that test a couple different times where I've been kind of monitoring how far we are from the ground. And just kind of, I guess, once you're in the area of the signals being flat with you, you're kind of in that range.
I like putting on my Fitbit, Joey, and just saying, oh, I'm on a run right now. And then it's like, man, you just ran 100 miles.
So are you disobeying the orders and not putting your phone on airplane mode, Corey?
What's going to happen?
Nothing.
We're landing. So is the plane going to crash within the 2,000 feet of landing?
It could.
I don't know about that.
Somebody could die.
See,
I've been on a plane with 25 Major League Baseball players, and we all have our phones on and our computers out, and nothing happens.
Yeah. And see, Kevin, I'm more afraid of takeoff because early in things is whenever you're kind of getting some cobwebs out of the way, right? Early in the show, you're trying to make sure you're getting in the groove of things. Like, that's when it happens. And I feel like as a pilot, you're starting off and you're like, all right, let's see. Oh, little wind there. Got to adjust to it real quick. And you're kind of caught off guard. I feel like landing an airplane, you're on your descent. You know the speed that you're supposed to be dealing with. I could be wrong. A lot of people could be texting in saying, nah, man, landing is the worst. Here's what happened with the Los Angeles Clippers, though. They were on their way to Denver on February 25th. And their plane was struck by lightning in the middle of their flight. Now, somebody texted in and said, planes get struck by lightning all the time. Usually has no effect on the plane whatsoever. Passenger wouldn't even know. And that's terrifying to me also. Hold on, we just got struck
Didn't
by
need to know
lightning.
that.
I didn't even know.
I feel like we would know, right? Wouldn't the plane light up pretty good? I don't know, but
Like Ranger Stadium back in the day.
The Bones Highland from the Clippers said, we thought it was all over. We thought it was over with. And they said, and he said there were lots of other people that were left uncomfortable by the experience. There were multiple dissents throughout the process of it all. And they were falling. They said they felt like they were falling as they were flying through the sky multiple times as they had to make their landing. And then whenever they were done, they looked up. They said the plane dropped in altitude several times. Shrieks could be heard from passengers in what some staffers called one of the worst moments they've ever experienced on a plane. And that's terrifying to me. The plane goes just a little bit. I get scared a little bit. I don't let anybody know because I want the people sitting next to me to not freak out. I don't want to have to put their gas mask on them or whatever, or their oxygen mask. I want them to have to do them themselves. So I never let them know that I'm scared. But I lean into that window and close my eyes and I hurry. And I start clenching. But just...
I feel like you get really nervous on planes.
I do get nervous on planes. I'm not a huge fan. I'm better than I used to be.
It is amazing that something that weighs that much can get up in the air and just kind of glide for hours.
And then fly through clouds.
I know. Billions and trillions of tons of clouds and their weight, and we just go through them like it's nothing.
Doesn't make any sense to me.
Water weighs a lot. Yeah, you know how fast a plane goes through water?
It doesn't.
It explodes. You put that much water up in the sky, and that plane will explode hitting that water. You ever seen a plane hit the ocean? It dies.
They said that the plane did, on the tail of the plane, there was a mark left from the lightning. So there was a mark that happened there. And
they're like Thor now, though. They're going to win it all.
You think so? The Clippers, because they got struck by lightning, are going to be like Thor, and Kawhi's going to have like superpowers late in the game because he got struck by lightning?
He's going to stay healthy. That would be a superpower.
I could see it. I totally can see
Russell Westbrook's going to find the open guy.
That's never
instead of the
happen.
stands.
That'll never happen.
Russell Westbrook will hit 30% of his 3-point shots.
That could happen. I think that could
Russell
happen.
Westbrook will know how much time there is on the clock, and
Never
depending
happen.
on like the time of the game, decisions have to be made differently.
Yeah, that'll never happen either. Okay. From the 214, y'all must not have heard the new Plane movie with Gerard Butler. It gets struck by lightning and goes down. That's what I expect. If lightning strikes something, it should explode or something. But people are telling me that planes get struck all the time. From the 469, two most dangerous times are takeoff and landing on airplanes. From the...
Hey, what is happening in college basketball?
Furman is beating Virginia right now, and Maryland is beating West Virginia. Furman, ranked number 13, is currently up by 3 points.
13 seed.
Well, you're ranked number 13 in their direction. Is currently up by 3 points on Virginia. That is nuts.
With 4 minutes to go.
Missouri is up on Utah State 33 to 31.
Other score. Look at the Big 12, number 1 seed.
Kansas is up 29-27 on Howard. This is interesting, man. This is where I get distracted. This is where I'll get distracted.
It looks like West Virginia, who was up like 19-8, they're gonna blow this lead that they had, and there was only like 33 minutes left in the game to hold on to that lead.
From the 682, if you pull anything less than 1G, it feels pretty scary to the uninitiated, but it's not really that dangerous. Those planes can do a barrel roll. They're saying a big old plane like that can do a barrel roll. I want to see it. Do you want to be in a plane whenever it does that? Okay.
You don't either.
If
you're already scared of planes, you do not want to go upside down and do a flip.
All right. I
passed out seeing my son's finger dislocated. I'm going to crap my pants if they do that.
I do kind of want the experience of being in like one of those in a Blue Angel and doing that, because Mike, this is very similar to you saying you want to do LSD in a hospital.
Yeah.
Because I feel like the Blue Angels are the elite of the elite.
You're not going to be able to handle it.
And I'm perfectly safe. I probably couldn't. Like once my face goes into mode, I'll probably just be like, I'm done.
Yeah,
but
they go straight up like they're going into space.
I kind of want to do that. I don't want to be in a Southwest Airlines plane and they're like, pilots like, guess what, guys? We're going to do a trick. Y'all get ready. I don't want that to happen. That would terrify me if that
I'm gonna
happened.
fly sideways for a second here.
Just hold on just a little bit here in this airplane.
Come on, West Virginia. I picked you to go all the way to the second round here.
What would you do though, Mike? Let's say your plane gets struck by lightning.
Yeah.
And then goes on multiple 1,000-foot descents very quickly, and then you land.
Close my eyes and pray and think that I'm gonna die.
Are you ever getting on a plane again?
We made it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I have to. If I'm a LA Clipper, I have to.
You can't just pull the Madden and be like,
I don't think so. Not.
I'm
I mean,
riding
you
bus.
might be able to. You only have to play 40 games a year.
Or if you're in Hawaii, you just tell them, hey, my knee hurts. I'm only playing home games this year.
God, I wish they'd do two things to the NBA players right now. They'd be like, we're only going to play 40 games. We're going to have to cut your salary in half. We're going to still play it over a 6-month period. And we're only going to take 8 teams into the playoffs out of the 30 teams. So you're actually going to have to play hard in these 40 games to make the playoffs to win a championship.
That's what you want.
Yeah.
And that's going to fix everything?
I think it'd fix a lot.
It'll fix your regular season
Tell
pleasure.
all the players that are making $40 million they're only going to make $20 million, and tell the players making $10 million they're only going to make $5 million because you guys won't play when you're healthy. And then tell them we're not having every team make the playoffs. You have to be actually a good team to make the playoffs.
Who is Grand Canyon University playing against? I need to know.
I have no clue because they're not playing right now.
Grand Canyon men's basketball team was able to hold practice on Wednesday night, but they had to cobble together most of their practice gear. Their practice gear, uniforms, and shoes did not make the flight to from Phoenix for them. All of their stuff, except for things they had in their personal bags, were left at the airport. The band's instruments, the cheerleaders' equipment, everything else made it. But these guys had no uniforms to be able to practice in on Wednesday night. And I think the coach is Scott Drew's brother, of Grand Canyon, is Bryce Drew.
Was he the one that hit the Valparaiso shot?
1998 buzzer beater, yes. Yeah. He and his dad coached Grand Canyon, by the way, I believe. But Scott Drew was like, hey, look, if y'all need uniforms, if y'all need practice equipment.
Great Britain has some that they're done with.
No, they didn't say that. They didn't let.
We can take off those Great Britain numbers and letters and get them on yours.
He said, hey, if y'all need anything, we'll let you borrow stuff from Baylor if that's what it comes down to. But I guess one of the local schools.
Oh, are they playing Baylor?
Regis University loaned some practice gear as well as some equipment to the team for its afternoon workouts at Regis's campus. And during practice, some basketball players, Mike, had shoes being delivered to them during the practice. Or there's a picture of one player doesn't even have shoes on. He was practicing in his socks out there, which that seems dangerous too. So I just thought I'd throw that story out there. If you're wanting to root for a team, Grand Canyon University, which I didn't know was a university, is a team I'm rooting for.
So as I'm watching the NCAA basketball tournament, I would like to pass on weather news. We are under a tornado watch until 8 p.m. So it's like all the counties right now, Collin, Dallas, Denton, Ellis, like they're going through, it's pretty much every hood. So if you're listening to us, we are now under a tornado watch until 8 p.m. according to CBS and the NCAA tournament.
That's a watch, right?
Watch, yeah, watch is less than a warning, but we are under a watch until 8 p.m. And I'm pretty much, if you live in a county that's hearing us, you are under a tornado watch.
Mike, I'm now rooting for Grand Canyon University. I've found out they are playing Gonzaga, the West Coast school.
You're rooting against the kid that went to, is it J.J. Pierce?
I think I'm going to have
Drew
to.
Timmy?
I think
Is he a J.J. Pierce guy?
I think so, yeah. I'm going to have to.
This is it, man. My son was like, and I was like, yeah, this is what Shane Battier felt like to me. He's like, can you go to college for 6 years? And I'm like, it just feels like it because Drew Timmy actually played his freshman year and stayed 4 years. But I can think of multiple players when they were in their fourth year. Tyler Hansborough. I think he went to North Carolina for 10 years.
Oh, really?
Like, there are certain players that are in college. It doesn't happen much anymore, but you're like, how are they only in their fourth year at college?
Man, it doesn't make much sense to me either. Coming up next, we'll chit-chat with the fellows from the G-Bag Nation live from the Eagles next on The Fan.
All right, Tolos, we know that trucks and Texas go together.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts, more than just Silverados, Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, all of those, and all your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
2, 1, shot, no good! Maryland beat West Virginia.
All right, that one is done right there. Maryland over West Virginia, 67-65. There are about 30 seconds left.
I'm 0 for 1
in the Virginia Furman game, and I can't. So here's the. You know what? Let's bring in the fellas from the G-Bag Nation live from Eagles Nest, thanks to D&M Leasing. And gentlemen, I want to give y'all how y'all doing today? First, what's up?
Majors, we are rolling.
Nice. Here is an example of Mike Bassett calling a basketball game. Mike, would y'all listen to Mike Bassett calling a basketball game if it went a little like this?
You want me to just do what I was doing?
Do
during
exactly
the break?
what you just did, Mike.
Furman dribbling the ball. Furman dribbles it out of bounds. What a moron. Now Virginia passes it in. It looks like they don't know how to pass a ball either. Oh, they drive to the basket. He gets fouled. They're up by 3 because Furman can't dribble a basketball.
I would love that. Yeah.
I think I'm in on
Sign
this.
me up. A little bit more style.
I'd prefer Boban. He dribbles, he dribbles, he dribbles, he dribbles
Maxi
again.
Kleba throws it in bounds. There must have been
bounces.
somebody open in the 7th row. It's the other team's ball.
Jump in anytime. He dribbles. He dribbles. I see that.
Why is it called a buzzer beater when the shot goes towards the rim after the buzzer is sounding?
Oh, man. Yeah, it didn't beat the buzzer, did it? It was
No.
post buzzer. So that's a good question. I don't know if anybody knows the answer to that one,
It should
guys.
probably be called a post buzzer.
How many TVs do y'all have out there to watch these games on in the Eagles Nest?
Lots, including a brand new 186-inch main LED TV.
Yeah, baby.
If I was going to ballpark it right now, I'd go with about 35.
35.
Including the 186-incher.
See, this is y'all know what the studio looks like, and for the Tolos that have never been up to the studio, I'll give you a quick example. Over my right shoulder, I have one TV. Directly in front of me, I have 2 TVs.
Is it working?
All the TVs are working, Broadus. Yes,
Even under tornado watch right now.
Yeah, even under this tornado watch. But I can't figure out how to change the bottom TV, so I only have one game on in front of me. So I'm having to go back and forth, right to left, to watch both games at the same time. But this is what I love about the NCAA tournament is you can turn on all the TVs you have, your laptop, your phone, whatever, and they have it right in your face. And then you have the G-Bag Nation on for the rest of the day. It's going to be a blast for everybody out there.
Yeah, and you can get all you can eat a shrimp basket right now for $14.95. You like shrimp baskets? I love them, as these boys have seen many times on the road. Philly cheesesteak sandwich for $8.95. Tomorrow, half-price appetizers in the afternoon. It's the place to be here at Eagles Nest, as you guys are well aware.
How many shrimp do you think you can eat in one sitting?
Well, obviously, it depends on the size. The other day at Shell Shack, 15 was more than enough for me. I think it was around 15. But, if you want to go like a Popeye's tackle box size of shrimp, I think 60.
Mike, if you asked him the question if the shrimp were raw, that answer would be 0.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, like when they're just pink, when they're cold.
Like boiled?
He's not going to eat any of those.
I don't like. I'll do some grilled shrimp.
Yeah,
but
there you go.
The cold ones are weird,
okay.
Especially when the legs still come on them. The legs and the shell. What are we doing back there? Can we get
Peel
some
and
meal prep
eat.
going?
Yeah, you're not into the peel and eat. I think I could put down like 30, easy.
Yeah, man. I feel like shrimp, or if it's just the cold ones that Dawson's firmly against, apparently, I feel like I could eat a borderline endless amount of them. I don't know that
If you give me the right amount of sauce with horseradish mixed together, I could punish some of those.
Is that cocktail sauce?
Yeah,
and
cocktail
horseradish?
sauce. Yeah,
That's the combo.
Yeah,
that's all we need.
Yep.
Yeah, put a little Worcestershire into it. Give it just a second, guys.
Gosh,
with
Shot
2.2
Let's
seconds
go,
left,
Did
Furman
Virginia
has
just
hit
go down?
a three-pointer.
The Furman Wookiees
to go up 68-67 against Virginia. Furman is 13th seed against Virginia's number 4 seed, and Virginia is currently shocked.
They deserve that after taking that national championship away from Texas Tech.
I'll tell you what, Virginia is one of those schools I think that's cursed because they're a team. Weren't they? They were the first team to get beat by a 16 seed.
I think that was after the national championship.
Yeah,
win.
that was well after national championship. But I think Virginia basketball is a little bit cursed right now with the way their tournaments have gone here the last several years.
They lost the 116 and then the next year won it all.
Okay.
Just because I know, because they beat Texas Tech and Jared Culver, who was a bust.
So they won. They lost the 16 and then they won the championship the next year.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, I knew they'd been cursed on some of these. Their history ever since the Ralph Sampson era and stuff like that has been a little bit up and down.
We like calling it the Rick Carlisle era of Virginia basketball with Ralph Sampson.
We do?
Well, they were teammates. They were on.
He went to school there.
Yeah, he was on that team when they didn't win with Ralph.
I've never called it that era though before.
The
but
Carlisle era.
I'm glad that
It's
we
like
call it that.
The 3 MVPs were only because Rick Carlisle was on the Boston Celtics.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Did all the little things.
Yeah. His number, I believe, retired in the rafters in Boston. As
He'll swing a basketball now.
Yeah, as Paul Pierce was number 34.
Does anybody know Furman's nickname?
What's even their mascot?
I don't know. I call them the Wookiees, but I don't know.
Palatins?
Palatins.
I know this. If this was side out of bounds, the game would be over for the Dallas Mavericks. If this was side out of bounds, and the Mavericks couldn't score on Furman on side out of bounds.
Guys, why can't the Mavericks drop a play and Virginia loses?
They did it.
Wow.
Furman did it.
Oh my gosh,
This is amazing.
I think I'm 0 for right now on my bracket.
Yeah, it couldn't be worse. I know my bracket couldn't be worse. I don't think I have a single victory in my bracket at this point.
No, I'm 0-2, but I usually root against it at this time of year. Unless the top seeds are getting. Well, I mean, I'm all for the chaos. The madness.
This is more fun.
I'm all for it.
See, I tried to get you guys to pick a bracket with all losers.
I think that would have been great.
And I think I would be 2-0 right now for winners.
That's true.
Yeah, if
That's
I had
true.
to pick just who I thought was going to lose the game. Yeah.
Guys, I did have this question about Jalen Carter. I don't know how much y'all went into this yesterday. Is he going to lose? Is he going to lose more status because of this, or is it like, nah, he's fine?
No. It's funny. It was Jim Nagy. Because Zach and I did the draft show this morning, and we were talking about that. And I asked Jim Nagy, who runs the Senior Bowl. He's pretty plugged in. He's a former NFL scout, Super Bowl guy himself. And he was saying he didn't see this guy getting out of the top 10. So I don't think I don't think his drop is going to. Now, there's some things you got to learn about the player.
Yeah, no doubt.
But Jim seems to think he's not going to fall as much as people might think.
He's just so talented. I mean, I've got him as the best player in the draft class. I think the reward outweighs the risk with him. And if you meet with him and he checks off to where you think, he'll be okay, he's got the drive, he's got the work ethic, I don't think you pass on Jalen Carter. He's too good. He's in a premium spot there right in the middle where, quickest way to the quarterback is up the middle.
Yeah.
And he gives you not only tremendous run stopping, but he can pressure the pocket as well. I mean, Jalen Carter's a special player.
Guys, I have breaking news here. Special announcement. I've just been informed my estimate of 35 TVs was low. It's actually 70.
Holy crap.
Yeah,
That's
get it together.
Way off.
You were like halfway there. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, we got 35 in front of us right now.
Okay.
We couldn't see all of them.
But we also don't know how many teeth are in our mouths. So, I mean, we're not the smartest show.
And what's crazy, though, is I won a Huffy bike when I was 11 years old, guessing how many marbles in a jar at a sports bazaar. I did.
Did you nail the number?
Yeah. I got really close.
Your luck rate, it's all been downhill from there, I guess.
How long did that Huffy bike last?
Yeah, truly. That Huffy bike was trash. I broke it in like 3 months.
Oh, man.
The front fork gave in. It was like cheap aluminum,
Uh-huh.
and I was jumping it and had an awkward landing on the front tire, and it just went.
Were we doing the wooden homemade with bricks type
absolutely.
ramps?
Oh, heck yes.
Absolutely.
No protection.
Didn't have a good enough
Never.
decline
Yeah.
hill to
Yeah.
land on. So, we had an incident.
See, I had a neighborhood where we didn't have sidewalks that were flat. Every sidewalk had a tree root under it, and so we had natural ramps built in because we were able to just hit the sidewalk ramp. So we didn't ever actually build the ramps. I guess we could have gone higher with them. That would have been a lot of fun.
Dude, but you were basically living, your neighborhood was in a skate park, dude.
Yeah.
You lived my childhood dream up until about 5th grade.
Yeah, it was like I had Excite Bike just right there on my street the entire time.
It's amazing.
What do you guys got coming up on the show grab today, fellas?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We will talk with Coach Seth Greenberg coming up at 4 o'clock. The ESPN basketball analyst will join us and tell us what's going down in the tournament, and a bunch of Cowboy stuff right out of the gates here along with the maps.
There it is, gentlemen. Have a fantastic evening out there. Y'all enjoy your day. Thank you very much. That's the G-Bag Nation. You'll get them next. And don't forget, you got the Get Right tonight, and at 7:20, Tyrese and Cody Walker will be on the show this evening. That's the Get Right at 7:20. We'll be at RJ Duke Sports Cards tomorrow from 10 to 2. Not all day long, but a lot of the day right there. So until then, you've been Masterpiece.
Say crack some packs, Corey.
Rip some packs is what Mike says next on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, as we are live here at the Eagles Nest, the place to be to watch your games. It is our Tarrant County home away from home. It really is here, and this is the great place, and there's still some tables open. They have some great food and drink specials already going on, and we are off and running on a tournament Thursday. It's great to be back in the saddle after yesterday off. Great show, by the way, guys. General at your service at ease. Lucius Alexander's back there in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Here's Broadus, Chiafalo, Wolchuk. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. Ramon Cruz right here, our remote engineer. He's handling business. And Scott Long, account executive extraordinaire, is on the scene as well. So we got a lot of people working overtime here to give you 5 hours of nothing but the best sports content right here in a great place to watch the tournament. How the hell you guys doing?
Couldn't be better, man. March Madness, we already had our big first upset of the tournament. Furman knocking off Virginia, and this place is buzzing.
Yes.
I mean, you talk about the television setup, the big screen TV, delicious food, phenomenal specials, and outstanding wait staff. We're pumped to be here.
We are. And Tanner Martin, longtime driver of the Pizza Platoon in the G-Bag Nation, he held it down for many years, driving pizzas around Tarrant County and listening to the G-Bag Nation while texting in constantly. He has arrived.
Yes,
he has an old-school G-Bag Nation T-shirt, one of the original G-Bag Nation T-shirts on underneath the Dallas Mavericks hoodie, and so it's official. It is a Tolo hangout unlike any other, and you have the tournament going on. Brian, Chief, how we doing, guys?
Boys, could not be better. You kidding me? We got a Tolo Hall of Famer stepping in the building right now. This is beautiful, surrounded by television. Madness is already in the air. This is already insane. This tournament's already nuts with Virginia going down. My bracket is has already gone to hell. There's some great stories that have come out. We have teams like Grand Canyon flying out, forgetting their uniforms, okay? The madness is underway.
Goodness gracious. What are they
You
going
get
to play
swept up in it. You can. Brian, how was the draft show today?
I'll tell you what, we had a good time. Zach and I handled that, got through that. Excited to be out here. Already have a club sandwich in front of me with some onion ring strings.
Very jealous.
Oh, the strings?
Yeah, I got the strings.
Is there bacon on that thing, man? You got bacon on that thing?
Good looking Sando.
Yeah, I got bacon on
bacon
this
on
thing.
there.
I got
Texas toast here. They make it look just gorgeous.
Yeah,
fluffy.
they do it right.
Super excited about this. Really am.
Well, you know, I know we have a lot of sport to talk about, Mavs, Cowboys, tournament, this, that, the other thing. I did want to dunk on you, Brian, to start the show, though, because basketball goal constructed perfectly.
In its entirety.
No hardware left over.
Good for you.
No with one broken socket wrench. That's the only casualty, $5.
That hit the under.
Yeah, that hit the under. No kids cussed at or even yelled at.
All right, now I just call bull bleed on you.
Now you're calling bull bleed.
You were swearing up a storm.
I love it.
It is perfect time, just in time for the tornado to come rip it right out of the ground.
I was about to say,
good on you, sir.
How tall is this rim?
10.
10?
With
How
2
wide
inches,
is it,
2
though?
inches of play. If I had messed up 2 inches lower, I'd have still been good. Yeah, we got that thing dialed in. It's got a crank where you just go very incrementally.
Okay.
So I got it dialed in, got the little decal in the back to tell you you're at 10 feet.
Okay, I was just kind of curious because
you want to come over and inspect Mr. Krusty?
Yeah, you see his smirk. You see his little sly Krusty.
He was so
I
doubtful.
would like to bring somebody over and have a little dunk on it to see if that backboard comes down.
Okay, who do you have in mind?
Not me.
Okay.
Not me. I'm sure.
I think
knowing my luck, I'll jump up there and my hand will get caught in the net.
Sure.
And then just pull it down on top of my head.
That'd
Did
be
you ever
bad.
dunk, Eric? The only one that I know of out of us that is dunked would be Lucius.
Yeah,
Lucius is dunker, yeah.
I don't know. Lucius has a bad wheel, though. I don't know if he can dunk right now. We'll get somebody around there, a good strong guy like Lucius, 220, 230 pounds somewhere in there. Come on over, and you can jam on that thing, no problem. I guarantee it's going to hold up. And then could I get the stamp of approval, Brian?
I'll tell you what,
I thought I was coming in here for validation and redemption from your doubt.
No.
This was the greatest dad accomplishment of my life, and you're pooing on it.
Guarantee you there was wing nuts that were left over, maybe a maybe a 4-inch screw that should have gone something in there. Something that was kind of holding it. I guarantee you that It'll be interesting to see if the backboard gets that little bit of a tilt to it.
Sure.
Or like one side of it kind of got a little bit of a lean.
First time you get a good brick that misses rim and everything, and then the whole board starts.
All good
getting
questions.
cattywampus.
And
Just collapsed.
With my track record, I understand your doubt. I surprised myself a little, Brian.
Yeah.
Like last night, I was standing in the driveway with my hands on my hips, just staring at that thing. Like,
Were you looking at that?
I did it.
Were you looking at that generator over on the side that you forgot to put fuel in?
No. I have been starting that thing regularly though, so it is good to go, and so are we. There's news that OBJ had positive discussions with the Cowboys. I'm so over this story, and it is a nice headline, but I'm not taking that as a sign that a deal could be done. It's like, cool, we had positive conversations, but this is what you say when you're done talking to somebody and it's going nowhere.
I kind of feel like this is one of those things when we look at, and I was visiting with Jane Slater last night, saw name drop on this one,
Nice.
and we were throwing this back and forth. Could this Odell Beckham signing come after you get the Zeke money in June? Is this something you have to have right now? Do you have to have Odell Beckham done before the draft or even OTAs or any of that stuff? Can you wait till after June 1 where all of a sudden you get some cap savings from another source? And then now, I don't think there's any hurry to sign Odell Beckham. And Jane and I were kicking that around last night. So this
don't you think we hear that there's an agreement they're going to do it in June? Because if I'm Odell Beckham Jr., I don't want to wait unless something is fully agreed to.
It might be like, you know what? He even talked about, I don't know if it was Twitter, Instagram, 5 months. He was talking about getting back, how much time he's got. To me, that seems like a guy that's kind of content of, okay, I'm going to keep working out, and I'm in really no hurry. And I think the Cowboys are the team. They've kind of said, listen, we'll deal with you, but we really can't deal with you till after June 1st when we get some more funds in here.
Well, the only issue would be if another team decides, hey, we really want him.
But who's that team?
Well, the Chiefs and the Ravens apparently are the two that have also talked and expressed interest in him. So you're right. I mean, maybe they're not overly interested. I mean, we hear about the Ravens all the time. Are they going to add a receiver? They never do.
And if you're OBJ and you don't even know the status of their quarterback situation, how tempted, unless they're just money whipping you, and that would be the thing I would wonder about any of these teams, because I'm with you on that, Walchuk. Like, you are just kind of hoping, and maybe you have good intel across the league. Nobody's really jumping at this guy right now, so you feel good about it if you're the Cowboys. But you also have to understand at the same time, I don't know that any of these teams that are interested, are they giving him the offer that he wants? He seems like a guy that would be willing to wait out till for the offer that I want.
Absolutely.
And he probably knows the Cowboys are the most likely to do that.
Okay, Zeke released yesterday. I missed a historic show with you guys. I know there's got to be a lot of conversation. I was surprised to see last night that a number of teams are interested in Zeke. I guess as a short yardage back, if you struggle in those areas and you need to be like, hey, 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, we need to be better, Zeke could be a solution for that, couldn't he?
Well, the first team we heard right off the jump was Tampa, was the first team. Skip Pete leaves the Dallas Cowboys, was fired from the Cowboys, and now is down in Tampa. So that seems to be illogical. But again, you talk to people, Tampa doesn't have a lot of money. So if Zeke's thinking about reuniting with Skip, there's a couple of things that have to happen down there at Tampa in order to get him on the books. Any running back that's out there right now, you need to dive on money as we speak. Because what's going to happen when we get through these pro days in the next 2 weeks, these teams are going to go in those draft rooms, and they're going to sit there and they're going to focus on the boards and building their boards and talking about the draft. Nobody's going to have any time for, veteran running back that we have to pay. Wait a minute. Didn't we just talk about the running backs? Oh, it looks like we got 5 rounds of running backs up there. We don't need one of these guys. So if you're Ezekiel Elliott, the quicker you can jump in on a team, the better chance you could get some money.
You know, I got a question about the running backs. Is there any chance the Cowboys take away or take off the franchise tag on Pollard? Because you look at the market right now, it's like $6 to $8 million for all these guys, all the top backs. So you're paying an extra couple $1 million, and really that could be a player.
I'd be stunned just because it doesn't happen. And I think it'd be such a bleep you to the player and the agent. You'd make an enemy there if you rescind the tag.
Yeah, I would love to know how many times. Josh Norman's the only one that comes to mind. Remember with Washington.
Oh, yeah, good call.
Or I guess it was
Carolina. Yeah, before he got to Washington.
Yeah, before he got to Washington. That's the only one that I could recite to you. I don't know. It is something that is, I would imagine, extremely rare across the board. But gosh dang it, Walchuk, don't you dare tease me with some good news like that.
I know, because they made
badass.
the right decision with Zeke, and I was scared they weren't going
Pollard's
to.
the only decision to this point that is one that I would really criticize. For the most part, unless you want to criticize not going after other particular players. But the moves they've made, the guys they've retained, the guys they've decided to let walk, I mean, you feel really good about that, except for $10 million plus for an injured Tony Pollard in a running back market that's extremely saturated. Yeah. You can go get the vet guy on the cheap, and you can draft whatever you want because it's just there's a litany of them.
Yeah, and you hear about teams calling for Dalvin Cook and Derrick Henry. I mean, it seems like you can get a running back if you want one. Do they really need to pay Tony Pollard $10 million this year? I don't think that they do, but you're right. It might just be a sign of bad faith and future negotiations with that agent if they were to back out on it.
I mean, I call the agent right now and be like, man, can we do to like 2 and 14? He'll get 2 years and we'll up the guarantees a little bit more. But this $10-11 million bucks a year is
well,
just
how about what Sanders got at Carolina?
Right.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like, how do you fashion this thing to make it, we're giving the guy a little bit of respect. I think there's people at the Cowboys, by the way, with the Pollard thing, that they wish they were out of the running back business.
Yeah.
There's people there that are like, hey, we see where this thing's going, but they also see where the draft's going as well.
Like Miles Sanders is a good back. He's getting a little over $6 million a year.
Yeah, there's just enough leaks in this front office's game to create a drain on your ability to sign players, and I think we're witnessing another one right here in real time this offseason. The good news is $10 million for 1 year. It's not such a big thing that you could not overcome it.
Yeah.
Double Kyrie news. There's a report the Lakers are not going to pursue him because they like where this group is going. Post-Russell Westbrook trade, I think they're 5-4. LeBron's been hurt for a lot of them, and they want to run it back with this group. Do you guys buy that? And obviously that could change at any time, but at least for right now, the Lakers want to move forward with this group next year, and maybe they're not in a mood to let LeBron dictate their personnel movements because of his advancing age.
Yeah, it's just so hard for me to actually buy into that notion. Now, if they make a nice little run in the playoffs, then absolutely I could be sold on that. But I would still say, worst case, it's a coin flip that Kyrie ends up with the Lakers. Like him, LeBron, these are the guys that dictate these things. I don't know that Pelinka's got what it takes to nix a deal that is so superstar involved here.
Yeah, it'd be one of those things where that's a LeBron GM move. LeBron steps in and says, I want Kyrie, and Pelinka and the Lakers organization just go ahead and appease LeBron. It is interesting, though, from the Sports Illustrated article they talk about, they've done a lot of winning without LeBron. And that's something that's kind of been under-discussed. The non-LeBron minutes were always an issue for the Lakers going back to his first year in L.A. And with LeBron kind of getting older, are you still kind of giving him that much power to control your organization with bringing in personnel?
I don't think so. I think he wants to be in L.A., and I think that's a big part of the value for him now. Okay, the foot injury for Kyrie, what are we hearing now with this? It might take a little bit longer.
That sounds like that thing is a little bit more severe than they initially thought. He's talking about it's closer to the joint of his big toe, and it's just a lot of discomfort there for him and having to deal with that. He's not really interested in getting back on the court anytime soon. He's thinking like, okay, as soon as I'm healthy, as soon as it's ready, we'll go out there and we'll try and finish out this season. But he very much sounded like a guy, it's like, I'm not too interested in going out there and pushing it right now to try and finish this thing off unless he's completely healthy.
Yeah, he said, quote, I make my whole entire living with my feet.
Yeah.
So I'd rather be taking care of it now than be dealing with it when I'm 40 years old. This might be leaning into Team Tank here, Gavin.
I love it. The tank and bones in my body like what I'm hearing right now. And late in last night's game, I thought we might have been able to pull off the unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm thinking Kyrie started to hear so much about the poor aging of the foot with Brian Broaddus, and he's like, I don't want that to be me, man. I don't want to be Bunyan gout, double teamed here. If I can put the pedal off the metal for a minute, let's go ahead and do that and settle in. And let's settle into this tank. I like that idea.
Yeah, 4 players last night with 20-plus as the Mavs did beat the Spurs 137-128, but needed overtime to do it. Dropping a game to the Spurs could have sent this thing into a tanking stratosphere of excitement.
Well, the Lakers decided to help you last night drop a game to the Rockets. So, you know,
Ooh.
you were both trying to kind of
Thank you.
Yeah, get that.
They'll visit
get
the
that
Lakers
squared-
tomorrow, 8th
Yeah.
in the West, a game and a half from 11th place Utah, though, so just a little bit more ground to make up if you are dreaming of hanging on to that pick and getting some Wembanyama lottery balls. I'm kind of there with you. Knicks starting center Mitchell Robinson not happy with his role. That's the kind of player the Mavs need. He wrote on Instagram, tired of just being out there for cardio, like I want to play basketball, to really just wasting my time and energy, facepalm emoji. Center, very active, you know, guy that can defend multiple positions and play pick and roll and run to the rim and do all that stuff. Team USA advancing to the quarterfinals in the World Baseball Classic, 3-2 over Colombia. Tied Mexico for top honors in Pool C. The U.S. is going to play Venezuela in Miami on Saturday after Venezuela won its bracket with a 4-0 record. So it's going to be a heavyweight matchup. It was Mookie Betts and Mike Trout in the clinching victory.
Yeah.
And it's cool to see how much fun these guys are having.
That might be the U.S. might not be a home game for them in Venezuela, playing in Miami with Venezuela coming in.
No,
that might be a very pro Venezuelan crowd.
Yeah,
That thing,
it was rocking last night, man. That
Yeah.
was a lot of fun to watch on FS1 out there at Baby Dolls.
We have $3.95 Shiner drafts. You have an all-you-can-eat shrimp basket, a Philly cheesesteak sandwich, all kinds of specials going on right now at Eagles Nest in Fort Worth. You know, they're expanding next door. That's going to be open in the next 2 months. It is going to double their size, so an iconic Fort Worth establishment and location here for the Tolos and G-Bag Nationals is just getting bigger and better. NCAA tournament. How many teams do we have from Texas? And which one are you rooting for most? And then the G-Bag of the day is coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for
Yeah, baby, this is the place to be. Eagles Nest in Fort Worth. Draft beer is sitting at 28 degrees right now. It's calling your name. Heated and enclosed patio for all weather situations, and that's very valuable at a time like this. They got a good screen coming down there. You can sit out there, still watch the TVs on the patios, and enjoy some fresh air. Okay, it's time to take a look at all the Texas teams participating in this tournament. How many is it? Which team are you rooting for the most? The TruckWreck.com fan text is open for you. Segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when it hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. Yeah, and you might need that Frankel's number with this weather coming in this afternoon and into this evening. Could have storm-like conditions, and if people aren't being careful, they might hit you. Go to truckwreck.com. Baylor's a 3 seed. They're considered a pretty strong contender for the title. And they are facing University of California, Santa Barbara, UCSB, in the first round on Friday. It's a great place to go party for Halloween, UCSB. They have a big they have a big parade, and like it's iconic in Southern California, like a great place to go party and have a great time. I did it one time when I was in college in San Diego. We rode the Amtrak up there. About a 4 or 5 hour Amtrak ride. My roommate was 21 years old. I was 18, and it was great. Man.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh,
all right.
I bet that was legendary. Wait, was it Halloween? What was your costume?
Yeah, we were up there for Halloween.
Were you costuming?
Didn't do any costume.
Okay.
Was just
Yeah.
partying. Yeah.
Good talent out there? Talent was on?
Oh, the talent in Santa Barbara is incredible.
All right.
He went as a handyman.
Even some of the women there are just beautiful.
Yeah, we're gonna need to get the babysitter for that weekend next year, Eric. So
you adding it to the party bucket list?
Yeah, we're gonna head out there for Halloween and party.
It's rare these days that you add something to the bucket list. You're just trying to check them all off.
I'm
But this is
putting that
a
on.
nice new addition here. I was not aware of, Dawson.
Is UCSB the Banana Slugs? Is that what we're doing?
UCSB Banana Slugs?
What are they?
It's been a good week for
Give
bananas.
me an update on that. We do know the Cougars are in Houston.
Yes.
And they are the number 1 seed in the Midwest and the most likely Texas team to win, according to MGM.
It's my pick to click, man. As long as Marcus Sasser's healthy, I'm going with Houston and the Cougs to make their run and win the Natty.
I think they're the Gauchos, Dawson.
Okay, the Gauchos. Thank you,
Gauchos,
sir.
yep.
I'm not sure who the Banana Slugs is. Maybe New Mexico State or something like that.
I'm on it.
This is the second time in school history the Cougars are the number 1 seed in March Madness, following the 82-83 team with Clyde the Glide and Akeem Olajuwon.
Slamma-jamma.
Yeah. And this is the team that I'm rooting for the most because of Clyde. I actually got some Phi Slamma-jamma gear when there was a Clyde Drexler store in the Houston airport there for a couple of years. They had a couple-year run about 15 years ago. And Clyde was my guy growing up, so I don't root for many things Houston-oriented, but the Cougars are one of them in this tournament.
Oh, you're not an Astros fan?
No, sir.
Oh.
No.
I thought somewhere I heard you were an Astros fan.
What are you doing
That's
over
not
there?
fair what you're doing right
Come
over there
on.
right now, bro.
Don't put that on our guy.
Didn't hear correct. No.
You know me, I have hearing problems. So
And not really an Oilers fan. I did like Warren Moon back in the day. That was
who
pretty
didn't
cool.
like Warren Moon?
Because he went to school in Washington?
Maybe. Yeah.
Pacific Northwest
Yeah, I
kinda
lived in
deal?
Seattle and he was on the radio, but that was after his playing days. I thought it was cool. It was a good show they put on. Nothing else from Houston that I can think of outside of the Cougars.
Clyde was a poster on your bedroom wall?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. He and a couple of others.
By the way, UC Santa Cruz.
Okay,
is the
Santa
Banana
Cruz.
Slugs. Santa Cruz.
I thought I was in California.
You were close, man.
I had
You were
the
right
Santa
there.
right.
Yeah.
I was halfway there.
I applied to Santa Cruz. They rejected me.
Okay, really?
Yeah, not smart enough.
That'd have been a decent place.
Why'd
a lot
you
of
try and
skaters
get
in
up out
Santa
there?
Cruz.
Just for fun. I heard they were a good time.
He was excited to go. He wanted to get one of those Gaucho T-shirts that I'm seeing right here that are pretty
He
sweet.
is a gaucho.
Okay, A&M's the
I
7 seed, and they face number 10 Penn tonight. I think that's like an 8:30 start or something. This is an Aggie bar, by the way.
Is
Here
that
at
Penn
Eagles Nest.
State?
Yeah,
they're
they're
going to
playing
play
Penn State.
Penn State.
I did pick the upset there.
I did too.
For the Nittany Lions.
Penn State's playing booty ball with Pickett, right? Isn't that what they do?
And I'm a fan of the booty ball. Although A&M was looking really good in the SEC tournament,
did.
I can understand why people are rolling with the Aggies to make a run.
They did a nice job in the SEC, not just the tournament, but through the year. I think
They did.
They made a good
They got a guard from Dallas that's really good. I've heard some people compare him to Dwayne Wade.
Holy cow. It's a good player. Texas is a 2 seed, highest since 08. They face number 15 Colgate today.
I like the toothpaste better.
Yeah.
I think I got Crest.
Good point.
I think I got Crest floating around.
Yeah,
it was a good point.
Who does Crest play this
More
week?
than anything, good point.
Yeah.
And then, but shout out to Rodney Terry though. By the way, for Texas, that turnaround going from the Chris Beard situation,
He did a great job.
And now you have Texas as a team that is absolutely legit. When you look at the advanced metrics on both sides of the basketball for them, they're up in the side of the graphic with all the top studly teams.
Yeah.
They obviously
Good defense, good offense kind of a thing?
Yeah, they win the Big 12, and they're in the best conference, obviously.
They
and
are.
so with the Rodney Terry situation, I can't help but just be like, yeah, let's go do this thing. That'd be fun.
I got the Horns making a run, I think, to the Elite Eight, so we'll see if that ends up happening.
I'm more a fan of Terry Curry than Rodney Curry, but I hear you. Bama leads Corpus Christi that game 9-4 in the opening 5 minutes there. Corpus Christi won their play-in game, and they're taking on Bama today.
Let me ask you this. All the news we're starting to hear about Alabama, like a fourth player involved in this shooting. Is this going to be too much for
Very well.
Alabama? Alabama's a team that everybody feels like them or Houston could very easily win this. But is this journey that they're going through going to galvanize them? Or is this like a bunch of people made a mistake and you're picking a team that might be like so many other things outside?
Yeah, too much going on.
I don't know how you can play well. I don't know how you can play well
and
with that.
I was thinking that
going
as
on
I'm
in your
picking
life.
them. Oh, who do you want to have winning it all? Alabama. And then you hear this news and you're like, this is one of those picks where you're going to go, this team is likely not going to be whole when it gets to this point.
It's a good point. I would not be surprised if Corpus Christi ends them this afternoon.
Upset
alert. There you go.
That's a really hot take because I don't think has Corpus Christi made a basket. Oh, they do have 4 points. Okay.
To be fair about Alabama, though, everybody's been saying that, and then they probably looked like the best team in the country over conference tournament week.
Hey, big question here, though. Do you guys know Texas A&M Corpus Christi's mascot?
The Islanders.
I learned that last week.
Yeah.
And then I got zapped.
Oh, the Islanders, that's right.
Yep.
TCU's a 6th seed, first
Horned
time
Frogs.
since 53. They're in the tournament back-to-back seasons. They're going to play tomorrow. Texas 7 upset Grambling to punch their ticket to the tournament, but they fell in the play-in game last night. It is time now to go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day. Sir.
Yeah, let's get right into it. Our champion is a horse rancher who's had enough of the trolls, so he makes a video for the trolls. And here he is.
All of those who think it's cool to sit back in the safety of their mother's basement, make clips of my videos, and talk shit about me out there on the internet. You little f***ers have no idea the life I've lived. 41 years working professionally with horses, 30 of those spent as a remote wilderness guide. I did shit on a daily basis that would make you bitches piss yourself. I stood down 9 grizzly bear charges in my life. 5 black bear charges. And I once stepped up and stuffed an 8-foot Tom Cougar square in the fucking mug with my walking stick to save one of my dogs. I watched 17 horses lose their lives out there. I lost 3 good friends. And I've held the lifeless body of my best friend in my arms. I've heard my own bones snap. I've stitched my fucking body twice myself. And I've felt the searing fucking heat of a hot brand. You fuckers have no idea what tough is sitting back in your fucking mom's basement, going to work in your cubicle, stopping by 7-Eleven on the way home, and then talking trash about fellas like me. You know what? I feel sorry for you fuckers, I really do.
The Canadian John Wayne, 2-time G-Bag of the Day champion. It's going to be hard to beat. Be real hard to beat. I thought our guys at Mississippi Valley were going to appear to be G-Bag of the Year favorites.
I know.
But now I think you got to have co-favorites at this point, assuming this character here can make it 5 times.
He gets more Canadian sounding every time.
Yeah.
We got
was that a Gruden Canadian?
It was a little Gruden Canadian.
Was it gritty?
Sorry, Lucius.
No, go ahead.
Canadian analyzing football. It would be a great one, Walchuk, if you could pull it off.
I'll work on it.
Got Patty in Carrollton. Woke up early this morning and called the RJ and Choppy show with big hater energy. Big time hater energy. She woke up early hating. Check this out.
Patty in Carrollton. Maybe Patty won't be so disrespectful towards Zeke Elliott. Patty, you're live on the Fan.
Oh, I'm going to be so much more disrespectful.
Oh!
Gotta be crusty. Shout out to Broadus.
Yes.
I am going to say a big fat sayonara, adios, au revoir to that nose ring. I am so excited to not look at that damn disgusting nose ring anymore. It's just, it made my day to hear he was leaving.
All right.
That's amazing.
Nominator right there for G-Bag of the day. Patty and Carrollton lighting it up.
Big hater energy on Zeke from
Big hater.
Yeah, big hater energy, bro. She woke up early, said, I gotta get this hate off my chest, bro.
Oh, my day is made at 5:30 in the morning when I find out that he's no longer a Cowboy.
Wow.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, maybe 1 year too long. I'll remember Zeke well, though. Man, he was dominant.
Your guy? He was so good.
My guy.
He was your guy, yeah.
The only thing that bothered me is how tired he was sometimes after plays. He'd just run out of bounds and take a seat on the bench. Like, oh, I'm tired. Go get him.
Hands on the hips.
Yeah.
Pumping.
Yesterday was a church day. I've got 2 clips right here for you. Take us to church. If you didn't go to church, I'm going to give you some blessings. I will. I surely will. We got the minister of music. That's usually the person that's on the keyboards at church. Dropping a dad joke during service.
The devil ain't got no feet, because he's already been defeated. The devil ain't got no feet, because he's already been defeated.
All right. All right.
He seems to have his hand in everything, though. That
And let's see, we have the first lady of the church. You know who the first lady of the church is, fellas?
Pastor's
Pastor's
wife? Yeah.
All right. First lady of the church has a word for a certain lady in the church.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's a threat. It's basically a threat. She tried to holler at her husband so the first lady feels, and she let it be known in front of everybody.
This week was a week of hell. It was hell! I never knew I could go through so much hell, Trina. It was hell! The woman from Atlanta that tried to come in between me and my husband. This woman says she's a prophetess. And she got a word from my husband. I said, no, you ain't got a word for him. You got a word for us. Natasha Davis.
Full on the piano tripping.
I told you, I'm not your typical first lady. This first lady fight. And if I catch you in the street, I warned you. I warned you. I'm a Brooklyn chick. That'll never change. I'm just an anointed Brooklyn chick. And I'm coming for that ass.
Oh, wow.
That'll never change.
Hey.
That's the first lady of the church and an anointed Brooklyn chick.
Wait, where was the pause?
She was
right at the end.
Coming for that
the
ass.
mic drop, yeah.
She's coming for that ass.
Maybe I misused it.
Maybe. I like this man right here on the piano. My man on the piano was getting busy. Right when she put the thread out, he said,
Yes.
Live scoring of the story.
Natasha Davis.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Disney quality right there.
No, you ain't got a word for him. You got a word for us. Natasha Davis.
He is tripping. He's getting his money's worth today.
Yeah, church is getting their money's worth. That's some good piano work.
I told you, man. I don't want to miss a service. And right here, last one, Michael Strahan. He's totally wrong. He confused me with this clip. He takes a shot at U of H out there in Houston.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he went to TSU, apparently?
He did. He
Okay,
sure did.
okay,
sure
but
did.
he totally skipped a squad that TSU had to play before they even got to Purdue. And he just went straight to Purdue and took shot of U of H. It's all crazy. It's everywhere. Listen to this.
Morning to my mama, but I also got to say, go TSU Tigers.
Right.
They got Purdue in the tournament. Yeah, come on, fellas. Anything is possible. We can do it.
That's
Let's
it.
go.
Yeah, my husband graduated from TSU, so you know, I went to U of H. I'm just saying, but I'm proud of both teams. So, yeah.
I am very proud. U of H is a great school. U of H is a great school, but all their guys and everybody used to come hang out at TSU because it was a little boring over there. But I'm not going to be the one to judge.
Time out. You know what? I'm getting a rap from my producers, and you better be glad. All right.
Rap.
Michael Strahan taking shots at Houston. A little boring over there. A little boring.
Yeah, so TSU did not play Purdue.
Okay.
Right? They lost, right? so they didn't get to play Purdue at all.
That is right.
And
They
he
played
just
their play-in
totally
game.
skipped the squad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You have people trying to become instant experts on the brackets at this point, Lucius. You got to be on the lookout for them.
Got him.
You never want to be guilty of trying to be one.
Got him.
Grego taught me that. Thank you, Lucius.
Yep.
Is it Michael Strahan taking awkward shot at U of H? Is it the Church Day combo platter? The Minister of Music dropping dad jokes. You got a lot of good stuff going on in there. Patty in Carrollton woke up with big hater energy on Zeke. She does not like the nose ring. And then you have the horse rancher, our two-time champ, the Canadian John Wayne. That's where my vote goes. Pilgrim, Wolchuk.
I think I'm going to go with the First Lady of the Church.
All righty.
Same here.
Chief, vote for the Lady of the Church, Brian.
I feel like I'm going to go for Patty because of her shout out to me. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. A
Yeah.
vote for the shout out.
Yeah.
And then Lucius, decisive vote.
I'm riding with the horse rancher.
The horse rancher. Okay, we got a two-way tie at 2. It's horse rancher versus First Lady of the Church. You're going to want to jump onto Twitter at GBagNation. We're going to create an Insta poll here for you to vote on during the break as we continue the show live from the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth. Jump onto at GBagNation. Follow us once you get there, and vote. And we're going to be back with Krusty's Corner, Brian. Where are we headed with that?
Yeah, if you're watching that Mavs game last night, did you shout, Maxie, what are you doing? I'll tell you what he was trying to do next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ.
Get your podcast.
Polos, it is baseball time in Texas.
Opening day and everything that surrounds it. Thursday, March 30th, right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts, more than just Silverados. There's Equinox, Tahoes, Traverse, Malibus, and all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. We have 28-degree beer on draft here at Eagles Nest in Fort Worth. Happy hour pricing, 11 to 7. There's $3.95 Shiner drafts. All you can eat shrimp basket right now, $14.95. Guys, you're looking at 70 different TVs, including a brand new 186-inch main LED TV. If you're looking for someplace to go and enjoy the games and hang out with the G-Bag Nation, this is your spot here at the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth. Here's Broadus with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. I was going to ask you guys this question. Oh, by the way, the club sandwich here is excellent.
Oh,
looks
yes.
that way.
Man, you destroyed that.
Yeah,
Holy
it
smokes,
really
bro.
Oh, by the way, Horse Rancher won G-Bag of the day.
Horse Rancher.
68% of the vote.
He's back. He's back and better
Three
than ever.
times.
Yeah.
He's hanging tough.
Back
He's
and
going
better
for
than ever.
5.
Yeah, the club sandwich out here with the onion strings is outstanding. I did destroy it. It's got it on Texas toast.
For
You know,
sure.
Good club
Yeah.
sandwich, the bacon, the chicken, the ham. I mean, I punished this thing.
See a little ranch on the side there as
Yeah,
well.
you know, I'm not a big ranch guy. They put it on there, and I don't know why.
Really?
Yeah,
really?
just
Not
kinda-
going with the
no,
dipski.
Not going to dip it in there, and was just kind of thinking, you know what? I'll just let it be. Another day, you know, maybe somebody else.
They have a lot of good items here.
They do have a
Including
lot of good.
an
They do.
RJ
The-
Choppy inspired Sloppy Joe, I believe.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Choppy Joe.
Choppy sloppy.
Choppy Joe. Real quick, I'm noticing on the basketball tournament here
I like
with
to call
all
it the RJ Sloppy.
with all these all these screens. Is it too early to cry in the tournament? If we're showing the fans, we're in round 1, right? Is it too early to cry?
If you're a 1 or a 2 and you lose to a 15 or a 16.
Well, I think I'm watching Utah State, who is I think they're
a 10, right?
10, yeah, and we got crying already in the fans.
Well, that's sad cries, though. That's sad cries because they just lost. So
it's okay if you're a college kid, maybe, but keep it to an absolute minimum and try to shield your face from the camera.
I just feel like in round 1, as we start the day, if you're already crying, I mean, are you crying
It'd be
because
very disappointing.
Are you crying because you've spent so much money on this trip that now you got to You're not going to get your team.
There could be financial reasons that you shed tears.
There could be. What if it's a parent of one of these kids? It's the last time they're ever going to get to be.
It looked very much like a student. Looked like a student crying.
Girlfriend?
Maybe.
Are you more pointing the finger at sad tears in round one or happy tears in round one? What's more offensive?
The fact that it's round one and we're already crying.
Yeah.
Just happy or sad.
Sad.
Not enough to cry.
Not
here.
enough to cry.
You should not be that emotionally invested in a tournament where 63 teams don't win the championship. Odds aren't in your favor.
Not
get it together.
But losing the way number 4-seeded Virginia lost to 13 Foreman, that's enough to make you want to cry a little bit.
Furman.
Did I say Foreman?
You did.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw a guy that looked like Red earlier, and he's been on my mind ever since.
I love Red.
That was more like an older Eric Foreman, I thought, but I hear you.
Yeah, no, good call.
And my second observation real quick here, I'm looking at the set. Kenny and them are on. Charles and Kenny are on.
Oh, they are?
They've mixed and matched.
Train wreck TV awaiting.
They've mixed and matched.
This last couple of hours is the first couple of hours they've watched of college basketball all year.
Yeah, literally.
All right. Is it a give up if you're on set and you wear a turtleneck?
Not at all.
If you're supposed to wear a tie and then all of a sudden you're just throwing the turtleneck look out there, is that a give up?
I don't think it's a give up because I think those turtleneck guys think it looks sweet.
Right.
It's just bad fashion, right?
Well, it's only bad fashion.
And I'm not the fashion plate. Trust me, I wear something LSU.
You keep it safe, though.
Yeah, I wear something LSU every day. But I just kind of feel like if they say, hey, listen, we're wearing ties today, and you show up like in a turtleneck, I think you're kind of giving up. You're kind of saying, I'm not going to wear a tie today. And the fact that you don't let me wear an open collar shirt on this set, I think Kenny's kind of thumbing his nose at these guys a little bit.
I think it all depends on how you fill out that turtleneck, because some of these dudes are putting that turtleneck on, and it's like, you look good in a turtleneck, and because you are, Shannon Sharp or something, you look good in anything. Like certain body types can put on dang near anything. It's like, yeah, bro. You look fantastic.
Yeah, I think it's a
beast.
flex. I think it's a flex if you're rocking the turtleneck. I don't think that it's easy to pull off, personally. Like, if I were to wear it,
from your experience,
I think you guys would make fun of me.
Yeah. I think so, too.
I think I'd look terrible.
Is it because of your neck width, you think?
That and the boobs.
Yeah.
Oh,
just
okay.
the general width across the board, maybe.
Would you?
A turtleneck is like built for very, very select few.
Yeah, the broadness of the shoulders, just the outstanding chiselness of the upper body.
All right.
But he has been in the gym. He has been in the gym. Give him time.
I think it's a give up. I think Kenny just gave up.
That's the final stage to perfection when you confidently put on a turtleneck.
All right,
you're right.
Walchuk.
I'm working towards
that's
that.
the standard.
That's the
goal.
I think you guys are just obsessed with neck.
Just neck dinners.
I don't think I can do anything about the boobs. Like, they're not going anywhere.
Would you wear like a T-shirt under the turtleneck to hide maybe the shape of them?
I tried to do that all through high school. And
Did you really?
It never worked, buddy.
If you can't wear the turtleneck without an undershirt, don't wear the turtleneck.
Now I just lean into it. It is what it is.
Are the girls at Baby Dolls kind of jealous sometimes of your situation?
No, theirs are usually much larger and much more in charge.
And it was a good visit last night?
It was a good visit.
Look forward to being with you in April.
Yeah, you better come out there in April. I'm going to need some company.
All right, I got you. All right, we all see the play, what happened last night with Maxey, with 1.8 seconds left.
Yeah,
with the Mavs.
I think we all saw it. Too many people saw it, including the kid from Virginia who did the same thing and then squandered a 4-seed to Furman. He literally the way that Virginia just lost to Furman involved a player doing the Maxey thing, and then it's now, oh my gosh, it's a turnover. Now the other team's cashing out a 3 to win the game at the buzzer.
Okay, I'm in that mode last night where I'm watching that, where I'm thinking just get the ball in and let the 1.8 seconds run off the clock. I'm throwing it into an area.
The old Magic Johnson.
Yeah. Maxey looked like he was throwing in the ball for Bayern Munich, like a two-hand throw-in, like he was trying to get it into the box for somebody to head it in or something like that. But I was confused on that, so I asked my guys at the Mavs. I said, hey, can you tell me what happened with the Maxey inbounds play last night? So my guy said, where he lost his mind. That was. I'm like, that play where Maxey lost his mind. Yeah, absolutely, that's the one.
That's the one.
Yeah, and basically this is what they're taught, okay? And we've all been kind of critical. I know Baskey has been super, super critical of the Mavs coaching staff and stuff like that, man. I mean, hey, I get it, I understand, but this is what my guys over there were talking about. They said basically you're taught to throw the ball into one of the guys that are open, right? Guys are moving, you're trying to get open and stuff like that.
Seems like a good start. Yeah.
Good start. The two guys in the backcourt didn't get open at all.
Oh, geez. I hate when they do that, or they take their time. It's like,
Yeah,
bro, I
they're
got 5 seconds.
Yeah,
These bleeping role players are sucking, man.
Yeah, well, they're trying to, you don't get guys open, so he sees that. And then no timeouts left. You're in a bad way, and you just got to now throw it into the front court. Because that way, if the play is broken, the other team can't catch it and turn and shoot with a makeable shot.
Yeah.
So he just threw the ball way, way too far for one in that situation. So, if you're like I said, if you're just, I was always thinking, just get the ball onto the floor to where somebody don't, to me, Maxey was was he trying to get it to where,
I think he was going for the Dwight Clark.
Well, yeah, Christian Laettner. Are we trying to throw it the length of the court and get a basket when you don't need to do anything like that?
I admire the confidence there. If that was the case,
he panicked.
But
Everybody's is vulnerable to it.
That's kind of where that's kind of leads into another point I want to make here is, and I was asking man, it seems like the role players are, they're kind of struggling with that. They've got injury. They've got injury in this guy. A couple of guys. This guy with the team said, he goes, it's just what we've seen. Everyone is making mistakes. They know better. Powell struggled until the end. Wood had 4 offensive fouls, not 1, not 2, but 4 offensive fouls. McGee 3 fouls in 3 minutes. Maxey with that crazy pass that messed up. They felt like that Maxey had been one of their better, smarter players of making that pass. So here they are trying to put somebody in a situation, but it goes back to the role players. That just shows you, without Luka, without Kyrie,
you're in trouble.
You're in some trouble with these guys.
Not only are the role players under pressure more because you're putting them in key situations, but there's more volume of those situations for their nervousness. They can survive if they're a cog in the wheel and you don't ask them to do too much, but once you take away the 2 catalysts on this offense and the ball movement and guys you can almost always depend on, their shortcomings really start to magnify. And you let this go on a few more weeks and for there to be more film on how to put role players under pressure, it will get worse. Almost losing to the Spurs, a tanking team, is just a sign of what's to come if they don't get healthy.
I'll tell you what, that play that Pop designed out of the timeout with the roll, and then the one guy like he's going to roll, but comes back.
Off why he's one of the best in the league.
And I can see why Mike gets upset. Okay, look at that play. That's what you need. That's what you need. And then your coach maybe not getting it done, down the stretch there. But that's the reason why you saw what happened last night. That's what the teaching points are like that. And Mavs they've got to get their guys back. If they want any shot at this thing, they need to get those 2 guys back.
We have an eye on NFL free agency. We'll set any developing news situations when we come back as we're live at the Eagles Nest here in Fort Worth. 70 different TVs. Tomorrow they're going to float a chicken strip basket your way for $8.95, and they'll have half-price select appetizers from 4 to 7. So if you don't have time to get here on a Thursday, make your plans for tomorrow to take in this tournament properly at Eagles Nest. I think we're going to get the latest in the association coming up next, right, Chief?
Yes, sir. Let's hit a rim sesh. Unique leadership, lightning strikes, and the height of pleasure for Giannis might surprise you. That's next.
The more you From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
All right, welcome back. It is hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth, a great place to watch the NCAA tournament. Bama does lead A&M Corpus Christi 48-27 late first half. Kansas is beating up on Howard 96-68 late in that contest. Charleston.
Let's go, Charleston.
The 12 seed giving San Diego
Yeah,
State a
baby.
game. It's 24-20 with 5.5 to play there in the first half. Saw a report from Florio, who's always making stuff up, says there's a slim chance the Cowboys could bring back Zeke on a different deal. So stay tuned for that as well. Not seeing a ton of stuff here in the NFL this afternoon, but you know we're not too far off from the next big headline this time of year. Here they are, Wolchuk and Chiafalo, to give us the latest on the association.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I believe for the second time in Eagles Nest history, we'll go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. And on the first day of March Madness, the G-Bag Nation is going all 18 inches around the rim.
Let it ride. Rain dance.
Rain dance.
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
I love looking right at Broadus when I hit him with the 18.
He looks so upset.
The
Why
18
are
inch
you so
reminder.
upset?
It's now become the rim session is always the reminder of how
Of
much
your
of an
failures.
idiot
Yeah.
I am that I let Dawson down, our team down, took you guys out of a bet payoff situation.
I don't know what you're talking about. We were trying to let you guys win because we felt bad for all the egg smashing and all the crap
You
had
guys
to
were
put up
0
with.
and 8 on questions.
You think we're really that dumb? Come on, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely.
We gave it to you on a silver platter, and what did you do? You fumbled the bag.
I did fumble the bag.
Thanks to Grady Dick and company of Kansas Jayhawks, 19 points. I finally have my first official bracket victory.
Let's go.
Of the day.
My
ladies
man.
and
It only
gentlemen.
took 6 hours, right?
Dude, and only 2 games in, just 2 games into March Madness today, we had, there was only 10.67% perfect brackets remaining. So
Wow.
under 11% of brackets were perfect just after the first 2 games. That's all it took.
That is grade E.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a good job.
That
That's good. That's
grade
good.
E for effort,
You
right?
made a joke.
So we got a couple of things going down from an NBA standpoint. We'll start with the leadership of Jimmy Butler, and
that was ship with a P, right?
That is correct. Leadership. And he's got an interesting tactic, apparently, allegedly, reportedly. Nick Friedel, who is a friend of the program. Jimmy Butler reportedly punished his teammates by blasting Nickelback in the locker room after their recent loss to the Magic.
This is what you get if we lose, guys.
It's like
live it up.
This is my last ditch effort. The Heat have not been very good
No.
this year. They're losing plenty of games. Jimmy Butler's not the guy that is. You say what you want about a lot of NBA players. Oh, night to night. He is not a guy that feels good about losing anytime, anywhere, any place, especially to a team like the Orlando Magic that is young and also not very good.
Keep this up. I'm gonna play some Creed for you next time.
Yeah, I don't understand. I mean, there's a part of me that doesn't understand even the overall Nickelback hate. Like, I'm in on the
think
fun
they've
of
got
it,
some
but
bangers.
they got a couple of
The
bangers.
joke's gone viral. It's kind of like people that say they hate soccer. You know, it's not really that bad. It's just
Yeah.
fun to do.
It
It's
is.
just
I
fun
think
to
you're
hate
better
on
off
soccer.
playing some Oasis or something, you know?
And
Hey,
honestly,
whoa, Oasis isn't bad.
Okay, see, now we got.
Oh,
Now we
here
got
we
this
go,
going.
here we go.
Oh,
here we
Oasis,
go.
Don't Look Back in Anger. That's a good song. I think that's the only one I could probably name.
all right,
but-
well, there we go.
It's
Yeah.
decent depression music.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like, and
Well,
there's
those two
want to bring the
brothers-
vibes down. I think
those
that's
brothers-
that's the band you put on.
Those brothers, no. I've got another one. But those two brothers fight. Those Gallagher brothers, they fight each
Oh, do
other.
they?
Oh, my
Well, that
God.
sounds like good
They,
entertainment.
no,
not
they
good
hate
music.
each other. And they play in a band together. I broke that thing up. Yeah.
Dude, there's nothing better than this paragraph here from Friedel's reporting, or is it Friedel? The sounds of Nickelback
Oh,
coming.
you'll make it up.
Think about how sad this is for everybody, and then here comes Jimmy Butler with a big smile on his face. The sounds of Nickelback coming from the portable speaker inside the Miami Heat locker room were unmistakable, as the rest of his teammates and Heat staffers quietly showered, got dressed, and picked over a post-game pizza spread following a 126-114 overtime loss to the Orlando Magic on Saturday. Jimmy Butler decided it was the right time to pump up the volume on his stereo and blast the familiar sounds of Chad Kroger's voice. And Butler, who had just poured in a game-high 38 points in 39 minutes, sang every word to each song.
That's amazing.
He's in there grooving. I imagine him snapping his fingers a little bit. He's in the shower. He's acting like he's really excited. Hey, I personally had myself a good game. Heck, 38 points, 39 minutes. That's pretty dang impressive. So nonetheless, that's one leadership tactic that we have going on in the NBA right now.
Jimmy's the player.
Strategy.
Jimmy's the leader that every team needs, but no team wants.
Yes.
They're like, no, but he's good for you.
I'd want the hell out of him on this Mavs team. He'll hold people accountable.
It's exactly what they need.
Man, I wonder how long that would I would love to know what that experiment, the duration of that, how long it could go before the younger guys on the team are
With
just
the Mavs?
going nuts. Yeah, with the Mavs.
They just mutiny?
Yeah.
You think
yeah.
Luka would,
It would take a while.
Luka would like him?
I don't know.
Is Jimmy Butler's going to swear at him if he doesn't get back and play some defense?
Even people that like Jimmy Butler are
Quit
like,
bitching at the refs.
I think Kyrie swears at him under his breath.
He might.
Get back, kind of a thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
Kind of slow, kind of arguing with the official as we're going back up
I
the
think
court.
that's exactly what Luka needs, Jimmy Butler. And he might not like it, but it's what he needs.
Bring him back to the great state of Texas.
Jimmy Butler and his Nickelback, come on into the Mavericks locker room. Let's get some victories together.
Just don't let him be the in-arena DJ.
Yeah, true that. Yeah, don't crush the Mavs fans for this. Okay?
We got
keep that in the locker room. Now the MVP odds are rapidly changing, boys and girls.
Joel Embiid making a comeback?
Joel Embiid is making the comeback. I think this is the Kendrick Perkins effect, dude. I mean, don't get me wrong. Joel Embiid's playing like a beast, but he's always playing like a beast, and he's always behind Jokic in the MVP voting. And then all of a sudden, Kendrick Perkins is calling people out.
Yeah.
And Joel Embiid is playing outstanding basketball.
Well, maybe that discussion made people consider their biases that they might have and say, is this really what I want to do? Or they dug deeper and found different ways of evaluating. It's crazy. You can look at all the different advanced stats, and they'll all say Tatum's the best, Luka's the best, Embiid's the best, Jokic is the best. Like, there's no perfect way to measure this. And, a lot of them do favor Jokic. A lot of them favor Embiid as well, though.
Yeah, they absolutely do. John Morant was sitting down having a conversation with Jalen Rose.
Yeah, it was fascinating to hear what he had to say.
The big headliner was he said the gun was not his, that he had flashed on the Instagrams, and I guess he's out of the Florida counseling that he was getting, and I am just surprised that he was wanting to, do a sit down this quick. It feels like we're still kind of in the midst of it.
Jalen Rose isn't going to hammer him on those questions, right? I mean, you're looking for like a friendly face to talk to, right?
You want to rehab your image for sure.
Yeah, you're not. Jalen Rose isn't going to like, hey, bro, what's your situation? Why are you doing? He ain't going to hammer this guy.
It was a good opportunity for him to share his side of the story.
Yeah.
And from his perspective, what all went down.
Well, Jalen came out, after all this happened and said, I can relate to John Morant.
Right.
And, I think that's a good guy for him to sit down and talk with.
Yeah, no, that's all fair points.
Well, they
all
had,
fair points.
on that NBA show that he's on, they had John Morant on earlier in the year when he was through that. They were on that LA swing.
Yeah.
They're playing the Lakers and
he was
Clippers.
with Malika.
So
Malika
he was
Andrews.
in there. So they might have been trying to do him a favor too for coming in and hanging out with him for an afternoon.
Was he going to miss another 8 games? So he'll be back with about 5 or 6 games to go to
I
the playoffs.
think the games that he's already missed.
Oh, those count.
Are time served.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
interesting.
Yeah.
Good for him.
So, that makes sense why I think his first game eligible is against the Mavs when they play each other again.
And I believe Memphis has already come out and said, like, they don't even plan for him to play in that game, though he would be technically eligible at that point. So it will be interesting to see what
they can win without him. They proved that twice the other day.
Well, when you're playing against a hand-me-down
I
Mavs team.
I
I know. You're upset over there about the Mavs. I get it, man. 100% I get it. Giannis.
Have you given up on him?
Yes.
Turn the page.
I've given
up on them
baseball time.
in the moment without, like, on an individual night. I'm not going to get bent out of shape at them losing to anybody with the roster that they have on the court right now. When Luke and Kyrie are playing and then they're losing basketball games, that gets under my skin much more. This is I can deal with it. Dude, our entire roster is built on these two guys not only being on the court, but being their best selves on the court. Even if they're on the court and they're having an off game, you're in a world of trouble, let alone they're both off the court. I don't expect you to win these games, and Jason Kidd doesn't seem to expect to win them either.
Hey, nobody's dying.
That's a good point, Walchuk. That's well said.
Where have I heard that before?
I don't know.
In your nightmares.
Maybe the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah, at a post-game presser near you, Broadus.
Tony Romo, maybe?
Honestly, remember when Broadus used to get in the Zoom call and do the post-game pressers with Rick?
Yeah.
We got to get him at one of these kid pressers, man.
Carlisle, like, after he got done with the presser, sent me a text. We were talking. After Indiana beat the Mavs, I'm like, he and I were kind of going back and forth. We're shooting. It's like the old.
He's like, you see what's happening over there? You want me back?
Yeah. I'm like, I miss you, Coach. I miss you.
Oh, I bet you do, my friend.
Yeah.
Now, Giannis did a bit of a sit-down athletic interview, and he was talking about winning championships, winning MVPs, life of the Greek freak, and he says it's the championship high that he managed to describe in the kind of way that might explain why he wants to feel it again. The feeling, as he puts it, that feeling of winning a title is one of the best feelings I've had. And I'm not even going to say what I'm thinking because it's probably going to go viral. And then he had a sheepish laugh, as they described it. And then he says, I'm sorry, but it's better than getting intimate sometimes. You know what I mean, ? And I don't know if I know what he means.
What's
but,
better?
Winning a title is better than intimacy.
Oh, yeah. For if any one thing could happen on a June day, June 12th, you could be intimate today or win the championship.
Oh, for
I'm
sure.
gonna take the championship.
Give me the championship.
If you had to choose one for the rest of your life, obviously the choice is easy. But the overall exhilaration of the championship, Brian, just that feeling of satisfaction.
Oh, yeah.
You know, there's.
Would you agree? Would you agree, Broadus?
There's no post guilt in any way.
Have you ever felt a more significant pleasure than winning the Super Bowl as a scout for
No,
the Packers?
I have not. Well, the birth of my child, but I don't know if that's pleasure. I mean, it's excitement,
it's pleasure,
happiness. Yeah,
that's joy. That's real joy.
Joy. Yeah.
But there was pleasure that went into the making.
Yeah, I think as a one-for-one, you say title's better. But like infinitely, if I could win a title every day or have sexy time every day, I think
the titles would be meaningless.
Give me the titles.
Yeah. It's the validation of all your life's work and your desires and the excitement of being fortunate enough to be in a position to win one. I just don't think you can compare to the life accomplishment of winning something at the absolute height of its game.
That they can never take away from you. You could do a lot of things in your life, but being on a championship team, that's something they can't take that from you.
Yeah, and right now, by the way, Giannis is trailing Jokic.
They can take your marriages away from you and stuff like that, but they can't take the championship away.
Okay, sounds like a man who's speaking from experience.
I'm just telling you, it's the truth.
No, it is. It is. So apparently, a couple of weeks back, the Clippers almost got themselves into a very, very dangerous flight situation. And I know Cancia discussed this earlier. But apparently, while the electrical system in an airplane is designed to be resistant to lightning strikes, a strike of unusually high intensity can damage components. And so valves, generators, all these things, they're flying through a storm. They're getting peppered with lightning strikes on their airplane. This is a full-on freak-out moment, I think, for me personally. Yeah. Lightning strikes on an airplane is
a whole flight. It's a lightning flight.
Yeah, lightning flight.
That's terrifying.
Is nuts, man. There's no way that I could sit there and be comfortable. And the players, like the story has come out now, and it is pretty amazing that they've kind of kept it under wraps because it happened on February 25th. We're
wild.
just hearing about it.
Yeah, I guess because it's not grounded, it doesn't damage the plane. But how does all that electronics on board not go out when you get hit by electricity in the air? It's crazy.
It says the plane dropped in altitude several times, and shrieks could be heard from passengers in what some staffers called one of the worst moments they've experienced on an airplane.
Oh,
and then a player, Bones Highland of the Clippers, quote tweeted the article and said, "Not gonna lie, we thought it was over with." And I imagine that'd be a feeling we'd all have right there. But my gosh, what a crazy situation. And I'm genuinely surprised we're just hearing about this like 3 weeks later.
Our flights to Arizona have not been the smoothest. I rarely think it for more than a split second, but whenever it drops and you hear something shake, you're like, is this it?
Yeah.
I do that. Do you guys do
100%.
that?
The flight back where they kept on popping on the intercom and saying, like, please remain seated, please remain seated. Nobody get up. That started freaking me out a little bit.
Yeah.
I think anytime that you fly, especially later in the year when you get in the summertime and you fly that route where you go over the mountains and you're in the
Rocky Mountains?
Well,
yeah.
we get into
Arizona,
over
Utah,
Arizona,
Vegas. Yeah.
All that heat.
Yeah.
That heat, I mean, it makes for a terrible, terrible flight flying over those mountains like that.
It's never fun, but I've never encountered something as terrifying as that thing.
Me neither, dude. Me neither. I wouldn't be able
I've
to
only
handle
felt
it.
like they were going down once on a team plane.
My brother
And
has.
it was my last trip with the Cowboys, and we're coming back from Buffalo. And it was the last trip of the year it's the last time I ever went on a Cowboy trip. We're coming home from Buffalo, and the plane, we literally flew through. We had to land in Houston. We couldn't land in Dallas.
Dallas had the storms?
Oh, no, it was from like Oklahoma all the way in. And we were circling with the plane was just violently. Like
Hydraulics.
the wings were moving. It was that kind of bounce.
Oh, my gosh.
And so you're like, and I mean, every time you're just sitting there, and Mickey's like, looks like we're circling still. And I'm like,
man.
me and Rob Phillips were about
Were
to
you there?
punch him. Yeah. And we ended up landing in Houston. And then they had to put more fuel in the plane, and we had to fly back through all that stuff. And I'm like, Rob and I'm like, if they open that door, we're off.
Yeah.
I was going to jump down.
You were ready.
Maybe break an ankle, maybe wrench a knee, but I was jumping out of that thing.
You would have
I had enough.
You would have rode home with Mickey Spagnola that day. That's how terrified you
I would
were.
have carried Mickey on my back.
Yeah.
Come on, Mickey,
let's go.
Let's go. And that kind of thing, yeah.
What a scene. We're live here at the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth, an incredible establishment. If we have any Tolos in the area, please swing by. Watch these tournament games with us. You get an all-you-can-eat shrimp basket right now for $14.95 or a cheesesteak sando for $8.95. $4.95 Texas Draft, $3.95 for your Shiner Drafts. You're living it up and having a great time watching the game here with us at the Eagles Nest. Now, it's time to go around the NFC East. The division is cranking out some news. Have the Eagles done enough to keep their defense flying high? It's next to the G-Bag Nation.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league.
shots, Fireball, Screwball, $4 shots of Hornitos, and buckets of beer starting at $15. It's Boomer Jacks now with 18 DFW Boomer Jacks locations. Find yours online, boomerjacks.com.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by Rockwall Ford.
Bobby Belts here, and Ford Truck Month is on at Rockwall Ford. Shop the Rock for rock bottom deals on all new trucks. Looking to custom order? Visit Pre-Order My F-150 and customize your truck your way. Don't miss Ford Truck Month at Rockwall Ford. Shop online at rockwallford.com.
Shoot, yeah, we are back here. Eagles Nest in Fort Worth. Swing on by. They have all kinds of food and drink specials, 70 televisions, the new 186-inch main LED TV. It is a great place to watch the NCAA tournament, which rages on for you in the background. Hopefully everybody's doing all right with this tornado watch. And it's all over the listening area, so be safe. I don't think it's urgent everywhere yet, but it is something to be mindful of at this point. That's what that watch means. Keep your ears peeled. Okay, segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. We're going to go around the NFC East. There is a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel consultations always free over there at truckwreck.com. The Eagles brought back Fletcher Cox. It's 1 year, $10 million. That's how I would prefer my team to spend $10 million, not on a tight end that can't make plays after he catches it or a running back of any ilk. But on a game-wrecking defensive tackle, and Fletcher Cox has been very good. He's a little long in the tooth, but he is back with the Eagles. They also kept Bradbury, and they were going to release Darius Slay. I guess they did, but then they found a way to restructure and hang on to him. So they've really only lost Javon Hargrave and probably Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Still a couple of huge losses. But they've done a pretty nice job keeping that defense together so far, haven't they, guys?
T.J. Edwards, another big loss for them. But, yeah.
Kazir White.
Yeah.
Marcus Epps.
So the linebackers and then the safeties. But, I mean, being able to
all replaceable.
Both of those corners, that's pretty nice for them, with Bradbury and Slay.
And I thought they made the right decision originally. I mean, Darius Slay was going to count $17 million on their cap, and Bradbury was the better player, at least last year. I mean, not their entire careers, but last year Bradbury was the better corner. So they made the right decision, and then they found out a way to keep Darius Slay still solid. So, yeah, they'll be – and they got plenty of picks. I mean, they got a top 10 pick. Are they going to trade down, add more defenders? Are they going to take one of the best defenders in the draft right there at 10? They still have assets, so – I think they'll be okay, but I think Hargrave is a huge loss.
It's a huge loss. Yeah. And those linebackers were really good for them last year. They were fast. They flew around to the football. They'll have to figure out a way to replace them.
I've been very optimistic that the Cowboys could get the upper hand on the Eagles, but getting those two corners back in Cox, I think now it falls firmly into a wait-and-see approach, and we'll see what the rest of their offseason looks like, their draft looks like, and then we'll make an assessment going into the regular season. But the offense is going to be outstanding. I mean, being able to keep Kelsey pretty much guarantees that Eagles offense, if it stays healthy, is going to be around top 5, and that's going to be enough to give you a run for your money either way. Okay, the Commanders signed quarterback Jacoby Brissett. I think that lowers their floor for next year. You know, I like maybe going with Sam Howell, but if he fails, Jacoby Brissett can play around 500 football for you if you have a good supporting cast.
Sure can, and we've talked about their weapons. I mean, we like a lot of their skill players, which, I mean, it's a bummer. You don't want to be giving a division rival a bunch of love, but they've done a good job when it comes to Curtis Samuel, and Jahan Dotson was an excellent draft pick for them, and then maybe the most underrated receiver in the NFL in Scary Terry McLaurin. So, I mean, Jacoby Brissett's a guy that can play 500 football for you and keep you in the hunt.
Yeah, keep you in the hunt for sure, but it makes me not concerned. If you tell me Jacoby Brissett's their starter this year, then I don't have concern about them making the playoffs.
Yeah, part of me says I wouldn't waste my time with quarterbacks. If you're not a franchise guy, I don't want to spend any time or money on you. I just want to be as bad as possible so I can draft my next guy. I think Brissett, though, plays a level of football that could make Washington formidable against you.
No doubt.
Yeah. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. I don't think they're going to be a contender, but they're not going to be a dumpster fire at quarterback unless they are trying to go and develop a young guy who's trash.
He might have been able to get him in the playoffs last year if they had Jacoby Brissett and they weren't dealing with the Carson Wentz crap.
They also added Andrew Wiley, too, the offensive tackle from Kansas City, and he's going to play right tackle for them. So they're trying to work on their offensive line as they do all this.
Okay, the other story out of Washington, players are not happy that they let linebacker Cole Holcomb go. He's a former fifth-round pick, played his way into being a team captain. He agrees 3 years with the Steelers after 4 seasons in Washington, became a big cog on their defense. And safety Cameron Curl tweeted, "Not 55" with the side-eye emoji. Washington's defensive end Montez Sweat seconded the notion by tweeting "right." With a question mark exclamation point. They are not happy with the front office and taking away a player that was not only a fan favorite but beloved in that locker room as well, team leader. They've lost.
Must be pretty dang good, too, if the Steelers know their way around a good linebacker.
So they wanted Van Der Esch, and when they couldn't get Van Der Esch, that's when they turned their eyes to Cole Holcomb.
Is that the same Holcomb that Dak threw a ball right into his chest?
Same guy.
4 or 5 yards away?
Yep.
I'm glad he's off their team, that's for sure.
Me too.
Okay, the Giants are expected to sign former Colts receiver Paris Campbell now, the New York Post confirmed. So after going jobber central at wide receiver so far, I guess they re-signed Sterling Shepard. They're bringing in Campbell, who was targeted 91 times last year, caught 63 balls, 623 yards, and scored 3 touchdowns. That was more than he had in his first 3 seasons combined. So they're, as Jerry would like to say, they're buying on the come, Brian.
Yeah. Boss. But adding Darren Waller to this mix too, I think that helps them with their tight end room for sure. But yeah, this is a team, and Zach and I were talking about this in the draft show last couple of days about where these wide receivers are going to start to fall in the draft. Potentially Houston at 12, and then you're going to get down into that range where right before the Cowboys, you might be looking at one of these wide receivers, and a team like the New York Giants are just going to grab one right in front of you. So I expect that they're going to go ahead and add more skill guys again. Got the tight end done, Saquon Barkley on the franchise, and then adding a wide receiver.
They could go skill, or the report today is that they also like the Minnesota Golden Gophers center, Michael Schmitz.
They like my guy John Michael Schmitz?
Well, they have John Feliciano is a unrestricted free agent. Their center. So that's
I would
maybe why they're looking
hate
at
them
that.
if they did that. That dude's a freaking stud. Art Stapleton, though, who covers the Giants, put out a report today that said he's heard some buzz that the Giants are connected to both DJ Chark and Mecole Hardman. So we'll see if there's any legs there. They're expected to explore all options in the market. So they made that addition today with Paris Campbell. They might not be done at receiver.
Yeah, no game breakers in there, but definitely upgrading in the professional wide receiver department. What are the Cowboys going to do at center? Broadus, are you pretty sure they're just going to bring back Baidaz and that's going to be our guy moving forward?
I kind of feel like that's what they're going to do. We need to figure out what's going to happen at left tackle. That's going to tell you what's going to happen at left guard.
All right.
Todd Archer was tweeting out last night. I meant to give him a call, but there was no guarantee that Tyron Smith was going to play left tackle for this team. So we'll see. If that's the case, maybe you do go and get a guy that's got a little bit of a dual role to him, like you say, with John Michael Schmitz.
We're watching the tournament here, the NCAA tournament in Fort Worth, Eagles Nest here in Tarrant County. Heated and enclosed patio for all weather, so as this storm blows in, and you're going to be at home and at ease right here at the Eagles Nest. How about a little crazy Texas news for you? G-Bag National still lows out there.
Somebody,
I'm coming stories.
Somebody from across the bar just, and you can still see it. He's throwing up his phone right there that has 2 words on it. Can anybody read that?
Trade Dak.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you for the suggestion, sir. We can get behind that, maybe, huh?
That's a whole new way of getting in on the truckwreck.com fan text. I've never seen it. He just made G-Bag history right there.
There you go.
Okay.
VIP line.
How crazy is this story? You're at the zoo. Tree branch breaks and falls on you and your whole family. That's what we encountered in San Antonio. I would say on a scale of 1 to 10, that story's 8.5 at least. Totally insane.
Damn.
Yeah, they 7 people sent to the hospital, including 5 children. Tree branch fell on them at the San Antonio, Texas Zoo yesterday afternoon. According to the city's fire department, the incident reported to authorities shortly after 12 where a tree branch broke, fell on a family of 7. Fire department added 7 guests were transported to the hospital where 2 adults, 4 children were listed in stable condition and 1 child in critical condition. So that's unfortunate. Worst thing that almost happened to me like that, I was going to Radio Row in Dallas at the Super Bowl downtown during the ice storm, and a giant chunk, I was leaving the parking garage, a giant chunk that would have murdered me fell 2 feet to my right.
Oh.
I was coming right out of the car entrance and just went boom, exploded. I was like,
Oh.
Wow, that would have hurt a
You're
lot.
walking?
Yeah, I was walking
Oh,
next to a building.
dude.
Do not walk close to buildings. And in wintry places, they construct buildings so ice chunks can't fall off the top and kill people below. But
Here we
I
got
guess
the
they didn't have
slants.
those.
Yeah.
Yes, they got the slants. So that unfortunately, nobody murdered in San Antonio, but giant tree branch just fell on a family of 7 right there. They were taking a picture.
Holy! Oh, right there in the middle of the picture too. The tree is almost like the tree branch knew to capitalize on the perfect time where they were just going to be frozen, standing still.
This next story is insane because things have been cooling off in Deep Ellum. And I'm like, man, why are we shooting people in Deep Ellum? This has to be the art hub of the city. This has to be the culture hub of the city. We can't discourage people from coming here with the damn shootings. Had another one, and unfortunately, somebody innocent was hurt, which just makes it totally worse for people having trust in going down there. If somebody is minding their own business, all of a sudden a shootout breaks out behind you, people are going to be less likely to go. So now Deep Ellum residents and visitors are dealing with the aftershocks of a shooting that just happened. An argument escalated at the Bitter End Bar, which is always a good name for a bar on the far end of town. The Bitter End left 2 victims dead after the male victim was on the patio of the bar, and when he was approached by an unknown suspect, he was the victim of that. Moments later, the suspect fired multiple rounds, striking the victim and a female victim. According to preliminary information there, the police said Ricky Gossett and Daniel Jones were the unfortunate victims of that shooting. So let's get it figured out. Let's have Deep Ellum be the beautiful, vibrant place that it should be to display art and have good beverages and listen to music. That's all we need to have happen down there.
I love a Saturday in Deep Ellum. Saturday afternoon in Deep
Yeah,
Ellum.
it's killer.
Great time.
And we have a Russian jet taking down a U.S. drone. Did you guys see this video?
No.
It's not in Texas, but it's certifiably insane. The drone they shot down was equipped with 360-degree cameras. Have you seen it, Brian?
No,
So
I have
you
not.
see the actual jet come by and spray fuel over the drone. It's pretty freaking killer,
Wait,
dude.
you just like
It's
skunk
Top Gun.
style?
Yes,
you just
yeah.
like you just squirt it out on these
This
guys?
jet
Yeah.
comes up in the rear view and is like pulling up hard, probably 3 or 4 Gs, and you see the fuel just come out. I don't know if they were trying to catch it on fire, but I don't know if that worked or didn't work. The next shot you see is the jet just rammed it, broke its propeller, falls into the Black Sea.
Wow.
Pretty sweet,
Wow,
like Top
dude.
Gun video style
Right.
cinematography happening in real life. They say it's pretty common for drones to be engaged with. You know, we had our rounds with their drones a few weeks back. Now they're having their rounds with our drones, Brian.
You know, my buddy who is a submarine pilot down in Jacksonville, he drives a nuclear power attack sub. And he was telling me about the time that his team on the USS Nebraska, they play hide and go seek with the other Russian submarines. So like they
that
hide.
sounds fun.
They hide behind like ice caps, and
Yeah.
then they go by, and then they go behind them, and
Yeah.
like so that he says, yeah, we just play, billions and billions of dollars worth of equipment. And what we're doing out here, we're playing kids games. It's
like submarine tag out there.
Yeah,
Tag, you're in. Tag, you're in.
We're kind of hiding out. We're seeing if we can find you. You can find us, kind of thing. He says that's kind of neat. You know, you ping them. You know that they're there. You ping them. They're there. They know. Oh, we got captured. And then you go on, and then
you put them in missile line.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
And then the dad whistles. And you go home. They drive the submarine home, and then they come back and play submarine tag the next day.
I love it. Baseball stuff with Wolchuk coming up next, live from Eagles Nest. Where are we going, sir?
We got some World Baseball Classic news. Who are some of the craziest athlete injuries while celebrating that you remember? 877-881-1053. We had a bad injury last night. Next on the Fan.
That's timely content coming up from Wolchuk. Men's Tea Clinic could be very timely in your life right now if you're suffering.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts, more than just Silverados. There's Equinox, Tahoes, Traverse, Malibus, and all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. We're live at the Eagles Nest Sports Restaurant here in Fort Worth, and we'd love to have you join us for some NCAA tournament action, delicious food and beverage. And we're willing to bribe you. We've got $25 Raleigh House gift cards. Just come up to us and tell us what Tolo means. And I don't know, looks like the next 10 people or so, 15 people or so going to have themselves a gift card now. Right, Wolfchuck, how about some baseball, buddy?
Let's get into it. Tonight on 105.3 The Fan, your home of Texas Rangers baseball. We will have the Rangers taking on the Dodgers. Some spring training action that will start at 8 o'clock after the Get Right. It'll be John Gray on the bump for the Rangers in Highland Park's own Clayton Kershaw for the Dodgers. So that will be a fun one to be able to listen to here on 105.3 The Fan. A lot happening in the World Baseball Classic. Shohei Ohtani is dominating for Japan. He pitched a shutout, and he helped lead them to a World Baseball Classic victory to advance to the semifinal yesterday, 9-3. And he had a shutout into the fifth. He also sparked a 4-run third inning with a bunt single. So Ohtani, his teammate Mike Trout, propelled the United States to a victory as well, as they're able to advance in the World Baseball Classic. So
good thing the Angels can't team build.
It's weird, right? You've got two of the best players in the entire sport, and yet you cannot seem to win.
Yeah, it's pathetic.
And we don't even throw in there Anthony Rendon, although Rendon apparently does not love the game, and that's a big reason why once he got paid, he just like, if I'm hurt, I'm not going to play.
Okay, yeah.
And you haven't seen him play a lot.
No, he's been banged up a ton. So that's been, I believe he's costing them like 39.
A ton of money.
Close to $40 million this year alone. So one of the single worst contracts in baseball.
Yeah, really bad. The Rangers dodged a bullet there. Because I remember we were all hoping Anthony Rendon, after that amazing Nationals run, he was fantastic, a big catalyst for them winning that World Series. And when he was a free agent, a Houston native, we're like, oh my gosh, please, sign with the Rangers, sign with the Rangers. Well, Rangers didn't end up offering him anywhere near what the Angels did, and it ended up being a blessing in disguise.
Huge blessing that you didn't get Rendon. I saw Ohtani hit 102 on the gun. Boy, he put the entire country in his backpack.
Yeah, he's been fantastic. The big bummer last night, and this was an amazing game. So you had Edwin Diaz, who is the star closer for the New York Mets last night. And he came
trumpets,
in.
Man.
Yep. He has the walkout, and we play it sometimes as a return bed. So he comes out to his amazing song, and he ends up striking out Teoscar Hernandez to seal a 5-2 win that knocked out the tournament favorite last night as you had Puerto Rico ousting the Dominican Republic. So after he gets that strikeout, you had him and his brother, Cincinnati Reds reliever Alexi Diaz. They end up hugging, and then eventually the entire team comes over. They begin jumping together, but all of a sudden they stop. And you have Diaz down, Edwin Diaz this is, and he's injured. And you've got tears in the players' eyes. They end up having to help him off the field. And it turns out today we got the news from Jeff Passan and those among Major League Baseball that he ended up tearing his patellar tendon.
Oh, dear God.
In his right knee in the victory celebration for Puerto Rico in the World Baseball Classic. He's going to have surgery, and he's now expected to miss the entire season for the New York Mets.
Yeah, that's the most difficult knee tendon to come back from, I think.
Right down the middle of your knee. Kind of holds everything in together. I was standing behind a player, Aaron Taylor, offensive lineman. We got him in the draft, 15th, 16th overall player. First pass set he ever takes for the Green Bay Packers. I heard his patella tendon snap. I was standing right behind him when he took on a block. But when that thing goes, it just crumples you.
So
Did he ever come back?
He did. He blew out his other patella, too. So he had two patella tendon problems. But, yeah, it was something. Here we are, a guy we draft. We have no offensive lineman. First ever plays in.
Ooh.
So I can understand the heartbreak there.
Yeah, that's a sad deal. The idea of you just being able to hear that is insane.
You can hear it.
It's a huge bummer for the Mets right now, too, man.
It is.
Because Jose Quintana, it was
They
also
lost
a
him
guy,
as well.
and he's going to be out until, I believe, July. So bad spring training right now if you're a Mets fan.
No, it's not one you want to see. So, I mean, it brought up the question, and shout out to our buddy Mike Osman, who is our friendly mechanic and runs ice over there if you want to go check it out in Carrollton. But he was like, what other sports injuries have you guys seen for players celebrating a victory? And obviously the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053.
Grammatica,
So-
that's in Zeas. I meant
Bill
Grammatica
Grammatica
there
is
we go.
the favorite that's been texted in, and we all remember him. He kicks a game-winning kick with the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah. Yes.
And then he ends up jumping up and down. He's flailing his arms, the Grammatica, and then he ended up like blowing out his ACL or something.
Yep. That's one of the most iconic ones for me. Everybody always thinks it's Martine, but it's his brother.
It's Bill.
Bill.
Dramatica.
Very talented kickers, not in the celebration department, though.
No, don't do that. You guys just don't have the body frame for it.
You can't hold up. Otherwise, you'd be a real football player, Brian.
Who is the? Gosh, I got to look this up. The baseball player, Corey, the baseball player, the MVP for the Dodgers.
Bellinger. Cody Bellinger.
Bellinger goes for the Mark McGuire. They go for the power arm lock thing.
Okay.
And they said that it was during a playoff game. He went for the arm hook.
Dude, that looks sick. I love that one.
And wrecked his shoulder.
Yeah.
And has never been the same. Was an MVP, and then he did the arm hook. Yeah, the arm hook. Yeah, the Bash Brothers.
The opposite of the Bash Brother. The Bash Brother goes forearm to forearm.
Was it forearm to forearm?
This is like a bro-hype
this
Bash
is the
Brother.
arm hook.
Yeah.
Bellinger, not ever the same, wrecking his shoulder.
Well, the other one that I thought of, Gus Farad.
Absolutely. Shout out to Brian.
Brian's our guy. We're on the same wavelength there, Brian. Gus Farad just
self-inflicted,
smashing his head into the, I don't even, what are they, boards or whatever they are,
Just
around the stadium
wall,
after he scored and ran for
Just
a
the
touchdown for
padding
Washington.
in the end zone.
And he gave himself a concussion.
Yeah.
I think he had to have a neck brace from it. I mean, freaking Gus Farad, what a schmuck.
One of my favorite names, like when you think about sports names that just put a smile on your face.
Gus Farad?
Gus Farad is a top 5.
He was a goofy-looking guy, too. So I went down the rabbit hole. I found a list of some other athletes who injured themselves celebrating. Let's go back to 2004. This is a soccer one for you. Newlywed Swiss-Portuguese soccer player Paulo Diego ended up climbing a fence while celebrating a teammate's goal. He ended up getting his ring caught in the fence.
Ripped his finger off.
And it ripped part of his finger off.
Yeah.
Oh. How terrible is that?
Dang.
I think we all remember this. 2007, Ohio State, national championship game against Florida. Teddy Ginn Jr. ends up returning the opening kickoff for a touchdown. He puts his best foot forward with that return, and then he injures his left foot in the ensuing celebration.
Oh my gosh, I do remember
Out
that.
for the rest of the game.
And
then Florida went ahead and stomped him.
Yeah, was that when Chris Leak was still the starter?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was before they
Tebow
officially
was
gave it to
like-
Tebow. They were splitting time there. Yes, it was.
And then Ted Ginn still was a top 10 pick in the draft, despite that ankle injury.
No doubt. Of course, Gus Farad is legendary.
How about Jerkson Profar and Jeff Baker, 2014? Remember that one?
That's
Had
a
a
good
high
one.
five
That's
celebrating
a
an
good
RBI
one.
single.
This one is pretty funny because it's Charles Barkley, and you can imagine him doing this. 1993, Chuck tackles his teammate Kevin Johnson after a game-winning shot. Johnson winds up sidelined with a knee injury.
Yeah, you got to be aware if you're the bigger guy by more than about 20 pounds in some of these celebration situations, you can really put a hurting on the little guys.
You absolutely, and especially Chuck, you know?
Yeah.
And Chuck was a big dude,
260,
man.
265.
Afterward,
around
Chuck's
then.
like, he can handle it. He's a tough guy. No big deal.
Kevin Johnson, I don't know if you guys remember him. He was freaking outstanding. One of the most underrated players of the 80s.
Ended up becoming the mayor of Sacramento.
He did, yeah.
And
Did he
one of the
really?
reasons why the Kings stayed in Sacramento.
Very influential.
Get an arena built, yeah.
Staying in baseball, 2012, you had Kendrys Morales. He ended up breaking his leg, stomping on home plate after a walk-off grand slam.
I remember that. Yeah.
Dude.
How terrible is that?
That's one of the worst ones. This Edwin Diaz one for me is probably goes down as the worst and just most sad. Like he was celebrating with his teammates and that, but that one right there is really, really tough.
Well,
I read one about Aubrey Huff in 2012.
Yes.
Hitting the dugout railing and spraining his knee in a playoff series.
Yeah, he was trying to jump up over it and ended up spraining it. This one, you guys see in baseball, they end up doing the pies in the face.
Yeah.
Like somebody's getting interviewed. Like the Rangers like to do the water dunk.
Yeah.
Sometimes
shaving cream pie.
Yeah, they'll pie him in the face as they're getting interviewed in a post-game victory.
It's a disaster.
So Chris Coughlin in 2012, he ended up tearing his meniscus in his left knee while he smashed his teammate Wes Helms with a pie after a walk-off single.
That's what you get when you're horsing around.
How embarrassing is that? All I'm doing is
bad.
trying to just goof on my teammate here, and I end up tearing my bleeping meniscus.
That's miserable.
It's the worst because you go from the peak of ecstasy, we've won something significant, a great moment is happening, and now not only am I hurt, which is going to take weeks, maybe months to recover, but it's very embarrassing. It's like slipping on the ice.
It's terrible. So there's a lot of those, but keep them texting in. We can revisit throughout the show.
I've seen football players get hurt because their teammates are celebrating. They're hitting now. I mean, guys used to, they'd hit you on the helmet and stuff, but there's guys that'll tackle you after scoring a touchdown.
Ryan Cushing with the helmet, and he's all in blood. Like he decides to headbutt somebody with a helmet on. He's not wearing a helmet.
Guys, it's time to outlaw the celebration. I believe that's what we've learned as we broadcast from Eagles Nest here in Fort Worth. 70 TVs to take in this action from. $3.95 Shiner drafts happening all day long. This is the place to be. And we've broken out the Rally House gift cards. How much is on each one of these? $25.
Yes, sir.
And we got a lot of them. So come on up to our broadcast position at a break, preferably. Tell us what Tolo stands for. Turn it on, leave it on. And you'll get one of those gift cards. And we're coming back with Coach Seth Greenberg, ESPN. I want to chat Frankels with you, though, because we're looking at a downpour right now in Tarrant County. We've got storms in the area. If you're hurt.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Broadcasting live from a thunderous Tarrant County out here. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thunder and hail out there in the parking lot. We're live inside Eagles Nest and enjoying the NCAA tournament. We invite you to join us all day today and tomorrow. Tomorrow night, Wolchuk and Chiafalo doing a watch party here after quitting time. So just Google it and join us. They have all sorts of food and beverage specials. All right, joining us now, Coach Seth Greenberg, ESPN basketball analyst here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, Coach. How you doing?
Doing great. How you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing outstanding. It's always great to hear your voice around this time of year. What's got your eyes right now? Is Princeton going to put Arizona on upset alert? What's got you buzzing over there?
No. I think the thing that surprised me the most was obviously the way Virginia lost their game. I mean, a veteran team, 50-year player, a guy who made one of the great passes in the history of Virginia basketball to save their season that they won national championship, and then Kihei Clark with a timeout in his pocket, doesn't use it, and commits a turnover that basically costs Virginia the game in that moment in time. That was a little bit of a shock.
What's it like trying to coach in a situation, an environment like this? How different is it from regular season coaching, trying to execute?
It's not the execution. It's getting your guys to relax and stay in the moment, and not play not to lose, but play to win, and get your guys to don't reinvent yourself. Be you. It's the next game on the schedule. To me, that's what it's all about. And you can't overreact to anything. You just got to stay in the moment. And, I think that's the challenge, the biggest challenge, at least, in the NCAA tournament.
Well, Coach, we got a lot of Texas schools that are in the tournament, and they're high seeds and have a good chance to make a run out of Houston and Baylor and Texas and TCU. Which school do you have your eye on that you think could really have a legitimate chance to make a deep run and maybe cut down the nets?
I think Texas and Houston, depending on Marcus Sasser's health, I think that's so important. TCU with the Lampkin situation and just a little bit of uncertainty. I love the job that Jamie's done with his team, but you never want to go into this time of the year with uncertainty at all. You want to have a locker room united and everyone on the same page, everyone locked in, everyone pulling in the same direction. Houston, if Sasser's healthy, I compare the Houston team to the Baylor team that won the national championship with that backcourt. And Davion Mitchell is Marcus Sasser, or Marcus Sasser is Davion Mitchell. And that backcourt can take over, and obviously they have depth in their front court. Jarris Walker, when he's good, he's really good. They can defend, they're going to rebound, they get extra possessions, they don't turn it over. And they have a closer in Sasser. Texas, to me, I've been just so impressed how they've stayed together, the trust that they have. Guys have stepped up to win the Big 12 without Timmy Allen. It was really impressive. Tira Morris stepping up, and the way they're playing. Marcus Carr is a terrific closer. Dylan Disu is playing at a high level right now, and giving him some inside scoring and rebounding. Serge Ibaka, whether he starts or comes off the bench, is a hard matchup. So, I think Texas and Houston have separated themselves. A&M not as much because at times they get stuck. They can't turn you over and get to the offensive glass.
Seth Greenberg with us here in the G-Bag Nation. How's the Seth Greenberg bracket looking like right now?
Well, I lost that Virginia game, I can tell you that much.
You and me both.
That was I thought I had it going away, that game, and then it's amazing. Now, I see what you're saying about Arizona's up 1.5, but eventually they'll wear them down a little bit. I thought the Maryland-Virginia game was an interesting game. It can't be that bad. This early in the tournament, you're going to miss a couple. I surely didn't expect to miss the Furman game, but I'm happy for Bob Ritchie and their team.
How many brackets does Seth Greenberg fill out this time of year, generally?
I fill out one. I fill out the one we do right on the set of game day.
Respect,
Seth. As opposed to you guys, we're giving about 15 minutes. In the 15 minutes, we're giving about 10 minutes to fill it out. They hand us the bracket. We got to fill it out and get it back to them so that they can post it on the show. So not a lot of thought goes into it. It's kind of a quick movement.
So for those that may not have been able to see, who'd you end up putting in your Final Four?
Alabama, Duke, goodness gracious, I got it right here. Connecticut and Texas.
Yes.
Very nice. Very nice. Coach, I was going to ask you this, and you mentioned you do such a great job of educating us as fans when we watch you, the information that you give. How would you handle the situation that's at Alabama right now with everything swirling around the program? How do you get your team focused in on, listen, we just got to keep doing what we do and let everything else take care of itself?
Well, once the university and you follow the lead of law enforcement and the university. The university's judicial affairs would have to make a decision on the status of the players, and then law enforcement has to make a decision on the status of the situation in terms of if a crime was committed. So in terms of keeping your team together, let's put it in perspective now. A young woman is dead. A young son is going to be raised by someone other than, his mom. So, I'm more concerned about that young person's family. These kids will figure it out. And they'll be ready to play. They're ready to play today. They're up by 20 against Texas A&M Corpus Christi, and they're a ridiculously talented team. I mean, so talented. I call them Noah's Ark. They got two of everything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they are, and to me, the best, NBA prospect in the draft. So they'll figure it out. It's a tragic situation, and like I said, my biggest concern is did the university handle it in a manner in which they would have handled any other student? And if that's the case, then they should feel good about what they're doing.
Coach, as you on a nightly basis, look at the college basketball, where do you feel like where are we right now with college basketball? Are you liking the direction you're seeing, or is there something that you're saying, man, this just doesn't look right to me anymore?
Well, I think the game actually is fine. I mean, let's call it what it is. I can tell you that NIL is not NIL. NIL is pay for play. That's just a fact.
Yes, sir.
And, whether that's right, that's wrong, let's call it what it is. Shoot, you might see every player in America put their name in the transfer portal because the most valuable commodity is a transfer that is proven that they could play at a high level and be successful and help you win. So, that bothers me a little bit. I don't disagree with Tom Izzo in a lot of ways. I think that, look, transferring is fine. I have no problem with it. But, the sitting out, it's not for everyone. But I just think we're in a very slippery slope. I wonder how the fans, first of all, pay for play is not going to last forever because it's just feasibly. I don't care how wealthy the people are in Texas. We've got to find either 2-year contracts for these players so that they're around more, so that fans can get a chance to relate, connect, and have a feeling about their team. Because basically, let me ask you: can the NBA survive on free agency year to year? Could the NFL survive on free agency year to year? I don't think so. Could Major League Baseball survive on free agency every single year, where every player is a free agent? Well, no, none of them can survive. So how do we expect college basketball to survive that way?
Good point, Seth.
Yeah, absolutely. And would it be disrespectful to describe Purdue's Zach Edey as just a mere mortal?
He's Yao Ming.
But better.
To be up to rally to that. Yeah, healthier. He's the most difficult. He's one of the most difficult matchups in college basketball. You have to change everything you're doing to defend him. He's become a good passer. He's got great hands. He runs the floor. He's fun to watch. I called one of their games. It's a blast. And he's a great teammate.
Seth, we got to get a pick here before we let you go. Who's the next top seed to fall?
Oh, the next top seed to fall? I don't know. Where is Texas A&M? They're 7-10, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not a top seed.
Okay.
But I would say I'd worry about that game. I really like Penn State.
We'll put it on our radar, sir. Thank you so much for your time. Enjoy the tournament.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
There he goes, Seth Greenberg, ESPN, here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Most recently coached Virginia Tech. A few years ago, and he has done an outstanding job. I mean, he was a really good coach, but he's done an outstanding job in the media. Okay, Cowboys announced a move today, returning C.J. Goodwin on a new deal. The special teams ace agrees on a one-year deal, keeps him back for next year, Brian.
Yeah, and that's good because he was one of the core guys. When you start to think about, the Noah Browns being gone and then Luke Gifford gone, at least you got one of the guys. Bones Fossil has to be happy with that. We'll see if he can build around C.J. Goodwin as well.
There's Cowboys discussion on the internet and on social about playing Aaron Rodgers now as more momentum going towards him officially joining the Jets. Do you guys have Aaron Rodgers anxiety as members of the fan base and media?
Absolutely. Now, maybe changing teams, you alleviate that a little bit. I don't know, but heck, the Jets, you could argue, have a better roster right now than the Green Bay Packers do. He might be on a better football team. But, yeah, I think every Cowboy fan, I know I have nightmares about that son of a bee. I hate him.
Yeah. And I remember just this past season when it was Packers week, and me and Dawson were crotch first. We feel great about dominating these guys. And Broadus and Walchuk were both like, no, this guy lives in my football nightmares forever.
So we got to come to these guys for guidance here, Chief. Is it an Aaron Rodgers curse or a Packers curse? Do you still have Green Bay anxiety if he leaves? Does it all transition to the Jets?
Ooh, that's a good question. I hope so. Honestly, you see them once every
I hope so too. I hope it doesn't turn over to Jordan Love now being the guy.
Is the spell broken now that they're not together?
No, I mean, well, the fact that you're playing when you play the Packers without Rodgers, I think helps. You got him. The one that I worry about is like on Thanksgiving when you're trying to figure out your team and you might need that game. And here's not a common opponent, but a guy that you've seen a lot, and he's ripped your heart out a bunch.
And you haven't seen them.
And you haven't seen them.
He's
right?
seen you.
Exactly.
You haven't seen his buddies. Well,
exactly.
He'll probably get Mercedes Lewis, Randall Cobb. Who else up there?
If they keep Garrett Wilson and they don't have to put him in the package, that dude's a stud.
Jordy Nelson available?
I heard he wanted to get Donald Driver and Bubba Franks back in there.
Hey, Bubba's local. Bubba's a Tolo.
Well, he's the man, too. So I'm not surprised that he's a Tolo. Okay. And then, just talk about DeAndre Hopkins. Jane Slater was just on NFL Network talking about it, saying, yep, as you know, DeAndre wants to come to the Cowboys, but nothing is imminent. Blog of the Boys has a piece up, which is great because one of our Tolos, who's a fairly prominent member of Cowboys Twitter, Burgers and Blitzes, you see him from time to time, at Not To Be Trite, they referenced his tweet in this story, which is pretty cool.
He's a good dude.
Yeah, he's cool. But he posts the former second-round picks, and I don't think there's a compelling case to be made either way.
No.
The last 12, Sam Williams, you want him instead of the second-round pick. I'll take that. Kelvin Joseph, you don't want him. Diggs, huge hit. Hill, not. Connor Williams, pretty good. Cheeto, pretty good. You didn't know he was good when he was a Cowboy, but both those guys are pretty good. Jalen Smith, you don't want. Horrible pick. Randy Gregory, you want. Tank, you want. Gavin Escobar, RIP. Not a good pick. Bruce Carter was a good pick. Sean Lee was a hell of a pick. Would have been a Hall of Famer if he'd stayed healthy.
I think the thing you have to look at is I think the Cowboys actually can be really patient on this one and carry it up to draft day.
Okay.
I really do. How bad, if you're the Arizona Cardinals, do you want to move on? I think another thing you might want to consider here is will Hopkins give you a break on his salary?
Yes.
If he gets here in Dallas. That's the questions I think.
A bigger break than he already got on his contract.
I
the
think,
next two are at $32 million.
I think
combined.
Some whispers are having that maybe you're going to get a break on this.
Yeah.
If in fact,
so you think this is alive?
I'm just saying this though. It could be alive if the Cardinals go back on what they want compensation wise. Dallas could be really patient here.
Okay.
They know a player wants to be here.
I like the sound
and that's how they could be patient.
If this is where DeAndre Hopkins wants to be, I think that could make all the difference because I can't remember if he's got a no trade clause or not, but I think he might be one of those guys that has to sign off on where he gets traded to.
Escape the storm. Join us here at Eagles Nest for some NCAA tournament action. We're taking it in. Excellent food and beverage specials. Over 70 different TVs to watch the games. If you're anywhere in the area, Eagles Nest in Fort Worth, we want to see you, Tolos. We do have We have a good amount of Rally House gift cards remaining. $25 on these bad boys, and we're back here with Wolchuk's Top 10. Where are we headed, sir?
Well, in honor of the NCAA tournament, the top 10 greatest college basketball players since 2000. Who's your favorite? Next on the Fan.
G-Bag Nation live at the Eagles Nest out here in Fort Worth. 70 TVs, including a brand new 186-inch main LED TV. Rally House gift cards. Just approach our broadcast position and tell us what Tolo means. Okay, you get a $25 gift card just for hanging out. We wanted to bribe you for coming by. And, you know, while you're here, get some amazing food and beverage. You will enjoy it here at Rally House in Fort Worth. It is time now for Zach Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. You know, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. You need Frankel and Frankel at truckwreck.com. Here's Zach.
Thank you very much, General. I have the top 10 college basketball players since 2000 in honor of the tournament. We'll get to that in just a moment. Dak Prescott is talking right now about the release of Ezekiel Elliott. We'll bring that audio to you at the top of the hour. But I have this from Benjamin Albright, who covers the Broncos. Does an excellent job. He said sources confirm that multiple teams have called inquiring about wide receiver Jerry Jeudy. Now, the price tag remains high for Jerry Jeudy. The team's asking for a first or a high second plus a player. Apparently, the teams that have inquired about him are the Patriots, the Browns, and our very own Dallas Cowboys, who also were interested at the trade deadline last year for Jeudy. Now, gentlemen, for me, I like Jerry Jeudy. I think he's a good player. I think that's too high of an asking price for him and what he's done in his NFL career thus far. I don't think he's lived up to that first-round price.
For sure.
And he's a guy that has some drop issues. I think he'd be a great acquisition, but I think Denver's going to have to lower that asking price if they want to get a deal done.
He'd be an amazing second receiver for you. But, yeah, obviously they want to get a first back for him. Right. They want to redo. So you say not on my watch and offer him a second. Maybe I'd go a 2 and a 5, 2 and a 6.
I mean, I'd go a 2. I'd consider the 58 for Jerry Jeudy, no problem. And if they want a player, I mean, would you throw in? I've seen a couple of Tolos say, you know, what about Jordan Lewis, who might, you know, we've discussed as a possible cap casualty anyway.
Jordan Lewis is still dealing with his
that injury, the Liz Frank.
Yeah, I mean, he's making some progress, but.
And I like Jordan Lewis. I mean, Jordan's a good player.
Yeah, but he's going to have a second surgery. They've got hardware they have to take out of that ankle and the foot, and so it's
chance a team wants him.
Yeah, it's going to take some.
You probably
time.
wouldn't be able to pass a physical anyway.
Not right now. Right now.
We'd all rather have D-Hop for a second.
I'd rather
rounder.
have Hopkins and especially if he's willing. I mean, we know he's been working out in Dallas. He was with Des Bryant, but if he's willing to maybe adjust that deal just because he wants to be a Cowboy, to me that's a no-brainer move. Now, I want
Jeudy instead of Hopkins.
You do?
I want
just
the
youth. I think I would too.
Yeah.
Because of the youth?
Yeah.
See, I think there's still questions about Judy's game.
At the end of this year, I'd move off the Gallup contract and slide Jeudy in on that $15 million a year receiver slot.
Yeah, I mean, I get everything you're saying about the age. I'm kind of just in the win now mode.
The problem you're running into with Jeudy, if you were to trade with him, or trade for him, his contract comes at the same time as CeeDee Lamb's.
Yeah.
So now how are you going to negotiate that? You know, especially if
one at a time.
Yeah, I mean, if they're like, okay, who, you know, you
kind of like that staggered.
Do you pit them against each other and say who signs first?
No.
Kind of a deal?
Well, you know, CeeDee's going to get a bigger deal.
I want the better player, which as of right now would be CeeDee Lamb.
If Jeudy continues on this progression, he's going to hit about 75 or 80 catches this next year. And in your offense, he would really produce. That's in a dead offense that he got just 67 grabs last year. I think he could approach 75 or 80. And at that point, it's 15, 16 million bucks. You know, and we still I think the Cowboys are willing to do that. If you have Gallup on this team, you're willing to pay two guys decent money.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Back to Hopkins, you know, I did a follow-up on that no-trade clause. He did have one in his deal, but when he got suspended last year for
voided, right?
It voided.
Yeah.
So with the suspension, now he no longer has a no-trade clause, which is a little bit of a bummer because if that still was in there, he'd have a little bit more say-so and power and dictate where he could be traded. Now Arizona could say, well, you might want to go to Dallas, but if Cleveland, for instance, is offering us a better deal, we're going to take that.
Yeah, that's the downside, but I think the silver lining is that there's been no trade clause, and they haven't been able to find a taker for him.
Yeah.
So I think that market might settle in exactly where you need it.
Yeah. Now, I mean, look, you could also get a third-round comp pick potentially if Judy left in free agency, to your point there, Brian. So that could also be, if you weren't able to re-sign him and you just got him on your team, you were able to play that out. If you weren't able to pay him, there's a comp pick.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, the thing about it is I think that you would – okay, we know who's likely going to be available at 26. If you throw Judy into the mix with the names that you know, isn't it worth it to you to make that trade for a one? I know you don't want to give up.
It's a very late one.
It is a late one.
It's a late one. I mean, is it? It's not worth it to you guys.
It's not worth it for me. Look, Jerry Judy is
not better than your first tight end.
Give us a 3 or a 4 back with Judy, and you can have my one.
I don't think Jerry Judy's worth a first-round pick. He hadn't played like that. I mean, are we just going to give around first-rounders for free now?
No. If that's the case, then we shouldn't even think about the trade. If that's how you feel, don't try and nickel and dime them. Just
Like I like the player. I just don't think you're. You're giving up too much to get that guy.
If you were, but also think about this though: who are you going to take wide receiver at 26?
You holding out hope for Njigba?
Zay, who we were talking about earlier today, if Zay Flowers is there,
5'9", 182.
I don't.
Flowers?
I'm not worried about the size with him.
Maybe Jalen Hyatt.
If Jalen Hyatt's there, I'd love that. He's my number 2 guy.
Okay. So what did you think about Jerry Judy when he was coming out of Alabama?
I thought he was the second best receiver in that class behind CD.
Yeah, me too. I think there's a lot of things that's going on at Denver,
and you could
namely bad quarterback play, namely guys named Locke, and Bridgewater and guys like that.
But the drops, that's on him, right?
Sure. CD had drops too, right?
He sure did.
Yeah.
But he fixed that. We haven't seen Judy fix it yet. I mean, I'd be interested because I like Judy. He's a good player. I wouldn't do it for 26.
I mean, you're absolutely right. If you're not committed to it, let's not do it.
Yeah. But, I mean, look, if they want to take a second-round pick.
But you're also talking about taking a 5'9", 183-pound receiver, which is fine. He's a hell of a football player.
He is.
He's a hell of a football player.
But I think that might become a trend moving forward with, the size, the weight with some of these receivers. I think these smaller guys we might need to get accustomed to. And not box him into.
You might have to get rid of the guy that stands on the sidelines with the big play sheet call in his hand.
Yeah, McCarthy does. We know that he's got a standard that he likes with that.
Sure. Well, but Teddy Thompson was picking players for him in Green Bay.
That's fair. That's a good point.
But that is a Packer thing.
Yeah.
They don't want to play with the small. We had a small receiver in Desmond Howard.
Sure.
But he was a returner. He wasn't a receiver.
Yeah. Everything's going to be fine at the position when they take OU's Marvin Mims, the local
legend. I love Marvin.
In the third round.
And he's also a small guy, but that's a guy that I think can win outside, can win inside. So you're fine with Marvin Mims. All right, let's get to the top 10 here. The top 10 college basketball players since 2000. The honorable mentions are Kemba, who I can't believe didn't crack the top 10.
Honorable mention.
He's
Kemba
12.
the Clutchman.
Sensational. 4-year player, Final Four MVP,
Kemba,
champion.
Hell of a run.
Kemba was unbelievable.
How are you going to find 11 guys more impactful than Kemba Walker?
I freaking dare you, old Chuck.
Steph Curry was number 11.
Steph Curry was a sensation.
That Davidson run was pretty damn incredible.
He was what's crazy, better pro than a college player.
Yeah.
Which is just absurd because
nobody heard of Davidson until Steph jumped onto the scene.
And they were doubting him coming into the NBA. What was he, the 7th pick?
Yeah, and then he started off with all the ankle injuries. Number 10, we've got Jalen Brunson. Averaged 19 points per game, just under 5 assists per game, but 2-time national champion there at Villanova.
Was he player of the year? Is he ever the player of the year?
I don't think
tournament. Was he the tournament?
He won National Player of the Year honors as a junior.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yes, he did. Number 9 is Shane Battier.
Oh, come on.
Wait, he's in the last 20 years or whatever? What's this?
23,
he played in 2000.
That's crazy.
Yep.
He must have been – was he at Duke for like a decade? I don't know
why. He had a good run.
He did have a good him and Danny Ferry
run.
He played 4 years there. He was a senior, and I think they said he's the only senior that's qualifying right now. But there you go from Duke. Number 8 is Michael Beasley, Kansas State.
That was sensational.
Averaged 26 points per game, 12 boards a game. He was pretty damn awesome.
Are we going to get Jimmer Fredette?
Jimmer was in the honorable mentions. He was behind Kemba.
Wow, bro.
Yeah. Number 7 is Kevin Durant from Texas.
Oh, dude.
2006 to 2007, averaged 25.8 points per game, 11 rebounds per game. Yeah, the Durantula was pretty damn good there at Texas.
That was unfair in college what he was doing to kids.
Number 6, J.J. Redick. Believe
That
you,
much of a
J.J.
baller?
Redick?
Bro.
I mean, everybody knew who J.J. Redick was.
He was over 40% three-point shooter, but like before it was cool to be over 40%.
He was. I mean, he
shooter.
kind of set the trend. I mean, everybody hated J.J. Redick. I mean, I'll never forget
He's the one.
the FUJJ chants every time he's at the free throw line.
Nah, but he was the one Duke guy you like. I mean, if you like real,
Now you love him.
if you like real basketball players.
Number 5 is Carmelo Anthony. I thought he would be one.
Yeah, I could definitely make that case.
He won the national championship as a freshman,
As a
right?
freshman at
Yeah.
Syracuse.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, Zion was great, and Zion might be higher, but I would take Carmelo. Carmelo led them to a natty.
Yeah.
Zion didn't.
He was in the zone that year.
He was
dominating.
unbelievable.
Yeah, under massive spotlight the whole season.
Number 4 is Zion.
Flip those.
23 points per game, 9 boards a game. I mean, Zion was probably
He
the
was
most
hurt for
hyped
half
college
the year.
player. Man, when he blew out that Nike shoe,
it was pretty cool.
Oh, it was a crazy moment. But he was
breaking a
unbelievable.
basketball backboard doesn't make you better than
No, Carmelo is better.
Kareem.
Number
That's your
3, this is pretty darn.
Kareem broke a backboard?
No.
Maybe your backboard in
It
the
would make you
backyard.
better.
Come on. Here's the top 3 here. Best college basketball players since 2000.
If it's still standing
That
after
thing is
today.
rock solid.
Yeah, we
Take a
get
picture
home.
when I get home.
Number 3, we got Anthony Davis.
Oh, yeah.
14 points per game, 10 rebounds a game, 4 blocks per game, almost 5 blocks a game for AD. SEC Player of the Year,
He was
Defensive
dominant.
Player of the Year.
Yeah.
Did win a national championship there. Number 2, Tyler Hansborough.
Psycho T.
North Carolina. He was pretty damn good at North Carolina.
He
He
was
averaged
so
a double-double.
annoying.
He was annoying, but he was good. And I've always had an affinity for the Tar Heels. He played in an Elite Eight, a Final Four, won a national championship in his 4 seasons there. 22 points per game, 10 rebounds a game. But number 1,
Dude, Sean May is my favorite Tar Heel big of the last 20 years.
Sean May. That's a good reference. Number 1, best college basketball player since
How about
2000.
Scott May from Indiana?
How about Shane Battier's teammate there?
You just made him up.
No, it's 1970s.
Shane Battier's teammate at Duke.
Jay Williams,
That was
freshman
incredible.
of the year.
Yeah. Did he win NBA Rookie of the Year as well? He was well
I
on
think
his
he
way to
might
an
have.
Is that the
incredible NBA
motorcycle
career.
guy, right?
National
Yeah, had a
Player of the
motorcycle
Year.
wreck.
Also, shout out to Carissa Thompson.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty good broadcaster. I'd say Jay Williams, pretty good broadcaster.
Yeah.
Maybe not the best, but good list.
He takes on those guys like Stephen A. and stuff, right?
Yeah, he
doesn't-
does.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he doesn't take
Yeah,
away from Stephen A.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He gets like uncomfortably energized.
Yeah.
Almost like it's awkward, but he's really passionately making a point, so you can't tune away. But you're like, is this guy okay? Is he going to start crying or yelling? Or what's going on here with Jay Williams? But he definitely brings some passion to the set. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Eagles Nest. Rally House gift cards are sitting here, $25 on them. Just come up and tell us what Tolo means. They got all new tables and bar stools here. They're about to expand next door. If you've been to Eagles Nest and you're like, man, this is great. It'd be better if it was bigger. It's about to be bigger. Within the next 2 months right there, they're going to knock out that wall right there that their amazing 186-inch TV is on. Probably take down the TV first, knock down the wall, put it back up on a different wall there.
It's a good plan.
Next door. Okay, Lakers out on Kyrie Irving. Should the Mavs be all in? That's coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. If you're driving home right now or you plan to later, you should know.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you, Lucius. We're live at Eagles Nest here in Fort Worth watching the NCAA tournament where Virginia was upset earlier. They have not won a game at the tournament since beating Tech in the final in 2019. I saw that somewhere.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of a curse. We also did just get to go check out the new area in which the expansion is going to happen here at the Eagles Nest. This thing is going to be huge.
Yeah.
And they're going to have another massive television that they're putting up over there.
Wow.
This is going to be the place to be for all of your sports needs.
Not one, but two 186 inches.
Think about
Dear God.
Think about NFL Sundays in here.
Oh,
with all the games going on, a college football Saturday. I mean, March Madness, it's the place to be. But this is going to be a year-round establishment. I don't care about the drive. I'll probably be out here on the weekends.
I think they're an Aggie bar. Everybody's got all their
That's
Aggie
right.
gear on.
Bring your dad out here.
Yeah, I think all of them are Aggies. Hey, real quick, during the break, I just think Russians are bad at flying airplanes.
Oh, no.
I watched
you saw the video?
drone.
Yep.
The drone thing. I think that he was trying to hit the afterburners, and that's what the
And burn it?
and that's the
and
smoke.
that's why he hit
Well,
it?
I think he was trying to get above it, and the second time he came around, when they bumped into it,
Yeah.
I think the Russians are just bad at flying jets.
You don't think that was on purpose?
No.
Yeah.
I just think the guy didn't. I just think he got close, and then he hit
know,
the
I was-
afterburners to try and get above it.
I was
Somebody's
wondering
gonna
why
tap
you
into
would hit a
Brian.
drone on purpose because it
Yeah.
could be like armed with a bomb or something,
Yeah,
and
that's
next
true.
thing you
Well,
know, you're Dunsky.
What if like the drone? What if the wing slices into your wing?
Sure.
or something
Yeah.
like that.
A lot of ways it could
and
go
like,
bad.
To me, I just think that the Russians are bad at flying their
Pretty
jets.
killer video though from that
It is-
drone.
it is cool.
Yeah, that's
It
an
is-
American-made drone right
it's
there.
very cool.
Got great video that MiG coming by. They still call them MiGs over there in Russia with their jets. Remember the MiGs?
Yeah, the MiGs. Yeah.
Okay, Kyrie reportedly not going to be pursued by the Lakers. That is the latest report from Sports Illustrated. Where are you with wanting him, not wanting him? I know before the trade, the majority of Mavs fans would be like, no, we don't want anything to do with Kyrie. And then you got him. It's like, holy crap, they got a real superstar, and people were open-minded about it. And the way that he's played and everything, for the most part, has been smooth. So I know there's a lot more people now that want Kyrie Irving than before the trade. Is there any way it could be better if you move on? And is it a red flag at all if the Lakers don't want him? That's what the Lakers do. They acquire stars. But apparently they like this group since the trade of Westbrook, and they want to run it back next year from the beginning fresh.
This is a bummer because I was really hoping that the Mavericks would be able to make the most of a Kyrie sign and trade.
Oh, we're out on him now?
Look, I've never really wanted Kyrie long term. I think the longer Kyrie's on your team, the more likely this thing's not going to go well.
Did he say that at any time?
If you opened your ears and listened to our show, you would have heard me say that I love the fact that they got him for this small sample size. Let's see if we can catch lightning in a bottle.
I don't remember you taking both those woolly feet and going on the table and saying,
I'll go
I'm
pull
against,
it when we get back to the studio.
adding good players.
I'll pull it so we can play it back for you.
Sure.
Well, I think it's good you're saying it now, no doubt about it.
Yeah,
Chuck.
thank you.
That's putting it on the table, isn't it?
I'm putting it on the table. Hey, we got a text yesterday. I don't want passive guys, so I'm not trying to be passive here, Brian. You want to come at me, I'm going to come right back at you.
You guys were passive yesterday?
I remember.
I didn't think so.
I I can't remember anybody standing up and saying, "Listen, we really don't want."
No,
good
this was a
players
trade
here."
they needed to make, and Kyrie is good. But I think that you are putting yourself in a ticking time bomb situation if you sign him.
I hear you.
long-term.
When you trade for him, you're just trying to be positive,
Like
right? Let's be
when they
optimistic.
traded for him, I didn't think that he would not go to the
I'm
Lakers.
open if you pull that audio to listen. I
All right,
really am.
perfect.
Yeah. Let's have a full-on investigation into this. Let's see if
We'll
we can
do
get
that.
This, we'll check
I will
audio
be happy
poll.
to apologize if you don't want good basketball players.
Promise, we might need to check his schedule in the
I will. I mean,
commercial break.
hey, if you're not, I'm scared, man. I don't want good
I'm
basketball
scared.
players.
I am.
Okay.
I mean, look, if the guy
That's
doesn't,
fine.
if the guy doesn't play for you,
and they'll just keep rolling right along.
if he's not playing for you, what good is he? That's the only negative with
I don't
Kyrie.
know, man. I don't know.
Well, I think that the thing we all knew was at the time you're getting an asset in Kyrie Irving with a team that was going nowhere fast. And so whether or not he remained with you in the summer was irrelevant because I'm either going to continue to have Kyrie Irving, one of the best players in the sport, or I'm going to do the sign and trade situation and I'm getting something for him.
Yeah.
He is an asset.
Yeah.
So one way or another, you're either going to have him on your team and you have maybe two of the top 5 or 10 best players in the sport, or you got rid of him and now you got a ton of cap space or assets in return for him that you like. So the trade was smart when they did it, and I think they would be smart, I'm kind of with Walchuk here, to find a way to get things for him now before you pay him the big money. He goes berserk on you 6 months later. He tanks his own deal, and now you're getting Dinwiddie and Dodo in return for him, the same way Brooklyn just did.
Best scenario, Brian, I agree with Chia following Wolchuk. Best scenario is you move Kyrie Irving in a sign and trade and get back good players who are more dependable, and maybe fit Luka better than another ball dominant guy.
Okay, the thing I remember from you is telling me they need to play Christian Wood and get him to where he looks good and then move him.
Yeah, it didn't
but
work.
That was before
trade deadline's passed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can't do that now. I think I would like Kyrie Irving on this team. That's the second best thing we could have is Kyrie and Luka team building next year. After that, then I want nobody on the team but Luka. And that would be like almost worst case scenario in some ways, but also best case scenario because I also want a clean slate. I think there's a lot of things that remain in the path for the Mavs. It's like which path is going to choose you? Which one do you want to pursue strongest? I think strongest is Luka and Kyrie together if a sign and trade is not possible.
The best selling point for Kyrie is can he help you recruit somebody else? Because so far the Mavs have failed at that.
Yeah, and my biggest concern is if Kyrie leaves, maybe you're just getting mostly cap space in return for him or a couple of guys that you plan to move, but not cornerstone pieces. Do you trust the tandem of Nico Harrison and Jason Kidd to have a cohesive idea of what they want? Because I don't necessarily get that vibe from them. I don't get the vibe that these guys are on the same page with stylistically what type of team they're trying to get here. So I don't know that the future of Nico and Jason Kidd together with a clean slate of, all right, now let's go build a team. Do they even want to build the same team?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I wonder about because do you have a head coach that's running roughshod over a inexperienced general manager?
Yeah, at times you do because, hey, JaVale McGee, I don't know, did Nico want that or was that a Jason Kidd thing? Okay, well, I think Nico Harrison wanted Christian Wood a heck of a lot more than Jason Kidd wanted, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, so Kidd gets his McGee and then Nico gets his Christian Wood and then we make other moves and then here we go and then we have a terrible basketball team.
I think the final legacy of this Kyrie Irving trade that the Mavericks made a couple of months back ultimately could be it was the beginning of them blowing things up. And maybe if we look forward to the end of the summer and into next year, it is going to trigger the beginning of totally remaking this roster around Luka Doncic. But who knows where this could go? And I tell you what, multiple jobs are in the line as we'll head into a very important offseason. For the time being, you're just trying to stay in the playoffs. I think, and more fans are hoping that you miss it altogether and have a chance at a lottery pick. Okay, when we come back, Cowboys audio, we have Dak on Zeke's departure and Lyle Collins, Kellen Moore, all of his buddies are leaving. Plus, Stephon Gilmore spoke with the media, and we'll tell you what he's excited about as he comes to the Cowboys coming up next in the G-Bag Nation. I got to talk D&M Leasing before we do that, though.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
We have a fresh batch of Cowboys audio here. We got Dak Prescott talking about the departure of some of his best football friends from the Cowboys over the last couple of years. And we have Stephon Gilmore audio as well, the Cowboys' new corner. He did a teleconference with reporters this morning and reflected on a number of things about his career and joining the Cowboys. General at your service, live at Eagles Nest here. Come watch the NCAA tournament games with us. It appears the Storms have moved out of here, at least for now. They are moving to the east towards folks in Dallas. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboys scout. Wolchuk and Chiafalo at the table here. The broadcast position, Eagles Nest. Court Lucius Alexander is back home at Master Control. Carter Freeman. Ramon Cruz, remote engineer. Salute to him, doing a heck of a job once again. And account executive extraordinaire Scott Long is handling business here with this account. So join us. It is the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth, and in memory of Rick and Kelly Gasky, founders, longtime operators here at the Eagles Nest, we're giving away about 20 A&M Gasky T-shirts. Okay, we got them right here. And if you come on by, we have those and the Rally House $25 gift card. Still have a few of those, or do you guys give them away all the way to the Tolos?
We gave them away.
Handed them out, man.
Okay, no more Rally House gift cards for you. But food and beverage and sports on TV awaits. All right, Dak audio. He's lost his guys. Kellen Moore, Dunsky, Lyle Collins, Dunsky last year, and Zeke just departed yesterday. It's really the immortal reality of a quarterback, right? It's like they're the Wolverine, and all their buddies die, you know? In a football way, of course. Not real death most of the time.
Yeah, nobody's dying over here.
Here's Dak on his buddies
Not in the
leaving
NBA, at
over
least.
the last couple of years. Here we go. Here's Dak.
Yeah, it really is. It's tough. A brother, playing the game with a brother, being able to start this NFL career and share so many memories and grow up as men with this organization. I really can't imagine taking the field without him. Something I don't know if it's completely hit me yet. Obviously, I've talked to him. I'm hurt. I'm sure he is, but it's more important for me just to be able to support him. I know he's got more opportunities coming his way, and love that guy. Proud of him. Number one supporter in here for him, no matter what.
It's tough when a great friend that you've been working with leaves. But, you know, if you're a really good quarterback, that happens 2 or 3 times in your career.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Dak Prescott owes Ezekiel Elliott a lot. And I mean, because what happened his rookie year at quarterback for Dak, the Ezekiel Elliott being on this team and rushing for almost 1,700 yards and the touchdowns and the way he finished games and all that, the physicality which he played with, it took so much pressure off Dak Prescott.
It did.
Dak didn't have to be the rookie quarterback that they threw in the deep end of the pool and said, hey, go win a game at Pittsburgh. Go win a game at Lambeau Field. You know, go win a game. You know, it was a very smooth transition for Dak Prescott to come in the league, where we've seen a lot of rookie quarterbacks come in, just get knocked around, get frustrated, and are never worth really what they could have been.
Yeah, I think that's well said. You know, the two guys were inseparable friends at the same time. I like how he talked about growing, into men as well. It was a little rocky for Zeke, but by the time he was done, you know, you had the same sort of feelings about him and his leadership as you do Dak Prescott. Maybe not as visible to the outside as Dak was, because Dak's so good at the press conferences and the wardrobe and all that, but what he meant to the team, I think Zeke was Dak's peer as far as the internal leadership and what those guys meant to the heart and soul. And I'll never forget Des Bryant talking about a number of years ago, DeMarco Murray leaving the team and what it did to the locker room and the huddle as far as the confidence and the morale and the belief that, you know, we got all our guys here, you know, and everybody is watching each other's back. It'll be interesting to see if there's a void. You know, there's the per yard abilities of all these different players per play, but there's also this intangible factor that I think is very important in football when it comes to feeling like a team, feeling tough.
Sure.
Okay, let's go to Stephon Gilmore. Cut one. Being excited to be a Cowboy. Here he is, the new corner.
You know, I've been a Dallas fan my whole life. You know, my uncles
My dad, they grew up Dallas fans. And once I heard the news, I was excited, knowing because we played them this previous year, the season they had before. Just adding someone like myself, the potential is there, so we just got to put the work in. Obviously, it starts over every year. So I'm just looking forward to, adding my piece to the puzzle and, doing what I do best.
Good Lord. Talk about growing into man.
I would have never.
That guy sounds like he's 50.
I would have never guessed that voice matches the picture. Of him.
Yeah.
I would thought that was a different voice.
Yeah.
For his picture.
He can cut movie promos with that set of pipes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Next to Bogey, right? Probably in the Metroplex of sports player and coach.
Bochy's got a great voice.
Bochy's number one, but this dude's a stud. And the on the field, you talk about all the intangibles with Zeke. You just brought in a guy with all those same kind of intangibles, I think, but on the defensive side, and they're going to have a lot of good, strong personalities. The defense should come back rocking and rolling with some big-time crotch for his confidence, man.
I love the idea of him calling up all his family members, and it's like, we've been really excited that you're in the NFL, but now you're with the Cowboys, and this is going to take things next level.
Yeah.
Now we're watching our favorite team and you, Stephon. This is going to be tremendous every Sunday. Cut 2 on playing pain-free and being totally healthy. Here's Gilmore.
Yeah, for sure. I feel great. I had a great season last year. Obviously, the team I was on didn't, but, I think I played great last year. I felt well running around. I'm just looking forward to add on to that this year. I'm a person that resets every year and try to prove myself each and every year, so I'm looking forward to that.
I'm really optimistic about his ability to stay healthy, Brian. I don't know if you agree with this, but a lot of times guys in their 20s just stay healthy because you're young and strong, and then you get around 30, and all of a sudden you got to change your habits and your off-season routine. It can take a year or two for a guy to acknowledge that and accept that and build the routine, and I'm hoping at 33 for Gilmore he's there and has a pattern of staying pretty healthy now.
Yeah, he did a really good job. I mean, he played in an organization with New England where, with Bill Belichick and what they are able to do and how they play and the multiple defenses, the multiple coverages. He went to Carolina, and I don't think he was very healthy. Went to Carolina, got stuff cleaned up, got himself cleaned up to where, the surgeries and stuff like that, to where he's feeling better. Played much better at Indianapolis than he did at Carolina. To me, he's kind of a young 33-year-old guy. When you watch him play, the way his ability to play off, he likes to drive on the ball. He still has the quickness. He still has the mental awareness of what people are trying to do to him. Those times in New England teach you a lot about what it takes to be a pro in the NFL.
29 picks for his career as well. Potential to have a very opportunistic defense. And now no matter who you throw it at, you're dealing with the guy with some very serious ball skills, Wolchuk.
Yeah, I think the addition of Gilmore, for all the reasons we said, but also, just how desperate they were at cornerback too. And, you didn't know about Anthony Brown, and he wasn't playing great even prior to the injury. But the who's who of guys they ran through the second half of last season and into the playoffs with Trayvon Mullen and Mackenzie Alexander, and Kelvin Joseph was a guy you just couldn't put on the field. Teams immediately were just going to go ahead and pick on him as soon as they saw him. He just hasn't turned out to be a good player. Deshaun Wright showed a little bit of promise, but they needed help at cornerback, and this is another one of those moves that the Cowboys make to where, all right, we're filling holes to where when we're on the clock on draft night, we don't have to force a certain position, and we can let the board fall to us and take the guy that we think is the best player at the time.
Okay, next cut here, Stephon Gilmore on getting the chance to play alongside Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs.
It'll be great, both of those guys, great players, a lot of great players on this team in general, but I told them, both of them, that I wanted their jersey after the game. We was texting back and forth before the game started, like a week before, and I got mad at one of my teammates because he took Diggs' jersey. So I still got to get that now that I'm here.
How many great players do they have? How many great players do you need on a defense in order to really shut things down? I think they got 5 great defensive players now. Is this Diggs and Gilmore and
I think
Tank, Micah?
And Brian, I don't know if you agree with this, but when you look at the great defenses in the history of the league, whether it's been the Bears in '85 or the Ravens in 2000, the Bucks. I think you have a great player at every level.
Yeah, I like what you're saying there. I always felt like that really good defenses were good up the middle. Your defensive tackles, your linebackers, and then your safeties, and then everything else you kind of tried to build in on. And I think they're doing a really good job of. They got Wilson back at safety. We have Kurse back. I'd like to see him do something with Hooker. I think they can upgrade that spot. But Van Der Esch coming back. We'll see what happens with Clark. Can they add somebody at linebacker that can help? Can they add somebody, at defensive tackle? But when you look at pressure players, that ability to rush, but the ability to cover on the back end with the corners, and especially Bland playing the nickel. That's, give me 3 guys that can cover, and I'll let my pass rush get after you.
Maybe a defensive tackle away from being really special.
Yeah, I kind of feel that's if they could just get somebody, and they did it to an extent with Hankins.
Yeah.
Just to give you a little taste of listen, if you could control the front or the middle or the inside
helps
with a
everything.
big body guy, it kind of helps Van Der Esch. It helps everybody else. When Hankins wasn't in there, it turned into teams were kind of figuring out how to run the ball on you a little bit.
I still feel like you're talking about one great player, and it's semantics on how you do it. One great player in Micah Parsons, and then just a lot of really, really good players that can have great moments. Trayvon Diggs, he's not a great player, but he can have great moments. I think Stephon Gilmore's the same way right now. Tank's the same way, and a guy like Jaron Kearse could even be similar. Hopefully you have Sam Williams blossoming, but there's a lot of depth now when you look across on the defense and in the secondary and on the D-line. You're going, especially from an edge rusher standpoint, man, you're feeling good about this defense in a big way right now.
For sure. How about Stephon Gilmore and how he can help Diggs be even better?
He's a great player. He does some things on the field. Just watching him, he's very well. He has great ball skills. He can run with anybody. But he has a bright future. I'm just going to come in and just try to, teach him the things that I know that I didn't know as a young player. Try to bring him along and install that work ethic. And we're going to push each other. It's not just me teaching him. I want to lean on him too, to get better each and every day.
Great answer from Stephon Gilmore as Dallas County is now in a tornado warning. We broadcast live from the Eagles' Nest. Yeah, it's always tough, I think, being asked how you're going to make another really good teammate better. It's like, well, I think he's got it handled pretty good. I guess we'll chat on, the matchups and all that. But how about this question? With the skill set, Stephon, are you surprised that you've bounced around a little bit here recently?
I'm not surprised. This business is what it is. I just, went through, it was the end of my contract. So I was able to take a step back and, get back healthy. And, I signed a, 2-year deal in Indy. And, I had a great season. And, I wanted to go somewhere where, they had a shot at the big dance. So, I'm happy to be in this situation. I'm looking forward to it, and that's all you can ask for.
I just think it is what it is. Jalen Ramsey's now on his 3rd team. Patrick Peterson moved around a bunch. Richard Sherman played for 2 different teams. I think teams that are going for it need good corners, and they're going to trade for them and sign them. And once you are no longer in a championship window, those corners are huge trade assets for you, or it's a luxury that you can't afford to buy while you're going through your rebuild. So I think that's the reality of the position these days, that corners, even the great ones, are going to be moving more and more.
Agree 100%. And this is one that I'm really, really, really happy that the Cowboys made, man. This one's got a smile on my face right now. I do feel bad for Arizona Wildcat fans, though, right now that probably are not smiling.
It's a nervy moment.
Holy smokes,
56-55 with 50 seconds to go.
You teed up Seth Greenberg earlier. Should Arizona be worried? He scoffed at you.
He did.
Who's scoffing now?
Yeah. You're
Well,
not
this
laughing
is
now,
not
are
good.
you?
This is not good. I got Arizona in the Final Four.
Arizona's got the basketball, and we're watching here at Eagles Nest. And with a minute to go, they miss a shot. So Princeton up one with the ball.
The Ivy League champs.
40 seconds to play, 25 seconds on the clock.
And this is when it gets really tough because you're Arizona, you're banking on the team to make that late game brain fart, Virginia style. But you're dealing with an Ivy League school. This is Princeton, homie. There ain't no brain farts
They're
here.
locked in.
They're
mentally.
about to backdoor you to death at the same time.
Yeah, here we go. There it is.
Speaking of the bounce pass down low, he was fouled.
He got fouled.
He's going to go to the free throw line that's a shooting foul with a chance to make it a 3-point game with 21.7 seconds left to go as we broadcast live from the Eagles Nest. Now, I believe this is going to have to all play out while we are on break. Unfortunately, I can't hold you much longer. We have the Expressway coming up. 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. We'll fill you in on how this game ends. We'll have Bobby Belt join you, and then LA Live coming up at 5:40 right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat Dimes Direct with you. Oh, baby. Dimes Direct is such a hero for me in my life because it has nothing but